On the night when the twin sister of the Crown Prince was commanded by the Demon King to be imprisoned in the High Tower, Cornwall suddenly recalled memories from his previous life on Earth. A millennium ago, he envisioned a grocery store filled with boxes of firecrackers, a building adorned with blue glass windows and large ceramic-tiled walls, and an empty classroom scattered with metal desks and chairs, echoing with the laughter of children. Neon lights and digital shadows flickered rapidly before his eyes. Kong Yuan, originally an English major in university, had succumbed to anxiety during exam week, becoming enraptured by a mobile game. He resorted to consuming copious amounts of coffee, staying up late in a frantic attempt to memorize an entire dictionary. Ultimately, the world faded to black as he met an untimely demise. He was reborn as Cornwall Belial Satan, the fourth prince of the demon race, and lived for 15 years as a native devoid of any memories. At this juncture, Cornwall finally comprehended the source of his persistent sense of familiarity with this world. It was unmistakably linked to a particular game he had become engrossed in during the final exam week of his previous life. The game, titled Dimension Rescue, featured a human villager near the front lines of the Maria dimension, who gradually ascended to power by clearing levels of a match 3 puzzle game, ultimately vanquishing the invading demon race and launching a counteroffensive into the demon realm. Yes, Cornwall was indeed one of those demons. Moreover, his sister, Queer, was imprisoned by the Demon King due to her connection with a significant and familiar NPC. The Dawn Saint, Leffy, who had once endured the night in the year 1342 of the invasion. The Demon Prince, serving logistics on the front lines of the human realm, released a batch of captives. In April of the same year, the Papal State held an unprecedented sacred ceremony, announcing the emergence of the most divinely attuned saint in history. A 12-year-old girl who brought 3 days of jubilation to the entire human nation. This new saint was one of the captives released by his sister. The Demon King was enraged. The current Demon King, Agar's Leviathan Satan, had always harbored the grand ambition of conquering the entire human realm, even naming his children after the capitals of human powers: Santa City, St. Louis Fortress, Cornwall City, and What City. However, he did not anticipate that his third and fourth children would be twins, thus bestowing upon them the shared name of Cornwall. What he least expected was that the first to complicate his grand aspirations would be the very child he had high hopes for named after his royal city. His third daughter, Queer Belial Satan, was charged with treason. Her status as crown prince was revoked, the title of Moonlight Prince stripped away, while retaining the title of princess and the Moonlight Mark. She was condemned to lifelong imprisonment in the Guardian Tower. This was profoundly unsettling. Cornwall's expression grew increasingly grim as he organized his memories. The Demon King had 5 children. In this life, Cornwall was all too familiar with the name he shared with his sister. Yet in Kong Yuan's recollections, they had never surfaced. Kong Yuan possessed an extensive understanding of the entire human realm within the game. He had embarked on glorious adventures across the 4 great empires, yet he had never set foot in the demon realm. As the principal antagonistic race in Dimension Rescue, the demon race's narrative was predominantly centered around the Maria frontlines, aligning perfectly with Cornwall's experiences in this life. However, not a single mention of Cornwall or Queer's names could be found. Kong Yuan was on the cusp of completing the game. Having illuminated all character profiles, why were they absent? Was it a consequence of his reincarnation, or had they been unable to reach the final battleground at that time? What circumstances could prevent a royal heir from attending such a monumental battle? Death, perhaps, was among the more merciful possibilities. Your Highness, it is time for you to depart. A cold, steely voice resonated above Cornwall. The voice was not loud but alarmingly close, akin to an arrow slicing through the air, seizing his already taut heart. Cornwall jolted awake, looking up to find his view obstructed by a towering knight clad in black armor. The knight wore a full helmet adorned with thorny spikes, standing over 2 meters tall, the visor so tight that not even the eyes could be seen. Ah, yes, they were here to take away his sister, who had been his sole companion for over a decade. Your Highness, it is time for you to depart. The leader of the 6-pointed army leaned down and reiterated his earlier command. Blood-red moonlight streamed through the stone castle's windows into the tension-filled hall, where 2 rows of fully armed soldiers stood at attention, their standard swords glinting ominously. Cornwall and his sister Queer sat side by side on the stone steps leading to the 2nd floor of the hall. Both were strikingly beautiful, sharing the royal trait of purple demon eyes, identical black hair, and faintly visible ram horns. Their slender, pale bodies were clad in oversized, classical shirts with ruffled hems, while their once prominent wings were concealed by mystical arts. Two lost lambs, huddled close together, their fluffy coats brushing against one another. The leader's heart would not soften at such a sight after all. Every member of the royal family was enchanting, a capital with which to toy with the hearts of others. They were merely young black goats. He produced specially crafted golden shackles, and in the midst of Cornwall's stunned silence, effortlessly bound Queer. The clinking of delicate gold pieces pierced through the emotions Cornwall had accumulated over 15 years, while the rationality that had just awakened, a remnant of Kong Yuan's 2 decades of existence, rendered him exceedingly calm. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Cornwall was about to call out to his sister, a tremendous explosion outside silenced everyone in the grand hall. Boom, flames and smoke, along with searing air, blasted the doors wide open, sending hard stone fragments crashing into every corner of the hall. Fortunately, all present were high-ranking demons, and such occurrences would inflict no injuries upon them. The sudden upheaval did not incite chaos among the troops. The leader clutched Queer's shackles and, with wings unfurled, commanded loudly. The Demon King's orders take precedence. Escort the princess to the tower. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as the absence of the doors allowed the oppressive heat of the fire elements to scorch every individual's skin before it even approached. This was palpably different from the previous heat wave. Though he was unaware of the level of magic involved, Cornwall understood that if he were to face this fireball Heaton, he, a mere first-year student at the Academy of Higher Willpower, who had just passed the beginner swordsmanship examination, would be instantly reduced to ashes. The crimson fireball approached the entrance. Yet suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A violet light illuminated the space, causing the temperature to plummet, and the once raging flames vanished from sight, including the fireball, as if someone had extinguished the sun and ignited the moon. Queer remained quietly standing in place, but the crystalline, translucent purple light surrounding her instinctively prompted the leader to release his grip on the shackles. This former Moonlight Prince, who had held the title of Crown Prince for 15 years, was not devoid of the ability to resist the Demon King's confinement order. Rather, he simply lacked the desire to do so. Despite being twins, the public perception of them within the Demon King's castle was starkly contrasting. The Moonlight Prince was formidable and decisive in the council chamber, akin to a blooming wisteria, while the fourth prince was perceived as weak and mediocre, seldom seen within the Moonlight Fortress. Much like a vine curling beneath the flowers, merely an accessory to the prince's birth. Cornwall harbored no objections to these sentiments, for Kong Yuan's unrefined youth had indeed mirrored this very demeanor. Cornwall, Queer spoke, her voice cool yet extraordinarily gentle. She revealed the first smile of the night. No matter what the dawn technique has shown you, at least it allows you to live well. Do not worry about me. You must live well until the day we reunite. The dawn technique? Cornwall had not heard of it. Could it be the reason he had recalled memories from his previous life? Might there be others who had been subjected to the technique and possessed memories of Earth, aware that this was a game? In merely a moment of reflection, Cornwall's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Numerous concerns emerged, and regardless of the circumstances, he must thoroughly investigate the dawn technique. Queer did not elaborate further. She glanced towards the door and signaled the leader to depart. Your first trial is approaching. Do your best, my feeble brother. Whoosh! Shadows darted past Cornwall, plunging the hall back into silence. He remained standing alone in place. You shall not be disappointed, sister, for it is only tonight that I have come to know myself. Chapter 2. The Predicament. Why? Cornwall never had the chance to pose this question to Queer. Why release that saintess? Why not defend the position of the heir apparent, which was originally unassailable? Why, knowing full well that keeping him would render him a target for those people? Did he still retreat into the tower alone? Cornwall was filled with a plethora of questions, particularly because the succession to the position of the Demon King was rather peculiar. The right of inheritance was not determined by whether one was a blood relative of the Demon King, but rather by the presence of a moonlight mark at birth. This moonlight mark appeared randomly. It could manifest on any newborn of royal blood, signifying that the infant was no longer an ordinary royal but the heir to the Demon King. The demon realm was characterized by barren lands, harsh climates, and volatile elements, necessitating invasion of the human realm to procure sufficient food and resources for survival. The Moonlight Mark served as the critical key to opening dimensional passages, akin to a key that granted the bearer the right to lead others. Among the pureblood offspring of the current Demon King, only Queer had been chosen by the Moonlight. Cornwall, along with his siblings, held the titles of Prince and Princess but possessed no claim to succession, as they had not received the Moonlight's favor. At first glance, this might seem unfortunate, yet Cornwall felt an odd sense of relief. For the struggle for the Moonlight had always produced a single victor. Whether through voluntary fusion or forced death, the Moonlight Mark ultimately left only one behind. For instance, their father, Satan III, had eliminated all remaining heirs of the third generation, absorbing the waning moonlight of the second-generation monarch, ultimately becoming the solitary moon of the demon realm. Throughout history, no heir had ever voluntarily renounced their claim. The removal of the mark was not a trivial spell, as it would strip away some of the memories of the one being severed, causing slight damage to their soul. Could one retain their integrity with a portion of their memories lost? An incomplete soul would forever bar them from ascending to the sacred tier. Even if one had already reached that tier, they would inevitably fall, left with merely the title of half-saint. Cornwall harbored no desire to become adversaries with his sister. And fortunately, he did not need to suffer such turmoil. His twin sister Queer, both a blood descendant of the Demon King and a favored child of the Moonlight, was born the rightful heir, occupying the first position under the rules. Such a solidified position of succession was undeniably cruel to other heirs. The current Demon King's protection essentially rendered the struggle for the Moonlight devoid of suspense, completely imprisoning their fates. The Demon King allowed them to revel in the pleasures of the royal city until Queer matured enough to shoulder all the Moonlight's burdens, and now, the sword of Damocles that hung overhead had been removed. The death that had pursued him halted, while the precipice ahead reformed, and the throne emerged before the bright moon. The second heir, Herbert; the third, McKeel; the fourth, Gowan. Cornwall could hardly fathom how exhilarated, how overjoyed these individuals must be. How fervently they wished for Queer's demise. He, the twin brother sharing the name of the heir yet possessing no claim to succession, could not possibly remain an outsider. For instance, the fireball that had burst into the Grand Hall was evidently not aimed at killing his sister or thwarting the six-pointed army. Such an attack was far too feeble for them. "Lorcia, you have returned?" In the vast hall, Cornwall seemed to sense the familiar stirrings from outside and called out softly, from the gaping hole created by the fireball at the castle entrance. A tall and agile figure soared in upon hearing his voice. It was a girl whose demeanor was as sharp as a sword, with long, curly red hair tied back in a ponytail, and the strands that fell before her forehead danced in the wind. She wore an ensemble that resembled both a knight's attire and a steward's garb, a black suit paired with a long robe, and stood at an impressive height of over 175 centimeters. With a gentle flap of her enormous bat-like wings, she hovered before Cornwall, landing gracefully. Kneeling on one knee, one hand resting on the hilt of her sword at her side, the other pressed against her chest, she offered her loyalty to Cornwall. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my tardiness." Lorcia was not only the knight of his sister, but also served as the steward of the Moonlight Castle, the captain of the guards, and the head chef, a legacy left behind by their mother, who had vanished. Now that Queer was imprisoned, Lorcia naturally became Cornwall's knight. Her tardiness coincided with the moment when his sister was taken away by the six-pointed army. Upon her return, she merely sought to apologize to Cornwall without offering a single word of explanation. This could only imply one possibility. Her delay was orchestrated by Queer, and the specifics of her mission were not yet for Cornwall to know. No matter, he thought, as he had no intention of pressing for answers. Cornwall understood this was merely a temporary concealment. Once he earned enough goodwill, everything would be revealed to him without reservation. Thus, Cornwall merely raised his hand slightly, signaling for Lorcia to rise. "You have just returned. Did you see the source of the fireball?" Fireballs were highly conspicuous in the demon realm, and it was impossible for Lorcia to have overlooked them. As demons lacked any ability to manipulate elements, devoid of elemental affinity. Controlling elements was a capability reserved for humans, elemental spirits, and magical beasts. Here in the Demon King's castle, humans were expressly excluded, and those demons qualified to contract elemental spirits would not dare to act in such a precarious situation. Therefore, it had to be magical beasts attacking the castle. What he sought to ascertain were the numbers, types, and reasons behind the attack. It is a pack of volcanic explosion lions, Your Highness, as she spoke. Lorcia effortlessly scooped Cornwall up, her bat wings unfurling as she flew towards the entrance, for witnessing firsthand was far superior to mere descriptions. The night had grown somewhat late, aside from the bustling heart of the city still aglow with lights. The rest of the urban area lay shrouded in darkness and silence. The wind blew gently, not feeling particularly cold. The climate of the royal city was stabilized by the powers of the sacred tier. Unlike the rest of the demon realm, which was either frigid or sweltering, this was the only city in the demon realm that could be deemed habitable, at least safe from environmental perils. High above, Cornwall felt somewhat out of place being cradled like a princess, yet 2 decades of memories had rendered him somewhat forgetful of how to fly, leaving him to remain still. They paused atop the castle's highest spire, where the boundaries of the royal city were plainly visible in the distance. A series of explosive flames stood out starkly against the night. 10 blazing lions were charging down the wide stone path typically used for pulling carts. Heading straight for the castle, the leading lion occasionally emitted massive fireballs that randomly struck the surroundings, causing the impacted houses to collapse instantly, billowing black smoke, while trees ignited. Fortunately, the castle was situated on a small hill, limiting the number of homes the lion pack could ravage. However, the hill had already begun to catch fire. The lions moved with remarkable speed, and it appeared they would breach the garden gates in mere minutes. Lorcia gently set Cornwall down and whispered, "Your Highness, should we evacuate the castle?" To evacuate would be tantamount to surrender, allowing this castle, symbolic of his sister's authority, their mother's legacy, the place they had called home for over a decade, to be consumed by flames. The red eyes of the 17 or 18-year-old steward looked inquiringly at Cornwall, and the unspoken hope within them made him acutely aware of the weight of responsibility and pressure for the first time in both his lives. With their mother and sister gone, it was now his turn to be the final guardian. Cornwall would not retreat. He would not allow himself to abandon the castle. Chapter 3. The sacred fire. The terrifying heat from afar stirred turbulent air currents, ruffling Cornwall's dark hair atop the spire. As the wind swept past, he had never felt his thoughts so lucid. It was a test. These individuals sought to gauge the Demon King's stance. Although Queer had been stripped of her position as heir, His Majesty still retained the moonlight mark, leaving a glimmer of hope for his sister. This cast the Demon King's attitude into a haze of ambiguity. Was he truly disappointed in this daughter? Destroying this castle was the initial probe, for it was the residence of their mother and had served as the heir's abode for over a decade, in both public and private contexts. Razing it would be tantamount to obliterating the reputation Queer had built. After all, it was merely a castle. Open acts of aggression would not invite severe repercussions. As for Cornwall, the 4th prince still residing within the castle, they likely presumed he, a child who lived in seclusion, would be whisked away by guards the moment the fireball shattered the gates. Given the lion's speed, Cornwall, the prince lacking any claim to succession, would undoubtedly be safe. Even if injured, it mattered not. A small wound sustained while fleeing would provide insight into the Demon King's feelings towards this brother-sister duo. The volcanic explosion lions were 7th-tier magical beasts, and their leader could unleash attacks nearing 8th-tier intensity. Cornwall himself was only 6th tier and had no contract with elemental spirits, lacking any long-range capabilities, relying solely on melee combat and will-based illusions. Lorcia, although 7th tier, could not possibly take on 10 foes at once. A direct confrontation was out of the question, but Cornwall had a plan. "Lorcia, we must go to the basement. 10 minutes. Given the lion's speed, Cornwall had at most 10 minutes to prepare. The exact duration was uncertain, but no student who had undergone compulsory education would claim to mismanage 10 minutes. It was entirely sufficient. Sufficient to use the restroom, make a quick trip to the store, and even engage in some playful banter with friends in the hallway afterward. "Your Highness, the basement is not a suitable hiding place," she replied, her tone laden with disapproval. "Wait," Cornwall interjected, interrupting the slightly disappointed stewardess. He raised his gaze, resolutely meeting Lorcia's crimson eyes, and spoke slowly yet firmly. "We are going to the basement." "Very well, Your Highness." Lorcia fell silent, as she ought to trust her lord at least once. The basement of Moonlight Castle was roughly divided into 4 areas: the wine cellar, the collection area, the training zone, and a large lounge. It was not evenly split. The collection area occupied nearly half the space, followed by the training zone, while the lounge and wine cellar combined were only about the same size as the training area. Upon entering the underground region, Cornwall made a beeline for the collection area, where the treasures were primarily gemstones, minerals, and weapons, each imbued with extraordinary powers, including some exceedingly rare purple equipment. Lorcia gazed at Cornwall's actions with a hint of confusion. Could it be that His Highness intended to turn the tide using the enchanted sword from the collection room? Yet, such a notion was utterly implausible, no matter how exceptional the sword's attributes. It remained merely an instrument, incapable of autonomously striking down foes. The skill of the wielder was paramount. As for this particular prince, it was not that she looked down upon him, but Cornwall had only achieved a commendable grade in the introductory swordsmanship assessment due to her tutoring and practice sessions. She was all too aware of Cornwall's capabilities. Regardless of her inner thoughts, Lorcia obediently trailed behind Cornwall. Having resolved to place her trust in him this once, she would refrain from interfering with his decisions. To her surprise, Cornwall showed no interest in the weapons adorning the walls. Instead, he plunged straight into the pile of gemstones, rummaging through it. It was clear that he had no intention of acquiring weapons. He understood well that, with his diminutive sixth-tier physique, such a trivial enhancement would hardly suffice in a confrontation. His purpose for being here was to seek ritual materials. This ritual was known as the Holy Fire Ceremony, one of the few memorable rituals from the game saving the multiverse. The Holy Fire was derived from the teachings of the Holy Fire Meow, originating from a limited-time cat-themed event, by completing a match 3 puzzle game. One could obtain the necessary materials for the ritual, and gathering them all would allow for a single summoning from the exclusive pool. For the sake of the cats, he had exhausted his attempts at this pool. Collecting all the feline companions, he recalled the ritual's description etched into his very DNA. Ritual effect. Enhances affinity with feline magical beasts. They will rely on you, heed your commands, and learn to perform backflips for you. After all, lions were also felines. Having successfully pocketed the hard-earned cat's eye stone, Cornwall intended to hasten towards the wine cellar area when, in the midst of turning, he caught sight of a refreshing blue glow. It was a water elemental stone, and quite a sizable one at that, roughly the size of a fist, its pale hue indicating it had formed in spring or lake water. Such pure elemental stones could not possibly originate from the demon realm, where elemental chaos typically resulted in minerals of mixed attributes. This particular stone was pure enough to sustain the families of all his classmates for a decade, translating to quite a sum of money. It lay in an open velvet box on the shelf. For reasons unknown, the box was ajar, allowing the transparent light of the water to spill forth. Cornwall swiftly snatched it up, reasoning that, regardless of its immediate utility against fire elemental beasts, it was prudent to have it on hand, especially since he was aware of a specific application for a water elemental stone. When Cornwall and Lorcia returned to the front garden, flames loomed ominously before them. With no time to waste, Cornwall promptly initiated the ritual. He poured bone powder into a dilapidated wooden barrel intended for wine, igniting it, and touched the flames with his pinky finger, channeling his mental energy into the fire. This was to gather the 4 elemental essences. The bone powder represented earth, aiding the flames in consuming offerings of toys beloved by cats. Anything from cardboard cat trees to various playthings would suffice. His pinky, representing water, connected him to the elements, leaving only the incantation to represent wind. With the earth solid, the gentle breeze flowing, water coalescing, and fierce flames spreading, the holy fire blazed resplendently. We, the disciples, willingly joined the faith. In the next moment, the burning flames contorted into the shape of a cat's head. Cornwall placed a ceramic bowl above the flames, poured in half a bowl of mint liquor, and added the cat's eye stone along with a living spirit fish. This fish was a unique product of the human realm, completely transparent, and when cooked, its texture resembled that of shrimp as the flames heated. The contents of the bowl gradually melded together, transforming into a beautiful golden hue, reminiscent of the cat's eye stone he had selected. The center of this concoction shimmered with a silvery fish shape, appearing strikingly similar to the earlier cat's eye stone. Cornwall raised the blended liquor and drank it in one swift motion. The originally purple magical eye instantly morphed into a golden cat's eye before reverting back, the taste of the liquor pleasantly fruity, akin to pineapple beer, with a hint of mint. sensing the affectionate waves emanating from the pride of lions now encroaching upon the front garden. Cornwall exhaled in relief. He had succeeded, and thankfully, this spared him from resorting to Plan B. Just the thought of Plan B was too painful to bear. Cornwall seized the bewildered Lorcia's ball and hurled it forcefully. Mimi! Return to where you belong. Chapter 4. Samuel's fury at the front garden's entrance. The iron gate had been melted away by fire, the artistic ironwork dripping down onto the cobblestone path. The ground resembled blossoms of orange red. While the surrounding flora had long since become fodder for the flames, blazing fiercely, a group of lions, their coats resembling molten iron, paused momentarily, exhibiting the graceful gait of felines. It seemed effective. While Cornwall was uncertain how those individuals had managed to control this pack of 7th-tier magical beasts to assault the Moonlight Fortress. They were now Cornwall's cats. The ball bounced away from the pride, drawing the lions' attention as they gracefully turned and leapt, ready to return to their origin as per Cornwall's command. Where did they come from? You ask? Cornwall mused as he observed the leading lion, adorned with a mane of fluffy fur around its neck, unable to suppress his imagination. On a snowy winter's day, he envisioned being buried within the warmth of its fire elemental coat, without the need to kindle the fireplace. Lorcia collected her peculiar thoughts and responded to the prince, who had just performed an odd ritual with unexpected success. They are lions from the zoo? Your Highness. The royal zoo was merely 3 kilometers from the Moonlight Fortress, the only one of its kind in the entire demon realm, as other areas served as hunting grounds for magical beasts. The inhabitants there had to thoroughly memorize the traits and attack methods of these beasts from a young age, or they would struggle to reach adulthood. Fortunately, the demon race, abandoned by the elements, possessed a unique power of their own, willpower. This power absorbed emotions to nourish the physical form, allowing them to withstand the ferocity of magical beasts and the extremities of elemental weather. Unlike human elementals who would shatter at a mere touch, arrogance, jealousy, greed, lust, gluttony, sloth, and anger. These emotions were the wellspring of willpower. Demons could absorb these emotions into their being, allowing them to amplify their physical capabilities manifold. Moreover, they could influence sentient beings harboring such emotions, conjuring illusions. This power, born from fallen emotions, was also referred to by humans as the power of corruption. Indeed, humans were correct. For demons, willpower was a genuine force of corruption. This was because emotions could also affect the sanity of demons. Excessive absorption of emotions beyond their mental limits would gradually lead them down a bestial path, manifesting in hooves, fur, tails, claws, and bestial heads, their minds becoming bloodthirsty and merciless, until they completely lost their sanity, transforming into a new breed of magical beast, no longer resembling their former selves. The boundary between losing control and maintaining it was entirely within their grasp. If one were to inadvertently take that first step under the allure of immense power, they would be doomed to be dragged into the abyss by their own greed. This was the power of corruption, an enticing strength that lured one toward their downfall. Toying with emotions while being toyed with in return, demons dared not absorb emotional power without restraint. They had to find ways to stabilize their minds and rid themselves of distractions periodically, which in turn limited their growth. The distinction between genius and mediocrity lay in one's ability to preserve their true nature. Amidst this, the Demon King lineage was unique. Their purple magical eyes possessed an exceptional filtering effect on one of the 7 emotions, making them natural prodigies of willpower. This inherent resistance to emotions was regarded as a gift of fate, serving as the middle name for royal family members. For instance, Cornwall Belial Satan, his middle name, Belial, symbolized the eye of sloth, endowing him with extraordinary endurance against the emotion of sloth, while the other 6 emotions remained akin to those of ordinary demons. Perhaps this was why he tended to be quite lazy. Cornwall mused in self-deprecation. Meanwhile, above the zoo, Herbert Samuel Satan found the world profoundly unjust. It was simply too unfair. As the grandson of the former Demon King Satan II, who had only 2 biological sons, neither of whom was chosen by the moonlight, both had been appointed as dukes in distant lands. One had anticipated that Herbert would reveal the moonlight mark upon his birth. The timing was dreadfully inconvenient. Had he been born while Satan II was still reigning, he would have been declared the crown prince from the moment of his birth. However, with his grandfather deceased, the position of Moonlight Prince had been bestowed upon the current princess, relegating him to second place among the heirs, beneath the esteemed prince. But what good was that? What good was second place? Only one could inherit the moonlight. He was destined to be a failure. Stripped of the mark, forever barred from ascending to the holy tier. As a competitor for the next Demon King, he lacked even the right to inherit his father's dukedom. It was utterly intolerable. Herbert would have preferred never to have been chosen by the moonlight, allowing him to grow up joyfully alongside his siblings on the White Stone Plateau, rather than facing his fate so soon. Before Queer's downfall, Herbert had thought this way, but now, the mere thought of that Demon King decree made him want to laugh aloud. Treason, the Crown Prince's treason. Oh, how the moonlight must be favoring him. It seemed his destiny was to become the Demon King. Yet why then could this wretched, cowardly little moonlight fortress toy with his pride of lions? A surge of fury coursed through Herbert, twisting his expression into a grimace. This was the first time he had acted since the burden above him had been lifted. He was too enraged to consider the consequences of his actions. In the future, he, Herbert, would be the king. What could he not do? Beasts, I bestow upon you my wrath. Become fearless warriors of rage. The crimson light illuminated the zoo, as pairs of eyes began to flicker in the darkness. Anger? As Cornwall and Lorcia were preparing to tidy the garden, they suddenly halted, struck by an outburst of anger that loomed in their consciousness, as vivid as a lighthouse illuminating the pitch-black sea. The subsequent cacophony of heavy footsteps transformed their expressions entirely. They truly despised their sister. Cornwall, acutely aware that the sounds belonged to a horde of beasts, remarked scornfully. Without waiting for Cornwall's command, Lorcia began to report the state of her psychic sensing. 18 beasts of the highest 7th rank, 63 of the 6th rank. Among the 7th rank are 13 Fong wolves of wind attribute, 3 Panua monkeys of water attribute, and 2 mountain bears of earth attribute. The remaining scarce magical beasts have not approached. I believe I can handle 3 7th rank beasts and the entirety of the 6th rank. Your Highness, shall we hold our ground? The strength of this beast horde far exceeded that of the previous one. And if your Highness cannot replicate the miracle from before. Lorcia gazed at the blood moon, mirroring her own hair color, as the suppressed bitterness from the departure of the lady and the prince surged anew. Her psychological defenses crumbling like a breached dam, resentment flowing like a relentless tide. We shall hold. But not to the death, Lorcia. Cornwall replied with a smile directed at the girl, whose expression was grave. If you are to die, then retreat from the battle quickly. If I am to die, then save me swiftly, understand? As long as we live, anything is possible. As he spoke, a surge of willpower filled Cornwall's beautiful purple eyes. He did not perceive this as a desperate situation. The lion pack, under the influence of the ritual, still obeyed his commands, thus turning the odds to 12 against 18. Moreover, temporarily acquiring transcendent abilities was not a challenge for the demon race. It was merely the incomplete beastification that mattered post-transcendence. Then let us activate Plan B. A miniature explosion erupted around Cornwall, engulfing his emaciated form in a fury of crimson willpower, identical to that of the distant beast horde. Willpower sacrifice, fully relinquishing one's spirit to absorb emotions for a fleeting surge of power. It was termed a sacrifice because such total openness equated almost to a loss of reason, akin to complete beastification. No one could return from the depths of emotional chaos. Looking back, then, he plunged into the fray, making the consequences utterly unmanageable, transforming the destruction of the castle into the slaughter of the Demon King's son. Chapter 5. Entering the fray, a powerful force surged through Cornwall's body. He felt as though he were ablaze, every sinew and strand of hair searing hot, his brow aching as if about to explode. Plan B was indeed painful. Willpower, sacrifice, Lorcia stammered, then roared, Cornwall, you coward hiding in the lady's wardrobe, do you wish to die? Are you mad? Not yet, Cornwall replied, but soon. Cornwall was no longer the lamb perceived by his commander. His once subtle horns had grown to several centimeters, and his dark wings unfurled, shimmering with a scarlet glow between the feathers and bone. His once purple irises elongated into the vertical pupils of a beast. The whites completely obscured by blood red, exuding an aggressive aura. The fury within Cornwall clashed with the nature of his magical eyes. He had no patience for it. Exposed to such rage, he was as vulnerable as any ordinary demon. Yet the only source of sufficient emotional energy for the willpower sacrifice nearby was the anger of the distant beasts. Only through battle could he cultivate the strength needed. However, Cornwall was not entirely willing to accept death. He had only just regained his memories. Not to mention that the memories of the past 20 years had significantly enhanced his mental resilience against emotions. His plan B would not have been so crude. Observing Lorcia's tearful rage, Cornwall produced a premium water elemental stone from his pocket. In this world devoid of gods, the closest entities resembling divinity were the elements themselves. Spells and divine arts relied on mental power to manipulate elements, invoking them through affinity. The saintess held her esteemed position due to her extraordinary affinity with the elements. The demon race possessed no elemental affinity whatsoever, rendering them incapable of utilizing any elemental magic. For even spells centered on mental power required a modicum of affinity as a catalyst. This was the prevailing belief in this world, yet Cornwall knew it was not absolute in the game. The Kingdom of Gatchward had developed a crystal apparatus that enabled humans without elemental affinity to use spells fixed within. The principle was simple. Embedding elemental stones that provided elemental force negated the need to gather dispersed elements from nature, thus eliminating the necessity for immense mental power and elemental affinity. Though wasteful, it was favored by mortal nobility. This premium stone in Cornwall's hand was sufficient to power an 8th rank spell, though he had no knowledge of spell models. Not even of the 1st rank. After all, Cornwall had merely played a game in his past life without truly mastering the human power system. However, he was indeed familiar with the non-rank elemental protection model. The water elemental protection could translate the amount of elemental force infused into a spell of equivalent rank, and its model was merely a large upright square enclosing a smaller square connected at the midpoints of the larger square's sides. Cornwall mixed powdered lapis lazuli with a bit of water and handed it to the glaring Lorcia, saying, "Here, draw a symbol on my forehead." The remnants of the charred barrel came in handy. Cornwall picked up a piece and began to draw on the ground without waiting for Lorcia's response. He trusted Lorcia, who, though jokingly referred to as his mother's legacy, was indeed her disciple in a past life without royal succession. She would have been his elder sister. She was the most mature one in the family, always serious about studying as a child, and had pulled him into play until she matured and began to take on responsibilities. It was only natural for her to worry about him now. After finishing the protective model, Cornwall looked up at Lorcia's gloomy countenance and suddenly felt an urge to tease her as she had done in their childhood. Thus, he called out a long-buried term of endearment, "Sister Lorcia, I will not die." The effect was remarkable. The clouds of discontent on Lorcia's face dissipated, replaced by a frown of annoyance, and without a word, she grasped Cornwall's jaw and began to trace the spell model on his forehead. Watching the little steward glare at him, Cornwall felt satisfaction. He had indeed irritated her with that address. The cool stone powder applied to his overheated forehead brought no comfort. The clash of extreme temperatures only intensified his suffering, but soon the powder warmed to body temperature. Given his current unprotected sacrificial state, Cornwall estimated that he would completely lose his sanity within 40 seconds, which was still enhanced by the clarity of his 20 years of memories. Had he been his previous self, he would not have lasted even 10 seconds. A battle worthy of using willpower sacrifice would require at least 5 minutes. Which explained why it was said to be a one-time use in a lifetime. "It's done," the girl said, her cool fingertips withdrawing. Cornwall pressed the water elemental stone against the spell model on his forehead. The lapis lazuli powder could substitute for elemental affinity as a bridge. With a gentle tug of his mental power, the elemental force packed tightly within the stone surged forth. This time, a true sensation of coolness enveloped his boiling mind, clearing the muddled haze from his eyes, and a revitalized clarity surged within him, akin to Tong Xiangyu consuming ginseng and working fervently. 3 minutes. At least 3 minutes before irreversible mental beastification would occur. "Go now, do not follow. Conserve your strength for a counterattack." Cornwall smiled, drawing forth Lorcia's side sword, and took to the skies towards the beast horde. Chapter 6. Nuclear explosion in 20 seconds, Cornwall flew before the horde of beasts. Next, all he could do was engage in a fierce battle. Emotional illusions could not be wielded against the beast horde. Rather, he was now harnessing the emotions of the beasts to propel himself forward. Since willpower could not be projected externally but only strengthened his physical form, Cornwall had to resort to close-quarters combat. He commanded the lion pack to unleash 10 fireballs, obstructing the advance of the beasts. Half of the 63 unguarded 6th-tier beasts fell at once. Continuing the bombardment aimed at the 6th tier, amidst flying earth and stone, Cornwall surged to the forefront. To incapacitate the enemy, one must first eliminate the support before confronting the leader. It was imperative to eliminate the water elemental before it extinguished the flames of the lion pack. After all, water not only quells fire but also possesses healing spells. The flames would not harm the lion pack nor Cornwall, who was shielded by 8th-tier water elemental protection, yet they proved effective against the Fong Wolf and the Mountain Bear. Even a basic sword technique, when combined with the peak 7th-tier speed and strength, was formidable. In the sudden clash, amidst chaos, Cornwall swiftly claimed the lives of Toot. The remaining one, influenced by the Anger Blessing, managed to maintain its composure and, sensing danger, leaped onto the back of a mountain bear. As his sword fell, the element of surprise dissipated. A barrage of wind blades struck, followed by the howling of bear claws slicing through the air. Cornwall, unable to retract his sword in time, was forced to retreat awkwardly. Yet 2 wind blades still tore through the fabric of his left arm, blood dripping from his hand. Fortunately, he could no longer feel pain, having been numbed by the agony of willpower sacrifice. The radiant glow of water elemental protection surged to staunch his bleeding. Cornwall preferred not to waste energy on healing his body, as it would inevitably reduce the time he could maintain his sanity. However, as a demon with no elemental affinity, he was fortunate to wield any protective magic at all, and he had no control over it. Thankfully, with his body strengthened to the peak of the 7th tier. Such minor injuries consumed little energy. 2 minutes remained. The lion pack had yet to arrive, and the lone could not swiftly deal with the mountain bear due to its high defense. A direct approach was futile. If the front was impassable, he would attack from behind. Utilizing his smaller size, he darted to the rear of the beast horde, reaping the lives of the 6th-tier beasts like a harbinger of death. Battling against 6th-tier foes as a peak 7th-tier combatant was hardly more challenging than harvesting wheat, aside from occasionally dodging attacks from other 7th-tier beasts. Upon completing his harvest, the lion pack arrived just in time. Now faced with a ratio of 16 to 12, he entangled the wolf pack. Cornwall lunged onto the back of the mountain bear bearing the, which began to violently shake in response to his movements. Another mountain bear assisted its companion in capturing the small demon, causing Cornwall some trouble. By the time he managed to dispatch the particularly nimble, 30 seconds had elapsed. The mountain bear beneath him began to slow. Having endured several blows while Cornwall failed to strike the, even suffering attacks from both the and another mountain bear. Seizing the opportunity presented by its weakened state, Cornwall, realizing that he should not be wasting time on a high-defense foe, targeted the back of the mountain bear's head and plunged his sword deep within. Suddenly, a profound sense of danger caused every hair on his body to stand on end, and he had no time to withdraw his sword as he sidestepped to retreat. A silent, invisible wind blade struck with lethal precision, severing the mountain bear's skull and causing Cornwall's sword to drop from the wound. The splattering blood turned Cornwall's vision crimson, yet it was not the bear's blood but his own. Although he had dodged, he could not escape the full radius of the attack. The blue light enveloping him flickered as half of his blood was staunched, yet he still appeared disheveled. 50 seconds remained. This time, healing his wounds consumed nearly 40 seconds of energy, a grievous injury that would likely be fatal without protective healing. Cornwall's magical eyes glared hatefully at the culprit behind the wind blades, the Wolf King. Previously, when he pursued this wolf had remained passive, aiming to create the illusion that the wolf pack had been detained, thus lowering his guard to prepare this powerful wind blade attack, even killing the mountain bear to ensure the best timing. It seemed that the Wolf King was even more rational than Cornwall in his sacrificial state. Considering the time without protective enhancement, the duration of the willpower sacrifice had nearly reached 3 minutes. Cornwall's mental state began to descend into chaos. This was not due to a diminishing protective power, for the enhancement remained constant until energy depletion. The call of beastification grew stronger, making the willpower sacrifice exceedingly perilous. His mind felt sluggish, nearly incapable of coherent thought. Soon, he would be unable to autonomously terminate the sacrifice. The sudden critical injury treatment placed time in dire straits. What to do? Think quickly. Cornwall smeared his left hand across his face. the warmth of his blood providing a chilling sensation to his overheated skin. The Wind Elemental Wolf King. Yes, wind fuels flames. He could ignite everything using the Wolf King's beast crystal. He charged towards the Wolf King, relentlessly attacking, his body pushed to the limits of willpower, finally unable to withstand the strain as blood seeped from every pore, yet he was continually healed. Fury consumed Cornwall's thoughts. Destroy, destroy. These intruders dared to threaten his home. He would obliterate everything. His body instinctively acted upon the most destructive plan that had flashed through his mind while he was lucid. 30 seconds remained. Enough for one last gamble on life. One sword strike, another, and yet another. He furiously dispatched the Wolf King, slicing through its fur and plunging his hand into its flesh. The only thoughts occupying his mind were those two words, Beast Core. If he could merely detonate it, everything would come to an end at last. Cornwall extracted the Beast Core, a jade-green crystal tainted with murky slime, glinting under the blood moon. The handsome youth's eyes were nearly hollow. Devoid of intense emotion, his pale and battered body surrounded by blood and flames, with the dismembered Wolf King lying beneath him. This scene could almost be transported intact into the forbidden scriptures of the church. Behold, the sacred devil. What was he about to do? Two piercing sounds sliced through the air from afar. It was Herbert and the obedient observer, Lothia, rushing to the scene, unable to remain idle. Herbert watched Cornwall extract the beast crystal. Somewhat numbed by the spectacle, was he truly going to detonate the beast crystal so close to himself? Was he leaving no escape route? Run! Cornwall issued a final command to the lion pack. Roaring, the Lion King urged its kin to flee, yet it did not escape, instead igniting its entire being in flames and lunging toward Cornwall. The power that illuminated the night also ignited Cornwall's pupils, which had been endlessly absorbing the power of rage. Explode! The entire Demon King city was bathed in light. As the brilliance faded, a chaotic scene of beast corpses lay strewn across the ground, with Cornwall, unconscious and protected beneath the Lion King, amidst the carnage. Chapter 7. In any case, there was a cat. It was so hot. Cornwall groggily kicked off the covers and rolled over, instinctively reaching for the remote on his nightstand to turn on the air conditioning. His hand reached out to find nothing but emptiness, and he suddenly recalled that he had lived in the demon realm for 15 years. He grasped his hair in anguish, curling up on the bed. His body was both hot and painful. No wonder he had just experienced such a strange dream. In the dream, Cornwall found himself back in the examination hall for the college entrance exam. Precisely during the mathematics test, which he had utterly failed after years of university study, resulting in a splitting headache. The explosion in his mind ignited the entire examination hall, prompting the immediate response of fire, medical, and police personnel. The security measures for the college entrance exam were extraordinarily stringent, yet in a sudden shift, he was restrained and taken away in a police vehicle. It was unclear why his previously exploded head had somehow restored itself. Cornwall was brought into the police station for questioning. Where did the explosives come from? Was it due to academic pressure or external manipulation? Cornwall felt a headache coming on. He had exploded again. An attack on the police station was a serious matter, and his treatment escalated, being treated as a high-explosive material under strict control. They even brought in Cornwall's relatives in an attempt to sway him. Unable to endure any longer, Cornwall requested to be sent to the East Japan. As soon as he landed, he joyfully exploded once more. His head throbbed violently, jolting him awake, and the pain became clearer and more intense. Crimson flames flowed from Cornwall's body, yet they did not ignite the bed linens. Evidently, precautions had been taken during his unconsciousness, and they had already replaced his bedding with fireproof materials. Does it hurt? I thought you such a lunatic wouldn't possess ordinary human emotions. A voice laced with sarcasm and anger rang out, and Cornwall finally noticed someone sitting by the window. The man had hair as flamboyant as flames and appeared tall, with striking features and piercing purple eyes, casually playing with an earring that radiated intense waves of anger. Herbert Samuel Satan, wielding one of the Supreme's 7 magic artifacts, the Ring of Rage. Indeed, he was the one who had taken action this time. Cornwall struggled to lift his hand, slowly and forcefully pressing his index finger against his temple, attempting to carve out a space for thought amidst the overwhelming pain. He surveyed his surroundings with blurred vision, recognizing the familiar yet foreign opulent decor. This was the royal palace. Cornwall had lived in Moonlight Castle with his sister since childhood, though their mother would occasionally take them to play in the Demon King's palace once or twice a week. Although he had not resided in the palace for long, he could still recognize his own room. Since he was in the royal palace, Herbert's presence by his bedside was surely sanctioned by the king. Even compulsory. After all, Herbert appeared quite reluctant. From this perspective, it was likely that the king had tasked Herbert with something beneficial to Cornwall, perhaps compensation for the beast horde incident. What sort of compensation? It likely pertained to the Ring of Rage in Herbert's possession. Each supreme magical artifact is imbued with the quintessential power of the sacred tier, possessing the unique attributes born from the fusion of will and elemental forces. Any single element can amalgamate with will to yield formidable strength, such as the wrathful flame, the blizzarding storm, the trembling thunder, and the raging sea, all of which can be manifested through the Ring of Fury. It is crucial to recognize that the demon race lacks elemental affinity, while humans are unable to wield will. However, to ascend to the sacred tier, one must grasp a unique attribute. This requirement is akin to conjuring something from nothing, presenting an insurmountable barrier to countless prodigies. Each of the 7 supreme magical artifacts can activate these unique attributes solely through will, rendering their worth immeasurable, objects that countless semi-saints yearn to touch, yet remain unattainable without the dominion of a demon lord, it due to the flames that continuously surge from his body. Such an unusual manifestation is indeed peculiar. According to Cornwall's plan, he should not be in this state. When he detonated the Wolf King's core, the residual water elemental protection should have been sufficient to preserve his life. Awakening now in the royal palace, he ought to have at least been treated for minor injuries. What lingering aftereffects could he possibly bear that necessitate the use of the Ring of Fury? As he sensed the essence of will swirling around the flames encircling him, Cornwall closed his eyes to attune himself to the changes within his body. Attempting to summon the will pool he had painstakingly refined, he felt the energy begin to circulate, but his parched and withered body was assailed by waves of excruciating pain. After a full circuit, Cornwall finally activated his inner sight. The once tranquil flow of will was now ablaze, with fiery torrents surging from every pore of his limbs and frame. The source of this fire resided within a vortex at his brow, where a pulsating seed was gradually settling into stillness. Seemingly sensing Cornwall's scrutiny, a diminutive, translucent orange-red lion emerged from the seed, darting through the flow of will before vanishing from his inner vision. A warm, fuzzy sensation spread from his cheek, and upon opening his eyes, Cornwall beheld the small lion nuzzling against him. At this moment, the lion appeared larger than before, now the size of a fist. No longer a mere ethereal form but solidified by some energy. Cornwall was certain it was not a physical body, for the energy emanated from himself, from the seed at his brow, and he realized what it was, the unique attribute, the seed of wrathful flame. Good heavens, he was merely at the 6th tier. This felt akin to a middle school student stumbling upon an Olympic gold medal during a physical examination, utterly preposterous. Theoretically, this was not impossible. The mastery of unique attributes is not contingent on tier, but rather on one's comprehension of elemental properties. Why, then, is it universally accepted that only semi-saints can wield such power? Because the demon race's semi-saints must first attain an exceptionally high level of mastery over their preferred will to explore elemental properties. After all, demons possess no elemental affinity, making this path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous. Humans face a similar plight. Their inability to comprehend emotional force is akin to how summer insects cannot discuss ice. Consequently, some have found shortcuts, an increasingly conventional method of forming contracts with magical beasts, seeking those with emotional perception when lacking it themselves, or pairing with those possessing elemental affinity. This way, they may siphon some power from the beasts, thereby increasing the likelihood of grasping unique attributes. Clearly, Cornwall did not fit this mold. He had yet to qualify for understanding the fire element, and even his mastery of emotional force did not align with wrath. If comprehension were to subtly alter elemental affinity, he would have been attuned to the water of apathy, the boundless earth, or the eternal sleep of snow. Given that this was not the case, Cornwall had indeed heard of another method, a violent legend circulated within games. Maintaining one's rationality amidst a 100% open will sacrifice, while allowing a torrent of emotional and elemental forces to wash over oneself, to emerge unscathed, and to achieve balance and energy to coalesce into a seed, thus acquiring a unique attribute. However, it required an excellent affinity between the element and emotion, such as pride with thunder, apathy with earth, or lust with water. Of course, wrath with fire as well. Cornwall had indeed engaged in a will sacrifice and had been thoroughly engulfed by fire elements and wrath during the explosion. Yet, he had not sought to balance the energy to coalesce a seed, and the specific method for forming a seed was never disclosed in the game. While wrathful emotions were manageable, he was genuinely at a loss as to how to balance the fire element. Ruffling the fluffy little lion, Cornwall offered a wry smile. This lion was the most peculiar. He had never heard of a unique seed accompanied by a soul body. It must be the lingering soul of the Lion King. At that moment, Cornwall had permitted it to flee, yet it had not only stayed behind but had also intervened on his behalf. The Lion King, devoid of water elemental protection, must have perished. Wait. Gazing at the obviously childlike intellect of the orange-red lion, a ludicrous thought flickered through Cornwall's mind. Could it be that the Lion King had aided him in balancing the fire element? Regardless, it seemed he had indeed acquired a companion. Chapter 8. The Hunter of Saints. As Cornwall concluded his inner sight, the cold sweat from his pain had evaporated, leaving white stains on his garments. Silently, he buried his face in the pillow, a grin morphing his lips into a sly smile. Ha! The notification of ascending to the sacred tier, secured. Who could have anticipated this? Not even he had foreseen it in the setting of Dimension Salvation. Ascending from the 1st to 9th tier leads to legend, with the sacred tier beyond that. What lay beyond was a mystery to Cornwall, and his understanding of the sacred tier was scant. After all, in the game, the main control had only just reached the sacred tier on the eve of the great battle. The sacred tier. Achieving this level grants one a semblance of control over life and death amidst war. Supporting his battered body, Cornwall chuckled softly, flames surging from his lungs through his mouth and nose. Ignoring the flames, he struggled to sit up, addressing the figure before him with an affable tone, seemingly oblivious to the origins of the beast horde. Your Highness Herbert, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. The heirs to the throne marked with moonlight, much like the offspring of the demon lord, were entitled to the title of Your Highness. This remark evidently irked Herbert, who scoffed and rose to his full height, casting a shadow over Cornwall, who was curled up on the bed. What are you pretending for, fourth prince? Were it not for the king's command, I would never have aided you in stabilizing the seed of wrathful flame. Herbert was indeed seething. As the great-grandson of the former demon lord, he believed he should have been crowned as the heir since childhood. Had it not been for Quian. Now that Quian was incapacitated, he thought the high heavens were finally within his grasp, only to be thwarted by a child rumored to be weak during his first attempt. The cost of using the 7 magical artifacts prior to reaching the sacred tier was not merely willpower but also precious blood, plunging Herbert into a 6-month period of weakness. Meanwhile, his adversary had seized the key to the sacred tier. Herbert's only desire now was to vacate this place and escape from sight. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the ring of fury against Cornwall's brow. You wait, I will inevitably reclaim all these benefits from you and your sister. The latter half of his statement was, of course, a silent thought. Radiant red light permeated Cornwall's skin, leaving a delicate flame mark on his brow, while the part that penetrated his body thoroughly stabilized the seed of wrathful flame. The seed began to rotate slowly within the sea of consciousness, the previously erratic flames returning to their source, converging through his meridians. The wondrous scene of flames filling the room dissipated, and the fiery mark on Cornwall's brow faded into obscurity. Everything around returned to tranquility, devoid of any trace of the demon realm. The colorful stained glass and intricate carvings reclaimed the attention of the space, with the unique aroma of a medieval past becoming prominent. Herbert stood, placed his hand over his chest in a salute, and departed in silence. Cornwall leaned against his pillow, watching him leave, just as another figure with red hair pushed the door open. Your Highness. Lorcia placed a gilded porcelain cup adorned with brown patterns into Cornwall's hands. It contained iced tea sweetened to his liking, his favorite beverage in the demon realm, though he no longer craved it after reminiscing about his past life. He longed for cola. Stirring the delicate golden spoon, Cornwall couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Even a race so impoverished that it relied on conquest for survival, the lives of the upper aristocracy remained untouched by hardship. Lorcia set the tray of afternoon snacks on the bedside table. Dio, you require the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Dinner has only just recently concluded. The king has instructed you to rest and recuperate in the palace during this period. Medical officials will visit you daily. The omnipotent captain of the guards assuming the role of a maid was a stark contrast to others. From a young age, Lorcia had always been competitive and remarkably talented. Her mother had not intended for this gifted martial artist to be trained as a head maid. Instead, it was Lorcia herself who demanded to embody the all-encompassing knight of the air. Thus shouldering numerous responsibilities within the castle. Lorcia's demeanor while serving tea possessed an air of righteousness akin to wielding a knight's sword. Fortunately, Cornwall had grown accustomed to it. He lifted the red tea and drank it in one gulp. Since the king has expressed it, we shall indeed stay a while longer. Remaining in the palace was advantageous. No one could scheme against him in the presence of the demon lord. It provided Cornwall the perfect opportunity to acclimate and contemplate his future course of action. For now, I shall forego dining. Could you arrange a bath for me? I wish to rest for a while and enjoy a peaceful sleep, addressing everything come morning, of course, Your Highness. Lorcia accepted the empty cup and turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. Speaking after a moment, you performed admirably this time, far exceeding my expectations. Everyone was mistaken. You are no mere appendage but a genius akin to Prince Queel. With that, the door clicked shut. Recalling that night when Lorcia's eyes sparkled with anticipation, it seems I have indeed shouldered the weight of the responsibility I felt in that fleeting moment. Just as Herbert exited the room in Cornwall, he spotted Mr. Ryan Pluton, the Chief Minister of Interior Affairs of the palace. Waiting nearby, Mr. Pluton had served as the Chief Minister since the ascension of Satan III, and his presence was tantamount to a summons from His Majesty. The elderly servant, though not tall, bore the unmistakable marks of an aging common demon. His features markedly distinct from several members of the royal family. His head, thoroughly raccoon-like, was adorned in a standard black tailcoat, with his furry gray-white ears lending him an air of familiarity. Your Highness Herbert. Now that the situation regarding the fourth prince has stabilized, please proceed to the council hall. His Majesty wishes to see you. Of course, Mr. Pluton. The so-called council hall was, in fact, the chamber where the Demon King typically managed his documents. Only occasionally calling upon a few important ministers for discussions, significant assemblies were held in the Grand Hall of the Seven Demons. Herbert initially presumed that the Demon King intended to continue punishing him for his transgressions. Yet it appeared to concern a different matter altogether. The council hall was unusually tranquil today, with the Demon King seated pensively at the long table made of silver frost wood, his black hair cascading carelessly to obscure his indifferent visage. Herbert, the Demon King began, his voice youthful and as captivating as his striking appearance. I intend to dispatch a sanctified hunting squad to the realm of humans, not to the front lines of Maria, but rather to St. Louis Fort or some other location, to accompany that little saintess. His Majesty, Augures, paused, as the rare elemental power of the demon realm flowed through his fingertips. This was his aberrant attribute. The Cliff of Pride, a vividly lifelike sculpture of black rock emerged, depicting the saintess suspended upon a cross. Herbert lifted his gaze, only to meet the mesmerizing purple eyes of His Majesty that lay behind the distorted sculpture. An inexplicable silence enveloped the council hall, a chill prickling Herbert's forehead. Destroy her, the exalted dual demon eyes commanded. Return and devise a plan, detailing the leadership and operational guidelines. Present the proposal in a fortnight. Steadying his shaken spirit, Herbert bowed solemnly. As you command, Your Majesty. Augures toyed with the sculpture he had conjured. The Saintess of Dawn, after weathering the night? No, for night shall arrive every day. Chapter 9. I have a brilliant idea. X2 Herbert resided in the White Stone Manor located in the Sin district of the Demon King's castle. An estate granted to his father, Duke Whitestone, during his tenure as a prince by the second Demon King. The second Demon King had two sons, neither of whom was chosen by the moonlight and thus lacked the right to inherit. Consequently, Satan too lavished affection upon both princes, erecting their ducal manors in close proximity to the palace, amidst a picturesque and opulent landscape, as the sole heir left by Duke Whitestone in the royal city. Herbert possessed absolute control over the manor. He had been granted permission to reside in the original chambers of Duke Whitestone, enjoying all the privileges of the estate's master. Present, this secondary heir sat in the study with the finest view. Troubled by his thoughts, The formation of the sanctified hunting squad was no simple matter. Apart from the inherent challenges of the mission, the privilege of operating freely in the human realm signified a complex political undertone. According to the customs of the demon realm, only the crown prince had ever been permitted to traverse the human realm. However, with the demon king's recent decree to establish a sanctified hunting squad, might there be a need for a key capable of opening dimensional portals to oversee the mission? After all, the squad would be venturing into areas of absolute territory never before touched by the demon army. Rather than the customary front lines of Maria, Herbert found himself in a quandary. Reluctant to lead the mission himself, he recognized the daunting scale of the sacred ceremony and understood the Church's profound regard for the saintess. The difficulty of this task would undoubtedly exceed normal parameters. There was a significant likelihood that it could consume years without yielding results. Was it truly wise to remain distant from the royal city for such an extended period? The mountain above him had only just begun to shift, and he still needed to manage affairs within the royal city. Yet, entrusting the leadership to another heir was equally unappealing. Should they succeed? The influence gained could dramatically alter the balance of power. Moreover, throughout the course of the mission, it was evident that this squad would receive the full support of His Majesty, which would also provide considerable benefits in terms of power enhancement. What to do? Currently, the third princess, the former crown prince, was under house arrest, and the Moonlight Mark was down to 3 holders: himself, Mikhail Mammon Satan, the third in line, and Goen Leviathan Satan, the fourth in line. Mikhail exhibited extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, attaining the 8th tier alongside Quian, and possessed aspirations regarding the study of willpower. She was already a favored pupil of the venerable figures at the Royal Academy of Advanced Willpower, who were even seeking methods to mend her soul following the severance of her mark. Now, it was imperative that she not be allowed to participate. Should she join, the old fellows would undoubtedly offer a wealth of enticing rewards. Goen, on the other hand, presented no significant advantage. Born of ordinary royal lineage, he lacked any pronounced talents. However, there was a fear that exposure to the human realm might allow him to flourish. Herbert, at a loss, stood and began to meander aimlessly around the bookshelf, scanning the titles. He was not particularly fond of reading. Most of the volumes on the shelves were well-worn textbooks from his school days, each nearly falling apart, their titles instinctively resurfacing in his mind. Refined control of willpower, cases of illusion composition, blessings and curses, elemental balance. Balance? His eyes, once clouded, now gleamed with clarity. Balance. If he could find another individual of comparable standing to join the team, it would serve to restrain them. For instance, the newly awakened 4th prince, Cornwall, who had just mastered his aberrant attribute. A team cannot have 2 leaders. Since this 4th prince did not appear to be as feeble as rumored, a fierce competition for dominance would undoubtedly ensue. It was uncertain how much time might be wasted in determining the victor, and there was a chance they could be discovered by the Church and executed as heretics. Herbert felt a surge of satisfaction as he stepped onto the balcony, grasping the Roman column railing and surveying his estate. Yes, this was the plan. This way, Cornwall would have no energy left to contemplate rescuing Quian. Furthermore, even if they did succeed in an assassination attempt, the resultant glory would be diluted. Thus, neither Goen nor Cornwall would possess any truly threatening achievements. As long as His Majesty approved, this was Herbert's most splendid scheme. Now, he needed to devise an infallible rationale to ensnare Cornwall. Herbert quickly sifted through all the materials related to the Maria captive incident, seeking any connection between Cornwall and the Saint Cest. It must be a unique connection, one not easily overlooked. Before long, a document akin to a personal resume was clutched in his hand, the image on the paper depicting a girl with striking red hair, just as radiant as Herbert's own. It was this very pair of fiery red-haired individuals who had rushed to the side of the unconscious young prince amidst the inferno the night before. Lorcia Gangnier. He nearly forgot about this old classmate. The document sprawled across the desk revealing Sir Gangnier, Knight Protector of Prince Moonlight, had ridden alongside the Dawn Saintess during the troop relocation. Excellent. He was indeed a favored child of the Moonlight. These next 2 weeks, he must diligently prepare his proposal, ensuring that all other candidates were carefully considered for their strength and background, while also securing an insider of his own. Herbert returned to his desk, grasping a quill and writing diligently. Having been recuperating in the palace for 2 weeks now, Cornwall enjoyed a life of unparalleled ease. Being a prince was truly delightful. The Satan Palace was the most picturesque location in the entire demon realm, where the raging elemental forces were forcibly subdued under the holy tier authority exerted by successive demon kings, allowing all manner of life to flourish. The Hell Lake boasted 7 distinct scenic views, each representing various emotional elements, akin to a small mystical realm. The resplendent golden lake of greed lay beneath a crimson sky, painted by the Desire Lighthouse. The towering cliffs of pride loomed above, torrents of water cascading from the sheer mountain faces, while the remnants of sloth's snow lingered in between. Along the lakeshore, clusters of crystalline trees symbolizing envy bore angular, pale pink blossoms, and the gluttonous white fruits hung suspended in midair, entangled by the wrathful vines, resembling enormous treehouses at lofty heights. The palace itself was situated on a gentle hillside, distanced from the white-flowered shores, allowing for a breathtaking view of the entire landscape. The elevation of the hill was just right for plunging into the lake below. Cornwall relished this place, as its scenery bore a striking resemblance to the fjord landscapes that his ancestral homeland had lacked. Initially, he would bask in the lakeside breezes, and after his injuries healed, he began to climb mountains, scale trees, row boats, and indulge in fruits. He could never tire of this moment. He lay in a crescent-shaped wooden boat, floating in the heart of the vast lake. I am cradled in my mother's embrace. My mother is in the little boat, and the boat is adrift in the moonlit sea. Cornwall recalled these lines of poetry. Yet he was unaware of his mother's whereabouts. He did not know where his father was either. During these past 2 weeks, the Demon King, who had placed him in the palace to recuperate, had not come to see him or summoned him. Cornwall was not anxious. It was now May of the year 1342 of the invasion era, the 32nd year of Satan III's reign, and the Dawn Saintess had just assumed her position. The unfolding of the main storyline in the game would not occur for another 6 years, when the main character would be drafted by the troops stationed at the Maria front lines. As for the climactic human counterattack that he had played through, it would transpire when the main character turned 30, leaving 18 years yet to unfold. During this interval, Cornwall aimed to rescue his sister and extricate himself from the conflicts between humans and demons. The most straightforward method to achieve this goal would be to break through 5 times, surpassing the high tier and legendary realms to attain the holy tier. This was not a feat that could be accomplished in mere days. Rather, it would be wiser to plan meticulously, for sharpening the axe does not delay the task of cutting wood. Moreover, Cornwall had begun to formulate a direction. To exile himself, to be exiled to the territories and become a lord. Chapter 10. How is it you? The unique living environment of the demon race had also fostered a distinct inheritance system. This system, aside from the moonlight aspect related to the succession of royal power, also encompassed the feudal lord aspect. The protagonists of this segment are the bloodline descendants of the past demon kings who lack the moonlight marked in the demon realm. Resources are scarce, elemental chaos reigns, and the terrain is characterized by extreme conditions. Only the suppressed royal city provides a suitable environment for the elementally unaligned demons to survive. Under such circumstances, it is rare for any royal family member to aspire to leave the royal city to become a lord of a territory. Lacking elemental affinity, one must continuously expend willpower to maintain bodily strength and resist damage in the turbulent elemental environment, which hinders willpower cultivation and accelerates the process of beastification. The average lifespan of ordinary demons outside the royal city is less than 40 years, with many transforming into demonic beasts at an early age, while the commoners in the royal city live to an age of 120. In desperation, the first Satan had no choice but to introduce a new policy, the Maze Enfeoffment Law. The non-royal city regions of the demon realm were roughly divided into 21 territories based on the types and directions of elemental disasters, along with the core Demon King's territory, making a total of 22. The 8 territories bordering the Demon King's domain would be governed uniformly by the Demon King, while the remaining 13 territories would be administered by appointed ministers for 5-year terms until each territory acquired a lord. Royal heirs without inheritance rights, upon reaching adulthood, would be granted a territory from the 13 and awarded a single opportunity to enter the elemental maze. The descendants of lords who achieve legendary status may inherit the territory and, upon inheritance, gain another chance to enter the elemental maze. Should there be no qualified heirs, or if all heirs renounce their claims before the Demon King, the king would reclaim the territory and resume ministerial governance. The introduction of this new policy immediately sparked intense reactions. as the opportunity to enter the elemental maze held immense allure for any demon. Countless elemental spirits dwell within the maze, embodying the essence of elements and serving as coveted contract partners. With the probability of comprehending aberrant attributes significantly increased upon forming a contract with an elemental spirit, enhancing the likelihood of achieving the sacred tier by at least 10%. The sacred tier, distinguished not only by strength but also by longevity, grants a lifespan measured in millennia. In contrast, a legendary lifespan is at most double that of an ordinary individual, making the sacred tier akin to a meteoric rise. Even if the only benefit were the qualification to enter the maze, without guaranteeing an actual contract with an elemental spirit, none would doubt their ability to forge such a contract upon entering. The royal family members who had previously hesitated to leave the city were now filled with regret, but it was too late. The first Satan's stance was resolute, or perhaps the current situation was precisely what he desired. From then on, lords would exclusively be of royal lineage. Should all 13 territories, or even the 8 territories surrounding the royal domain, eventually acquire lords with uninterrupted lineage, future princes would only enjoy the benefits of the elemental secret realm without bearing the burdens of venturing into inhospitable lands. This was the true essence of effortless victory. However, this was not what Cornwall sought. He longed to escape the royal city. Cornwall believed that leaving the royal city represented the best option at present. With only a 6th-tier willpower, he could hardly make waves in front of the several heirs. His advantage lay in his foresight regarding the future and his familiarity with the realm of humanity. Leaving the royal city was akin to soaring freely amidst the skies. Rising from his small vessel, Cornwall retrieved a map of the demon realm from his pocket and spread it out for careful examination. As a successor with ambitions for infrastructure development, the desire to build a territory simmered within his soul. Clear the mountains, build roads. When encountering water, construct bridges. Even crops can be cultivated in seawater. Cornwall held considerable confidence in his ability to create a prosperous territory. Far preferring this to engaging in the intrigues he was ill-suited for within the royal city. Fortunately, there were currently only 3 demon kings, and their offspring were few in number. Half of the territories were managed by unfortunate officials dispatched from the royal city, with only 7 territories under the long-term command of designated lords. Among them were Duke Whitestone, the second prince of Satan II from the north, Herbert's father, and Cornwall's siblings, Princess Wolfgrass, the first daughter of Satan III, and Duke Louis, the second prince. Soon, Cornwall himself would seek permission from the demon king to acquire a territory in advance. As for the location of the territory, Cornwall had yet to determine it, especially since he still had a chance to enter the elemental maze. Should he form a contract with any elemental spirit, he would select the territory based on the spirit's abilities. Cornwall was uncertain what elemental spirit he would contract with and thus where he should go. He hoped for a spirit of water or wood that could aid in the growth of plants and crops. However, he had already acquired the Seed of Wrath, which would likely attract a fire elemental spirit. Alternatively, earth would also suffice. Cornwall slightly adjusted his expectations, considering the probabilities and benefits of acquiring earth attributes to be quite favorable. It would be even better if he could contract a spirit of a special attribute, such as one related to time and space, granting him the ability to travel freely to the realm of humanity. He reflected on the various divine artifacts, magical prohibitions, and elemental minds of the human realm. Cornwall felt a surge of passion, eager to make his mark in this barren demon realm. However, for him, venturing into the human realm was still too perilous, as there were frequent official and unofficial demon hunting activities. Merely relying on aberrant attributes or elemental spirit contracts for disguise would not suffice. Recalling the ongoing and infamous demon hunting operation, Dawn Purge, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as currently, Cornwall was not a demon hunter but rather a demon himself. Incidentally, this matter was also related to the Dawn Saintess, and the timing of the incident was approaching. The catalyst for the Dawn Purge, the What incident, would occur in 2 years. At that time, after 2 years of life within the church, the Saintess would suddenly travel to the royal capital of the Snow Mountain Empire, What City. During her first week studying at the What Mechanical Academy, she would be ambushed by a demon team lying in wait. In pursuit of the power to slay the Saintess, the demons would create chaos in the royal city, dragging many commoners and students into the fray, with even a considerable number of nobles suffering casualties. The slaughter would continue until reinforcements arrived to quell it, and the members of the demon team responsible would all be beastified, effectively rendered dead. Ultimately, the Demon King would personally intervene to reclaim this fully beastified team. Enraged, the Church would commence a thorough sweep for demons hiding in the realm of humanity, thus initiating the Dawn Purge. The skirmishes at the Maria front would subsequently become even more frequent. Wait a moment, wait a moment. The scenes from the game replayed vividly in his mind. This memory had only recently surfaced, remaining fresh and clear. One of the beastified individuals from that team bore an uncanny resemblance to Herbert. With red hair and the distinct characteristics of royal lineage, complete with horns, a blood-red crescent moon lay hidden within the beast fur on his forehead. Herbert. There could be no mistake. It was indeed him. Cornwall was taken aback, yet suddenly enlightened. No wonder the Demon King would personally intervene. Was it to reclaim the moonlight? Herbert was actually the captain of that team. Why would he fight to the point of beastification without retreating? Questions bubbled up within him, but he soon noticed Lorcia approaching the small vessel. Your Highness, His Majesty the Demon King summons you to the council chamber. Chapter 11. A word from me in the council chamber. Satan III, Agaris, sat regally upon a stone seat, with 7 individuals arranged in 2 rows before him. Herbert stood to the side of the line, having just finished detailing his plan for the Saint Hunt team. The Demon King did not immediately offer any evaluation. Instead, he scrutinized the plan laid out before him and raised his hand. Ryan, summon Cornwall. He should be fully recovered by now. The physician mentioned that the supplements have already been discontinued. He leisurely lifted a teacup, leaning back in his chair. Let us wait for Cornwall. We shall directly inquire about his thoughts on this plan. Understood, Your Majesty. The individuals took their seats in turn, each evidently lost in their own thoughts. Herbert felt a twinge of anxiety. The Demon King had not commented on his proposal and was instead summoning Cornwall to the council chamber, which was entirely contrary to his expectations. However, it mattered not. He had a contingency plan, and with that document in hand, he was confident that the Demon King would not remain indifferent. Observing Herbert's fluctuating expression, Mikhail, seated beside him, found it quite amusing. This individual was indeed exceptionally easy to read. Mikhail Mammon Satan, a common royal of the greedy demon eye lineage, was also the third-in-line heir chosen by the Moonlight. Clearly, all remaining heirs were present during the discussion of the Saint Hunt team proposal, with Gobin, the fourth-in-line heir, calmly sipping red tea beside Mikhail. He was contemplating how to dismiss Herbert's proposal, though it would be ideal if Cornwall, as a prince, were to voice his objections first. Aside from these 3, the remaining 4 were the true ruling class of the demon race. The leader of the 5 legions, Douglas, commander of the Hexagram Legion, Adelaide, president of the Royal High Willpower Academy, Spike, chief officer of the Demon King's Intelligence Division, specializing in black magic, and Cyril Green, the palace minister. Was it only these individuals attending? Dressed in formal attire, Cornwall engaged in conversation with his chief steward, Mr. Ryan. The raccoon-headed old steward had watched Cornwall grow up and greeted him with a warm smile. Yes, my prince. Here is the proposal from Prince Herbert for you to glance over. As he spoke, Mr. Ryan presented a document. Walking while reading was indeed a challenging endeavor. Distractions from the surroundings could easily lead to accidents. Thankfully, the old steward was not lacking in consideration. He began to recount Herbert's report in the council chamber. Mr. Ryan had not intended for Cornwall to read the document himself. He merely wished to ensure Cornwall remembered it for future reference. His Majesty plans to organize a Saint Hunt team to venture into the human realm to assassinate the Saintess. Prince Herbert's suggestion is for you and Prince Gobin to lead this team. What? Mr. Ryan's opening statement astonished Cornwall. The Saint Hunt team was not unexpected, as it had been a feature in the game, and establishing it now seemed entirely reasonable. The issue lay in Herbert recommending that he and Gobin take the lead. Wasn't Herbert the captain of this team? Suppressing his confusion, Cornwall continued to listen attentively. His Highness Herbert believes that you possess the seed of alienation capable of manipulating the elements, while His Highness Goen bears the Moonlight Mark, which can open portals, making them formidable assets for the Holy Hunt Plan. As for the remaining candidates, one will be selected from the Legion, one from the Dark Magic, and one from the Academy. The Legion will supplement high-end combat power, the Dark Magic will provide intelligence and disguise, while the Academy will be responsible for medical support and assistance. He has indeed thought this through, mused Cornwall. The Emperor has yet to express his evaluation, perhaps intending to first consult with you. Your Highness, as the doors of the council chamber swung open, 8 pairs of diverse eyes turned in unison, focusing on the fleeting shadows across Cornwall's face as he traversed the flickering candlelight. Cornwall bowed respectfully to the Demon King seated behind the desk. Greeting, Your Majesty. May you shine as brightly as the blood moon. Why not call him Father, Cornwall? Agaretha's tone was noticeably displeased. I didn't mean to forget. I merely wished to appear more formal, he quickly responded. The Demon King did not dwell on Cornwall's choice of address and, upon hearing the explanation, continued with the discussion. Well, Leanne has surely briefed you on the matter. What are your thoughts on the hunting of the saint? What do I think? Cornwall felt no interest in this matter. He longed to visit the human realm, but not at this moment, and certainly not in such a manner. To become the leader of a team meant he would need to fulfill the mission while being scrutinized from all directions, leaving him unable to pursue his own endeavors. Cornwall did not wish to be ensnared by the saint. There were numerous places he could venture to at this juncture, yet the Holy Kingdom was not among them. Father, I have no particular thoughts on this. I am not well versed in such matters. You are aware that my performance at the Academy of Higher will has not been exemplary. Coincidentally, the esteemed headmaster is present here. As he spoke, Cornwall flashed a smile at Headmaster Adelaide, hoping the latter would vouch for his lack of competence. I do not believe I possess such abilities. My participation in the Holy Hunt team would only serve as a burden. If it were to hinder your imperial ambitions, that would indeed be a grave sin. Moreover, I have no desire to traverse to the human realm. Cornwall candidly expressed his stance, asserting that he simply did not wish to go. After all, the throne was occupied by his father, who had shown immense affection towards him and his sister throughout the years before awakening his memories. The others present were somewhat taken aback. Although this prince was known for his reputation as a delicate vine beneath the flowers, recent rumors from the Beastman's Night suggested a shift. The headmaster, who had previously encountered the timid and bashful Cornwall, was evidently surprised by his student's sudden boldness, yet he remained an old hand at managing such situations. Headmaster Adelaide quickly composed himself, winking at Cornwall as he concurred. Indeed, Cornwall's average performance this semester is merely satisfactory. It is worth noting that he has a distinguished graduate from the Academy of Higher, while as a private tutor. Lorcia and the advanced graduate Queer were both exemplary representatives of their respective classes. And thus, Cornwall's grades appeared rather lackluster in comparison. Herbert was utterly astonished. Cornwall's direct refusal was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of any circumlocution, thus thwarting his initial plan. No, he could not allow the Emperor to acquiesce. Just as he was about to rise and present the meticulously prepared documents, another figure preemptively stood up, Goen Leviathan Satan, suppressing a smile, dressed in a deep green suit, with meticulously styled chestnut golden hair that was both beautiful and understated. His demeanor exuded a gentler aura than the fervent Herbert. He envied the fourth prince for his forthright rejection. Since the topic had reached this point, though he could not echo the prince's words, it was indeed time for him to act, as he too did not wish to depart the royal capital. Your Majesty, Goen believes that the Holy Hunt plan need not require everyone to set forth at the outset. If we are to fell trees, we must first sharpen our axes. It would be more prudent to dispatch the dark magic first to gather information on the Holy Kingdom and the saint before deliberating on the team members. You simply do not wish to go. Herbert sprang to his feet, but before he could elaborate further, he was interrupted yet again. Your Majesty, Mikhail is capable of undertaking this task, chimed in a silvery-haired beauty beside Herbert. Chapter 12. A complete tangle. The consecutive assertions from the three heirs plunged the council chamber into chaos, each evidently harboring their own schemes. The power holders remained unperturbed, seated calmly as they listened intently. Those who had risen exchanged glances, observing the undercurrents swirling among them. The current scene starkly contrasted with the memory of Herbert leading the charge, leaving Cornwall perplexed about what had transpired to elevate Herbert to the position of captain. Herbert had recommended Cornwall and Goen, indicating his own reluctance to participate in the team. Otherwise, he would have suggested himself. Very well, Goen's investigation has commenced. You need not worry about finding your bearings once you arrive in the Holy Kingdom. I will only arrange for the Holy Hunt team to depart once the dark magic has gathered sufficient information. The Demon King intervened to quell the turmoil. Come now, one at a time. Herbert, you begin. It appears they are not entirely in agreement with your plan. Your Majesty, Both Cornwall and Gowan are indispensable to the Holy Hunt plan. Herbert was determined not to let any one of them fulfill their wishes. He produced the investigation results pointing towards Lorziad. Theo approached the Saint. We currently lack leads. However, Princess Queer's knight serves as a potential breakthrough. During the time the Saint was captured, she encountered Maria while the front line was being relocated. The human captives were required to march alongside the army, and failure to keep pace would result in dire consequences. According to the investigation, the Saint, being young and frail, could not follow the army's retreat and was on the verge of being dragged by the troops when she was rescued by Princess Queer and this knightly maiden. Herbert continued, casting a glance at Cornwall. Should this Lorsia Gangnear be the savior with whom the Saint once rode, then approaching her would indeed yield a foothold. If the Holy Hunt team is led by His Highness Cornwall, the Gangnear knight would be more inclined to cooperate. This was not merely a matter of gratitude. Herbert deliberately referenced Queer to remind the Demon King of the former Prince Queer's betrayal. If Cornwall could be made a scapegoat, that would be even more advantageous. The Demon King remained silent, engrossed in thought as he perused the documents. Cornwall could not allow the Demon King to ponder indefinitely. Who knew what notions might arise under Herbert's insinuations? Father, Cornwall believes the opposite. It is precisely because of Lorsia that she should not join the Holy Hunt team. The Saint had seen her and recognized her visage. Even some human soldiers from the Maria front had encountered her, which posed a considerable risk of exposure. Such a flaw could jeopardize the entire team. Moreover, if one were to repay a life debt, how could one ascertain whether the Saint acknowledged that debt? The Saint's capture was inherently linked to animosity towards the demon race. This trivial kindness would pale in comparison to the grave enmity she faced. She might feign gratitude to ensnare the entire team, or even exploit them to disseminate false information against the demon race, if they were to refrain from mentioning the debt of gratitude. The insights gained from Lorsia's afternoon interactions with the Saint would be even less significant. The tales of the Saint had already circulated widely prior to the sacred rite, echoed through the human realm by bards. Everyone was familiar with her past, and any more concealed information would not be revealed during her capture. The dark magic forces would likely possess more knowledge. The discussions with Lorsia would yield little benefit. Then does His Highness Cornwall wish for the Gangnear knight to commit a crime yet evade punishment, continuing to serve as your knight in high spirits? Participating in the Holy Hunt team would present a perfect opportunity to offset her transgressions. Herbert perceived Cornwall's attempts to undermine Lorsia's value, aiming to block his path to the Holy Hunt plan. However, the transgression of aiding the Saint could not go unpunished. If Cornwall did not wish to see his knight penalized, he would have to consent to participate in the plan, potentially even retracting his previous statements. Yet what Cornwall truly sought was punishment, and how fortuitous it was indeed. Lorsia's assistance to the Saint constituted an offense, and the chance to mitigate her punishment was certainly a positive development. However, her character, capabilities, and status rendered her ill-suited for this assassination mission. It would be utterly irresponsible to the Emperor to allow her participation merely to shield her from punishment. Father, Lorsia's involvement would only heighten the likelihood of failure for the Holy Hunt plan. I implore you to impose direct punishment upon her. Cornwall knelt, performing a formal bow. Father, my sister's life imprisonment carries unremovable sins. Let me bear the burden of my sister's transgressions. I willingly offer to journey to the territories, to the most remote and inhospitable regions of the demon realm, to shield the subjects caught between water and fire, thereby atoning for my sins. Lorsia Gangnear shall accompany me to the borders, dedicating her life to the citizens in the most tumultuous elemental regions. Such a punishment would also resolve a pressing matter for the demon race. Cornwall was relieved to find a reason to advance to the territories. Despite the harshness of those perilous lands, the opportunity to leave was a boon, rendering the choice less significant. He was confident he could develop any territory, as long as it meant departing the royal capital. Moreover, with Herbert relentlessly pursuing the matter, should he miss this opportunity for punishment, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. This smooth confession and request for punishment left the assembly utterly stunned, primarily because it seemed the Emperor had not even mentioned a punishment for him. How had Cornwall so readily devised a plan for his own chastisement? As a favored royal heir, he could have postponed his territorial duties until adulthood, marriage, or even until achieving legendary status. Yet here he was, at merely the 6th rank, voluntarily requesting to be sent to the territories. Moreover, why would one choose to gnaw on the most formidable of bones? especially when it is not near the Demon King's domain. What could possibly be going through this prince's mind? Ever since Princess Quayer's treachery, the world has indeed changed. It has become increasingly incomprehensible. Herbert was seething with indignation as he recalled the scene of this madman detonating the beast core, a reckless lunatic who had rendered him weak for half a year, and now he was spiraling into madness once more. What was even more perplexing was that the Demon King seemed to harbor no intentions of intervention. He merely inquired softly, "Cornwall, have you made your decision?" "Yes, father." "Very well. Should you change your mind, you may speak directly to your king." In the midst of a stunned silence, the Demon King Agareth narrowed his eyes and dismissed the matter. Thus, Cornwall would not partake in the Holy Hunt plan, and preparations were to be made within a month to journey to his fief. Herbert continued to discuss Gawain. However, Herbert glanced at the Demon King with a hint of reluctance, hoping to persuade him once more, as he locked eyes with those infernal orbs, a chill reminiscent of the cold that seeped through the distorted crucifix of the saintess statue earlier crept up his spine. There was no room for negotiation. Chapter 13. It seems I have died regarding Cornwall's entry into the Holy Hunt plan. Herbert found himself devoid of any options for retreat. The balance of power he had originally intended to maintain against Gawain had vanished. And now, the prospect of either Gawain or Mikhail participating in the expedition alone was far from what Herbert desired. Yet, with only a handful of lunar sigils capable of pinpointing locations, if he barred them from going, would he not be left to embark alone? Herbert furrowed his brow. Unlike the cloud of despair that enveloped Herbert, Cornwall had now positioned himself to observe the unfolding drama alongside several prominent figures. Cornwall could surmise some of Herbert's thoughts. It was merely a matter of perceiving this task as arduous and perilous, and he himself did not wish to take risks or distance himself from the capital. However, this mission bore immense significance, offering the full support of the Demon King and interaction with various powerful factions, and he feared that the task might be usurped by the other two heirs. Posing a threat to him, it was a delicate balance of avoiding any risk while coveting the rewards. Settling into an empty chair, Cornwall took a sip of the sweetened, milky red tea specially prepared for him by Ryan. This method indeed existed. What was more, Cornwall did not even need to contemplate it, for there was one who had been chosen by the moonlight and was utterly incapable of inheriting the Demon King's throne. A perfect fit for Herbert's requirements in the game. He had once been a member of the Holy Hunt team. Yet, it was evident that Herbert had not recalled him, and no one in the council chamber seemed to show any signs of recognizing him either. The abandoned fifth prince, who was also the fifth in line to the throne, was what Lucifer Satan, Cornwall's younger brother, who should now be 10 years old, a half-demon, possessing the human moon. Watt's existence was deemed a disgrace by Satan III, who had intended to eliminate him at birth. However, Watt had been chosen by the moonlight and had not been condemned to death, prolonging what should have been a fleeting suffering. His lunar sigil was not the blood moon of the demon realm, but rather the pure and sacred silver moon, the moon of humanity. This was an unprecedented occurrence in millennia, a most ominous sign for the Demon King. From the moment of his birth, Watt had been confined within the Guardian Tower, the very same tower that imprisoned Quayer. The prison that held Quayer was, for that child, a home in which he had grown up in the game. Watt did not perish in that assassination. He vanished, only to reappear years later on the front lines of Maria in a great battle. If no one remembered, then who had mentioned Watt in the game? Who would recall him? With the background noise of Mikhail and Herbert's clash ringing in his ears, Cornwall sank into contemplation. The name Watt was scarcely known. Aside from their siblings, most had been silenced back in those days. The Demon King despised certain individuals, and loathed names would be automatically erased from the annals of the capital. Everyone was aware that the human world had 4 capital cities, and that the Demon King's children were named after the royal city, yet no one had ever mentioned the name of what city. Why had no prince or princess been granted such a title? Even Cornwall's elder siblings, now lords, would not utter that name, because it was clear to all that the Demon King's aversion to what was genuine. After eliminating several possibilities, the only candidates who could recall Watt at this juncture, and dared to defy the Demon King, or come into contact with the Guardian Tower, seemed to be his sister, Princess Quayer. Why would she do so? Why had she not taken any action until now? Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my military oath. As long as the Saintess lives, I shall never return to the royal city. Mikhail's voice suddenly intensified, resonating with conviction. Mikhail truly yearned to traverse to the human realm. Cornwall understood her longing, for in the game, she was characterized by such a thirst for knowledge. Mikhail Mammon Satan was an individual filled with a desire for enlightenment. The current human realm was on the brink of a technological revolution, akin to the advent of the Steam Age. The demon race lagged far behind in this regard, a people so impoverished that they subsisted on invasion, utterly lacking the resources to pursue such advancements. Perhaps the enduring desolation of the demon realm was intrinsically linked to this matter in the game. Mikhail displayed an immense admiration for human inventions and knowledge. She was a young teacher at the Royal Academy of Higher Will, possessing nearly comprehensive knowledge of what the demon realm held. The allure of the unknown human realm was overwhelmingly tempting to her, and by the game's conclusion, she even implored the main character to teach her while on the front lines of Maria. Thus, her fervent desire to join the Holy Hunt plan was entirely understandable. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Why had the Mikhail in the game not ventured forth, if she had been as insistent as she was now? Even pledging a military oath, why had Herbert and what been the ones to go? It could not have been Herbert obstructing her. With what serving as a counterbalance to Mikhail, Herbert should have been pleased to see this configuration. Something was amiss. It was far too peculiar. Cornwall had only recently regained his memories, so why was there such a stark divergence within the demon realm? Mikhail, Herbert, what, and even the Demon King and his sister. All were acting out of character. Clearly, something significant had transpired. No, it should be said that something pivotal in the game had not occurred. This matter compelled Herbert, who had been in a state of weakness for half a year, to engage in the mission. It rendered Mikhail powerless in her attempts to advocate for herself regarding the Holy Hunt team, to the point where she could not even secure a military oath. It could only mean that the Demon King had issued a strict edict regarding this matter, perhaps even a punishment, just as Herbert had intended to impose upon Lalsha. Was it possible that his sister had intervened because of this? Was it to punish Herbert? Or was it to send another brother out of the tower? This was troubling. Upon reaching this conclusion, Cornwall felt as though the world was closing in around him. He had an inkling that something monumental had occurred. For the only significant event involving Herbert recently had been the assault on the Moonlight Castle, which had resulted in Cornwall's injury, and at that time, the accusation he had sought to lay upon Herbert was the massacre of the Demon King's son. This is bad, family. It seems I have died. In the game, Cornwall perished on the night of the Beast Horde, the very night the castle was attacked by Herbert. Thus, the Demon King's order to punish Herbert by compelling him to join the Holy Hunt team went unchallenged. Neither Herbert's will nor Mikhail's mattered any longer. Now, only one voice remained. The wrath of the Demon King was not to be defied. Consequently, his sister remembered her other brother, leading to Herbert inexplicably fighting to the point of beastification, while what vanished, only to reappear aligned with humanity. Everything began to make sense. This also explained the confusion Cornwall had felt on the night of the Beast Horde, shortly after regaining his memories, regarding why his name was absent from the character compendium. Well, that was because he had not survived to that point. Cornwall found himself both amused and exasperated by this conclusion. The answer was startlingly simple. In a wonder, just half a month after regaining his memories, everything had turned upside down. It was not he who had set the butterfly's wings in motion. Rather, he was meant to have died, for the Cornwall in the game had met his end far too early. Hence, his continued existence became the most significant alteration. Chapter 14. Tomorrow then, after a brief respite, Cornwall finally came to terms with his own demise, and new questions began to surface in his mind. So, how had he died? Following the sequence of the attack that night, the Cornwall in the game was unlike the Cornwall with memories. He had been unable to contend with the initial lion horde. So, had he not fled? Had he not been taken away by Lalsha? Had he also made the decision to hold the fort? This was a possibility, for even the Cornwall devoid of past life memories was still Cornwall himself. Yet, even so, that Cornwall should not have met such an end. Herbert would not have allowed him to perish. Herbert would have certainly pulled back in time. Had an accident occurred? At the Moonlight Castle? It seemed he needed to return home after leaving the palace to investigate any overlooked details. After pledging her military oath, Mikhail had indeed realized her aspiration. This time, this scholarly prodigy seemed to have caught the tide of the era. What had not been mentioned by anyone and remained in the Guardian Tower. Meanwhile, Cornwall, who should have perished, was thriving and even preparing to journey to the Elemental Maze. When did the prince intend to return to the academy? With the matters surrounding the Holy Hunt team finalized, the assembly dispersed from the council chamber. Everyone had their own affairs to attend to, swiftly vanishing into the corridors of the palace, leaving only Dean Adelaide to approach Cornwall. This was also due to His Majesty's recent command regarding Cornwall's early departure to his fief. The heir to the throne automatically gained an opportunity to enter the elemental maze. And the most crucial entrance to this important secret realm of the demon realm lay in the hands of the Royal Academy of Higher Will. Ultimately, aside from the opportunities afforded to the lords, some prodigies favored by the Demon King, or those who have achieved great feats, may also gain access to the elemental maze. This elite cadre of demons, the finest among their kind, has predominantly spent time at the Higher Will Academy, with many serving as professors within its hallowed halls. Naturally, the sooner one can enter the elemental maze, the better. With the Seed of Fury in his possession, Cornwall harbors no fear of failing to forge a contract with an elemental spirit. He must swiftly ascertain the attributes of the elemental spirits to select a domain and prepare accordingly. Is tomorrow feasible, or should I undertake further preparations? Cornwall earnestly seeks the old dean's counsel. No need, as long as you enter with all your limbs intact. After all, what preparations could truly benefit the elemental spirits? No one knows their preferences, Adelaide replies with a warm smile. Then let it be tomorrow. Come to my office at 9. You do know where the dean's office is, don't you, Your Highness? Of course, I shall not be late. Despite the old dean's assurances, Cornwall resolves to make additional preparations. After bidding farewell to Adelaide, he returns to his chamber to strategize. The elemental maze can remain open for a maximum of 7 days. Should he fail to secure a contract within this time frame, he will be expelled from the secret realm. Cornwall is determined to prepare for the worst: food, water, and lodging, as conditions within the elemental maze would hardly differ from the wilderness. Lorcia, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a frying pan, a stew pot, some meat, vegetables, eggs, milk, spices, and sugar, along with some ready-made sandwiches. This way, should I feel too lazy to cook, I can simply heat them up. As one of the elite nobles of the demon realm, Cornwall possesses storage equipment. It is a bracelet, a silver, wing-like metallic ring forming a semicircle, connected by black braided cords, with a purple teardrop-shaped gem dangling from it. Unassuming yet exquisite, this is one half of a pair of bracelets custom-made by his mother, Lady Catherine, for her children. The lodging supplies are already prepared. They had utilized these during past excursions with their mother. They are not mere tents, but a simplistic treehouse. Yes, a treehouse complete with its own tree. As residing at a height offers greater safety, and who could possibly dislike a treehouse? Inside, the treehouse is furnished with bedding and toiletries, requiring no further preparation. Only the consumables for the next few days need to be taken. As for the rest, Cornwall intends to gather some items from the Lake of Hell within the royal palace. He has prepared 6 crystal vials, each containing a trace of various aberrant attributes. These items are more likely to attract the favor of the elemental spirits than ordinary objects. Water of greed, flower of jealousy, fruit of gluttony, vines of wrath, snow of sloth, and cliffs of pride. As for the lustful fire from the lighthouse of desire, it cannot be contained within a standard crystal vial. Flames extinguish upon removal, and the demons lack the elemental affinity to develop a flame vessel suitable for the lower market, in the demon realm. All vessels capable of containing flames are controlled by the esteemed saintly and legendary families. However, Cornwall possesses such a vessel, as he hails from the largest saintly family in the demon realm. He retrieves a specialized flame vial, ascends to the summit of the lighthouse of desire, and cautiously collects a small amount of the flames that flicker outside. Unlike his own half-baked fury flames, the aberrant attributes here are truly remnants of the saintly, possessing formidable power. Had these flames not been deliberately contained for the sake of creating a spectacle accessible to ordinary folk, they could easily spell Cornwall's demise. As he completes his final gathering, night descends. Standing atop the lighthouse, darkness does not seem to envelop him. The crimson glow bathes him as golden waters cascade down the jagged cliffs, merging into a vast golden lake, resembling a floating golden dragon. The distant Demon King's castle sprawls before him, the opulent city starkly contrasting with the surrounding wilderness, where buildings and lights vanish at the boundary, yielding to a desolate expanse. This sight makes Cornwall feel as though the Demon King's city is a treasure within a crystal orb. He is still alive. The breeze atop the lighthouse is as refreshing as those evening strolls in his past life. And Cornwall resolves that if he continues to live, he will bring joy and barbecues to this demon realm. He steps forward from the tower's summit. His body plummets rapidly, straight down, droplets of water splashing upon his face. The wind howls fiercely, yet the demon's physique, enhanced by prolonged willpower transformation, remains remarkably robust. At such speed, he can still discern certain details as he nears the lake's surface. With a flourish, Cornwall unfurls his grand ebony wings, gliding upon the shimmering waves. He has not perished, and thus must continue his existence, striving for a happiness greater than that of earth, aspiring to ascend to the saintly tier and rescue his sister. He envisions hot pot, games, baths, cinemas, and amusement parks. He aims to bestow all these delights upon the demon realm, and, of utmost importance, he cannot forget the rigors of college entrance exams, tutoring, adjustments, and 007. All blessings must be shared with the denizens of the demon realm. Tomorrow, Cornwall will take the first step toward transforming his territory and the demon realm itself. He shall leave an indelible mark upon this world, proclaiming to future generations that he, Kong Yuan, Cornwall Belial Satan, once walked among them, even if the world that existed then no longer knows him. Chapter 15. The Elemental Maze at 9 o'clock, the campus of the Higher Will Academy is nearly deserted. As classes are in session, as a student, Cornwall relishes the opportunity to skip class under the pretext of an appointment with the dean, even though he has been enrolled for less than a year and will not return to classes thereafter. The Academy's teaching buildings are not a singular imposing structure, but rather several spire-topped lofts arranged in a staggered formation, with the central building, bearing a massive clock, housing the administrative offices, including the dean's office at the topmost floor. Cornwall has come alone today, as only he possesses the qualification to enter the secret realm. Bringing Lorcia along would only result in her waiting idly, so he has opted to let her return to Moonlight Fortress to thoroughly inspect for any peculiarities. Upon knocking on the office door, he finds the old dean already seated behind his desk, where Adelaide's workspace is a chaotic mess, cluttered with various materials, books, and his current breakfast. It is evident that the old dean has made no effort to tidy up in anticipation of Cornwall's arrival. "Would you care for some fried fish?" Dean Adelaide generously inquires. Fried fish? Thus, the promise of a delightful breakfast is abruptly extinguished. "No, thank you, Dean Adelaide. I have already dined at the palace." Cornwall intends to treat the old man to something delectable when he has the chance. It is rather pitiable that at such an advanced age, he still treasures fried fish. "Then I must ask you to wait a moment. I need to finish my breakfast out of course, Dean." Cornwall is not one to rush. He does not wish to pressure this amiable elder. "Shall we initiate the secret realm here, or must we proceed to a specific location?" Cornwall inquires with curiosity. "Not here, my child. This is, after all, the kingdom's most significant secret realm, and we cannot treat it lightly." Adelaide chuckles. "I arranged for you to meet here simply because it is easy to find. It's at least a formal meeting place, is it not?" Cornwall refrains from posing further questions, patiently awaiting the old dean to finish his final morsel of fried fish before finally leading him out of the office. They walk to a dilapidated old warehouse situated at the back of the school. The warehouse is empty, devoid of any stored items, merely covered in fine dust. Dean Adelaide pushes open a small door near the warehouse's main entrance, revealing what appears to be a rectangular compartment. He never expected the entrance to the secret realm would be found in such a place. But that's not all. The old dean seems to anticipate Cornwall's thoughts, smiling as he ushers him into the room. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, this room is exquisitely decorated, featuring a large window that allows one to observe the happenings outside the warehouse. Likely once a guardroom, a fireplace sits beside a chaise lounge, adorned with a soft carpet, while an axe hangs on the wall and a wardrobe stands nearby. Everything is arranged comfortably as if someone still resides there. "I sit in the fireplace?" Cornwall begins to speculate about the entrance. After all, the current scenario deviates significantly from his expectations of a secret realm entrance. The old dean, upon hearing this, looks astonished. How could that be? He then retrieves a formal, minimalist pocket watch from his coat pocket. The entrance is within the wardrobe. Cornwall falls silent. Why, then, was he so surprised, leading him to believe his conjecture was utterly absurd? Is a wardrobe not a far more reasonable entrance than a fireplace? Adelaide first opens the wardrobe door, revealing 2 or 3 hunting outfits hanging inside, while the wooden panel on the opposite side appears intact, showing no signs of an entryway. Once the demonstration concludes, the old dean closes the wardrobe door, and everything returns to normal. But all I need to do is press this watch. With a crisp mechanical click, Cornwall immediately senses a shift in his surroundings. The abandoned warehouse is in a secluded location, naturally quiet. Yet upon the watch's activation, the distinct sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing begin to emanate from within the wardrobe. Should you wish to exit early, simply press the pocket watch and the door will appear before you. Adelaide hands the watch to Cornwall. Now, upon opening the wardrobe door, you may proceed to the maze. I wish you success in your endeavors. Your Highness. Without hesitation, Cornwall yanks open the wardrobe door. The former wooden panels now reveal a lush green expanse, with trees extending their branches to brush against the hanging garments. Cornwall parts the clothing and steps into the wardrobe. Glancing back to thank Adelaide, "Thank you for your efforts, Dean." As he passes through the wooden door, he finds himself fully immersed in the maze. The current environment resembles a forest, yet the towering, dark walls signal that all is not as it seems. No wonder it is called the Elemental Maze. It is indeed a grand version of a labyrinth. The distance between the black walls on either side is approximately 50 meters, nearly the length of 5 classrooms, creating a space that does not feel overly confined. The location where Cornwall finds himself is evidently not the entrance to the maze, but rather the middle of a pathway. However, he speculates that this maze may not possess any exits at all, being entirely enclosed, which necessitates the need for a door to enter and exit. Following the conventional approach to navigating a maze, one would typically proceed forward and then turn at various intersections until reaching a dead end, at which point one would retrace their steps. Yet, Cornwall now wishes to ascend. Gazing at the towering black walls, this thought lingers persistently in his mind. Scaling the walls, he realizes that such an opportunity would likely not have presented itself in his previous life. But now, with wings sprouted, he finds it quite convenient to attempt. He continues to ascend for several hundred meters, and the temperature and light of the air show no significant changes, suggesting that the sky here is not perilous. Hence the chorus of birdsong he can hear. After 5 minutes of climbing, Cornwall finally glimpses the top of the black walls. Can he scale it? Just as he surpasses the original height of the wall, he receives his answer, no. As he flies higher, the wall continues to rise in tandem, refusing him passage. The plan has failed. However, his ascent has not been in vain, as from above, Cornwall can clearly see the first bend in the path ahead. This straight stretch is quite lengthy. He estimates it would take half an hour to traverse, but fortunately, there are no intersections at the end, sparing him the need to make a choice for the time being. Since he has encountered no dangers at this height, nor any living beings, Cornwall obediently lands and begins to walk. After all, he is here to seek a contract with elemental spirits, not merely to traverse the terrain. Naturally, he aims to select areas teeming with animals and variables, for he cannot expect the elemental spirits to soar into the skies to find him. Though not impossible, it is likely to be the wind elemental spirits, which are not his target. According to his plan, it is best for him to seek water, earth, or wood elemental spirits to establish partnership contracts with. These elementals would be instrumental in aiding him to alter the dire situation in the demon realm, where the populace struggles for sustenance. This is Cornwall's first visit to the elemental maze, and he had been entirely ignorant of it in the past while playing games, as humans do not require contracts with elemental spirits. They must comprehend the will to ascend to the sacred tier. The human perspective of control knows little about the demon realm, let alone the mysteries of the elemental maze. As he brushes aside the obstructing branches, Cornwall ponders where to begin his search for the elemental spirits. Suddenly, he catches sight of a peculiar scene. A rabbit, holding a small advertisement, hops beneath the black wall, its awareness piqued by the movement as it turns to glance at Cornwall. Seemingly unperturbed by the presence of an outsider, it leaps up to a height nearly level with Cornwall's line of sight. With a swift motion, it slaps the small advertisement against the black wall. Upon landing, it taps the corner of the wall, as if signaling Cornwall to come take a look, before turning and bounding away. Chapter 16. A recruitment notice. What a serendipitous occurrence this is. As if a pillow were delivered just as one felt drowsy. Upon approaching the black wall, Cornwall discovers that the rabbit's custom service is quite commendable. The height is just right, likely beneficial for one's cervical spine. The advertisement features a map and a lengthy list detailing various requirements from elemental spirits seeking contract partners, It appears that the demon realm has been inundated with job seekers over the years, and the elemental maze has come to understand the significance of recruitment. The area where Cornwall currently finds himself is the domain of a wood elemental spirit, yet the advertisement explicitly states that it is not hiring. Since there is no recruitment nor any intention of appearing, Cornwall decides not to disturb them, as there are others on the list with clearly stated offers. Engaging in mutually beneficial endeavors is advantageous for all. Forcing a fruit that is not ripe is not a sign of affection, but rather a desire for coercion. Cornwall examines the list closely. The requirements are both precise and bizarre, including stipulations for daily offerings of premium elemental crystals, a pure royal bloodline, physical beauty, a preference for reptilian transformation, as well as gender and age restrictions. Of course, the most crucial point is that all decisions regarding interviews are final, and the elemental spirits retain the ultimate right to interpret the advertisement. Indeed, no one truly knows what elemental spirits might favor, for each possesses unique preferences. Cornwall feels a twinge of skepticism, as the elements he seeks, water, wood, and earth, are all present, and he meets the interview criteria. Yet, for some reason, he is reluctant to pursue this path at the lack of a compelling feeling with what has been presented to him. He refocuses on the map, scrutinizing it closely, and finally discovers the incongruity. The elemental spirits with recruitment intentions are marked on the list, and their locations are all situated at the maze's periphery. Strangely, the central area of the maze appears remarkably pristine, with only the outlines of the black walls depicted. Devoid of any markers indicating the elemental spirits residing at the center, while the peripheral map is fully annotated, even for those not seeking to recruit. Do you wish to venture to the center as well? A melodious female voice calls from the treetops. Cornwall looks up to see the very rabbit that had posted the advertisement. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that this is no ordinary rabbit. It possesses a tuft of flowing green fur on its forehead, and its pupils are a mesmerizing shade of emerald. This the wood elemental spirit of the region that is not hiring? Elemental spirits, as their name implies, are ethereal beings formed from elements, small fragments of consciousness that embody elemental essence, manifesting in various forms yet lacking physical flesh. The rabbit before him is no mere beast. It blends seamlessly with the tree beneath it, and had it not spoken, Cornwall would never have perceived its presence, as if he were looking at a mere layer of white paper upon another. Is there anyone else besides me who wishes to go? Cornwall smiles amiably at the wood elemental rabbit. Every single one of you who has discovered the central area wishes to go. The rabbit replies, shaking its ears, I know of your greed. Previously, elemental spirits have inquired about the demon clan's presence here. We shall not obstruct your passage, but you must first gain the approval of an elemental spirit guardian to enter. This does not guarantee your safety. Once you enter the center, there is no turning back. If you do not form a contract with the elemental spirits inside, those on the periphery will not accompany you further. The wood elemental spirit does not pause for Cornwall's response but continues. I share this information with you because we sense an aura of aberrant attributes about you, which we know to be a highly nourishing resource for us elemental spirits. Have you brought a supreme magical artifact with you? With this, you could gain the recognition of any elemental spirit listed on that notice. However, once you reach the center, they may not necessarily comply. The rabbit straightens its fur, speaking earnestly. You need not take unnecessary risks, do you? Is it necessary to take risks? Cornwall, being unaware of what lies on the other side of the balance, cannot provide an answer. Whether the other side holds gold or firewood would certainly influence one's choice. When the potential for infinite profit exists, who would remain unmoved? He had not anticipated that aberrant attributes would lead these elemental spirits to such lengths. Yet it is not entirely surprising, as the purpose of entering the elemental maze is to forge contracts with elemental spirits in order to grasp elemental powers and synthesize aberrant attributes. Who would turn the world upside down to first synthesize aberrant attributes and then entice elemental spirits? Cornwall would. Such a scenario is so rare that even the elemental spirits themselves dare not conceive of it. The wood elemental rabbit before him can only speculate whether he carries a supreme magical artifact. It is no wonder the headmaster advised against preparation. Even if others could manage to bring a trace of aberrant attributes in a crystal vial, it would still be insufficient. Who would sell themselves for a mere snack? Yet Cornwall is not just a snack. He is a factory churning out endless treats. Who would refuse a factory of snacks? Having grasped the value of his own worth, Cornwall feels no urgency. Intending first to probe what lies on the other side of the balance, he retrieves a fruit of gluttony, also of the wood element, from his storage bracelet. Can you tell me what distinguishes the center? Oh dear, that is quite a dilemma. Without further ado, Cornwall produces the Vine of Wrath. This information is not to be disclosed. Cornwall then presents the Flower of Jealousy. The rabbit's greed is evident. Fortunately, among the 7 scenes of the infernal lake, wood attributes abound, so he lays them all out. The rabbit's face brightens with evident delight as it leaps down from the tree to nibble at each item. I am not merely after these things. I find you quite forthright and to my liking. I fear you may suffer here, hence I wish to converse with you further. The rabbit then adopts a serious demeanor. Are you familiar with alchemy? The classification of the 4 elements? Cold, hot, dry, and wet. Cornwall nods, acknowledging that he possesses a basic understanding, as this fundamental knowledge had been mentioned in games before. Then it will be easy to explain. The 4 primary elements are earth, water, fire, and wind. Cold and dry represent earth, cold and wet represent water, hot and dry represent fire, and hot and wet represent wind. We elemental spirits are born from these elements and adhere to this principle. The elemental spirits within the center embody the utmost extremes: extreme cold, extreme wetness, extreme dryness, and extreme heat. They are not of a single element but rather a fusion of at least 2 elements. For instance, if one were to encounter a spirit of extreme heat, it would likely be a fusion of wet heat from wind and dry heat from fire, an elemental spirit with mixed attributes. And in stronger instances, the fusion of wind and fire would even incorporate thunder elements. This means that if you were to form a contract with an elemental spirit embodying extreme heat, the elements you might comprehend could expand from merely fire to encompass fire, wind, and thunder. 3 elements. This is not merely extreme heat. This is the epitome of benefit and temptation. Chapter 17. Knowing the mountain has minerals. The revelation of a super-elemental spirit embodying the fusion of 3 elements sparked a fantastical idea in Cornwall's mind. What if there existed a spirit that encompassed all 4 elements? What kind of elemental force would arise from a spirit possessing 2 extreme powers? The rabbit stood there, its eyes glazed over, devoid of any spark, seemingly unable to comprehend the statement. What are you saying? All 4? How is that possible? Such a thing has never been heard of, it muttered to itself. It became clear to Cornwall that he would not find answers from the wood elemental spirit. Given the current circumstances, he refrained from further provoking it, quietly burying this question within himself. As for the central region, he was determined to venture there. Knowing the mountain harbors tigers, one would refrain from entering. But what if the mountain holds minerals? If the mountain want to come to him, then he shall go to the mountain, and no one shall impede his path. Cornwall raised his hand to conjure a flicker of furious flame. According to his total willpower, merely igniting this tiny flame could only be sustained for 5 minutes. Frankly, even that was too brief for a mere light source. It could serve little more than a means to intimidate. See, I am not utilizing a supreme magical artifact to harness this aberrant attribute. Could you grant me a pass directly? This way, I need not take a detour. Rest assured, I shan't bind myself to you. The wood elemental spirit was once again taken aback. It stared intently at the flickering flame, its emerald eyes shimmering with a hypnotic emptiness. Truly, it was an aberrant attribute. The legendary tale had manifested before its very eyes. It was indeed true that demonic entities had acquired aberrant attributes long before the legends. I can grant you that, it exclaimed, and no sooner had the wood elemental spirit spoken than Cornwall promptly extinguished the flame. Leaving it alight was not feasible. He could not sustain it for long. Fortunately, the rabbit had no objections. It rummaged through its fur and produced a crystal stone condensed from the wood element. Generally, ordinary elemental crystals possess a regular shape, meticulously crafted into various pure-colored polyhedra. However, the crystal before Cornwall was uniquely shaped, reminiscent of the rabbit's flowing green fur. The lower segment of the badge, where the fur approached its roots, bore not the green of the wood element, but rather a pristine white. Cornwall took the crystal, examining it closely under the sunlight, where he discerned faint engravings spelling Ruabite. This is my name, the wood elemental rabbit explained, observing Cornwall's actions. Such a pass is unique to each elemental spirit. If it were to be destroyed or if I were to come within 3,000 meters of it, I would sense it seemed this pass served as a special calling card for their elemental spirits. Cornwall accepted the pass into his wristband and offered a friendly gesture of respect to the wood elemental rabbit. "Greetings, Ruabite. I am Cornwall." To be honest, Cornwall felt an overwhelming urge to fondle the fluffy rabbit. Yet he refrained. Unlike the soul of the young lion which belonged solely to him, this creature deserved a measure of respect. Upon hearing Cornwall exchange names, Ruabite appeared quite pleased. After a moment's hesitation, it leaned closer to Cornwall's leg, burying its face and revealing its head, adorned with pristine, soft rabbit fur. "I have heard that your demonic companions express friendship through head pats. What a delightful revelation! Which esteemed predecessor spread such a rumor in the elemental maze? Truly, their contributions are timeless." After giving the rabbit a hearty pat on the head, Cornwall resumed his journey towards the central region. Now equipped with both a map and a pass, he simply chose the most direct route. He traversed the territories of 4 different elemental spirits. The distinct geographical features and temperature variations became increasingly apparent. Upon exiting the wood elemental spirit's forest, trees and flowers vanished, replaced by a landscape of yellow earth, followed by vast lakes and the grassy plains where winds rose. It seemed Cornwall's idea of utilizing elemental spirits to alter the ecosystem was indeed quite feasible. Before he could leave the howling winds of the plains, a new climate welcomed him at the border. The gentle winds carried a fine drizzle that felt neither cold nor warm but gradually soaked him. Cornwall opened an elegant black umbrella adorned with exquisite purple patterns. Ahead, numerous paths converged. This rain-soaked land marked the entrance to the central region and the terminus of several outer roads. Beneath the encircling black walls, one particular entrance with guards stood out prominently. The guards were 2 striking bronze horses formed from gold elemental spirits. Looking deeper within, Cornwall noted the stark contrast between the central area and the periphery. From afar, the outer territories predominantly exhibited a solid hue, such as expansive fields of green and yellow. However, now, Cornwall glimpsed the vibrant colors of the central zone, though they were too distant to discern clearly, merely patches of color resembling a painter's palette. As Cornwall approached the guards at the entrance, before he could present his pass, one of the bronze horse guards spoke. "Ruabite has acknowledged your entry into the central region. We have all heard of it." It appeared that elemental spirits possessed a swift means of communication, explaining why Ruabite, as the lord of the fallen region, had immediately approached him with a recruitment list upon his arrival in all likelihood. Within that brief time, the elemental spirits had already learned of the new demonic presence. The guard on the left, a bronze horse, trotted closer to Cornwall, its metallic muscles fluid and harmonious. "Come aboard. I shall escort you inside to meet Lord Moon." Lord Moon? Cornwall had never heard that name before. He was in dire need of information regarding the central region, but recent experiences had taught him that dealing with elemental spirits required little preamble. Direct inquiries sufficed. He mounted the horse. "Thank you, esteemed guard. Might I have the fortune of learning about the deeds of Lord Moon?" Upon hearing Cornwall's inquiry, the bronze horse shook its head in astonishment. Snorting, "You do not know him? Should I know him? I have never been to the elemental maze myself. Could it be that this lord has ventured into the demon realm? He is the contract partner of your demonic king." The guard clarified, "Father, impossible." Though Cornwall had never encountered his father's elemental spirit, it must still accompany him and could not have returned to the elemental maze. Which demonic king could it be? The bronze horse guard refrained from using specific terms, seemingly unconcerned that Cornwall might think of another demon king. Could it be Queen Liana? Liana Samuel Satan, the first sovereign of the demon race, the first of the Satans. Since her time, the chaotic tribes of demons had been unified, establishing a sociable nation, and the once fractured royal families had come together under her reign. She was the demon realm's version of an eternal emperor, and initially, Queen Liana had merely been an ordinary village girl. Of course, it is Queen Liana. Cornwall swallowed hard, feeling a surge of excitement. Lord Moon was indeed a contract partner of the first emperor, and he was about to meet him, the legendary warlord who had seized military power and swept through 7 tribes in mere months. His companion was now within reach. The flames of war from 5,000 years ago, previously confined to the pages of history, were about to ignite before his very eyes. Chapter 18. The 4th guest as Cornwall ventured deeper. The environment of the central region became clearer. This place resembled a fairy tale town, adorned with exaggerated colors. In his 2 lifetimes, Cornwall had never witnessed houses crafted entirely from gold and silver, let alone ordinary two-story buildings, each spaced along the roadside. The small river flowing before the houses carried milk and honey, the sweet aroma wafting directly into Cornwall's nostrils. Clearly, this was no ordinary milk. Cornwall, being a prince in this life and having enjoyed abundant resources in his past life, had never encountered such a scent before. It was as enticing as the fabled mead of the monk Tang Song. Beneath his feet lay a path composed of vibrant gemstones, each a favorite among human nobility, exhibiting exceptional transparency and luster. The trees and flowers flanking the road were no longer tangible entities of gold and wood, but rather crystalline icicles and clusters of snow. According to the Bronze Horse Guard, at night, they would transform into fiery trees and thunderous blossoms. Continuing forward, he suddenly encountered a large lawn, with a spring seemingly serving as the source of the milk and honey river, and behind it stood not the previous two-story buildings, but a towering 12-story edifice. Beyond the high-rise, the black walls sealed off all paths, indicating that this was indeed the dead end on the map, the very heart of the maze. As anticipated, the bronze horse came to a halt. Addressing Cornwall, "We have arrived here." It raised its head, signaling him to dismount and follow closely behind. The entrance to the high-rise bore no guards. The bronze horse continued to lead the way for Cornwall. It appeared visibly elated, its steps light, and it exhibited remarkable patience as it walked alongside Cornwall, who moved at a slower pace. "I must thank you. Were it not for you, I would never have had the opportunity to meet Lord Moon." "That shouldn't be the case," Cornwall replied, puzzled. According to Ruabite, nearly every demon entering the elemental maze aspired to reach the central region. The negotiations with Ruabite and obtaining the pass had indeed felt rather effortless. Those capable of entering the elemental maze were all esteemed among demons, and the likelihood of securing a pass was substantial. The frequency with which this guard encountered Lord Moon should not have been low. Yet, judging by its demeanor, it seemed otherwise. Not every demon entering the central region can be summoned by Lord Moon. The bronze horse scoffed, "Of course not. Your summons from Lord Moon is due to your status as a guest of the elemental spirits. You are the fourth guest I am aware of. Dio, you think this is a simple matter? The fourth?" It appeared that Cornwall had misjudged the situation. He realized that his experience in the elemental maze was indeed unique. The bronze horse began to reminisce, recalling that it had only acquired the seed of the mutated attribute prior to the covenant with the elemental spirits in order to become a guest. "The first two guests I had neither seen nor heard of, except from the accounts of the Elder Guardian. At that time, the leader of the elemental spirits was not even Lord Moon. That incident dates back 5,000 years. And one of the guests was indeed Her Majesty Gina." This revelation made Cornwall gasp in astonishment. He had thought the fourth guest mentioned by the bronze horse was merely a cumulative presence of a few centuries. Yet it turned out to be from 5 millennia ago, revealing his own imperial stature. Cornwall pressed on, inquiring about the third guest. Upon mention of the third, the bronze horse expressed resentment. "That individual appeared merely a century ago, coinciding with my 99th year as guardian, only to be preempted by the horse on my right. Its reflexes were simply too swift." "The horse on the right? Another bronze horse guardian, you say? What sort of appellation is that? Even in such a state of agitation, it still resorts to endearments?" Cornwall silently scoffed. The bronze horse ground its teeth in anger, but moments later broke into a sudden smile. "I had initially assumed I would have to wait another 1,000 years. Perhaps not even to see you, yet you arrived so swiftly. Moreover, that horse on the right cannot contest with me. It is customary for one to have their turn." It even excitedly attempted to nudge Cornwall with its hoof to show camaraderie, but then realized that might be interpreted as a kick, thus refrained from doing so. "Your name is Cornwall, is it not? You must strive hard. I truly hope that when I retire, I can share your story with my successors. Oh, by the way, you can simply refer to me as the horse on the left. Not so. What should I call you, my friend?" Cornwall maintained his politeness, insisting, "Please do tell me your name, esteemed guardian on the left." "I have no name. We elemental spirits possess no names without covenant partners. After all, interactions among elemental spirits do not necessitate speech. Only your demon can require us to have names. Thus, retired elemental spirits have names. Much like Lord Moon and Rebet. So, only retired elemental spirits, whose partners have perished, bear names." Cornwall was taken aback. No wonder Rebet was reluctant to form a covenant with anyone. Its partner had long since passed away. How many times had it been deceived into believing that the demon kin's gestures of friendship were in the form of a Rua rabbit head? Recalling the warm, soft touch of the rabbit head, Cornwall could not help but feel a burgeoning anticipation for his future covenant partner. That entity would not merely be a facet of his transformation scheme, but a companion who would walk alongside him until the end of his days. As Cornwall conversed with the bronze horse on the left, they had already entered the building, traversing through the expansive lobby, where at the center of the second floor lay a large reception room. In contrast to the opulent metallic structure, the furnishings within were modestly crafted from wicker and wood, exuding a sense of warmth and approachability. Just as Cornwall and the bronze horse were about to knock, a warm and inviting voice resonated. "Have you arrived? No need to knock, do come in." Upon entering, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows unveiled a magnificent view of the outside, and in the center of the room stood a low wooden table adorned with fruits. Instead of chairs, there were cushions, an unusual arrangement, yet upon seeing the figure seated opposite, Cornwall understood. The elemental spirits vary in size and form. Cushions are indeed the most suitable choice. There lay a reclining centaur, its robust equine body towering over the bronze horse, yet lacking the bulging muscles that conveyed raw power. Instead, it was graceful and light, its base color resembling silver rather than white, adorned with azure crystalline armor. No, it was not merely adorned. The crystalline armor was part of Lord Moon's transformation. The humanoid aspect was a male torso, not entirely exposed, partially enveloped by scattered crystalline armor, appearing elongated against the backdrop of the equine form. Silver hair cascaded down, and the elongated ears crafted from azure crystal stood erect atop its head, its features gentle and ethereal, akin to that of an ELF, an opaque azure veil draped before its eyes, giving it an air of fragility, raising concerns about its potential blindness. Yet, even if it were blind, it seemed unlikely to impede anything, for Cornwall had not yet set foot in the room when this figure already sensed his presence. Lord Moon, Cornwall and the bronze horse on the left bowed in unison. This marked the first encounter Cornwall had had with an elemental spirit exhibiting humanoid traits since entering the elemental maze. Bearing a striking resemblance to many demons who had nearly fully animalized, Chapter 19. Perhaps encounters need not be extraordinary. Take a seat, child. Moon lifted a teapot and poured a cup of red tea onto the table. The bronze horse, having fulfilled its guiding duty, departed, and Cornwall sat cross-legged upon the cushion. Lifting the cup, he took a sip of the red tea. Its rich aroma enveloped him, and he felt an immediate lightness, as if the accumulated fatigue within him had dissipated, akin to a long-utilized machine receiving maintenance, rust eradicated and lubricated anew. Exhaling softly, Cornwall released a breath of stale air, the warm tea dispelling the dampness accrued from the gentle rain. Leaving him feeling cozy, Moon gazed at Cornwall with a loving expression, as if observing a dear junior, for indeed, Cornwall was a descendant of Her Majesty Gina, thus truly a junior to Moon. After half a cup of red tea, Moon remained silent, prompting Cornwall to initiate the conversation. "Lord Moon, I have come to seek a covenant with an elemental spirit. I have heard that the spirits in the central region can wield 2 or 3 elemental powers simultaneously." "I am aware, child," Moon interjected. "Within this building reside 5 other ultimate spirits. As long as they are willing, you may take any one of them with you." "Then how can I make them willing?" The first reference that popped into Cornwall's mind was a certain scenario from his previous life involving a smart individual capturing Pokemon. Simply defeat them and then use a Pokeball. "Can I challenge them? Or is there an arena for that?" Cornwall spoke, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he was only at the 6th tier and might not even be able to prevail. Moon chuckled gently. "That would not be appropriate. Then what must I do?" "You merely need to stay here for a few days, with no need for elaborate designs or overly deliberate actions. Simply be yourself." Moon's tone was reminiscent. "Child, not every encounter needs to be extraordinary or leave a lasting impression. The extraordinary should belong to your future. You will share many experiences together, and thus the seemingly mundane meeting will be cherished and etched in your memory. Your talents are recognized by the elemental maze, so you need not do anything further. The guest room on the other side of the 2nd floor will be your accommodation. Feel free to rest. Should you wish to seek me, you may do so at any time. You have 6 days here to enjoy yourself." Since Lord Moon has said so, Cornwall chose not to rush. After all, he had 6 days ahead of him. Ample time to acclimate. The guest room was neatly arranged, featuring a large bed and a private bathroom. There were no worries regarding water, as this was the domain of elemental spirits, and the water in the bath was infinitely replenishing. Beside the window stood a wooden table, adorned with a platter of fruits and a resident map indicating the ultimate attributes of the 5 elemental spirits. Among them, 2 corresponded to extreme cold, water and earth, 2 to extreme heat, fire and wind, and lastly, the extreme drought, which was a combination of earth and fire. Curiously, there was no spirit representing extreme moisture, which piqued Cornwall's curiosity even further. After examining the resident map, Cornwall refrained from visiting anyone, adhering to the elder's advice, and decided to engage in activities he enjoyed. After a long day of traveling, as dusk approached, Cornwall resolved to prepare a delightful meal for himself. Near the spring of the river of milk and honey, Cornwall set up his treehouse, its towering structure casting a shadow. He brought over tables and chairs and filled a jug with honey milk from the spring. Not rushing to drink, Cornwall poured a small bowl and summoned the soul of the little Lion King from the seat of wrath. Instantly, half of his willpower was drained, but fortunately, the soul manifested itself using the surrounding fire elements, eliminating the need for Cornwall to continuously supply willpower to sustain the little lion's existence. Although the consumption was high, as long as he did not recall it, the little lion could remain present indefinitely, and Cornwall was keen to bring it out for some fun. After all, according to the records, there is a wondrous allure among little spirits, perhaps attracting others. Due to Cornwall's limited willpower, the summoned little Lion King was no larger than the size of his palm, and he wondered when he would be able to summon a lion of normal stature. It's the moment. The orange-red little creature instantly gravitated towards the exquisite aroma of the honey milk in the bowl. Using its short limbs to wriggle like a caterpillar towards the bowl's edge to lick it, Cornwall remarked, "Be careful not to drown in the bowl." Pouring himself a cup of honey milk, Cornwall leisurely observed the fluffy little Lion King. Lord Moon mentioned that encounters need not be extraordinary, yet the meeting between Cornwall and the little Lion King was indeed special enough. That night, how many destinies were irrevocably altered? Elemental spirits that had covenant partners possessed names. Perhaps Cornwall should bestow a name upon the little Lion King as well, for it was a soul residing within the seed of mutation, and they would accompany each other henceforth. The identity of the little Lion King reminded Cornwall of a childhood animated series he had watched in his previous life, The Lion King. The protagonist was named Simba. So, Cornwall gently tapped the lion's head. "You shall be called Naji." Upon hearing this, Naji raised its head from the bowl, letting out a dignified roar. A response echoed from the direction of the building. As if in reply, Cornwall and Naji turned their gazes toward that direction, and soon after, a white figure burst forth from the doorway, bounding towards the wooden table, halting just a few meters away. Cornwall's eyes lit up. Another cat was approaching. The creature that has just arrived stands tall, reaching the height of a calf. Its front paws, interspersed with shades of brown and white, are raised high, while its round, short head boasts a prominent ice-blue crystal at the center of its brow. A long and robust tail, nearly as large as its body, trails behind it. Is this a tiger, cat, bear? Its species is utterly indiscernible. Yet undeniably adorable, a howl escapes it, revealing sharp teeth and exuding a chilling aura that causes Cornwall to feel a slight frost upon his brow. It appears to be an elemental spirit of extreme cold. A mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers, and it seems this one has come to contest for supremacy. Cornwall, unfazed, retrieves a bowl, intending to entice the newcomer. The honey milk from this spring should be familiar to it, and he plans to greet this new guest with his own offerings. He pours out the leftover mint liquor and spirit fish from the last sacred fire ceremony. This spirit fish, completely transparent, has a texture akin to shrimp when cooked, and uncooked, it resembles jelly, perfect for a small dish. "Would you care for a drink?" Cornwall invites, placing the poured liquor on the table. Although his affinity for felines is heightened due to the sacred fire ceremony, he recognizes that this is no mere cat but a transformed elemental spirit, and he is uncertain if it will reciprocate his hospitality. "Ha ha, thank you." A boisterous female voice responds as the new cat leaps onto the table and begins to lick. It bites into a piece of spirit fish, baring its teeth in delight. The liquor in the bowl vanishes at an observable rate, and when the cat lifts its head again, a flush of color appears in the fur by its cheeks, while a chill emanates from its crown. Are you drunk? You are an elemental spirit. This mint liquor, though called liquor, is merely a low-alcohol beverage. Chapter 20. Snow White observing the unusually altered state of the new cat. Cornwall contemplates carrying it to Lord Moon. However, before he can make a move, Najee, having finished the last sip of honey milk, looks up and burps, unleashing a fiery breath directed straight at the inebriated new cat. The flames do not harm it. The ice-blue crystal on its body radiates a cold light, causing mist to rise around it. Cornwall instinctively retreats a step, while he is unafraid of the anger flames as they are his own. He cannot afford to be scalded by the steam. As the steam dissipates, the new cat's condition normalizes, its eyes sparkling with clarity as it grins widely. How fun! What is this drink? I have never had it before. This is liquor, not just a drink. With only this cup poured, I dare not offer you more. I have none left either. If you fancy it, accompany me to the demon realm, and I shall treat you to a drink. If we form a contract, you may partake as well. The extreme cold elemental spirit, a cat born of water, earth, and ice, is an exceptional choice that Cornwall cannot afford to miss. Upon hearing this, the new cat's large eyes widen in surprise. Are you trying to deceive me? It appears hesitant, seemingly swayed by the allure of the mint liquor. I must consider this. Cornwall tightly grips his porcelain cup, suppressing the urge to pet the cat. If you need time to ponder, why not join me for dinner? Is there anything you do not eat? If I'm not hungry, I shall not eat that. So when hungry, anything is fair game. Cornwall prepares to gather ingredients, casually patting his own Najee, who lies flat on the ground, quickly ensuring everything will be ready. Turning away, Cornwall feels a surge of joy. This elemental spirit is clearly a glutton, and the contract should be secured. Given the disparity between the demon realm and the human realm, it cannot possibly compare to the culinary repertoire from his past life. The new cat approaches Najee, who just spat fire at it, and places a paw on the motionless Najee's forehead, wearing a triumphant smile. This demon seems to be a cat slave, and the contract should indeed be secure. Eager to escape this confined space surrounded by a maze of elemental energy, it is more than willing to join. This demon, rumored to be the progeny of the current demon king, possesses a unique attribute at such a young age, with an alluring visage befitting royalty. It is an opportunity not to be missed. Unfortunately, the demon remains inactive after visiting Lord Moon, leaving the new cat with no choice but to take the initiative. The fine liquor only affirms its choice. External delights are indeed superior. The new cat extends its rosy little tongue to lick the corner of its mouth. The warmth from Najee's robust paws envelopes it, and rather than seeing the opposing attributes of its extreme cold and Najee's aberrant quality as a drawback, it perceives them as an intriguing complement, something it deeply desires to explore. Having released Najee, it rolls over and lies back on the table, licking its paws. Its feline gaze is fixed upon Cornwall, who has matured considerably over these past few days. His once delicate frame now possesses a touch of robustness, and his black hair, adorned with horns, radiates an air of mystery. Partners? Cornwall, diligently preparing the meal, remains blissfully unaware of the cat's calculations. He thinks, since it eats anything, he will prepare only what he himself enjoys. Why do adults not have picky eaters? Because they do not purchase what they do not like. Cornwall's storage ring contains nothing he dislikes. Today, he decides on fish-flavored shredded pork and sweet and sour ribs with rice. Although the demon realm seasonings do not rival those from his previous life, he cannot find substitutes for the pickled peppers and broad bean paste that should be in the fish-flavored shredded pork. He must emphasize the sour and spicy flavors more, as some seasonings and ingredients will require him to develop further after arriving in his territory. The current dishes possess merely about 60% of the flavor from his past life, yet they are still superior to fried fish and chips. The new cat shares this sentiment, initially skeptical of the dark ribs presented before it. It recognizes that it cannot allow its plan to falter. Even if the demon's cooking skills are lacking, it will not retract its decision. Silently, it licks a piece of the black rib on its plate, then dives headfirst into it, the sound of crunching filling the air. Delicious, meow. Watching the new cat devour the ribs with fervor, Cornwall begins to eat his own meal. The ribs were prepared abundantly, ensuring no one need fear scarcity. And even Najee is gnawing away, As the meal concludes, Cornwall looks up to see two calico cats, their faces sticky with sweet and sour sauce. Fortunately, they are not ordinary beasts and do not shed fur. Cornwall pulls out a handkerchief to clean their faces, wondering why the new cat, a third water elemental, does not use its water element for cleansing, but he refrains from asking. Seizing the opportunity is what matters. As he wipes away the last remnants of dirt from the cat's faces, the new cat, stuffed and unable to move, gasps for breath and speaks. "Give me a name, Cornwall." Those ice-blue eyes gaze at him. Stirring a memory, this creature resembles a rabbit cat, albeit with a slightly slimmer face, making it appear less clumsy. Cornwall had long thought of a name for the new cat, one that reflects his aspirations for his future territory. Yes, upon meeting you, I even selected a territory. Cornwall had previously promised to venture to the most perilous regions at the edge of the demon realm. The Sulfur Stone Flame Land was the choice he had just made. This place is a domain of rampant fire elements, closely bordering the Sea of Lava, where the molten sea melts all things, forming a true forbidden zone. Below the sacred tier, one is reduced to ash. And above it, one suffers irreparable wounds, rendering the coastal Sulfur Stone Flame Land a boundary of the demon realm. The elemental spirit of extreme cold is destined to traverse to that fiery nation. Bringing with it newfound hope, the snowstorm shall descend upon the crimson earth. Snow White, is this name suitable? Cornwall inquires. The new cat nods, and then 3 concentric magical circles materialize beneath Snow White, embodying water, earth, and ice. The circles whirl, causing elemental energies to fluctuate around them, and a towering phantom of a snow-capped mountain, far exceeding the height of the black walls, emerges in the air. That vast, silent, and sacred snow mountain stretches into infinity. In an instant, Cornwall feels as though he stands within the frigid winds of the northern lands. That its true form. The elements within the snow mountain, upon acquiring sentience, have transformed into the elemental spirit Snow White. This manifestation signifies the initiation of their partnership contract. Naji rests upon Cornwall's head. The fiery patterns on his forehead reappear, and his dark wings unfurl, allowing willpower to flow across his demonic eye. Casting a soft purple glow, "Do you not wish to take a look at other elemental spirits? You have yet to encounter them, have you?" Snow White inquires once more before the formal contract ceremony commences. "That is inconsequential. I have already met you." Cornwall responds, and he genuinely believes it. The contract ceremony officially begins, with the elemental spirit orchestrating the array. Cornwall's task is to connect their minds through willpower and chant the ceremonial verses. "Hereby I declare to my soul, my bloodline, that I shall coexist with the elements." The willpower and elemental energies collide, and Snow White's feline eyes gradually shift to a shade of purple. Cornwall tears his garment open, revealing a tricolor magical array of white, blue, and brown emblazoned upon his chest, identical to that beneath Snow White. The contract is sealed. Chapter 21. Disappearance. As the contract ceremony concludes, the wondrous phenomena surrounding them dissipate completely. Cornwall takes a seat, while Snow White lies atop the wooden table, beginning to explore the changes within its body. "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Not here." A cheerful female voice echoes in Cornwall's mind, akin to an unrelenting virus pop-up, prompting him to respond out of sheer exasperation. Upon receiving a reply, Snow White's eyes brighten, and the purple glow flickers like a lamp, flashing on and off. "Received, received, 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 Cornwall. I wish to sever this mental connection." The partner contract has induced transformations in both their bodies, as if they have each been implanted with a power bank. The willpower Cornwall channels into Snow White can be stored within this power bank. Although the willpower does not belong to it, it is more than sufficient for USADS for Cornwall. The previously empty space at the center of his chest now manifests an image of a snow-capped mountain, gathering elemental power that had previously been absent within the demon's body. This is the power bank of elemental energy. He endeavored to harness his mental prowess, and instantly, snowflakes danced around him, while sand and stones were swept away in a flurry. Such an experience was a first for Cornwall. The convergence of willpower was a synthesis of mental and emotional energy, the latter coalescing at the blood chi located in the lower abdomen, a phenomenon not found in humanity. Presently, The location of the ethereal snow mountain was a reservoir of elemental mana exclusive to humankind, where mental energy intertwined with elemental forces to generate magical power, a capability absent in the demon race. It is no wonder that the contract with elemental spirits significantly aids in perceiving the attributes of mutation. It is akin to creating something from nothing, a sublime fusion. Even when drained, one must seek the elemental spirit for rejuvenation. Even if one possesses no understanding of the underlying principles, it represents a monumental leap from 0 to 1. It is said that forming a contract with ordinary aberrant beasts does not result in the birth of an ethereal projection in the mana reservoir. The two types of contracts present vastly different challenges for future understanding of elemental power and the resultant mutated attributes. Suddenly, amidst the swirling snow and shifting sands, Cornwall felt a weight upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the snow-white creature had leapt onto his leg, its paw pressing against his chest as it climbed upward. With limbs far exceeding those of Najee, it symbolically encircled Cornwall's neck. Burying its head into his embrace, he promptly extended his hand to support the snow-white creature, its icy touch markedly different from that of Najee, yet beneath its fluffy coat, it exuded a warmth reminiscent of autumn, perfectly comfortable. The snow-white creature laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How delightful! Contracting is truly enjoyable, Cornwall." In the end, Cornwall did not meet the remaining 4 supreme spirits. Initially, he had planned to spend a few more days with the snow-white creature for a proper farewell. But to his surprise, the snow-white creature was quite eager to depart. "I shall not stay here for even a minute," it insisted. Thus, early the next morning, Cornwall carried the snow-white creature to pay a visit to Lord Moon. Observing the pair, Lord Moon exhibited little reaction, for the commotion from the previous night's contract had certainly not escaped his notice. "Lord Moon, we intend to take our leave," Cornwall stated respectfully. Lord Moon maintained his demeanor from the previous day, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. "Excellent, you are indeed well suited, Cornwall. I heard from Rebert that you have a question. What happens when the 4 limit attributes converge?" Cornwall found himself intrigued, as did Lord Moon. Cold dryness corresponds to earth, cold wetness to water, and the combination of water and earth yields ice. Your aberrant seed is fire, with the dry heat of fire representing a quadrant of warmth it lacks. "Snow White?" Lord Moon inquired, tilting his head to glance at the cat perched on Cornwall's shoulder, seemingly soliciting confirmation regarding its new name. "Indeed, my lord," the snow-white creature nodded. "Then, Cornwall and Snow White, should you ever uncover the answer to that question, do let me know." Cornwall had never contemplated the matter of the 4 limit attributes during the contract, but upon hearing Lord Moon's mention, he realized that his seed of fury perfectly complemented the sole deficiency of the snow-white creature, potentially presenting an opportunity in the future. "We shall certainly inform you," Cornwall replied, producing the pocket watch that served as the key, gently pressing the dial to halt time. Abruptly, a wooden door materialized within the reception room. "Then we shall take our leave now." Lord Moon nodded, watching as Cornwall and the snow-white creature vanished from sight. His fingers caressed the teacup. He was the epitome of the spirit of moisture, warm winds and cool waters. Where wind and water merged into a forest, as it happened, Liana, who was perfectly attuned to the wood element, shared similar attributes, making it the most mainstream choice. Having the same attributes facilitated comprehension and progress. "Liana," Lord Moon murmured, reminiscing about a prophecy from years past, shortly before her departure from this world. The gentle yet resilient banner-bearer had not aged. The superiority of the demon royal lineage allowed her to appear far more mature than when they first met. After all, at their initial encounter, he had merely transformed into an ordinary white horse, with the metamorphosis into a centaur occurring only after attaining the holy rank. "Lord Moon, when the 4 limits merge, perhaps we shall reunite." Since her departure, he had deliberately fostered complementary contracts, yet even now, those memories had grown faint and yellowed. Thus far, he had only encountered 2 instances. It was exceedingly rare to possess an aberrant seed prior to the contract. "Liana, it has been 3,000 years, is it true? You have met Lord Moon. He has returned to the elemental labyrinth for 3,000 years. I have never seen him," the esteemed headmaster Adelaide proclaimed excitedly. When Cornwall emerged from the wardrobe, the elderly headmaster was seated before the fireplace in the abandoned warehouse, enjoying afternoon tea. Upon noticing Cornwall, he hastily beckoned him to sit, adding a platter of pastries while inquiring about Cornwall's experiences. Cornwall had no intention of divulging the complete truth and subtly cautioned the snow-white creature through their mental link not to speak, as he did not wish to attract attention as the fourth guest in the Central District. Such revelations would only complicate his plans to journey to the territory. Therefore, Cornwall merely stated that he had unexpectedly encountered Lord Moon, thus satisfying the headmaster's curiosity, as for the three-element snow-white creature. He simply indicated that it was an ice elemental spirit. Just as they were about to conclude their conversation after consuming a considerable amount of pastries, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by a clear, authoritative horn signaling a warning. It was the signal of the Hexagram Legion. Cornwall glanced at the headmaster in surprise, seeking an explanation from the esteemed figure of the demon realm. Why is the Hexagram Legion making such a ruckus in the royal city? They are sounding the horn to clear the residence. The last time such a commotion occurred was to escort my sister to guard the high tower. I am unaware. Perhaps we should investigate together. Headmaster Adelaide suggested, shrugging his shoulders. Upon exiting the abandoned warehouse, they beheld a formation of armored soldiers flying in unison, their rapid march indicating that a significant event was unfolding. It appears they are heading toward the Moonlight Fortress, Adelaide remarked. Indeed, it was the Moonlight Fortress. Cornwall felt a surge of apprehension. Has Loria discovered something? Or has she met with misfortune? Neither of these possibilities proved true, for a breathless teacher rushed in to report. Providing Cornwall with the answer, "It is not good, headmaster. Princess Queer has gone missing." So, this endeavor was also aimed at capturing his sister. Chapter 22. What are you doing on my bed? His sister has vanished? The Hexagram Legion's pursuit did not seem indicative of mere disappearance. Instead, he suspected his sister had orchestrated an escape. Upon hearing this news, Cornwall forced himself to maintain a composed expression, striving to avoid displaying the alarm that gripped him. Is she attempting to flee back to the Moonlight Fortress? The thought of what might transpire there left Cornwall unable to contain himself. He swiftly took flight, leaving behind a declaration, "Headmaster, I shall assist in the investigation." The disappearance of a traitor is a matter of great importance. The teacher who delivered the news remarked, "Prince Cornwall, you truly harbor concern for the demon realm." Was that concern for the demon realm? Headmaster Adelaide patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You should dedicate your life to teaching at the academy. Do not pursue other occupations." Devoting a lifetime to the academy, the teacher exclaimed with fervent reverence with a sigh. Adelaide muttered, "There is no hope for him." This time, Cornwall did not offer a sacrifice of willpower. His flying speed was far inferior to that of the previous night, compelling him to exert every ounce of effort to accelerate. By the time Cornwall reached the Moonlight Fortress, he felt a metallic taste rising in his throat, his wings growing weak and fatigued. The Moonlight Fortress lay shrouded in silence. The devastation wrought during the Beast Horde night had been repaired by the Demon King's envoy, and the fortress appeared identical to how it had been prior to his sister's incident. Why was it so quiet? Had his sister truly been captured? Or had she genuinely vanished? Gritting his teeth, Cornwall charged into the castle. Your Highness, Loria, present in the Grand Hall, was taken aback to see Cornwall burst in. However, she quickly deduced the reason behind his sudden entrance. Have you heard about Princess Queer's situation so soon? She guided Cornwall to sit and slowly recounted what she knew. This morning, a servant delivering meals to the high tower made the discovery. There were no unusual signs at the scene. Everything remained intact. Even His Majesty personally inspected the situation, and the only ones missing were Princess Queer and Prince Water. Water? Cornwall had not anticipated hearing that name. Did my sister take him along in her escape? Yes, with Prince Water involved, I believe you need not worry, and no one can contravene Princess Queer's wishes and quietly take her away. She must have. Loria hesitated to continue. She must have done so willingly. While others may believe Queer would not take Water along in her escape, Cornwall understood that within the game, there was indeed a connection between them. The Hexagram Legion had indeed been present moments ago. Loria continued, they sought any traces of Princess Queer here, yet found none. The princess truly did not return. Not returned? How unreasonable of her to take Water and not check in on them, Cornwall grumbled inwardly. Yet, he also felt relieved by his sister's decision. As long as she could escape, it was prudent to contact him once she was safe. And what about you, Loria? Have you uncovered anything regarding the Beast Horde night? Upon mentioning this, Loria's demeanor grew increasingly grave. the flickering light casting shadows upon her furrowed brow. It felt as though the day had darkened in Cornwall's heart, confirming his suspicion that the game had been tampered with. I discovered remnants of an alchemical array in the garden behind, arranged with gold axe flowers. The person who set it up seemed to have no intention of cleaning it, yet after half a month. Some flowers have already withered. If we had waited any longer, they would have naturally vanished. Indeed, the blooming period of gold axe flowers lasts only a month. Without intervention, they would disappear on their own. And when new flowers emerged, no traces would remain. The flowers in the Moonlight Fortress were not tended to by anyone and were allowed to bloom freely. The name Moonlight Fortress was adopted only after his sister was bestowed the title of Moonlight Prince. Prior to that, it had been known as their mother's Delota Rose Fortress. In the garden, delicate lavender roses bloom abundantly. It remains uncertain whether it is through some means employed by Mother or if these flowers have attained a spirit of their own. They do not proliferate excessively. Rather, they flourish in perfect harmony. Throughout the garden, the predominant hue is that of these Delota roses, with the other flowers merely serving as their adornments. Should they overshadow the roses, their blooming would cease. The golden axe flower does not vie for dominance, much like the baby's breath of a past life, serving as a common complement in bouquets and appearing ubiquitously in gardens. I am unfamiliar with this formation. Would Your Highness care to take a look? Lorcia suspects that Your Highness is likely unaware of this formation as well. The alchemical array is a construct of human study, something the demon race does not comprehend. They merely introduced a few common types in a general education course at school, and even this exemplary graduate is not knowledgeable about such matters. Having studied for less than a year and relying on her tutoring, the prince is even more oblivious. Yet, Lorcia recalls the prince's ritual of leading the lion herd. What if he knows now? It is certainly worth a visit regardless. In the back garden, the Delota roses continue to bloom in an artful arrangement, their pale lavender petals appearing even lighter under the sun, exuding a completely different elegance than at night, as all mysterious dangers recede. Revealing a pure and vibrant color, Cornwall and Lorcia hover 3 meters above, gazing down. A small cluster of platinum flowers distinctly forms a circular array in the garden, and that is indeed the golden axe flower. I do not recognize it either. Cornwall shakes his head. After searching for clues for quite some time, it is astonishing to find themselves stumped in such a place. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Cornwall feels utterly perplexed. In his past life during the college entrance examination, he was well versed in astronomy and geography. Yet now as a prince of the demon realm, he finds himself at a loss. There is nothing to be done. Since no one recognizes it, they may as well disperse after taking a snapshot. As he contemplates his next course of action, should he borrow a few books from the dean? Or perhaps enlist someone directly? Coincidentally, he also needs to visit his territory. He should bring someone to help manage things. Should he attempt to abduct someone from the human realm? That may be too late. As he lacks the moonlight mark to access the human realm, he must plan meticulously. Let us have someone tidy up the room. I shall take a short nap. Although the living conditions in the elemental maze were not unfavorable, Cornwall yearned for a thorough cleansing and rest. By the way, allow me to introduce Snow, the ice element spirit. Cornwall plucked Snow from his shoulder and presented her to Lorcia, their eyes meeting in a vibrant exchange. Lorcia, my esteemed knight. Snow raised her paw and affectionately kissed Lorcia's face, her bright and bold voice ringing out, "You are so beautiful. I like you." The ceremoniously dutiful knight's face immediately flushed crimson. "Snow, do not behave like that. Lorcia will be upset." "It's quite all right, Your Highness." "Hello, Snow." Meanwhile, in Cornwall's room at Moonlight Castle, the maid had just departed after cleaning. On the newly changed, pristine white sheets, a figure appeared out of thin air. A child clad in a court gown sat upon Cornwall's grand bed, her violet eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother." Chapter 23. Sister sent me here under Snow's insistence. Lorcia cradled her away. Cornwall luxuriated in a soothing hot bath, donned his night clothes, and felt a languorous heaviness envelop him as he ambled back to his room, intending to collapse onto his plush bed. However, at the moment he opened the door, he sensed something amiss. There was someone in his room. Cornwall immediately became alert, peering inside to find a child peacefully slumbering on his bed. The child's skin was so pale it seemed to have been deprived of sunlight for an eternity, and her long black hair cascaded to her waist. Though disheveled, It shimmered with luster. Clad in a light green court gown that appeared slightly oversized, the sleeping child tugged at its fabric, rendering it a bit loose. Though young, her face was exquisitely beautiful, promising extraordinary allure in the future. Yet the pressing question remained. Who was this child? Cornwall did not recognize her. Why was she sleeping on his bed? He swiftly closed the door and hurried to find Lorcia. Before long, the two, one prince and one cat, stood before the door. Lorcia regarded him with a disdainful, incredulous look, her tone icy. Your Highness, are you saying a beautiful little girl has suddenly appeared on your bed? Cornwall, sweating profusely, responded, Yes. Why do you look at me like that, Lorcia? I know nothing. You had just had the maid clean the room, and she didn't discover this child either. Lorcia approached the bed, adjusting the child's attire and gently caressing her face. Though her touch lacked gentleness, it was sufficiently delicate. As a swordsmanship prodigy, she possessed remarkable control over her strength. Turning back, her gaze sharpened. Your Highness, do you truly claim ignorance regarding this child's appearance? Cornwall glanced at the child. Did she resemble him? Perhaps only in hair color, nose, and mouth. Snow exclaimed, She looks just like you. A smaller version of Cornwall without horns. The exclamation jolted the sleeping child awake. As she opened her eyes, silence enveloped the room as all gazed in her direction. The child blinked, her eyes momentarily clouded, but upon seeing Cornwall, they brightened with recognition. Violet, a further indication of resemblance. Cornwall internally sighed in resignation. How could she be of royal lineage? The birth of royal children is meticulously recorded, and even illegitimate offspring with awakened magical eyes must be documented. Yet this child's origins were shrouded in mystery. Would he be unable to clear this up? His concerns were unwarranted. The child spoke, her voice sweet and clear, Brother. The utterance shocked everyone present. Where could this sister have come from? He had only a brother. Cornwall quickly regained his composure and approached the bed. Why do you call me brother? Who brought you here? After the initial surprise of awakening and seeing Cornwall faded, the child's expression settled, revealing only subtle traces of her earlier joy. She struggled to maintain a stoic facade. Yet the delight in her eyes betrayed her. She seemed to possess a strong instinct for self-preservation. Sister sent me here. You and sister look alike. I recognized you at first glance. Indeed, we resemble each other. Cornwall and Queel are twins. Are you what? Cornwall inquired, as he had no sister, only a brother who had recently gone missing. The child nodded obediently. It truly is what? This attire must have been provided by Queel. A boy disguised as a girl is an excellent cover. The six-pointed army would never suspect. Lorcia had already closed the door before Cornwall could pose further questions. This matter must remain confidential. Cornwall sat beside the bed, observing who appeared exceedingly frail. Though 9 years old, she seemed no older than 5. Her quick emotional restraint suggested her life guarding the tower had not been easy. Gently stroking What's head, Cornwall inquired softly, Where has sister gone? Do you know? I do not know. Sister only said to follow you closely and not to worry about her. It seemed Queel had no intention of revealing herself. What could she be planning? Never mind. As long as she was not imprisoned in the tower suffering, there was no need to fret for her. Then you shall stay with your brother. Are you hungry? I am hungry. Snow raised her paw eagerly. What regarded Snow, her eyes glimmering, yet her expression remained stoic. I can endure. There is no need to endure. You can eat your fill here with your brother. Upon hearing this, Cornwall hastily reassured her and resolved to cook himself. After all, this was his beloved sister's child, sent specifically to him. He could not bear to see her suffer. Should he rely on the father who had imprisoned her? What do you want to eat? Your brother will prepare it for you. I want to eat plain white rice. What looked up at Cornwall, her eyes filled with genuine desire. This child truly craved it. Not merely out of politeness or a desire to avoid troubling her brother. She sincerely believed that simple white rice was the epitome of culinary delight. Very well, we shall have rice. Snow, you two can play for a while. When Cornwall returned with the meal cart, he found Snow, and Lorcia seated at the table. Snow and were engaged in a game of chess, with Lorcia acting as an impartial referee, though it seemed unnecessary. They had not left the room to dine, as disguise required further adjustments. Who won? Cornwall inquired, approaching with a smile. Upon inspecting the chessboard, It was evident that what had soundly defeated Snow, and what was only 9 years old while Snow had existed for almost 30 years. Seemingly aware of Cornwallis' thoughts, the stern Lorcia spoke up, "Your Highness, it was the black pieces that were too weak, collapsing with a single blow, not to mention attempting to cheat 49 times. Cornwall had only been away for a short while. How could there have been 49 instances of cheating already?" Snow pounded the table in frustration, prompting Cornwall to hastily collect the chessboard. "Come now, let us eat and see how I fared in cooking." What desired plain white rice. He had originally planned to prepare curry, but upon entering the kitchen, he surrendered. The ingredients were limited, and he could only hope for future opportunities. Ultimately, he settled on making tomato and egg rice, a simple yet delicious dish. With many children at home, Cornwall opted for a sweeter flavor. Eggs were easily sourced, and in the demon realm, wood wolf peaches could serve as a substitute for tomatoes. The pristine white rice was adorned with vibrant red and yellow, incredibly enticing, with just a hint of seasoning and green onions glistening. Snow had already buried her head in the dish, the sounds of licking echoing as she completely forgot her previous defeat. Lorcia remained silent, savoring her food with small bites, though she was swift in her movements. What, on the other hand, was the slowest, perhaps due to her lack of extraordinary powers. She leaned closer, inhaling the steamy aroma, which fogged her vision momentarily. After filling her mouth with a generous spoonful, she quickly followed with another. Her reddened eyes could no longer hold back the tears, which began to fall. One by one, Cornwall reached out to wipe them away, but what halted him, he mumbled with his mouth full, "Brother, I have a family now. Right? Sister said we are siblings and that we are a family, but she has also left." What's eyes brimmed with tears and fear, dreading an unfavorable response from Cornwall. "Brother, will you send me back?" "No," he replied. "This is your home. Die in the future. When you go with your brother to the Sulfur Inferno, that will also be your home. You will have family and friends, and you will not be confined anymore." Chapter 24. The Duke of Sulfur. Cornwall's decision to care for what stemmed not solely from brotherly affection. What possessed a moonlight mark, enabling even a mutated human to open spatial gateways. With what by his side, Cornwall was no longer trapped in the demon realm and could traverse at will without drawing attention. What sister had truly acted in Cornwall's best interest. After finishing their meal and calming what, they remained seated at the table to discuss what disguise what should adopt moving forward. Firstly, the name What could no longer be used, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicion if he were to stay close to Cornwall. "How about Teapot?" Cornwall suggested, only to be swiftly silenced by Lorcia. "How can you give such a name to a child?" "I think it could work if my brother likes it," What replied. "His Highness does not approve." Lorcia interjected, preventing Cornwall from speaking further. Cornwall felt a twinge of regret. It seemed Steam would be rejected as well. He racked his brain, unwilling to let go of the name What. "How about Wheel?" The proposal passed unanimously, and the remaining disguises became manageable. In the royal city, What could still wear a dress and pretend to be a girl with dyed red hair, reverting to his true form during the journey to the Sulfur Inferno. The Demon Eye would require constant disguise. Cornwall retrieved a treasure from the basement's collection area, elemental glasses, crafted through a complex process, an 8th-tier item surpassing the extraordinary levels of those present. As a side note, White Snow's current combat power was at the peak of the 7th tier. The lenses, soft and moist, could completely cover the eyeball, allowing even the magic race, devoid of elemental affinity, to perceive the flow of elements. For them, this was an entirely novel and advanced technology, akin to thermal imaging combined with contact lenses in Cornwall's eyes. The deep green lenses would obscure the original pupils, presenting a uniform color, once a disadvantage, now fortuitously suitable. Cornwall gently placed the glasses on What. "There we go. Who would have thought this red-haired, blue-eyed girl is the 5th prince What? She is merely Lorcia's cousin." Wheel with Wheel, Cornwall's territorial plans would require new adjustments. Many preparations would become unnecessary, as he could procure goods through exchanges in the human realm, allowing Wheel and White Snow to play chess nearby. Cornwall began organizing his plans at the writing desk. The renowned Dangerous Lands only contained one suitable city. Outside the city walls, the populace struggled to survive in their isolated communities. The Sulfur Inferno was situated in the territory's innermost border. In Rock Spring City, due to the arid land and insufficient food, the city was entirely closed off, forbidding refugees from entering. The towering walls acted as a fortress, blocking not only beasts but also external pleas for help. Within the fortress, the high-ranking ministers and the ordinary citizens who provided for them found safety. Cornwall did not intend to remain cooped up inside. Instead, he aimed to construct a new city for the Lord at the territory's center, potentially beginning from local gatherings. However, certain essentials were indispensable: food, clothing, shelter, and defensive capabilities. He had no need for gold, silver, or jewels, but now with Wheel, he could prepare a bit more wealth without needing to exchange everything away. Your Highness, Cornwall contemplated his resources when Lorcia entered. His Majesty has summoned you upon hearing of your return from the elemental maze, the Demon King's palace, as Cornwall was led in by a servant. He encountered the elderly Mr. Ryan in the corridor. Every afternoon, serving delightful refreshments to the king was the old servant's most cherished mission, and today he had prepared an even more sumptuous spread. Prince Cornwall, shall we go together? The old servant has prepared your favorite iced red tea and raisin cookies. He did not personally push the cart but stood aside, allowing a young attendant to do so. Let me push it in, Cornwall said with a smile, grasping the cart's handle. Old Ryan, instead of resisting, bowed in compliance. Then I shall trouble you, your Highness. They arrived at the same council chamber as last time. Yet it lacked the previous bustle, with only Cornwall and the Demon King present. Father, Cornwall entered, setting out the items from the cart before Agareth, then pouring tea for him. Cornwall, I heard you contracted an ice element spirit. Have you decided where you wish to go? Agareth picked up a cookie. You may choose freely. I will permit it. I have decided, Father, that I wish to go to the Sulfur Inferno. The Sulfur Inferno lay at the southwestern border of the Demon Realm, precisely where the volcanic fireburst lion once resided. The Demon King nodded. The southwest? Not bad. Santa and Lewis are not far off. If you find life in Rock Spring City unsatisfactory, you can seek them out. Cornwall's elder sister Santa's territory was 2 lands away from the Sulfur Inferno, directly bordering his second brother's territory, Firefly. However, traveling from Sulfur to Firefly would be more troublesome. Take your sister's Prince Guard with you. You may need anything else. Feel free to tell me now, Agareth continued. The Prince Guard comprised 1,200 well-trained soldiers, united under the command of Lorcia, ensuring their loyalty. The Demon King was indeed providing a significant gift. Cornwall felt thrilled. His father was quite generous, alleviating his concerns about defense as he rebuilt the city, provided he constructed sturdy walls. The demons were not adept at building walls, nor was Cornwall, who had never studied architecture. But humans could. He would find a way to bring one back, knowing a good place to procure one. That will suffice. Thank you, Father. Agareth frowned slightly. What are you being so polite about, since you refuse to speak? Allow Ryan to take you to select something from the treasury. You are bound to find something suitable. You do not need a manager? I wish to find one at the academy, Cornwall replied earnestly, knowing that without students, no one would allow him to build a city outside. Then go contact Adelaide. Agareth waved his hand, seemingly disinterested in further conversation with Cornwall. He produced a token, tossing it into Cornwall's embrace. The token, black at its core, intertwined with blood red and purple, was made from the Pride Cliff in the Hell Lake, upgraded through other means. Engraved on it was Cornwall's full name, noting its forging during the reign of Satan III. This is your Lord's token. It contains 3 means of emergency contact with the royal city and a defensive shield capable of withstanding 1 legendary spell after being charged with energy. Reusable as long as it remains intact. Either Earth Elemental or Pride Energy can recharge it. Then you may take your leave, Duke of Sulfurda. Chapter 25. The Snow Mountain Energy Converter. Cornwall, for the first time addressed by his title as Duke of Sulfur, pondered the Demon King's words until he left the room. Your Highness? Ryan's call brought Cornwall back to reality. Compared to the seldom-seen Demon King, Cornwall had spent more time in the palace during his youth with Ryan. The old servant felt like a grandfather to him, and in Ryan's warm smile, Cornwall felt embarrassed about his earlier distraction. I apologize. I was a bit lost in thought. No worries, Your Grace. Now, shall we choose something? The storeroom was not located in any corner of the palace. The Demon Realm's treasury existed in a separate, specially opened space, maintained stably over generations by the Demon Kings. With Agareth's authorization, Cornwall and old Ryan could enter through the spatial gate. The moment they stepped in, Cornwall's surroundings transformed from the candlelit corridor to an endless black space where he could not perceive length, width, or height. Despite the black backdrop, the space was not dim. An unknown light source illuminated everything around him. Shelves filled the area, and Cornwall recalled the last time he felt so overwhelmed by shelves was in the sea of books at the library. He began to sweat slightly. Ryan, how should I choose? Must I examine each one individually? If I look through all of these, I might never reach my territory. Your Highness, do you have something specific in mind? If so, we can go directly to it. Cornwall certainly had something in mind. If it were not for the Demon King's suggestion to select from the treasury, he would have to search in the human realm. The Holy Core, a remnant of the transformative essence left behind by the death of a holy tier powerhouse, was distinct from Cornwall's externally prompted transformation. Achieving holy tier required a true understanding of the essence of power, what would be called enlightenment in a previous life. The holy cores they left behind were indestructible, the seeds of civilization. Given Cornwall's current understanding of the demon realm, the demons generally regarded these as enlightenment monuments or fruits, either frequently contemplating to enhance their comprehension of strength or consuming them to potentially ascend to the holy tier if they did not explode. However, the main control line in the game had a different application, which was crucial for Cornwall's territorial development. The principal character in the narrative does not utilize the sacred core he painstakingly obtained. Instead, it is inadvertently consumed by his contract partner, a majestic white dragon. The dragon, an exceptional covenant companion to humans, surpasses even the extraordinary beasts, much like the elemental spirits do for the demon race. In this world, humanoid beings possess three distinct sources of power. The Sea of Consciousness located at the center of the forehead, which fundamentally differentiates humanoids from other species. Both demons and humans possess it, harboring mental energy and properties of mutation. The mana pool situated in the chest is the source of magical power birthed from elemental force and mental energy, belonging solely to humanity. The blood energy eye in the lower abdomen is the source of willpower born from emotional energy and mental energy. Attributed to the demon race, to possess all three is the path to the sacred tier. Thus, elemental spirits and demons, dragons and humans are the most optimal covenant partners. Elemental spirits and dragons experience an exceedingly lengthy lifespan. And to rapidly enhance their strength, they must contract with humanoid races, which have inherent limits. When mana spirals out of control, it transforms into the myriad forms of nature, erupting into flames or dispersing as rain and snow. Humanity cannot overly rely on the elements. When willpower spirals out of control, blood energy runs rampant, leading to bodily mutations and the dominance of beastly instincts. Demons cannot solely absorb emotions. For both humans and demons consuming the sacred core, a staggering 99% yield one of the aforementioned outcomes. Thus, the sacred core is primarily utilized for contemplation or enchantment as a source of energy. No one has ever attempted to allow a contract partner to use it, as such a treasure is too precious. The number of sacred tiers that have existed for millennia does not exceed a handful, and even if 1,000,000 years pass, how many sacred cores would remain? Who would willingly part with something so valuable? Moreover, the inherited methods of usage have always been this way, until the principal character and his white dragon. The white dragon consuming the sacred core did not result in any loss of control. The dragon embodies the essence of arrogance, much like elemental spirits embody their elements. It consumed the sacred core with the attribute of arrogant thunder, impervious to the slightest harm from arrogance, and the dragon, a pure embodiment of emotion, would not be assimilated by the elements. Thus, the sacred core resided quietly within the white dragon's body. A thunderstorm altered everything. The lightning that struck from the sky transformed into a tremendous and pure lightning element, which was converted by the sacred core into the absorbable force of arrogant emotional energy for the dragon. The dragon remains unaffected by emotional energy's influence towards beastly transformation, yet cannot absorb external emotional energy. Its strength is determined by the magnitude of emotional energy it can manifest, and only humanity and the passage of time can facilitate its growth. However, the sacred core has now become a converter. Thunder has transformed into arrogance, granting the dragon the potential to grow. Originally, when contracting with a dragon, the human could comprehend emotional energy while the dragon followed the human in breaking through realms, a process solely dependent on human cultivation. But with the sacred core converter, it is no longer just one person cultivating. It is a dual cultivation process. This enhancement in training can be likened to a cheat code granted to the principal character by the game. The dragon and the human, elemental spirits and demons, are two sides of the same mirror. Cornwall firmly believes that the same phenomenon can be replicated between him and Bai Shui. Elemental spirits, as embodiments of their elements, cannot be assimilated by them, and since elemental spirits lack blood energy, they are also unaffected by beastly transformations. Unlike humanoids, who may lose control, dragons and elemental spirits possess no limits because they are pure. The enhancement of cultivation speed is not Cornwall's primary desire. What he yearns for most is the absence of limits. The Sulfur Stone Flame Land is not a trivial place for Bai Shui to alter the local environment. A substantial elemental force is essential. The terrifying high temperatures of the lava sea loom there, and Cornwall's ambition to establish his territory cannot be achieved by ordinary ice elemental spirits, as they would be unable to offset the pervasive fire elements, ultimately exhausting and weakening themselves. Where would Cornwall find ice elements in the heart of the fire element's dominion? Perhaps on the other side of the world. Currently, with Bai Shui at a 7th tier level, she could at most moderate the climate of a small village to be less scorching, yet it would not reach a pleasant climate and would require a 2-day respite each week. What Cornwall desires is prosperity, a magical realm akin to Jiangnan, granaries, sacred grounds. He intends to gather large populations of demons and then lure humans from the humanoid realm. A vast populace will generate an abundance of emotional energy. Bai Shui can absorb these immense emotional energies to generate ice elemental forces from thin air, thereby regulating the temperature. The larger the population, the more emotions are provided. The more emotions there are, the more regions Bai Shui can cool down. This cycle will continue endlessly until the blazing flame nation transforms into a sacred ground. This is the foundational reason Cornwall is confident in transforming the demon realm. Elemental spirits can alter the environment to a certain extent, a truth known for centuries within the demon realm, yet no demon has succeeded due to the inability to sustain it. The existence of the sacred core converter will serve as the cornerstone of this transformation. Relying on the power of the sacred core, Bai Shui will gradually devour emotional energy, evolving into a colossal mountain range that stretches along the coastline. Chapter 26. Selecting treasures. Cornwall is resolute in acquiring the sacred core. He suppresses the tumultuous passion within his chest and calmly inquires, does the royal treasury contain a sacred core? Indeed, it does. Not only are there sacred cores from demon ancestors, but also from humans. Before each demon king ascends to the throne, a covenant is established mandating that all spoils must be divided with the royal treasury, with the remainder being private property. After years of conflict between demons and humans, both sides possess some of each other's sacred core spoils. With a destination in mind, Layan leads the way, guiding Cornwall through this space until they finally arrive at a white wall. This wall stands 3 meters tall, adorned with numerous niches, most of which are empty, save for the top quarter which houses the sacred cores. Cornwall perceives each one in turn, searching for the sacred core of ice elements. Upon inspection, he finds only 3 ice elemental cores: the arrogant snow, the slothful eternal sleep, and the greedy ice. Cornwall dismisses both arrogance and sloth, as he aims to minimize idleness among his populace in establishing his territory. While arrogance itself embodies a rare emotional energy, greed aligns perfectly with his aspirations. Cornwall desires his subjects to be greedy, yearning for abundance, warmth, and comfort in their homes. The more they desire, the more advantageous it is for his territorial development. He will implement a reasonable system of rewards and punishments to encourage their greed. Gluttony, greed, jealousy. These are all options Cornwall seeks, the sources of motivation. Layan, I want that greedy ice core. Cornwall points to its location. A small spatial gate suddenly appears at the niche containing the greedy ice sacred core, seamlessly moving through the core before it is teleported into Layan's hands. It is unclear how the Demon King granted Layan such authority, but it proves to be quite useful. The greedy ice sacred core, a stunning icy blue and shaped like a diamond, does not emanate frost nor provoke an immediate surge of greed upon approach. All its extraordinary qualities are encapsulated within the sacred core itself. Cornwall studies it briefly before solemnly storing it within his storage ring, intending for Bai Shui to consume it once they return to their territory, avoiding drawing attention in the capital, a place rife with intrigue. Upon passing through the spatial gate, Layan does not bid farewell to Cornwall. Instead, he leads him to the Lake of Hell, boarding a small boat by the lakeside. They steer toward the cliffs of arrogance as they near the waterfall cascading from the cliffs. Torrents of water splash onto Cornwall's face. He wipes his face and raises his voice in an attempt to drown out the roar of the falling water. Layan, do we need to paddle further? Where are we headed? To his surprise, Layan raises a hand, pointing to a cave that unexpectedly emerges within the mountains, a place Cornwall has never encountered despite spending over a decade exploring these lands. We are going to His Majesty's private treasury. His Majesty mentioned you may choose one item from both the royal treasury and the private treasury, and no wonder it was undiscoverable. It is a place for hiding wealth. As the boat enters the cave, the thunderous sound of water quiets significantly, and a soft glow from the lantern aboard the boat illuminates the damp rock walls, casting shadows of the two figures. Layan's beastly head is projected onto the rock wall, offering a rare thrill reminiscent of past adventures. This scene feels akin to setting off on an expedition, especially since they are entering a treasure vault. Surely, there must be sacred cores within the Demon King's private treasury. Should Cornwall select another? The game has never depicted a scenario where two sacred cores are consumed, and he wonders if there might be a conflict. As he contemplates, the boat suddenly halts with a thud. Stumbling off, he steps onto the damp mountainside and turns a corner to reveal a beautiful underground lake, its banks piled high with treasure chests, and the cave illuminated by glowing crystals like fireflies. Cornwall resolves to create a secret treasure trove in his territory in the future, envisioning a grand celestial palace within his vast snow-capped mountains. The items in the Demon King's private treasury have all been meticulously curated, lacking anything of exceptional quality. The truly valuable items reside within his personal storage earrings. Here, Your Highness, take a look at this list. Layan grins, revealing the Demon King's secrets as he hands over a document. Cornwall realizes he has been overly concerned about the sacred cores. They are simply absent here, and whether he can consume two cores will have to wait until he finds a way in the humanoid realm. The list contains numerous items of decent quality, suitable enough to have been retained by the Demon King. Yet finding something that would attract a prince is quite challenging, especially since this prince has just emerged from the royal treasury. Cornwall quickly scans the list from top to bottom, his disinterest evident as he seeks something desirable. Just as he approaches the end of the list, an item catches his eye: pure stone. This gem contains mental energy, remarkably transparent and flawless. Mental energy is essentially the genesis of all for humanoid races. The inability of the demon race to rapidly accumulate willpower stems from their reliance on repeatedly honing and suppressing their beastly nature through mental energy, which has limited recovery speed. With pure stone, there is no need for natural recovery. It can be directly absorbed, making it a highly valuable training aid. Though its use is restricted among demons, it is a strategically controlled resource, as pure stone also serves as fuel for opening spatial passages. The consumption for such a vast distance between the demon realm and the humanoid realm is staggering. Even a sacred-tier demon king can lead a maximum of 1,000 individuals before exhausting their mental energy, requiring days for recovery. How, then, does the frontline army manage to cross? Would the demon king transport the 700,000 troops over a decade? The vanguard forces had long been depleted. The answer lies in the pure crystal. Resources, reinforcements, assistance. All logistical exchanges hinge upon it. Hence, the pure crystals of the demon realm are not circulated, and possessing them without official permission is a grave offense. Cornwall must acquire pure crystals to trade goods and people in the human realm. One cannot rely solely on a child like what? Initially, having a limited supply of pure crystals poses no issue, but as cities develop, the necessity for imports will inevitably arise, complicating matters. The pure crystal listed here is of the highest sacred grade, capable of facilitating the passage of 1,000 extraordinary demon clansmen at once. With only Cornwall and what, they could traverse hundreds of times, incomparable to those of legendary grade, as a single living extraordinary being is equivalent to a ton of resources. This one crystal would suffice for Cornwall for quite some time. Unlike the military, which wastes pure crystals, he could procure more from the human realm once he has developed. Humans are aware of the demon clan's need for pure crystals, thus implementing controls. However, they hoard supplies they cannot exhaust, leaving only a small amount in various major cities. Cornwall knows where to obtain them, and once he has the strength, he will seize them. He refrained from immediately expressing his desire for pure crystals and continued scrutinizing the list. Understanding that such controlled items are too sensitive, with his sister and what recently missing, he wished to avoid arousing suspicion in Ryan. He could not choose actively. He needed to devise a way for Ryan to propose selecting pure crystals himself, After scanning the entire list, Cornwall's face revealed a look of difficulty. The quality was commendable, yet he felt they lacked significant utility. Ryan smiled gently, assuring, "Your Highness need not rush. Take your time in making selections." Just then, as Cornwall continued to gaze at the list, his eyes suddenly glimmered red, an outburst of anger emanating from him, sparks scattering from his fingertips. "Your Highness!" Ryan was taken aback by this sudden change. Moments later, the red glow and flames dissipated, and Cornwall returned to normal, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing, Ryan. Perhaps my comprehension of the aberrant attribute is too low. Though I have condensed the seed of aberration, it occasionally remains unstable." He shook his head, appearing somewhat pale, a sign of excessive mental strain, but a slight suppression would suffice, as each fluctuation diminished. Cornwall was, of course, performing. The records of condensing aberrant seeds before the sacred grade were nearly blank, and his claim of occasional instability was unchallengeable. "In that case, Your Highness, I recommend you select this pure crystal," Ryan said with concern. "If such fluctuations persist, Your Highness's mental strength will deplete. Having a pure crystal will alleviate those worries." "Pure crystal, indeed?" Cornwall mused, glancing at it with interest before hesitating. "Yet, I find myself fond of the Sword of Danes and the Eternal Frost Stone." He picked 2 items from the list. "Your Highness, the pure crystal is only obtainable here. The items you mentioned can be found in the storerooms of Moonlight Castle, of comparable quality." Upon hearing Ryan's earnest persuasion, Cornwall finally resolved to choose the pure crystal. Ryan swiftly retrieved the translucent giant stone, nearly half a person tall, resembling a monument. "Your Highness, quickly absorb some to restore your spirit." Cornwall complied readily, sitting down to absorb a bit to replenish the mental energy he had just expended. When he emerged from the palace, he felt invigorated. Acquiring these 2 treasures would save him considerable effort. With the items secured, the remaining task lay with individuals. The Demon King permitted him to contact Adelaide to directly select personnel from the academy. Cornwall was unwilling to take those already involved in politics, as their backgrounds might harbor ulterior motives. He preferred those who had consistently remained within the academy, as such individuals would not obstruct his plans to abandon Rock Spring City and start anew. As night fell, having just emerged from the elemental maze, Cornwall was taken aback by the many changes that had transpired. It would be quite impolite to seek out the dean at this late hour. He resolved to visit in the morning instead. Slowly, he made his way along the street towards Moonlight Castle. It was no longer appropriate to call it that. His sister was no longer the Moonlight Prince, and the castle should revert to its original name, Delota Rose Castle. The blood-red moon illuminated the long street ahead, while the castle's former owner, Lady Catherine, was no longer beneath this sanguine moon. "Mother, my sister has departed the royal city, and I too shall leave with Delota Rose Castle, though not return here. There are no familiar faces remaining. Are you gazing at the moon?" Though the royal city was not particularly bustling at night, the streets were never entirely deserted, with vendors and passers-by ensuring a semblance of life. However, as Cornwall was about to leave the main city and enter the Manor Avenue, a path the common folk dared not tread, it was destined to be only a cold, solitary lantern. He turned into a dimly lit street, where a voice like the night wind suddenly broke the silence. Cornwall looked up to see Lorcia standing 10 meters ahead at the intersection. Clad in a black butler uniform with a cloak draped over it, her gaze directed upwards to the moon, her red hair dancing in the breeze. Tonight's moon is particularly full. Behind Lorcia loomed the complete blood moon. She produced a paper bag from her bosom, stating, "I noticed your highness had not returned so late and guessed you might be lingering in the main street area. Indeed, you have not changed. Come quickly, I have brought some freshly baked raisin cookies." Cornwall accepted the warm paper bag, opening it to indulge as he walked. "I had raisin cookies at the palace today, as well." Mr. Ryan always remembers everyone's preferences. "Lorcia, what right do you have to criticize me for wandering outside? It was you who used to lead me to do just that. Back then, it was Lady Catherine or Queer waiting for them. I have long since ceased such behavior, your highness," Lorcia retorted, vexed. "Very well, I shall have someone send an invitation to Mr. Adelaide. I intend to visit him tomorrow morning. In the invitation, I will add a note that he should not have breakfast, as I shall bring him a portion." The sound of their footsteps on the stone steps gradually faded as the two chewed on a bag of cookies, reminiscent of years gone by. Today, the esteemed Royal Academy of Will, atop the clock tower, would not be as tranquil as usual. It was to welcome many visitors. The first was the newly appointed Duke of Sulfur, Cornwall. He entered the principal's office carrying a bag of pancakes filled with egg, meat, and crispness. Adelaide sat behind his cluttered desk, just as he had the day before. "My Duke, upon receiving your invitation yesterday, I have been eagerly anticipating your breakfast. What could compel me to forsake fried fish?" Cornwall placed the pancakes on the desk, inwardly scoffing that anything would be worth forsaking fried fish to. "Oh, it seems I am meant to eat." With the pancakes in hand, Adelaide elegantly adjusted his mustache before taking a bite. The crisp sound resonated throughout, and an explosion of rich flavor enveloped his senses. "Is this the breakfast of the Satan family? No wonder His Majesty has never hosted a banquet in the palace for a century." Ignoring Adelaide's praise of the royal lineage and choosing not to explain that the Demon King had never partaken of such fare, Cornwall stated his purpose. "Dean, I am about to head to my territory. I require talents, particularly in the realms of city management, architectural planning, economic trade, agricultural and pastoral development, or alchemical technology. I seek your assistance." Adelaide continued munching on his pancakes, pushing 2 documents atop the cluttered table towards Cornwall. They were 2 resumes. One appeared familiar. If memory served, it was from the individual who reported Queer's disappearance yesterday. Peter, 27 years old, married but without offspring, a deputy researcher at the academy, specializing in agriculture and pastoral studies, has produced a highly influential paper on fruit tree cultivation. The other was also a deputy researcher, Julian, 24 years old, currently unmarried, specializing in alchemical architecture, with his latest achievement being the opulent opera house in the royal city. Only these 2 are willing to venture into the perilous lands. The researcher Julian was remarkably handsome, comparable to royalty, and had experienced a romantic encounter with a soldier's wife, which was discovered by the soldier himself. He was now preparing to evade the situation, and Cornwall was just the person to protect him. Cornwall had no intention of constructing any court buildings. It was more prudent to first create some cost-effective housing. "What about this researcher Peter? He has no special background, merely registered his name. I had him come early to wait. Would you like to meet him? Is researcher Julian also coming?" Cornwall inquired with curiosity. "I did not summon him. You wouldn't choose him, would you?" Listening to Dean Adelaide's words, Cornwall felt a tinge of disappointment. Before long, the man who had rushed in yesterday to deliver news reappeared before Cornwall. Upon entering, he appeared pale and trembling, kneeling on the ground. "Your Highness, please forgive my deception." Cornwall furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning. Did he not wish to go? Had his trip to the academy been in vain? Chapter 28. Peter's life-threatening recommendation. Hearing what seemed to be a change of heart, Cornwall felt a surge of irritation. But the other party had yet to clarify his words. He restrained himself. Allowing the man to finish, Peter, upon seeing Cornwall's knitted brow, grew increasingly anxious, stumbling through his explanation. It turned out Peter had not signed up for himself, but for a friend. From his convoluted account, Cornwall gleaned some valuable information. Peter's friend, Barlow, was a newly appointed deputy researcher this year, exceptionally talented, and had assisted Peter with his influential paper on fruit trees, even when Barlow was still a student. However, Barlow had not returned to the academy for several days, and Peter had his suspicions regarding the reason. Barlow was not of common birth, yet he was not a noble either. His identity was exceedingly sensitive and complex. He was a royal bastard, unacknowledged by the Satan family due to his lack of an awakened magic. Barlow's father, a notorious libertine, was regarded as a pariah among his royal lineage, a discarded offspring of little significance. Lost amidst the hundreds of similar progeny, none of whom would spare a thought for the humble child of a mere gardener. Yet, among that multitude, one singular being ascended to prominence, repeatedly struck by the divine hand of fate. A bastardy child, awakened with a magical eye and marked by the lunar sigil, Mykir Mammon Satan emerged from a fragrant bakery, only to awaken in a castle of blood and fire. Her existence inexplicably incited the ire of her royal kin, who bore the bloodline of nobility. They relentlessly tormented Barlow's father and all connected to Mykir, regardless of whether they had ever laid eyes on her. Such bullying became increasingly insidious and vile after Queer was imprisoned in the tower. It is even plausible that some of Mykir's many siblings fell victim to persecution and met their untimely demise. Peter yearned to rescue Barlow, yet felt powerless until the previous day when the director invited them to voluntarily enlist under His Highness Cornwall. It was then that Peter summoned the courage to take a risk. Tears streamed down his face as fear gripped him, yet his voice grew loud and clear, no longer trembling. "Your Highness, if Below knew you were recruiting, he would surely enlist. He is truly talented, having followed his mother in cultivating flowers and plants since childhood. He diligently studies architecture, agriculture, and urban management, hoping to seize any opportunity to escape those who oppress him." Adelaide shook her head in response. Indeed, Below was exceptionally gifted, having been an exception to her admissions policy. She had hoped the Academy's prestige would temper the hostility directed at the young man. But alas, she was mistaken. Now, as Mykir prepared to lead an expedition into the human realm, though this information would remain undisclosed, her prolonged absence from social settings would only exacerbate the resentment harbored by the royal family. Aligning with His Highness would be an excellent choice for Below, and Cornwall was in dire need of such talent. It was a fortuitous circumstance, yet Peter had chosen to initiate the conversation in a manner that displeased everyone. Alas, good intentions had been marred by a poor opening, provoking the ire of the prince, as the Academy's head. Adelaide felt a pang of sympathy for these genuinely talented researchers. "Your Highness, Below is an exception I made to admit into the Academy. If you wish to meet him for an assessment, I shall send someone to fetch him, and I will relay any news back to you." Cornwall shook his head. No need for a reply. "I shall wait here." He was aware of the lineage from which Mykir hailed, having produced numerous renowned researchers, and Mykir herself was recognized as a prodigy in her field. He was willing to wait for this half-brother of Mykir, particularly one favored by the director. Finding someone was a trivial matter. The bullies among the royals ought to feel compelled to release Below. After a brief discussion about the art of pancake making, a guard brought Below forth. He was a handsome young man in his early 20s, with the quintessential golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a pristine shirt, yet his face bore fresh, conspicuous wounds. Likely hastily treated by those who rescued him to avoid incurring the displeasure of the two dignitaries. Cornwall scrutinized Below and compared him to Mykir. This brother, likely entirely unaware of Mykir's existence, bore little resemblance to her, save for a shared intellectual aura marked by his glasses. From his posture, it was evident that Below bore injuries severe enough to render him bedridden, his body instinctively protecting his wounds, creating a slight dissonance in his movements, yet he stood respectfully. "Your Highness, Director, may the blood moon ever shine upon you." Cornwall glanced at the clock on the wall. "We have been waiting for nearly 40 minutes. I hope you do not disappoint me, lest I be led to believe your friend is toying with me." Upon hearing this, Peter, who had just exhaled in relief at his friend's escape, immediately trembled again. Fearing the prince's wrath, in a moment of panic, he blurted out, "Your Highness, Peter possesses exceptional skills in horticulture. He can cultivate the most delicate rain-heart lotus in the royal city." However, such a rare plant was not what Cornwall sought. Such results, I fear, would not satisfy me. Peter was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing from fear. Below offered a reassuring smile to his daring friend. "Your Highness, Below believes that both flowers and fruit trees should not be the focal points for agricultural development in the demon realm." The fourth prince's indifference towards the rain-heart lotus was striking. Typically, such rarities would elicit at least a hint of appreciation, yet Cornwall's demeanor suggested otherwise. Given Below's own experiences, anyone who heard of his success in cultivating the rain-heart lotus in the royal city would at least offer him a few words of praise. Cornwall's unusual attitude indicated that he was not here without purpose. He harbored an answer, a response he hoped Below would provide, yet the rain-heart lotus directly contradicted that expectation, leading to Cornwall's evident disappointment. What, then, did the prince truly desire? Below began to sense the underlying current, a flicker of fervor igniting within his eyes. Did the prince not seek something akin to his own vision? The primary focus of agricultural advancement should indeed be bread, cultivating plants capable of satiating hunger as in the human realm. The demon realm's own crops could not sustain its inhabitants. We were compelled to expend tremendous effort stealing from humanity. Yet, what if we could cultivate our own sustenance? Cotton from the abyss, featherflower vine, white fruit tree. The staple crops commonly found in the demon realm fell short of the necessary standards. I had previously researched these crops, familiarizing myself with their traits, but funding constraints halted my studies. If His Highness is willing, I can undoubtedly develop suitable crops for the demon realm. Cornwall remained noncommittal. The Demon Realm comprises 22 territories. You have only ever resided in the temperate Demon King's city. What makes you think your modified crops can thrive elsewhere? They will not thrive, Below replied without hesitation. Chapter 29. Departure. His unequivocal declaration sent Peter to his knees in despair. It was over. Below could not meet the prince's expectations, and Cornwall would not let him off lightly. Yet Below remained composed, exuding confidence. The flora nurtured in the royal city would undoubtedly fail to flourish in another territory. I require on-site investigations to collect data and initiate new breeding. Different territories necessitate different crops. That is the viable approach. Cornwall finally allowed a smile to grace his features, issuing his first compliment of the day. Well said. The bread of the demon realm you speak of is precisely what I desire. He clasped his hands upon his knees. And what of other areas? I have heard your talents extend beyond agriculture. Below understood he had navigated the crisis and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Your Highness, I have published papers on urban planning and economic trade. What of alchemical architecture? Are you versed in that? I must confess, I am not familiar with that subject, Below admitted. Feeling somewhat troubled, Cornwall nodded and turned to Adelaide. Pressing further, Director, truly there are no other volunteers? I apologize, Your Highness. That is, after all, a perilous place. I cannot compel my researchers. Very well. It seems we shall not find more talent. The gaps in alchemical and architectural expertise must be addressed. While he could recruit from the human realm, Cornwall needed a trustworthy individual to oversee alchemical matters. Failing that, he would have to prepare a binding contract with a human. Below, what other family members do you have? The lone recruit must be arranged appropriately. I have only a 6-year-old sister. May I bring her along with me, Your Highness? Below asked anxiously. If the prince did not permit Mia to accompany him, he would have no choice but to stay behind, for to leave under such circumstances would surely incur punishment. That royal libertine still harbors ill intentions towards the same individual 14 years later? Cornwall mused, his thoughts wandering. Below must have understood the situation by then. How could he allow his mother to be so infatuated? As if sensing the growing tension in the air, Below recalled his awkward lineage and quickly clarified. She is the child of my mother and stepfather, I see. So someone dared to marry a woman targeted by the royal family. Was he oblivious to the risks, or did he choose to ignore them? Cornwall's curiosity was piqued regarding Below's stepfather. Perhaps he held a significant position that rendered him unafraid of royal retribution. However, Below's current circumstances suggested otherwise. What is your stepfather's occupation? Cornwall inquired. Below realized the prince's inquiry stemmed from a desire to ascertain his stepfather's status, and he forced a smile, albeit a sorrowful one. My stepfather is an herbalist, often assisting my mother and me with treatments. His skills are modest, at a mere third-tier level. He simply loves my mother dearly. Satisfied yet not uplifted by the revelation, Cornwall sighed. Prepare yourself. Bring your sister to the castle at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Cornwall intended to have Below devise a developmental plan for the transition from settlement to city during their journey, thus serving as a final test of his abilities. Should he succeed, Cornwall would appoint him as the overarching coordinator, overseeing all aspects of detail, for he had but one cultural officer at his disposal. At the very least, he had secured a talent to accompany him into the wilderness. Upon returning to Delota Rose Castle, Cornwall informed Lorcia that they could commence the final preparations for departure. They would leave early the day after tomorrow. The 1,200 princely guards had already been rebranded as ducal guards and were prepared for departure, while any unwilling servants had been dismissed. Cornwall required only a handful of attendants. He could manage his own meals, primarily needing assistance with cleaning and maintenance tasks. The following day, Cornwall made his final farewell to the palace. On the morning of the day after, a gathering of individuals stood before the grand entrance of the garden at Delota Rose Castle. Cornwall, along with Loria and the girl known as Lewin, was present, alongside the solitary figure of Snow White. Just a couple of paces behind them stood Barlow and his sister Mia, a beautiful little girl with golden hair and blue eyes, much like her brother. Meanwhile, the main contingent of guards had assembled at the city gates. Let us begin, Your Highness. Time has elapsed, Loria reminded. Ideas all Snow White's fault for wanting to linger in bed and for turning off my alarm clock. How infuriating. You clearly weren't awoken by the alarm. You re the one who wants to stay in bed, Snow White exclaimed, launching herself at Cornwall's thigh. She was then caught by Loria, who lifted her up by the arm. With a piercing gaze, she surveyed the two who were reluctant to rise, slowly stating, "Cease this commotion." "Very well." Cornwall grasped the key in his hand, its golden surface adorned with intricate purple patterns, resembling a circular, sealed candy cane of Christmas. He inserted the key into the lock of the grand entrance and turned it, infusing it with his will. Instantly, a purple sigil materialized on the ornate gate. Cornwall intoned, "Rose, I grant you eternity." The sigil began to slowly rotate, expanding until it surpassed even the tallest spire of the castle. Then, it shattered, scattering like stars, transforming into a translucent, pale purple dome that enveloped the entire castle. Gradually, it shrank until it nestled into the hollow circular ring at the center of Cornwall's key. At that moment, the key morphed into a delicate crystal orb, and a vast clearing unexpectedly appeared along the manor's avenue. Thus, Delota Rose Castle was entirely removed, a functionality that had been meticulously designed by Lady Catherine at its inception, now proving to be remarkably foresight and useful. Cornwall strung the key around his neck and turned to lead the group toward the city gates, declaring, "We shall set forth on their journey." Mia expressed great interest in Lewin, astonished to discover a companion of similar age among their party. Several times, she attempted to free herself from Barlow's grasp to converse with Lewin, but Barlow refused to let her go, reasoning that there was no need to make friends when they knew so little about one another. Considering she was still quite young and required careful oversight, Lewin cast a fleeting glance in their direction. Uncertain whether the days spent guarding the tower had influenced him too profoundly, he had adopted a demeanor of stoic indifference reminiscent of Loria. Save for a brief moment of excitement upon their arrival. Understanding Mia's intent, he coolly introduced himself. "I am Lewin." Mia's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Hello, I am Mia, here with my brother. And you?" Lewin offered no reply but suddenly raised his gaze toward the city gates, his expression one of mild surprise. "What is it?" Mia promptly turned to look in that direction. Beyond the wide-open gates stood a colossal wooden horse, towering over 30 meters tall, slightly exceeding the height of the city walls. Cornwall observed their reactions with a friendly demeanor. "Children, that is the grand steed we shall ride on our journey." Chapter 30. The Windwood Horse Carriage. This is the Windwood Horse Carriage, the exclusive mode of transportation for lords, invented during the reign of Satan I. Cornwall recalled Loria mentioning this during his history lessons and immediately posed a challenging question. Is it a windmill, a horse cart, or a wooden horse? Loria's forehead visibly throbbed with frustration, and during subsequent swordsmanship practice, he delivered a few extra blows to Cornwall. Seeing the tangible Windwood horse carriage was far more awe-inspiring than anything learned from books. It stood 30 meters tall, its wooden body appearing akin to white jade, its surface warm and seemingly infused with immense energy. While it was evident that it was an alchemical creation, its design conveyed a sense of vitality. "Like Lord Moon," Snow White murmured softly. "Perhaps it is modeled after Lord Moon," Cornwall mused, noting the azure wind patterns adorning the wooden horse. Lords embarking on their journeys across numerous territories found themselves traversing lands fraught with tumultuous elemental forces. While the lords, protected by elemental spirits, faced no peril, their attendants' fates were less certain. In light of this consideration, Her Majesty, Lady Jenna, directly commissioned the creation of the Windwood horse carriage, hoping to ensure that the noble steed safeguarding her would also protect her descendants on their travels. As the system of territories gradually refined, the Windwood horse carriage became a means of transporting officials back to the royal city or to their appointed domains. After all, what good was it to toil for a lord only to enjoy nearly a millennium of respite? There were no guards surrounding the wooden horse carriage. The contingent had already entered its interior. The primary space within the carriage comprised the torso and neck of the horse, while the legs provided necessary support, preventing the interior from becoming hollow and ensuring that the legs could move back and forth, albeit creating a rather uncomfortable experience for those within. The torso space was divided horizontally into two halves. The lower section served as the living and activity quarters for the guards, while the upper half was designated for the lord's friends and noble companions, equipped with entertainment facilities. The living quarters for these individuals were situated within the neck of the horse, with the head serving as the driver's cabin. The horse's tail hung down, creating a passageway leading to the torso. Despite everyone possessing wings to fly, ascending directly would diminish their dignity. They took flight from the horse's tail, Lewin's eyes shimmering with wonder. while Mia marveled incessantly, and Snow White leaped with excitement. Once inside the upper torso space, the Windwood horse carriage began to move. Whether gazing out the windows or feeling the motion within, the ride was remarkably smooth, devoid of any jarring bumps. "What a marvelous creation," Cornwall exclaimed. "Your Highness must recall the knowledge from your history lessons. This was crafted by the human artisans recruited by Her Majesty, Jenna," Loria added. "Indeed, I remember well," Cornwall replied, having received a few blows during that lesson, thus ensuring the details remained vivid in his mind. That particular batch of alchemists did not pass down their techniques. Such exquisite creations can no longer be produced in the realm of demons. During the chaotic tribal era of the demon realm, there were no large-scale military campaigns against the human planes. Instead, various tribes sporadically traversed spatial pathways to randomly raid nearby towns. Satan I, the first monarch to unify the demon realm, initially harbored no intention of relegating his people to a life of plunder. His chosen avenue for change was alchemy. A group of alchemists had followed him since he was a tribal leader, captivated by Lady Jenna's charisma, willingly crafting alchemical products in her service. However, after uniting the tribes and consolidating power, the alchemists found their circumstances altered. Once esteemed tribal families had become the nobility and royalty, who began to ostracize those who had aided in their conquests. While the alchemists enjoyed the protection of Lady Jenna and were not persecuted, tensions only deepened. It was not until Lady Jenna fell gravely ill in her later years that the situation reached a boiling point. The plundering nobility began to attack the demon apprentices of the alchemists, imprisoning and executing them under fabricated charges. In a moment of desperation, Lady Jenna personally ensured the safe passage of these human alchemists, marking the end of alchemical practice in the demon realm. Aware that her time was limited, and as the sole pillar of reform, she understood that once she departed, these alchemists would fade into obscurity. She wished to prevent a bloody chapter from being recorded in history. This reflected her dignity and compassion as a monarch. Lady Jenna instructed the alchemists to conceal their identities in the human realm, leaving behind the seeds of reconciliation between humans and demons. However, they were eventually discovered by the Church, as they had spoken on Lady Jenna's behalf when others sought to malign Satan I. The Demon King released them, but the Pope did not. This piece of history remained mutually concealed, quashing any potential for renewal. It was not until the extremist plundering faction led by Satan III ascended to power that open conflict erupted between humans and demons. Satan III grew increasingly fervent in his desire to seize resources from the human realm. He coveted the magnificent Windwood horse carriage and sought to attain alchemy, yet he desired enslavement rather than cooperation. He would not conceal history from his son, thus Cornwall was privy to events absent from textbooks. Cornwall was unaccustomed to Satan III's methods. He preferred to create rather than seize the fruits of others' labor. If alchemy was not viable, he would seek alternative paths, progressing forward to nourish all, thereby transforming the very roots of plunder. Of course, he would also need to secure power within the human realm. Rather than relying on others for cooperation, he preferred to control the situation himself, as the Church remained a considerable obstacle. Yet, such considerations were distant. To possess his own Windwood horse carriage, he must first cultivate the land. Cornwall traversed the entrance hall and entered the public chamber, which boasted facilities such as a game room, a theater, a grand bath, a training room, and an observation deck. He sought out the library and summoned Barlow to join him. "Progress must commence with the sulfurous lands before us. Your Highness," Cornwall gestured for Barlow to sit opposite him. "You should be familiar with the city of Rockspring, to which we are headed." "Indeed, Your Highness." Rockspring is situated at the southwestern border of the Sulfurous Lands, near the Yellow Sand Basin. The city spans approximately 5,000 square kilometers and houses nearly 800,000 residents, with the primary crop being the rare abyssal cotton. The only unique resource is the Rocksprings water, which accelerates the digestion of emotional energy. Though abyssal cotton can thrive in Rocksprings' climate, it is certainly not the most suitable crop. Cornwall interrupted Barlow. "Enough. Your knowledge of Rockspring suffices. There is no need to elaborate further. What I wish to convey is that I do not desire Rockspring." As Cornwall's solemn expression registered, Barlow felt as if he had lost the ability to comprehend language. What did it mean to not desire Rockspring? Were they not en route to that very city? He suddenly felt a dryness in his lips. Fortunately, Cornwall continued, "Regardless of Rockspring's hardships, the people within are still alive. Are they not? But what of the refugees outside? The sulfurous wasteland is vast, and the destitute souls clinging to life outside outnumber those within the city, do they not? They reproduce rapidly across generations. And death has become an inherited legacy. I intend to establish a new city. Chapter 31. Slow roasting a new city. Barrow's mind struggled to fully comprehend the implications of this declaration. Yet, inexplicably, a flame ignited within his heart. He had always considered the welfare of the populace. After all, what compelled him to invest time and effort into cultivating crops that garnered little favor from the nobility? His relinquishment stemmed only from the passing of his parents. Leaving him responsible for his sister's care, he could not allow the delightful Mitsai to be distanced from her peers. He sought to provide her with the best conditions, which is why he cultivated the Rainheart Lotus. Now, the words of His Highness Cornwall conjured images of the scattered refugees struggling to survive in the sulfurous wasteland. Indeed, records confirm that the number of refugees far exceeds that of the town's population. Barrow, design a plan over the next few days. The pace at which we gather the refugees will not be swift. We will gradually transition from small settlements to a larger town. Do not overly concern yourself with the issues of excessive heat or water supply. I shall address those, however. You must meticulously plan the distribution of all facilities and regions. I hope to avoid any need for dismantling or reworking existing structures. Is that feasible? Certainly, my lord. It was evident that Barrow had yet to grasp the full implications of Cornwall's assurance regarding the resolution of the heat issue. His sole desire was to swiftly sketch the first lines of a city on a blank page. In the ensuing days, Barrow vanished from public view. Having distanced himself from the royal city, he reverted to a boyish appearance, though his hair color and eyes remained cloaked in disguise. During these days of interaction, Cornwall had come to understand Wheel on a deeper level. Despite being 9 years old, his intellectual and physical development mirrored that of Mitsai, who was merely 6. The years of isolation within the Guardian Tower, devoid of guidance, had been exceedingly harsh. Even at such a tender age, Wheel was acutely aware of the world's hardships, exhibiting a calm, detached demeanor and a certain ruthlessness. Fortunately, he retained a flicker of longing for familial bonds. Cornwall did not intend to raise the child to be naively innocent, yet he wished to leave Wheel with a semblance of attachment, making it easier for him to endure future tribulations. While Barrow immersed himself in contemplation, Cornwall and Lorcia took it upon themselves to educate Wheel, bringing Mitsai along as well. Will prove to be exceptionally bright. A fitting brother to Quayer, fervently absorbing all knowledge, driven by an intense desire to earn praise from Lorcia and Cornwall for his achievements. Conversely, the seemingly adorable Mitsai proved equally earnest in her studies. Lacking Wheel's instinctive grasp but possessing superior memory. Initially, Mitsai harbored a keen interest in befriending Wheel, but once they began attending classes together, animosity began to overshadow camaraderie. Mitsai ceased her attempts to converse with Wheel, opting instead to delve into their prepared children's introductory materials, promptly answering every question posed by Cornwall during class. Wheel was taciturn, choosing not to engage in disputes over such matters, yet he consistently outperformed Mitsai in every classroom assessment. The intense rivalry between the two academically gifted children cast a palpable tension over the entire public lounge. At least, that was how Cornwall and Bai Shui perceived it. Bai Shui now dared not approach either of them, even opting to circumvent the library altogether. She preferred solitary play, occasionally dragging Cornwall along, while she no longer dared to pester Lorcia, fearful of being compelled to attend lessons. Cornwall, indeed, was subjected to such compulsion. He had originally been one of the teachers, yet the rigorous study habits of the two prodigious children awakened Lorcia, an outstanding graduate of the Academy of Higher Will. She recalled that her own prince had dropped out in the first grade, and compared to the academic records of the two children, Cornwall's previous semester's grades were dismal. Thus, she revoked Cornwall's teaching privileges, compelling him to obediently sit beneath the lectern. In the morning, Lorcia taught the children, while in the afternoon, she instructed Cornwall. By the end of the day, as Lorcia gathered her materials, she reminded, "Do remember to complete today's assignments, my prince," before departing the library. Wheel and Mitsai awaited at the door, having spent the afternoon reading and brimming with questions for Lorcia. Inside the library, the sun set, casting golden rays through the windows. Cornwall lay with his face turned sideways on the desk, his eyes wide open yet unblinking. The dusk's light revealing not a flicker of response, not a glimmer of spirit. Perhaps it was the liminal nature of twilight. Under the red glow, Cornwall emanated an aura of faint desolation, indifferent to the lively bustle at the door. Suddenly, a white figure leaped onto the desk, prompting Cornwall's fixed gaze to slowly shift. Bai Shui had daringly entered the library, her plush form appearing grand from below. Her typically vivacious voice trembled with a hint of fear. "If you feel weary, you may rest against the cat's broad chest." Outside, the flames of knowledge surged, while within, the scholars huddled together for warmth, in the fervent atmosphere of learning. A week gradually slipped by, the colors outside settling into a hue of yellow. They were soon to depart the yellow sand basin. Once they exited, the city of Rock Spring would be within reach. Cornwall's gaze wandered far, only to be abruptly jostled back to reality, the flesh of his cheek yielding to the gentle prod. "Are you not going to attempt to conceal your daydreaming, my prince?" Lorcia perched herself casually on his desk. "We are currently experiencing no sensation of heat at all." Cornwall, devoid of any shame, continued his previous line of thought, understanding that Lorcia's descent from the lectern signified her tacit approval of his idle chatter. "The Windwood carriage is indeed remarkable. Aside from its swift speed and amphibious capabilities, it can withstand various extreme weather conditions: thunderstorms, severe cold, scorching heat, and storms. Its offensive capabilities are formidable as well. We easily broke free from the encirclement of the beast horde previously." Lorcia marveled. That was no ordinary beast horde. The one from the Night of Beasts pales in comparison to this. It was a horde that threatened to engulf the entirety of our vision. Even though the refugees across the Demon Realm's territories would, to prevent complete beastification and subsequent attacks on their kin, choose to end their own lives by incineration at the moment of death. There were always those who faced accidental misfortune while foraging outside, or settlements directly engulfed by the tide of beasts. They became a part of the beast horde. The number of refugees dying was alarmingly high and rapid. Cornwall murmured. Outside, the desert gradually yielded to yellow earth. The rainfall in the sulfurous wasteland surpasses that of the yellow sand basin. After all, the Sea of Lava is indeed a sea. Although its water content is exceedingly low, it still experiences rainfall, rendering it less arid. However, this cloud and rain cannot extend to the yellow sand basin. Conversely, while the yellow sand basin is a desert, it does not endure the extreme temperatures of the sulfurous wasteland. Within the Windwood carriage, Cornwall could hardly fathom the temperature outside, which consistently hovers around 70 degrees Celsius. It is worth noting that the typical human constitution in the human realm bears little difference from that of Cornwall's previous life. At 70 degrees Celsius, the human body can endure for merely an hour. Chapter 32. Humans on cotton, cotton on humans. Even the persistent temperature of 70 degrees is aided by a barrier, the origins of which remain unknown, established along the coastline of the Sea of Lava and the Demon Realm, effectively isolating nearly all of the heat. The physical constitution of the demon race is inherently superior to that of humans. Yet it remains insufficient for enduring such an environment over prolonged periods. The refugees in the sulfurous wasteland are in a constant state of exerting their willpower. Overexertion has become the norm. Infants and toddlers devoid of willpower require their elders to periodically supply willpower to protect them in order to survive. Despite the daunting challenges, they have managed to proliferate, even surpassing the population within the city. The average lifespan of refugees in the Demon King's domain is 120 years, the same as that of urban residents. Outside the royal city, the average lifespan of refugees drops to 40 years. And in the most perilous areas, it plummets to 20 years. One enjoys a peaceful ending. Such is the harsh reality of the Demon Realm. Why, Prince, it is time to change your clothes. We are nearly there. Gazing out from the window of the Windwood carriage, a cylindrical fortress emerged on the horizon. The only city among the various territories of the Demon Realm boasted uniquely constructed outer walls. A relic from the era of the first Satan, these walls were designed with minimal functionality, focusing solely on strength and elemental isolation. Towering 60 meters high and gleaming in steel hues, the fortress's upper expanse was also covered with a transparent isolating material, resembling a canister. They could already see that Rock Spring was fast approaching. They needed to meet with the city lord and the current officials for a formal handover, necessitating a change into formal attire. Cornwall's ducal attire bore a striking resemblance to military garb, predominantly in black and purple, adorned with golden threads, tassels, pom-poms, and lace. A ceremonial sword hung at his side, slung across with a white belt. Lucia was to take charge of the city guard. Her military uniform featuring minimal embellishments, but complemented with a breastplate and arm guards. Barrow would oversee the administrative affairs, his formal wear being the most elaborate and cumbersome. Wheel and Meetsai required no such formal attire, donning common court garments instead. When the group convened in the boarding hall, even Bai Shui wore a medal emblazoned with the insignia of the Satan family and the Duke of Sulfur. The Windwood carriage approached the steel fortress, and with a thunderous roar, the iron doors flanking the entrance parted. Inside lay not the city itself, but rather the interior of the city walls, a steel-colored chamber. The 30-meter-tall wooden carriage entered, and the outer doors slowly closed once more, as the chamber sealed. White smoke billowed forth from the ground, and the colossal thermometer mounted on the wall gradually descended until it reached 50 degrees Celsius. At which point the inner doors began to open. Gazing out from the window of the boarding hall, everything outside appeared remarkably clear. The wind horse carriage had traversed merely a few steps beyond the territory occupied by the city guard. And ahead lay a cluster of buildings. Closest to the city gates was the administrative district, and further in were the individual residences of the esteemed officials. Next came the abodes of lower-ranking officials, where a large plaza bustled with activity, surrounded by taverns and commercial establishments. Cornwall swiftly surveyed these structures, noting their footprint was approximately only 1/5 of the entire city area. The remainder was vast expanses of farmland, where the arid earth yielded scant living space for the city's lowest inhabitants, as most land was developed into towering edifices, forcing many to reside in close quarters. The yield of the cotton plant was dismal. Its stature was diminutive, producing merely a single boll per plant. Nearly 6 million acres of farmland were barely sufficient to sustain the city's populace, as the average annual yield per acre was a mere 20 pounds. This figure was indeed alarming, starkly illustrating the desolation of the demon realm. Consequently, those tending to the cotton were confined to cramped quarters. They were compelled to stay close together, for disobedience would result in their expulsion into the searing heat of 70 degrees Celsius. Far from the comfortable 50 degrees they had come to know. Cornwall was well aware of such circumstances, yet witnessing the vast fields of cotton firsthand struck him as absurd. Was this truly a land devoid of idle fields? Upon disembarking from the wind horse carriage, the former city lord, adorned in splendid attire, awaited him, flanked by a row of opulent carriages pulled by vibrant second-tier beasts, undoubtedly consuming more cotton than the farmers themselves. The administrative district was in close proximity, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves entering the banquet hall. The intricately dressed attendees sang and danced in celebration of the lord's arrival. Though Cornwall sensed their joy was rather superficial. Following this transition, only 3 individuals would return to the royal capital: the city lord, the acting deputy lord who was also an administrative officer, and the commander of the city guard. All other officials present were not transient agents dispatched from the royal city, but rather nobles who had resided in this rock spring city for millennia. Did they genuinely desire their fortress to have a true master? The previous city lord had been replaced every 5 years, never coveting their possessions, but now they faced a lord, an entrenched duke. However, Cornwall had no intention of seizing their holdings. Let them cherish their meager yield of 20 pounds per acre. The banquet offered little in terms of sustenance, merely some meat, a few melons, and cotton bolls. Yet the hall was crowded, and the already sweltering temperature of over 50 degrees felt even more oppressive. The trio of children, including Luan and Mia, had nestled white snow between them, forming a compact trio akin to a layered pastry. Cornwall had explicitly ordered White Snow to refrain from releasing excessive cool air to lower the temperature within the city, as he intended to establish his own domain, ensuring Rock Spring City did not enjoy comfort prematurely. If not, while these people could not thwart Cornwall, they certainly could find ways to vex him. "Let us proceed to our lodgings," Cornwall called to the trio. Luo, Urxia, and Barlow had already accompanied the 3 ministers to oversee the transfer of duties. As per Cornwall's wishes, he preferred not to engage in conversation with the city lord, directly informing him that upon completion of the official handover, he permitted their immediate departure under the name of Duke of Sulfur Stone. Thus, Cornwall found himself the sole significant figure remaining at the banquet, and his patience was waning. "Brother Cornwall, if melons can thrive here, why cultivate cotton?" Luan, the layered pastry, inquired after exiting the banquet hall. This question prompted Mia to widen her eyes in realization. Regretting her oversight, vexed at being outdone by the arrogant boy. Arrogance was indeed the essence of Luan's character, a nickname Mia had coined without knowledge of his true identity, still believing him to be Luo Urxia's cousin. As they both had red hair, Luan had earned this moniker due to his disdainful demeanor towards Mia following each assessment. Cornwall had grown accustomed to their dynamic. He did not insist that the children maintain harmonious relations, as he found such rivalry endearing, provided it did not encroach upon his domain. It's a matter of cost. Those melons are cultivated in the nobles' gardens, consuming precious resources. How could they possibly be planted on a large scale? Cornwall explained. Then why not consume more meat? White Snow queried at this. Cornwall's lips twitched as he recalled a certain tale from his past life. The meat was sourced from beasts hunted by the city guard. A costly endeavor that could not sustain everyone. Chapter 33. White Snow. The infinite growth type in the standalone building at the center of the administrative district, Cornwall's attendants had already begun to tidy the space. Although this environment was the finest within Rock Spring City, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Delota Rose Castle. The overwhelming earth tones surrounding the structure rendered it reminiscent of a mud hut. Are we not to reside in your castle? White Snow, who could only release a slight chill, asked. Cornwall shook his head. Not yet. We shall relocate again soon. Where will we go? Will I be able to cool down there? White Snow inquired eagerly. You shall know in due time, Cornwall replied, affectionately tousling her hair. What she was about to experience was indeed worthy of her excitement, though it was apparent that White Snow remained oblivious to her future. The core of Greed Ice had long been idle. Upon returning to their new abode, Cornwall retrieved provisions from his storage ring, preparing a large bowl of chilled chicken noodles for everyone. Once disdainful of the lack of suitable seasonings, Cornwall no longer harbored such grievances upon arriving in Rock Spring City. He even began to comprehend why Satan III had aggressively assaulted the human realms. The harsh desolation of the demon realm was starkly revealed to the blossoms of the royal city. Luo Urxia and Barlow had yet to return, so Cornwall ushered the trio of pastries to bed while he remained in the dining hall awaiting their arrival. Using elemental ice magic, he encased the chilled noodles in a protective layer of frost to prevent them from warming. When night finally fell, Luo Urxia and Barlow returned. Your Highness, they greeted respectfully. Please, take a seat, Cornwall gestured, serving some noodles before Luo Urxia and handing Barlow an empty plate to serve himself in the sweltering heat. After a day of demanding city affairs, both were initially disinclined to eat. However, upon tasting the chilled noodles, they silently indulged. Did the city lord depart? Cornwall inquired, eager to know. Indeed, they left with haste, Barlow replied. Do not take the city matters too seriously. Allow the local nobles to pursue their desires. I have other plans in the works, Cornwall instructed. Luo Urxia, your focus should remain on the personal guard. The city guard should maintain the status quo. Barlow, you may commence the cultivation of additional crops here, selecting another variety suitable for growth in areas with abundant sunlight, moderate temperatures, and rich elemental resources, despite the poor soil quality. Barlow appeared puzzled, uncertain of Cornwall's reasoning for such a choice. Yet he accepted the Duke's command. Oh, not seek me out tomorrow. I must venture outside the city, Cornwall continued to arrange. Barlow naturally dared not interfere with the prince's itinerary, while Luo Urxia, eating her noodles, remained inexplicably silent. Was the act of serving food truly so persuasive? Did she not insist on accompanying him or send someone to follow? You do not trust me. Do I trust you? After finishing the remainder of her meal, Luo Urxia departed, her words twisting like a tongue twister. The following morning, clad in short sleeves and shorts, Cornwall carried White Snow on his shoulder as they soared towards the city walls. They did not pass through the large gate from the previous day. Given its size, it would be a waste to open it for Cornwall alone. That gate would only be used for large shipments of goods or when an army needed to depart all at once. Typically, smaller entries, only 3 meters high, sufficed for daily comings and goings. Such doors permitted only 3 individuals to pass side by side, and if an army were to exit, they would have to form a long line, only venturing forth when no beasts posed a threat outside. Otherwise, they would merely provide a feast for the creatures. The most common beasts roaming the Sulfur Stone Lava Lands were of the 8th tier. The 9th tier remained within their territories. Cornwall could evade them, and even if encircled, he feared not. for this region was the domain of the volcanic rock lions, and his sacred fire ritual remained effective. Finding a lion pride would ensure his escape. There was no need for the city guards to open the gate for him. His lord's decree granted him the highest authority. He pressed his insignia into the wall's recess and turned it, causing the gate to open as before. He entered the inner gate first, closing it securely before unlocking the outer one. The moment he opened the outer gate, a wave of scorching heat and sudden dryness assaulted him, rendering Cornwall momentarily breathless. It was not that he wished to refrain from inhaling. Rather, it felt as though he could not. The mana pool within him emitted a frosty blue glow, causing the temperature around Cornwall to lower once more. Stepping onto the parched earth, the blistering sun overhead resembled a detonated incendiary device, casting the surrounding landscape into desolation, devoid of any greenery. He soared into the air with white snow, embarking on a journey that lasted a full quarter of an hour. Yet Cornwall encountered no signs of habitation. Upon reaching a point where Rock Spring City was no longer visible, Cornwall alighted and set white snow down. "What are we doing here? There's nothing around," she remarked, surveying the barren expanse. "I have something for you to eat," Cornwall replied, retrieving the core of greed ice and bringing it to White Snow's lips. Having grown accustomed to Cornwall's feedings, White Snow swallowed it whole without hesitation. "What is this? It has no flavor and is unchewable. Is it not candy?" The calm remained undisturbed. Nothing transpired as expected. Indeed, his hypothesis was confirmed. Consuming the sacred core posed no harm to elemental spirits. What followed was merely the need to activate the energy conversion. As the purple radiance ignited in Cornwall's eyes, he harnessed the power of his blood chi to begin unleashing a wave of greed-laden emotional energy that enveloped Bai Shui. "Bai Shui, can you sense what you have just ingested? Draw this emotional energy towards it." Bai Shui was indeed capable of sensing. As the embodiment of ice elements, it could detect the presence of the holy core as easily as one might find black ink on white paper. The power endowed by Cornwall's contract had allowed it to roughly learn how to guide emotions using mental strength. In a flurry of activity, it directed the greedy energy towards the holy core, which instantly absorbed it completely. Just as Bai Shui was about to complain to Cornwall about the energy being drained, the holy core expelled an exceedingly pure form of ice element. This ice element did not dissipate into the world but rather integrated into Bai Shui's very essence. The cat's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it grown stronger? How could an elemental spirit possibly gain strength so effortlessly? They typically grew incrementally over millennia or strengthened in tandem with their contracted partners. It was inconceivable that it could absorb elemental power to enhance itself. In disbelief, Bai Shui clumsily urged the greed-infused power to surge within, crashing into the holy core, which allowed even more ice elements to merge with its being. This was indeed real, albeit the amount of energy was minimal. Cornwall severed the transformation of the greed energy. Its absorption by Bai Shui would not diminish his own strength. It was merely a consumption that could be replenished through cultivation. The experiment was a success. As Cornwall observed the dazed Bai Shui, a spectacular idea suddenly struck him. Although he, as a demon, could not consume the holy core without risking explosion, did he not already possess a form of aberration within him? Was that not the incomplete precursor of the holy core? Could Cornwall also convert fire elements into a pure form that would not exacerbate his beastly rage without the need for refinement? Chapter 34. Surveying the territory, there was no shortage of fire elements here. One might even say they flowed endlessly. As Bai Shui contemplated life, Cornwall chose not to disturb her and instead settled into a cross-legged position. "I shall give it a try as well." Ever since forming a contract with Bai Shui and acquiring the illusion of the snow-capped mountains within him, Cornwall had been able to sense the scattered elements when projecting his mental energy. At this moment, his perception revealed a vast expanse of red starlight, with only a blue-tinged ice barrier enveloping him. Further away, three colors, white, blue, and red, coalesced into the shape of Bai Shui, the elemental radiance condensing into a nearly tangible substance without any visible gaps. He could see the external fire elements, but his mental energy could only manipulate the portion related to the snow-capped mountain's power bank. Thus, Cornwall invoked the seed of anger flame, using it as a medium to draw in the external fire elements to assimilate into the aberration seed. The red star points converged, and a nearly imperceptible thread of anger energy emerged, instantly merging with Cornwall's mental power, transforming into a stream of willpower that flowed into his blood chi. By the heavens, he had succeeded. It seemed that his aberration seed would not spiral out of control. Was this a fragment of holy tier power? So it was. Elemental spirits and dragons could utilize unclaimed holy cores, while humans and demons could not. Yet humans and demons could employ their own cultivated aberration seeds. Cornwall was elated. He sensed the pure, untainted anger energy without it stirring a hint of his beastly nature, requiring no refinement whatsoever. However, the conversion rate was disappointingly low, significantly less than that of a complete holy core, with at least 99% of the energy lost in the process. Cornwall was unperturbed by the loss of fire elements, for the fire elements here emanated from the sea of lava. Could he not siphon the entire lava sea dry? However, the time cost to enhance the conversion rate could not be mitigated. Yet it was sufficiently swift, even surpassing the filtration of his lazy demon eye, which still required refinement, while the aberration seed did not. Thus, the two figures, one human and one cat, stood like statues in the yellow earth until nightfall. Realizing they needed to return to the city, upon their return, Bai Shui was promptly whisked away by Lorcia for a bath. Having stood in the yellow earth all day, they emerged disheveled, as if they had played in the mud. When they reconvened in Cornwall's bedroom, they were refreshed and radiant. Leaning down to Bai Shui's ear, Cornwall inquired, "So, upon entering the city, will you be able to absorb the greed energy?" Bai Shui nodded vigorously, her face aglow. The two of them enjoyed a blissful slumber, filled with hope for the morrow. The next day, Cornwall again set out early with Bai Shui beyond the city. Given that the Holy Core converter posed no issues, it was time to commence the next step, selecting a site for his new city. Bai Shui, now manifesting her snow mountain form, could not lower the temperature in too vast an area. So he planned to choose a central location within his territory to establish the new city, placing the snow mountain alongside it. As the population grew, he would gradually direct the burgeoning Bai Shui towards the coastline, ensuring that the chill could envelop the entire territory even by the seaside. The location of the new city could not shift with Bai Shui. It would expand and develop in situ, radiating prosperity in all directions. Cornwall had yet to fully grasp the specific dimensions of the Sulfur Stone Flame Land. He had already informed others of his departure, and he might not return for half a month. He intended to travel to the coastline to survey the area, effectively traversing the entire Sulfur Stone Flame Land. The city of Rock Spring was built far from the coast. The Sulfur Stone Flame Land spanned approximately 500,000 square kilometers, and Cornwall should reach the coastline within half a day, though he had no intention of rushing, as he also wished to scout for settlements of displaced persons along the way. He flew slowly at an altitude of about 10 meters. Having flown so far yesterday without spotting any settlements, it was likely due to his excessive height and speed. Indeed, there was a settlement of displaced persons near Rock Spring City. The perennial high temperatures, often soaring to 70 degrees, compelled the displaced to burrow underground for shelter. This was also the reason Cornwall had not observed any buildings above ground. The subterranean space hardly qualified as a city. It consisted merely of crudely crafted caverns where people lay sprawled on the ground, entirely exposed without a shred of covering. Smaller caves flanked the walls, serving as rooms where a few young children could be seen. The occupants of these rooms remained motionless, resting their hands upon the children, channeling willpower to sustain their fragile bodies in the oppressive heat. The entrance of the cave, the only spot illuminated by sunlight, housed a small underground spring, around which grew some yellowish fruits, covered in spikes yet soft and moist within. These were prickly fruits, a staple food for the displaced. During the scorching daytime, everyone rested, waiting for nightfall when the temperature, although not drastically cooler, was comparatively more bearable. This slight reprieve proved crucial at night. Those with strength of third tier or above would venture out, searching for injured beasts in the Flameland to provide sustenance for the community. The environment of this Rock Spring settlement was relatively favorable. With Rock Spring City nearby, the risk of annihilation for hunting parties was minimal. In other settlements, the complete destruction of a hunting party often signified doom for the remaining kin, leading them to wait in the caverns, gradually succumbing to the dread of death and despair. The first to lose patience would rise and organize a group to venture forth, typically comprising second-tier individuals who would undoubtedly struggle to survive outside. As for the remaining displaced persons, they lacked even the courage to attempt escape. Waiting was their only option, until their gazes dulled, their breaths ceased, and the scent of cooked flesh permeated the caverns, only for hunting parties from other settlements to discover their desiccated remains. Such calamities were rare for the Rock Spring settlement, which was fortunate. Their manpower and food resources were the most abundant in the entire Flame Land. With 5 interconnected cave exits, each yielding prickly fruits despite the spring being the sole water source, the Rock Spring settlement boasted a population nearing 2,000. They even endeavored to establish communication with other settlements, of which they were aware of 3,725, scattered throughout the Flame Land. The populations of these settlements rarely exceeded 500. The Rock Spring settlement's efforts to gather this information stemmed from a noble once exiled from Rock Spring City, not a mere cotton farmer, but an educated, powerful, and wise individual who quickly elevated the previously small Rock Spring settlement beyond 500 inhabitants, facilitating its gradual development to its current state. He also trained a cadre of emissaries to traverse between other settlements, gathering and relaying information. After the noble's passing, this tradition continued. However, the emissaries had suffered losses over the generations, and the line was growing thin. It would not be long before the settlements reverted to isolation. In a room near the cave entrance, an 8- or 9-year-old boy meticulously recorded something on a stone tablet, which was the most vital equipment for the emissaries. Chapter 35. Prickly fruit. This tablet was not an alchemical artifact but merely a remarkably hard object, impervious even to third-tier attacks. The yellow earth could leave marks on the tablet, allowing attempts at writing to convey messages. Transferring between settlements was fraught with peril, and should misfortune strike, friends and family could find themselves forever separated. The emissaries were the sole exception, existing to convey messages. The boy, named Sigua, shared his name with the fruit by the spring, and at the age of 8, he came from a long line of emissaries. His father had taught him to read since birth, instructing him on how to discern and escape the dangers of the Flame Land, how to navigate, and how to find food. The perilous task of traversing the Flame Land on foot was ever present. A year prior, Sigua's father had passed away, and other emissaries had brought back his tablet for him. The boy shook his large red fox ears, his vertical pupils narrowing slightly, and the foxtail behind him swayed. While his face displayed a nascent beard in just 1 year, he had risen to the rank of emissary as a second-tier individual, successfully traversing several settlements. Yet the toll was evident. His degree of beastification now surpassed that of his peers in the settlement. His feet had fully transformed into fox paws, and his lower legs were covered in fox fur. Sigua had taken on this role at an alarmingly young age. He is unlikely to live long enough to have descendants. Perhaps he should find an apprentice, lest the legacy of the liaison messenger be severed. Yet, who would be willing to inherit the role of liaison messenger? The boy sighed and continued inscribing upon the stone tablet. Tonight, he was to set forth to Settlement 6, carrying a message from an old member of the Rock Spring hunting team to an old friend. Tom has passed away. How are you? The old friend was a member of the hunting team at Settlement 6, with whom he had once unexpectedly collaborated to hunt down a solitary beast. And there was Aunt Roy, to whom he must deliver news for her brother. Her second child has been born. She was not originally from Rock Spring. Her former hunting team had been annihilated, and fortunately, before they succumbed to starvation, Rock Spring discovered their plight and successfully brought them to Settlement 6, having experienced the destruction of her hunting team. Aunt Roy was reluctant to remain in an ordinary settlement. She implored the members of the Rock Spring hunting team to take her back. She was truly fortunate. Such brief messages, and several more, encapsulated a lifetime of separation for these individuals. It was imperative for Sigua to meticulously record every detail. Any omission could mean missing a distant concern forever. At such moments, he felt immensely grateful for his ability to read and write, a skill unique to the liaison messenger. Once he had organized the various items he needed to carry, Sigua finally felt at ease enough to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, night had fallen. He walked out of the cave alongside the hunting team members, planning to accompany them for a while before parting ways for safety. Recently, for reasons unknown, the city guards had ventured out several times to hunt beasts. To find traces of lower-tier creatures, they would need to journey farther afield. The hunting team members discussed their direction of advance. Sigua remained silently hoping not to stray too far from Settlement 6. Otherwise, he would have to separate from the group and travel alone. Wait, everyone be quiet, keep it down, the hunting team leader suddenly commanded sternly. Such an occurrence was sufficiently unusual, and all fell silent, swiftly and quietly exiting the cave with their skills honed for hunting beasts. Sigwa was the last to emerge. Outside the cave, no skirmish was unfolding, yet everyone gazed intently in one direction, their expressions grave. There was a light far brighter than the night sky. How could there be light in the inferno? Could it be the city guards camping outside? No, that was impossible. The brother responsible for daytime reconnaissance had not reported any activity from the city guards that day. Sigwa focused his willpower into his golden vertical pupils, and his vision sharpened instantly. The amplification method of the liaison messenger's legacy was incredibly useful. They needed to be perceptive while operating in the inferno. The scene illuminated by the distant light gradually came into focus. It was a peculiar, elongated object. Was that a tree? Sigwa doubted his own perception. He had never seen a tree, having only heard of such plants in the tales of his forebears. It was neither a beast nor the city guards. An unprecedented change was occurring in the inferno. What should he do? Should he investigate? But the hunting team still needed to venture forth in search of food. They had not gathered anything for 2 nights. "I'll go take a look," Sigwa said calmly. As the liaison messenger, investigation was a responsibility he was meant to shoulder. Moreover, if he were to encounter danger alone, it would have less impact. Should this hunting team meet with total annihilation, it would be a devastating blow to Rock Spring. The team members gazed at Sigwa with sorrowful eyes, yet none uttered words advising against his journey, reminding him he was still a child. Sigwa was already 8 years old, which, according to the settlement's reckoning, meant he had lived half his life. He had fought in the inferno for a year, earning recognition as a warrior. One would hinder a warrior's march towards fate. In the stillness, Sigwa set down the stone tablet from his back and returned it to the cave, entrusting the hunting team leader with a message. If he did not return, to seek another liaison messenger to fulfill his mission at Settlement 6. Amidst the swirling dust, the boy set forth towards the beckoning light. Fortunately, the light turned out to be Cornwall's treehouse. He had circled around Rock Spring all day without finding any settlements, but he did not believe there were none nearby. By all accounts, this area should be safer than others. Thus, Cornwall chose not to distance himself. He set up his treehouse and lit a conspicuous lamp, thinking that if he could not find them, he would let them find him. If they dared not approach, at least he could make some noise under such illumination and follow the sound. Cornwall and Bai Shui sat at the table in chairs beneath the treehouse, attending to their tasks, writing for a while on the assignments left by Lorcia, then practicing for a bit. How infuriating, to say I must vanish for half a month and leave no assignments behind. I am no longer a student. When Sigwa arrived at the treehouse, this was the scene he beheld. The journey had not been arduous. Despite the bright light luring him, no beasts had approached. This reality made Sigwa's hair stand on end, for it typically indicated that a more powerful beast claimed dominion over this territory. He could not fathom what kind of creature he might encounter. As he pondered, his heart raced with trepidation. Then, a hue of green he had never seen before entered his vision. He could not explain why he was so certain it was green, but the freshness, vitality, and expansiveness of the color could only belong to green. There stood a tree, its branches stretching forth, its leaves casting shade. Nestled within its boughs was a small wooden house that seemed to belong to a fairy tale. Beneath the treehouse, a snow-white cat lounged on a table shrouded in light, beside which sat a young man clad in an exquisite white court shirt, engrossed in a book. His black hair and violet eyes glimmered under the light, pure as an angel. What is this? A mirage? An illusion? Where is the fearsome creature that should accompany such power? Sigwa's heart raced wildly, yet his mind fell into a tranquil state. He sincerely felt that his destiny was on the cusp of a significant turning point. He had come seeking death, yet found himself stepping into a grand mirage. Chapter 36. Even demons have their fairy tales. Am I to die? Sigwa saw the young man smile at him and softly inquired. This must be the messenger of death, perhaps a beautiful dream before the matchstick extinguishes. Even the surrounding heat seemed to dissipate, replaced by a hint of coolness. Cool? He had never experienced such a sensation in his life. Yet the dead are known to be cold. How could this be? Aren't you well? The snow-white cat queried, its warm voice laced with confusion. If Cornwall knew how Sigwa described him, he would certainly disagree. Bai Shui was rather clumsy in maintaining the atmosphere. Seeing the beautiful cat speak only deepened Sigwa's sense of ethereal tranquility. You are not the Grim Reaper? Then are you an angel? Are you here to take me to heaven? His eyes grew vacant. So you are of the demon race. Who would take you to heaven? What business do you have in heaven? Cornwall could no longer contain himself. Sigua breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was destined for hell. The earlier fantasy had been too beautiful. The term hell was far more fitting for his life experiences. He earnestly asked, "Is this not hell?" Cornwall fell silent, producing a clean set of clothes and handing them to the naked, deeply fox-like boy. "These are for you." Bai Shui had set the air conditioning a bit low, around 25 degrees. The boy had spent his life in temperatures soaring to 70. Now, he was cold enough for his fox fur to bristle. "He mustn't catch a chill. Tea won't be long now," Cornwall replied. Just then, the boy fainted. Years of overexertion, a sudden drop in temperature, and surging emotions all erupted at once. The tightly strung bowstring had snapped, leading to complications. His body felt so hot. He must have a fever. A fever? Can a second-tier being have a fever? Sigua heard their conversation in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer staring at the yellow earthen walls or the dim night. Bright white light streamed through the gaps in the curtains. It was already morning. He lay on a soft bed, covered by a quilt that felt warm rather than hot. Unbelievable. Sigua pressed his head down into the pillow. The sensation unlike anything he had ever felt before, causing him to smile genuinely, his eyes curving like crescent moons. He uncovered himself and discovered he was no longer naked. He wore clothes akin to those of the angelic gentleman. Sigua stepped barefoot onto the wooden floor, treading carefully lest his sharp fox claws mar this precious and rare surface. He opened the door. Sunlight brightened his skin without inflicting the searing pain he expected, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Cornwall, busy cooking porridge, glanced at Sigua. The boy no longer bore any signs of illness. Under the sunlight, he beamed like a blooming flower, a resilient plant thriving in the inferno. "You reawake. Come have breakfast," Cornwall beckoned. "Thank you. If I must return to my previous life after leaving here, let me savor this moment," Sigua thought. He was unsure what lay in the bowl before him. It was pure white, fragrant and smooth, with tiny soft grains, a delicacy he had never tasted. "This is plain porridge. Is it good?" Cornwall inquired, smiling as he sat across from Sigua. Sigua nodded enthusiastically, responding with a radiant smile that revealed his sharp teeth. "I am Cornwall, and this is Bai Shui. We are also of the demon race, hailing from Rock Spring." So that was the case. The questions that had lingered in Sigua's heart were resolved, and he immediately set the bowl down, no longer wishing to consume the remaining porridge. "Are you outcasts?" he asked eagerly. "I shouldn't waste your food. You may not understand, but outside is different from the city. It's hard to find enough to eat here. We must conserve." Cornwall refilled Sigua's bowl with the porridge he had set aside, his actions leaving Sigua momentarily speechless as he gazed at him helplessly. "It's all right. We weren't ousted. We can still return to the city," Cornwall reassured him, placing the porridge back in Sigua's hands. "That's wonderful. By the way, my name is Sigua." The boy felt a mix of confusion, shame, and a hint of disappointment, fearing he had spoken incorrectly and cursed others to live a precarious life outside the city. He felt a twinge of shame for the fleeting moment of joy he experienced when he thought the other had been expelled from the city. He nearly believed he could share a life with Mr. Angel. "Apologies." Sigua offered an apology that Cornwall found somewhat incomprehensible. "Are you from a nearby settlement? Are there many settlements around? You were the only one who came yesterday evening." Cornwall inquired about more practical matters. "You are the one who deliberately lit the fire." Sigua grew somewhat wary. "Yes, I have a matter to discuss with you, but I mean no harm. You must sense that as well, right? If I wish to deal with you easily, it would require little effort. Could you first tell me what it is about? Perhaps I could assist you." His purpose for coming here was to protect the settlement and investigate dangers, yet he could not directly divulge information about the settlement to Cornwall. However, since Mr. Angel had treated him kindly, he was reluctant to disappoint him, leaving Sigua in a state of great difficulty. Cornwall, on the other hand, remained at ease, which was only natural given his absolute strength. Sigua could never harm him, and a mere flicker of Cornwall's thought could bring catastrophic disaster to him and his settlement. "I can tell you, this is not a matter of ill intent, nor can it be concealed from everyone. They will find out sooner or later. I plan to construct a new city, which will always require citizens, hence my search for settlements." "Nonsense," Sigua exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at what the other was saying. Cornwall, unfazed, envisioned a future while addressing the only refugee he had encountered thus far. Can you feel the current temperature? The new city I build will maintain such a comfortable climate, with rivers flowing through that can sustain abundant crops. There is no need to worry about the soil. The white snow also contains earth elements, ensuring no one will go hungry and that there is no fear of being attacked by monstrous beasts. Are you a novelist? Here to promote a fairy tale, perhaps? This child, as imaginative as he had been last night, thought Sigua. Well, if you do not believe me, let us patrol the territory together. We can discuss it along the way. What? Sigua had no time to react as the treehouse vanished, and he found himself caught under Cornwall's arm, instead of plummeting from midair. Bai Shui lay atop Cornwall's shoulder, and before him, a pair of enormous ebony wings unfurled. Bai Shui, go over there. It will help with the weight distribution. You are quite troublesome. The large white cat walked across Cornwall's neck to the other side. Having seized the clue to the settlement, Cornwall intended to directly search for the coastline, yet before embarking, he symbolically inquired, Sigua, have you wandered through the Sulfur Stone Flame Land? Do you know the way? He received a completely unexpected response. The fox-like boy before him truly knew the route. I do. I have traversed some places. Where are you headed? In truth, even areas he had not visited were not beyond his ability to guide, as the routes of the messengers were shared among them. And he remembered them all. He would do his utmost to lead Cornwall to his desired destination. Chapter 37. The coastline and the circled Sigua's confident tone astonished Cornwall. You frequently travel in the Flameland? That should not be the case. If they often ventured out, he would not have spent an entire day without encountering another soul. Not quite, but I often come out. Sigua shook his head. I am a liaison messenger between settlements. Traveling back and forth is my job, which is why I know the way alone. Cornwall suddenly began to understand why only Sigua had come last night. He was not a curious child, but rather a brave soul acting on behalf of many. Liaison messengers operate independently. You are impressive. Bai Shui could not help but exclaim, and so young too. You are only at the second tier. Do you have any equipment? What would you do if you encountered a formidable beast? If I can run, I will, and if I cannot. Sigua did not finish his sentence, and Cornwall covered Bai Shui's mouth to prevent her from probing further. Cornwall had never considered that there might be a connection between the refugee settlements in the Sulfur Stone Flame Land. Are there many of you liaison messengers? Initially, there were 100 liaison messengers, but now only 16 remain. The number has decreased so drastically. Why has no one replaced them? Cornwall pressed on. Not everyone can become a liaison messenger. At the very least, one must be literate. Sigua offered this information without any intention of concealment, responding readily. There are still people who can read. Such a level exceeds Cornwall's expectations of the refugee settlements. He had underestimated people's adaptability. You share so much with me. Are you not afraid I might do something nefarious? Cornwall teased, I am not afraid. I simply cannot divulge the location of the settlement. Sigua genuinely trusted Cornwall but could not make decisions on behalf of everyone in the settlement. Exposing their location was not solely his prerogative. Cornwall understood Sigua's sentiments. This child was more discerning than Mia and Luan. He took out a honey lollipop he had prepared earlier and pushed it into Sigua's mouth, who was trapped under his arm and unable to move. I will treat you to candy. Will you take me to the coastline? The subtle sweetness spread through Sigua's mouth, invigorating his mind. Life in the city was truly splendid. This confectionery, known as candy, was delightful and no problem. I will guide you. With his hands pinned, Sigua made an effort to keep the candy from falling while mumbling indistinctly. The liaison messengers were indeed not living up to their name. Sigua directed Cornwall toward one path, flying a distance before pausing to ascertain their location, then correcting their course again. After a day, Cornwall finally beheld the golden red sea. How Sigua managed to discern direction amidst the identical yellow earth was a mystery to both Cornwall and Bai Shui. Perhaps that was the power of expertise, yet they no longer doubted Sigua's knowledge of the route. The coastline of the lava sea was sharply defined, with a red line marking the highest tide level where the seawater could reach. That was the boundary line. Long before the demonic tribes were unified under Satan, this boundary had existed, though no one knew who had drawn it. Not only the lava sea but other infamous perilous locations bore this boundary line. Though no one knew who that person was, it was a fact that they were far stronger than the holy tier, as evidenced by the lives sacrificed by the holy tier. none survived who dared enter these perilous realms. The coastline stretched endlessly, and Cornwall beheld the golden Red Sea for the first time. He landed, placing Baishue and Tsigua in a safe spot, then stepped away from the cooling area provided by Baishue's air conditioning. The high temperature assaulted him once more, far hotter than near the rock spring city. He pulled out a thermometer, and as the liquid column, previously in a low position, was exposed to the air, it quickly surged upward 110 degrees. This is the coastline of the lava sea. Cornwall wiped the sweat from his brow, returning to Baishue's side. Tsigua, do you know which segment of the coastline this is? I do not. Liaison messengers had never ventured so close to the coastline. Even the settlement nearest the lava sea lived at temperatures of over 80 degrees, where the sea was also out of sight. The records of the lava sea and maps were merely observations made by liaison messengers who had spotted the coastline from a distance while exploring new settlements, suggesting that there was no need to venture further. There would be no one there. Tsigua stood obediently at the shore, his eyes full of the golden red seawater crashing against the rocks, splashing droplets that sparkled with clarity. Despite standing so close to the lava sea, he felt no heat. He genuinely began to anticipate the fairy tale described by Mr. Cornwall. Would you draw me a map, or could you take me to the very center of the flame land to have a look? Tsigua remained silent, directly plunging his finger into the yellow earth to begin sketching a map. Although he could not depict the locations of the settlements, he believed he could use the contours of the land and the shapes of the rocks as markers. Cornwall quickly produced paper and a pen. He did not want merely a glance at a map, but one he could take with him. Tsigua appeared somewhat bewildered as he was halted. Was he not seeking a map? Why was he not allowed to draw? What was this being handed to him? Following a simple instructional exercise, the first paper map of the Sulfur Stone Flame Land was birthed from Tsigua's hands. Those abstract symbols caused Cornwall to furrow his brow. It did not matter, he reassured himself. Not understanding was acceptable as long as he could identify the center, in the presence of Baishue and Tsigua. Cornwall picked up his pen and, at the edge of the vast lava sea, circled the center of the Sulfur Stone Flame Land. Thus, the future economic center of the demon realm was delineated. Cornwall shook the map. This is it, Tsigua. Let us go and explore this location. Clutching Tsigua and hoisting Baishue back onto his shoulder, Cornwall soared toward the center marked on the map. Once they reached the actual location, even if the map remained incomprehensible, there would be no issue. Hovering high above, every rise and fall, every soil and stone, every plant was laid bare before them. Although the flame land was predominantly flat yellow earth. Upon careful examination of this area, Cornwall identified a suitable location. There was a small mound of earth, with a vast expanse of open space in front of it. The further they moved away from the hill, the lower the terrain became. This would be perfect for a city to rest against the hill, with the great snow mountain at its side, effectively surrounded by mountains on two sides, if they were to carve a river pathway to seal one side. The pressure on the city's defenses would be greatly reduced. When the city eventually expanded and the open space proved insufficient, the great snow mountain could shift toward the coastline for development, thus creating more space. Furthermore, as the city developed, that small mound could be incorporated into the urban area for planting trees and flowers, transforming it directly into a city park. This location is splendid. Cornwall instructed Tsigua to remember it well and mark it on the map. This will be the site of the new city. When the boy paused his drawing, Cornwall, feigning ignorance, asked, "Have you ever seen snow?" Let us see it now. Chapter 38. Attempting to unleash the great snow mountain, Kangwar and Baishue exchanged mischievous glances, observing that Tsigua remained largely unresponsive to such inquiries, yet they felt no disappointment. After all, they had yet to witness the snow. Excitement would surely follow soon, as the saying goes. Southerners gaze upon snow, while Northerners observe the Southerners gazing at snow. How could a child fail to find joy upon seeing snow for the first time? Baishue, let us give it a try, suggested Kangwar, eager to unleash the great snow mountain. They aimed to gauge the outcome while simultaneously intimidating the obstinate envoy in hopes of extracting the location of the settlement. In this exhilarating moment, they had rehearsed multiple times, becoming quite adept at it. With unwavering determination, Kangwar and Baishue exchanged resolute glances before Kangwar swung his arm widely, declaring, "Baishue, it is you who shall take the lead." Instantly, Baishue's gaze sharpened. She leaped down from Kangwar's shoulder and landed on the yellow earth. The wind whipped up sand and stones as the white cat crouched, adopting a poised, aggressive stance, its fur bristling, and frosty white patterns shimmering around it, the sunlight refracting in chaotic patterns. With a downward chop of her raised arm, she initiated the descent of the great snow mountain. A voice, cool and mechanical, resonated, announcing the commencement of the snow mountain deployment experiment. 10, 9, 8, 7. Sigwa, standing aside, was left awestruck, his pupils sparkling with fervor, his fox-like visage ignited with passion as he joined in the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Launch, with a whoosh. The clash of intense cold and warmth sent gusts of air swirling, tousling everyone's hair dramatically. The snow mountain materialized, appearing out of thin air beside the chosen hill, towering at a height of 1,400 meters. Fluffy snowflakes cascaded down, landing on Sigwa's forehead. He touched it and found only a faint trace of moisture on his fingertip. The fairy tale had truly come to life. Tears flowed silently, akin to the gentle snowfall. As Sigwa found himself at a loss for meaning, for what lay ahead, or for the future. He had yet to comprehend it all, however. His body instinctively responded, tears streaming forth more swiftly than his emotions could surface. Although Baishua had released her physical form, her essence still lingered as she nudged Kangwar's ear, playfully scolding him for making the child see RYT that moment. Baishua's touch was no longer cool. If Kangwar were to observe with his mental faculties, he would notice that the elements forming the shape of the great cat were no longer cohesive and seamless, but rather scattered like stars in the surrounding environment. It's all right. That is merely joy. She reassured Darius. Sigwa, with a red-tipped nose, gathered his emotions. A winding stream began to converge beneath the snow mountain. The air was thick with fiery elements. Despite the presence of the snow mountain, the temperature could only be maintained at around 35 degrees. This was the temperature determined by Kangwar and Baishua's tests, as Baishua needed to condense more ice elements atop the snow mountain to sustain her form. The consumption was substantial. Without the holy core converter, altering the environment would be impossible. At most, I could last a year before I completely melt away, Baishua stated with gravity. Once we gather a crowd here, we will know precisely what temperature can be stabilized. The insatiable greed of the masses would yield an output equivalent to the consumption of ice elements. This was the ideal state Kangwar sought. The drop in temperature did not signify the disappearance of the ice and fire elements, but rather indicated a collective gathering. As they pushed and pulled against one another, they adjusted the temperature. Mr. Kangwar, will this snow mountain remain here in the future? Sigwa inquired, his tone markedly more respectful, his expression reminiscent of their first meeting. Bearing a semblance of reverence, it will, but for now, we must put it away upon our departure. Kangwar gently patted Sigwa's upright fox ears. No need to be so formal. Would you like to play in the snow? If you don't, we shall have to pack it up. Smack! Baishua hurled a snowball at Sigwa's head. Come catch me if you can. In an instant, the two figures were engaged in a playful scuffle. Kangwar grinned from the sidelines, thinking they might as well have a snowball fight today, with future plans for sledding and skiing ahead. Just as he reveled in the moment, a colossal circular shadow loomed beneath him, and a massive snowball, 20 meters in diameter, plummeted from above like an apocalyptic boss skill, burying Kangwar in a snow avalanche. Baishua stood atop the snow mound that concealed Kangwar, hands on her hips, laughing. Do you really think I would let you off so easily? Ha ha ha! A slender, powerful white arm burst forth from the snow, interrupting Baishua's laughter. You little rascal! The three parties never reached an accord, and the snow mountain's frolic concluded with the arrival of night and Baishua's rumbling stomach. One moment she was darting about, and the next, she leaped into Kangwar's embrace, her tail swaying as she announced her hunger. With no other choice, they retracted the great snow mountain and set out the treehouse for a meal. The small stream that had once flowed across the ground began to dry up, becoming a mere trickle. Rivers, the origins of agricultural civilization, would enable all of Kangwar's aspirations to materialize. The demon race, much like the nomadic tribes of old, did not merely tend to the animals they hunted. They nurtured their own kin. When the primal instincts of the demon race spiraled out of control, they manifested as aberrations, and from a peculiar logic, one could argue that the demons were but the offspring of these beasts. How pitiful and cruel a people they were, Kangwar thought, yet he felt no disdain. However, once he established an agricultural civilization, To continue labeling them as such would be an injustice to humanity. The demon realm could flourish with bountiful fields and fruit trees, ample provisions, free from the depths of suffering, and blessed with breathtaking landscapes. The advancement of technology and production would transform everything. It was time to seek opportunities in the human realm upon their return to the city, perhaps to recruit an alchemist. Sigwa, we shall return to the city tomorrow, Kangwar murmured softly after dinner. Are you all really leaving? Sigwa replied, a sense of longing in his voice. That sounds wonderful. Could you take me back to the spot where we first met? It's a bit far for me to walk back on my own, I mean. We can return together, Kangwar reassured him, pointing to Sigwa and then to himself. You shall come with us. We lack knowledge of the settlements beyond the city. Yet the establishment of a city requires careful planning. We need this information. You will become a key figure in the founding of the new city. Sigwa appeared swayed by this proposition. The fire ignited in his heart by the snow mountain could not be extinguished, only growing stronger. But will they allow me into the city? He questioned, lowering his head. I mean the nobles within the city. Will I not endanger you, much like Mr. Tom? Who is Tom? Kangwar asked, curious. Mr. Tom trained all the liaison envoys. He was also a noble in the city but was cast out long ago. He has been gone for a long time. What a pity. I would have liked to meet him, do not worry. Sigwa, they cannot drive me away. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the lord of this territory, Duke Sulfur, Kangwar Bailier Satan. Chapter 39. His Highness brings back another child, your grace. That title is even grander than that of the city lord. Sigwa exclaimed, revealing a wide grin. Indeed, grander than the city lord, Kangwar replied, ruffling Sigwa's fox ears. From now on, you shall call me Brother Kangwar. He had inquired about Sigwa's upbringing and learned much. The child had lost his guardians. Yet he found a kindred spirit in Kangwar who would care for him alongside his two younger siblings, offering a shield of companionship. Most importantly, Sigwa's smile bore little resemblance to the cunning king. Perhaps he would find someone to share his joys with. After a night of rest, when the sun rose the following day, Kangwar discovered Sigwa already seated at the small table, the dark circles under his eyes indicating he had not slept at all. Upon seeing Kangwar and Baishue emerge from their room, the golden slit of his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Are we setting off now? Kangwar sighed. Well then, let us depart. Still groggy, he took to the skies, swaying slightly as he flew. The closer they drew to the city, the easier it was to navigate, and soon, Sigwa no longer needed to pause to orient himself. He confidently pointed in the right direction. When the cylindrical steel city came into view, Sigwa fell silent. They successfully entered the walls, and as the outer door closed, plunging them into darkness, Sigwa's anxiety peaked, his heart pounding like thunder. He was uncertain of what awaited him. A beam of light streamed through the crack of the inner door, gradually widening. When the blinding white light subsided, everything behind the door was fully revealed. At this moment, neither Baishue nor Kangwar exuded coldness. The air within the city, a sweltering 50 degrees, enveloped them, far removed from the chill Sigwa had experienced over the past 2 days. Before him lay the same yellow earth, devoid of the ephemeral river from the day before. And the lushness of the treehouse. It turned out that the interior of Yinquan City was rather unremarkable, lacking the splendor of the new city that his grace was about to establish. As his blood settled and his heartbeat normalized, Sigwa resumed speaking, shall we continue to rely on our own ability to fly? He was curious as to why there was no one waiting outside to welcome his grace. As a liaison envoy, Sigwa was among the most knowledgeable of the transient settlers, possessing nearly complete knowledge imparted by Mr. Tom. While he was not entirely ignorant of Yinquan City, having never seen it firsthand, he had heard of the nobles' ostentatious displays, yet today, Kangwar's return seemed somewhat humble. Of course, we shall not fly back, Kangwar affirmed. Sigwa shook his ears. So there are carriages? Where are they hidden? As Sigwa searched, Kangwar's voice rang out again. We shall walk back. Not everyone possessed the right to freely enter and exit the city. Those who did generally preferred not to leave, resulting in their path back home being devoid of encounters. As I pushed open the door and stepped into the room, I was immediately struck by the sight of a tall, slender woman seated in the grand hall on the first floor. Her presence reminiscent of a knight's sword. She was clad in a black, long-tailed butler uniform, and her hair and eyes glowed with the crimson hue of a blood moon. The woman turned her gaze towards me. a hint of surprise flickering in her expression, for had not His Highness mentioned he would not return for another fortnight. Today marks merely the 4th day. With that thought, Lorcia rose and walked towards Cornwall. I have encountered a remarkable child. With his assistance, our progress has reached 100%, Cornwall remarked, patting my shoulder. Lorcia then turned to a nearby attendant, instructing them to inform the chef to prepare additional food. As His Highness had brought back another child, she half-squatted before me, introducing herself. Greetings, I am Lorcia, the Knight Commander of His Highness. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me directly. Hello, I am Tsigua, I replied. Tsigua, I am aware that this is a plant unique to the Sulfur Stone Plains. It is heat-resistant, capable of gathering moisture in arid regions, and thrives in mineral-rich soils, a bright, youthful voice chimed in. Following the sound, I realized I had overlooked 2 individuals beside the sofa, their short stature concealed by the backrest. The speaker was a girl, adorned with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in an exquisite court gown, exuding a dazzling aura of gold and silver. Beside her stood a boy, who appeared to be of similar age but shorter than her. His red hair and emerald eyes bore a resemblance to Cornwall. Yet his hair color echoed that of Knight Commander Lorcia. He stood quietly, exuding an understated nobility. Perhaps sensing that I would frequently interact with these 2 in the future, I offered a friendly smile. Indeed, I am the Tsigua from which my name is derived. How splendid, Mia exclaimed enthusiastically as she approached. Hello, Tsigua, I am Mia. She had always been keen on befriending peers her age. I am Luan, the boy added, noting the similarity of our attire. Unlike me, he recognized that it was not the same outfit, but rather one that his brother had originally prepared for him. However, Luan's attention was also drawn to the large fox ears atop the head of the child dressed in his clothes, along with the bushy tail behind them. The child's skin and hair were a shade of brown, with animal-like whiskers adorning their face, and their golden slit pupils resembled those of a wild beast. Though both Luan and Mia had made similar strides in their learning over the past few days, Luan, having been confined within the high tower for years, was far more perceptive than Mia. He had already grasped the implications of these distinctive features. Thus, he refrained from questioning the attire and instead introduced himself amicably. Cornwall observed the reactions of the 3 children, noting the gazes exchanged between Luan and Tsigua. This situation was indeed quite entertaining. He mused that future days would not be dull. Adopting a harmonious paternal demeanor, he remarked, "It is wonderful that you all are getting acquainted. From now on, you shall be classmates. So do remember to get along well." As Cornwall's eyes crinkled in delight, Lorcia offered a slight smile in return. His Highness will also be attending classes, so do remember to interact amiably with your classmates. No, Cornwall silently protested. Lorcia, do you not have official duties to attend to today? Why are you still at home? Did you not mention before leaving that you would refrain from overly regulating the city guard? Very well, but what of Barlow? I need to speak with him regarding a matter. Barlow has gone to inspect the cotton fields and will not return until noon. Then, what should we do? Cornwall pondered. Struggling to find a solution, that moment, Bai Shui interjected, how about you and I head to the kitchen first? With so many people gathered today, we must ensure a delightful meal. She leapt from Cornwall's shoulder and landed in Lorcia's embrace, adding, you should join us too, Lorcia. Let us skip class for today. Her fluffy tail swayed playfully on Lorcia's arm, brushing against her wrist. The Knight Commander's face flushed once more. Very well then. Chapter 40. Vision of New Town after a brief lunch and a short rest. Cornwall summoned Barlow to his council chamber. Apart from Tsigua, who sat beside Cornwall, the others were absent from the room. Please have a seat, Barlow. How did your inspection of the cotton fields go this morning? I merely took a cursory glance at the soil, Your Highness, Barlow quickly clarified, apprehensive that Cornwall might be overly eager. The process of cultivation is notoriously lengthy, often exceeding the lifespan of a single generation of refugees. It is of no concern. I merely inquired. However, I would like to know if you have identified a variety that is high-yielding and satiating, suitable for growth in areas with ample sunlight, moderate temperatures, and rich water and fire elements, yet thrives in impoverished soil without requiring improvement. Cornwall understood that his lengthy list of demands was somewhat unreasonable, yet he felt compelled to ask, accepting any answer. Even a negative one. After a moment of silence, Cornwall concluded, So, there are indeed none? Not quite, Your Highness. There are similar varieties, Yet I find myself puzzled as to why we seek such a plant, Barlow replied, not intending to question Cornwall's judgment. If more specific criteria were provided, I might be able to find a more suitable plant. He gestured to the ground beneath them, for instance, when you mention plants that thrive in impoverished soil. Are you referring to this yellow earth? However, this unique soil of the Sulfur Stone Plains is not truly barren. Despite its unappealing color and texture, it is mineral-rich and exhibits excellent drainage. While some plants may struggle in such conditions, others flourish remarkably well. Hearing this, Cornwall produced the map Sigua had drawn, for this was also the reason he had summoned Barlow. The inaugural meeting for the construction of the new town would commence here, with attendees including the future lord of the new town, the Duke of Sulfur Stone, the third Prince of Satan III, Cornwall, as well as the future Vice Lord Barlow and the meritorious Sigua. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the yellow earth beneath us. The selected plant will serve as the staple food for the new town. Cornwall pointed to the circled area on the map. I have already completed the site inspection during my recent excursion. Soon, I will take you all for an on-site survey. Now, please introduce me to the particularly suitable plant you mentioned. Upon hearing of the tangible progress concerning the new town, Barlow's excitement grew. Yes, Your Highness. The plant I refer to is called the bamboo banana. It can reach heights of up to 4 meters, with a sturdy bamboo stalk that is rich in moisture and can yield sweet juice. The fruit clusters densely along a single stalk, and the fruits themselves are short and ribbed in shape. The bamboo stalk and fruit skin exhibit a purple-black hue, while the leaves are a vibrant green, large enough to provide shade and suitable for boiling water. When the fruit skin is removed, the interior flesh is white and quite firm. When cooked, it offers a soft texture and a strong sense of fullness. However, if the flesh begins to sprout, it becomes inedible and toxic. Cornwall listened intently, captivated by the various uses of the leaves, stalk, and fruit. This was indeed the particularly suitable plant he had been seeking. How intriguing! I cannot believe I have never heard of or tasted such a plant. That is because this plant is not well known, Your Highness. The bamboo banana is native to the human realm, thriving in warm, moist soils with low mineral content. It cannot spread or be cultivated elsewhere. Moreover, its fruits, while filling, lack a distinctive flavor, which is why I only stumbled upon notes about it while perusing the Academy's books. Barlow explained. The seeds of the bamboo banana may be rather difficult to procure. The stringent conditions for cultivation fortuitously aligned with their circumstances, and Barlow's knowledge had proved invaluable in recalling such a plant. As for the claim of its poor taste, Cornwall remained skeptical, believing it to be a result of poorly prepared dishes. Do not worry about the seeds. I will find a way. I also plan to visit the human realm, not solely for seeds but also to seek out professionals for construction. Have you discovered who the individual was that took those notes? Cornwall inquired, eager to recruit that person as well. Barlow hesitated. His words faltering. I did attempt to investigate the borrowing records. I assumed it would be challenging to ascertain. But there was only one name on that list capable of leaving such notes, so conspicuous. Too conspicuous. Mycia. His cheeks flushed crimson, and he struggled to articulate the title that lingered in his throat. The individual he had never met, yet who had caused him much suffering in life, was also the third heir to the throne. Chosen by the moonlight, Princess Mycia, he finally managed to utter the honorific. Cornwall quickly feigned ignorance, nudging Sigua beside him. I almost forgot to introduce you to this child. Your plans will require his assistance for refinement. He relayed the details regarding the liaison messenger to Barlow. With Sigua present, we will have insight into the basic conditions of the outside refugees. You already have an inkling about the new town development plan we discussed before our departure, do you not? Indeed, Your Highness. May I pose some questions to this liaison messenger? Barlow adjusted his demeanor. Feel free to ask, but this child may be reluctant to disclose the locations of the settlements. Barlow nodded. I will not inquire about those matters. What I wish to know is how many individuals inhabit these settlements. Sigua scratched his head. The settlement I belong to has approximately 2,000 people, while the others average around 200 each, roughly 180, I suppose. Barlow diligently noted down the figures. And how many of these smaller settlements exist? We are aware of 3,725. This precise figure took Barlow by surprise. He suspected that they had not conducted a thorough population census, yet the records of the rise and fall of settlements had been meticulously kept. In that case, the total number of refugees must surely exceed 600,000. Barrow scribbled and sketched on paper, his hand movements accelerating, before suddenly pausing to place a dot, signaling the conclusion. Given the circumstances, I believe that if conditions permit, the new city need not undergo the village phase. We can commence construction directly at the scale of a town. Barrow gazed intently at Cornwall, acknowledging that a village is still too diminutive and would impose numerous constraints on future urban development. A preliminary plan for a population of 50,000 seems more appropriate. The precise allocation of personnel and areas will require His Highness to accompany me for an on-site assessment before we can reach a conclusion. Cornwall nodded. Although he did not fully comprehend, it sufficed that they understood, and his opinion was simply to just proceed. Very well, we shall adhere to your proposed plan for now. As for the specifics of construction and materials, I will arrange for someone to discuss them with you, but that will have to wait for 2 days until he captures one from the realm of humans. For now, you may continue your research on cotton fields. The tasks at hand are considerable: seeds, alchemical architects, and building materials. After Cornwall announced the adjournment of the meeting, Barrow lingered, requesting His Highness to bestow a name upon the new city, for future construction plans necessitate a formal title. Ah? Did I forget to mention the name? Cornwall had long since devised a name, seemingly assuming everyone was aware, but simply forgot to state it shall be called Jinshin City, and during the town phase, it will be referred to as Jinshin Town. True Hope, A New Future. Chapter 41. Secret Meeting Under the Blood Moon. The demon realm had descended into the depths of night. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Your Highness. From the shadows, 3 figures bowed before Mikhail Mammon Satan, who stood in the center of the hall. These 4 constituted the entirety of the Holy Hunter Squad, gathering for the first time this night at Mikhail's residence. Preparing to venture into the human realm. Your Highness, it would be prudent for us to enter within the borders of the Snow Mountain Empire before proceeding to the Church Kingdom. This way, everyone will have ample time to acclimate to the human way of life during the journey, spoke the representative from the Intelligence Division's Dark Magic faction. Mikhail adjusted her glasses and looked over. This individual was codenamed Summer's Song, who had been lurking in the towns of the Snow Mountain Empire near the Maria front long before the recall for this Holy Hunter mission. Departing from there indeed seemed advantageous, as a member familiar with the area would facilitate the transition for everyone. Besides, she had also wished to see the Snow Mountain Empire, a distant rural locale from What King's City. Yet it was better to visit than to remain uninformed. The human realm is dominated by 4 great powers: the Church Kingdom, the Snow Mountain Empire, the Kasha Alliance, and the Ivan Kingdom. Among these, the Church Kingdom stands as the most formidable in all aspects, while the Snow Mountain Empire has recently emerged as a significant player due to the steam revolution. Mikhail was eager to discover what innovations they had conceived. You possess the deepest understanding of the human realm, so we shall heed your counsel. The remaining 2 core members of the Holy Hunter Squad, one being Mikhail's trusted confidant sent by the Academy, and the other a small commander from the Hexagram Army, had grown accustomed to following orders, thus raised no objections. Let us first employ some disguises, Mikhail announced, raising her right hand, where a ring emanating a purple hue caught the eye. It was not the ring's simplicity that drew attention, but the latent power seemingly ready to burst forth. This was the supreme magic artifact, the Ring of Greed, with a flash of the ring's brilliance. The demonic attributes surrounding Mikhail were subtly concealed. She remained with her flowing silver hair and glasses, but the bright purple behind the lenses had transformed into a profound black. The 3 individuals surrounding her were similarly cloaked by the ring's magic. As long as there were no deliberate inspections from the saint level, no one would discern that they were not human. Go secure the participation of the Holy Hunter Squad. Mikhail had previously pledged a military vow to the Demon King. She would never return until the Saintess was dead. For reasons unknown, just a second before their departure to the human realm, Mikhail was suddenly struck by a powerful intuition that perhaps she truly would not return. On the same blood-moonlit night, the room remained dark as Cornwall stealthily entered. "Brother, why didn't you turn on the lights?" With a click, Lewin illuminated the candle beside the bed. Watching as Cornwall crept in, Cornwall hushed him. "Quick, turn it off. We're having a secret meeting. We must not be discovered." Lewin promptly extinguished the light, plunging the room back into darkness. "Listen to me, Lewin. I need your help," Cornwall said earnestly as he sat on the edge of the bed. "I have matters to attend to in the human realm and require your assistance in opening a spatial door." Without hesitation, Lewin agreed. "So, Does this mean I can accompany you, brother? After all, I will need to open the door for your return. Right? Seeing Cornwall nod in affirmation, Lewin continued to inquire, will you be bringing anyone else along? Not this time, but perhaps we may return with others. All right, I understand. What should I do? Lewin asked seriously, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Cornwall, uncertain how to open the spatial door, assumed it must be instinctual, like how the demons could naturally utilize their willpower as they grew. He retrieved a precious pure stone he had pilfered from the Demon King's treasury and placed it in Lewin's hands. Try using your mental energy to communicate with the Moonlight Mark. If that proves insufficient, absorb the energy from this stone. Lewin sat cross-legged on the bed, following Cornwall's instructions. In no time, a silver crescent appeared upon his forehead. The moonlight cascading like water, flooding the room, casting silver ripples upon the yellowed walls, a sight of exquisite beauty. For the demon realm, the human moon was unfamiliar, yet Cornwall felt entirely at home. It resembled the moon that had been celebrated for millennia in his past life. How could it be an omen of misfortune? It was clearly a harbinger of good fortune. Its beauty evoked countless ancient verses in his mind, compelling him to exclaim, "Wow, how beautiful!" Lewin closed his eyes and immersed his mental energy into the Moonlight Mark. Silver lights flickered in the dark sea of consciousness, revealing the maps of both the demon continent and the human realm. Despite having only recently taken private lessons for half a month, Lewin, though gifted, had not yet reached the level of memorizing the entire map. Yet, at this moment, he felt a connection to the names of various locations. A mere thought brought forth the information in his consciousness. Maintaining this state, he slowly spoke, "Brother, which location should we choose as our landing point?" "The Snow Mountain Empire, Northeast Province, Taiga Ridge Town," Cornwall swiftly replied. Without hesitation, "We can land in the surrounding wasteland." The land of the Snow Mountain Empire nearly spanned across the human realm. With the Maria Front connecting to its entire western border, and the northeastern province they were about to venture to was one of the furthest locations from the front lines. Taiga Ridge Town was a small place. Its advantage lay in the fact that no one would discover their true identities there, as it lacked any sufficiently powerful figures. Indeed, it seemed that no one capable of becoming a complete entity existed. Cornwall had no particularly sophisticated disguises, but there, donning a hat and wearing Lewin's type of contact lenses would suffice to prevent recognition. Though the townsfolk of Taiga Ridge, demons existed only in tales. Furthermore, despite its small size, Taiga Ridge was not ordinary. Following the what incident in the game, the already precarious Snow Mountain Empire fell into a shadow of fracture. During this tumultuous time, a descendant of a former noble of the empire, exiled, marched forth from the northeastern province to swiftly seize the royal city, unifying the chaotic empire and establishing a new regime upon the ruins of the Snow Mountain Empire. The game did not specify the exact location of this new emperor's exile within the northeastern province, but the most crucial general by his side resided in the depths of Taiga Ridge. Moreover, the northeastern province boasted several coastal ports that frequently engaged in trade, making it easy to procure seeds through merchant caravans. As for the alchemists not appearing in small towns, that posed no issue at all. Taiga Ridge was a land of exile. Although alchemists held high status and wealth, the nobility held even greater power and affluence. Cornwall did not believe there was not a single alchemist exiled for offending the nobility. As for the people of the Snow Mountain Empire, they were of no consequence. Tossing them into the trash bin? Cornwall deemed it entirely reasonable to salvage and repurpose them. Chapter 42. It seems I am about to advance. Upon receiving Cornwall's instructions, Lewin immediately amplified the moonlight map within his mind using his mental energy. In the wilderness of Taiga Ridge Town, northeast province of the Snow Mountain Empire, a particularly bright silver light cone pierced the map, and a terrifying suction drained all of Lewin's mental energy in an instant. After a moment of panic, he hastily absorbed the pure stone to replenish himself, waiting until the light cone ceased its pull on his mental energy. A silver light door materialized upon the bed in the bedroom, and the two stepped through together. They did not witness any dramatic light or distortion of space. It was merely a passage through the door, and they found themselves in a snow-covered wilderness. Above them, the blood moon had vanished, replaced by a luminous silver moon, casting a familiar glow in the distance. Vast green mountains blanketed in snow loomed, the air crisp and invigorating, with temperatures hovering around -20 degrees. This environment was indeed far superior to that of the demon realm. Cornwall provided Lewin with a thick coat to wear. He himself was not particularly concerned, as he could manipulate the elements of ice and fire. Lewin, attempting to maintain his composure, spun in place 3 times. While Cornwall reflected with a hint of nostalgia, Lewin, having been confined in the tower for 9 years and only having experienced the harsh environment of the demon realm, had never witnessed such northern splendor, the serene and majestic snow-capped pine forests. "All right, Lewin, stop spinning. While it's still dark, let us head to a nearby village to purchase some clothing." Cornwall's choice of words was a deliberate embellishment, as he wished to avoid teaching the boy any notions of thievery. "Tomorrow, we shall venture into the town, yet the garments they wear are utterly unfit for this endeavor. They are the pinnacle of tailoring from the demon realm." Although Cornwall could procure some inexpensive attire, the style of the demon realm will undoubtedly clash with the simplicity of this human settlement. It is most prudent to make an immediate purchase upon arrival. He sought out a seemingly affluent household and scaled the wall to enter the courtyard. This was the only residence in the village boasting 4 stories. Cornwall, accompanied by Lewin, began to sift through the clothes, which were frozen solid in the yard. Lewin tugged at a pair of pants, causing another nearby pair to clank against it. "It's all ice. How can we wear this?" "Hurry up, I'll use fire to melt it soon." After selecting the clothes, they squatted back on the grass. Flames erupted from Cornwall's palm, melting the ice and evaporating the moisture from the garments until they were warm and toasty. "Quickly change into them." It was at this moment that Cornwall noticed Lewin clutching his abdomen with an unusual expression. Such signs were atypical for the child, who normally concealed his troubles. Cornwall immediately probed Lewin's body with his mental energy. Is the blood chi boiling? Is he about to break through? Could it be due to the recent activation of the spatial portal? Has his mental energy been refined? During their confinement in the Guardian Tower, Lewin had no guidance in his cultivation. He had merely relied on the innate talents of his royal lineage to reach the first stage of willpower. Now, after merely half a month of formal training, he was on the brink of advancing to the second stage. "Sit down. You are about to ascend." Upon hearing this, Lewin was struck with clarity, realizing he had not considered this possibility. He promptly sat down to cultivate. Cornwall stood guard beside him, marveling at the child's rapid progress, while he pondered when he might achieve similar advancement. Wait a moment, it seemed he was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Recently, both he and Bai Shui had entered an infinite improvement mode, accelerating their training remarkably. Unbeknownst to him, he was now just a step away from reaching the 7th stage. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages marked a threshold, as did the 4th, 5th, 6th, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th stage solidified the blood chi, transforming it into a flowing river, thereby elevating one's combat prowess. Advancing from the 6th to the 7th stage involved condensing willpower into a core, immersed in the river of blood chi, constantly being refined, further enhancing combat strength. Currently, above Cornwall's blood chi, his willpower coalesced like a dense fog, thick enough to nearly condense into droplets, poised for ascension. There is no time like the present. Cornwall summoned Naji from the mutated core, casting him aside as a sentry while he plunged into his breakthrough at the Taiga Ridge town mine. One of the abundant coal-producing areas in the northeastern provinces, the workforce consisted not only of local residents, but also of prisoners exiled to this place by the Empire. "Paul, finished with work?" Uncle Hans greeted warmly. "I'm heading to town. Would you like to join me?" Nearby, a filthy youth approached. Despite his strikingly handsome features, his once pristine platinum hair was now disheveled and darkened. Paul Frederica, 20 years old, had worked at the mine for 2 years, yet despite just finishing a night shift, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. "Uncle Hans, could you wait for me a moment? I need to change my clothes." Paul did not decline Hans's invitation, even as fatigue threatened to overwhelm him. The mine lay a half-day's walk from the town. Without hitching a ride on the Uncle's sled, he feared he would have to navigate the return journey at night. The wilderness around Taiga Ridge was perilous, rife with snow bandits and wild beasts. Staying overnight in town would be prohibitively expensive. As an exiled laborer rather than a formal mine worker, he earned a mere 2 copper coins each month. Sleeping on the streets in this bitter cold was not an option, as it could lead to death by freezing. Sleds did not run to town every day, and Paul had been waiting nearly a month for this opportunity. He could not afford to miss it. He could simply dress warmly and rest during the ride. "Are there many people going to town today?" "Including you, there are 7, Uncle Hans replied. "Then we can squeeze together." "It won't be too cold," Paul said as he hurried to the washroom to freshen up and change clothes. A month prior, Mr. Maxim from the town had sent a letter requesting Paul's presence, having once extended kindness to their family before their decline. When the brothers first arrived, both were required to work in the mines, but thanks to Mr. Maxim's assistance, Ivan was rescued from such grueling labor, sparing the eldest son of the Frederica family from hardship. Their father's old friend and the remnants of their family connections would still send aid to Mr. Maxim. Paul wondered what had prompted the request, feeling that there was no urgency. Otherwise, Mr. Maxim would have sent a carriage to fetch him. Paul was the last to board Uncle Hans's sled, unable to squeeze into the middle, and thus he sat on the edge, braving the biting wind. The sled jostled along its path, and amidst the bumps, Paul began to doze off. He was roused once more by a sudden increase in speed, the thunderous sound of hooves, and the panicked shouts of a crowd, even feeling hands pushing him. Paul opened his eyes to chaos around him. He saw fear etched on the faces of his fellow passengers. Turning back, he realized their sled was being pursued. They had encountered snow bandits. Why? It's already bright out, and why would the bandits chase after us, mere miners with nothing of value? Others did not allow Paul to linger in confusion. They continued to try to push him off in a desperate attempt to save themselves. It was futile. As a noble, he had undergone night training. Woof, 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 woof. The frantic barking of dogs erupted ahead, causing the sled to come to a sudden halt, and everyone lurched forward in an instant. Paul saw a wall of flames rise before them, within which he could vaguely discern 2 figures seated, one large and one small. Chapter 43. I will not leave. The sudden blaze obstructed their path, leaving all aboard the sled bewildered. Was this how fate decreed they would perish today? Uncle Hans regained his wits and attempted to calm the sled dogs, seeking to turn the sled away from the wall of fire. Yet, it was too late. The hoofbeats that had been hot on their heels ceased. The snow bandits surrounded them, and Paul, along with the others, disembarked, forming a protective circle back to back. The bandits did not immediately rush in to claim their prey. They were wary of the wall of flames. Might it be conjured by a noble mage? The leader of the snow bandits scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of a mage. There was no response, and the miners stood in tense silence, either on guard or gripped by fear. Beyond the wall of flame, Naji shook his head. Not a mage. Indeed, the wall of fire was conjured by Naji itself. Initially bored, it had been grazing while guarding Cornwall and Lewin, unaware of any impending danger due to the absence of human presence in the meadow. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. 5 large dogs pulled a sled filled with passengers, closely followed by a throng of mounted men, startling Naji. These individuals approached swiftly, and in a moment of panic, Naji encircled Cornwall and Lewin, erecting a wall of fire as a barrier. Fortunately, the assailants halted. Otherwise, in its confusion, Naji might have incinerated them all. The little lion observed the scene from behind the flames, noting that the intruders had calmed, standing obediently in place, seemingly searching for a mage. Naji refrained from further aggression, merely maintaining the wall of fire. The snow bandits soon recognized this and began inching closer to encircle the miners. Under normal circumstances, the leader would not have entertained such a venture, for miners were not lucrative targets. Preying on such laborers could sow discord. However, the situation was different now. The town's merchant caravans had dwindled, and the beasts within Tiger Ridge had grown increasingly ferocious, frequently appearing near the repaired roads, their numbers swelling. The bandits' earnings had plummeted, and failing to secure a haul this time would surely lead to unrest among their ranks. With no other choice, the leader resolved to rob these miners. For 3 days, they had endured numerous assaults from beasts, yet captured not a single person. Traditionally, this time of year, the beasts would hibernate, creating a favorable season for trade. Reluctantly, the snow bandits were left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. As they drew near, Naji refrained from initiating an attack. The leader, taking the initiative, swung his blade towards the miners. Suddenly, flames erupted around him, leaving no time for a scream as he was reduced to ashes. Naji had taken action, for it had seen the man strike and wished to prevent chaos from erupting so close to Cornwall and Lewin. Thus, it had to eliminate the lawless marauders. The snow bandits, witnessing their leader vanish in the wind, panicked. Several rushed in, only to meet the same swift fate, becoming piles of ash. The remaining disoriented bandits scattered in fear. The miners, witnessing their comrades perish in flames, were gripped by terror. Seeing the snow bandits escape unscathed, they could no longer remain still. Hans urged the dogs forward, while the others pulled the sled, intent on fleeing. Yet one exception remained. Paul sat at the edge of the wall of fire. "Uncle Hans, you all go ahead. I will stay for now." Hans released the dogs and turned back to pull him away. "Are you angry that they tried to push you off the sled? I understand your frustration, but we must survive first. Come with me, and I will help you seek vengeance later." Hans whispered in his ear. "No, uncle, I truly do not wish to leave. You go on ahead." Despite Hans's repeated entreaties, Paul remained resolute. Unable to persuade him further, Hans ultimately allowed the sled to depart. A commotion erupted across the prairie. Leaving only Paul and the wall of fire behind, he did not choose to remain out of a desire for death, but rather to meet the entity that commanded the flames, judging by its intervention to halt the sled and incinerate the snow bandits. Paul believed the master of the flames bore goodwill. He harbored no desire to inflict harm upon them, much like how he had sat here for such an extended duration without being consumed by flames. Paul, once a scion of a grand noble lineage that stirred the tides of empire, had now been reduced to the status of a laborer in the mines. Should he wish to ascend once more to the pinnacle of his former glory, or at the very least, to alter his current circumstances, he could not afford to overlook any potential opportunities. He must strive to cultivate connections with those of capability. It was evident that Paul perceived the master of the fire wall as a person of such capability. His presence here was not driven by lofty ambitions, but merely a desire to make the acquaintance of the other party, regardless of the manner in which he approached it, within the confines of the fire wall. Nazi observed as all others departed, leaving but one solitary figure behind, piquing its curiosity. Summoning it was no trivial task, and it was reluctant to expend all its energy merely to maintain the fire wall. Especially now that only one individual remained before it, incapable of inciting much upheaval. Thus, it rescinded the fire wall. Suddenly, the world before Paul dimmed, and the previously indistinct figures within the wall became discernible, two individuals. One large and one small, sitting cross-legged, bearing a striking resemblance to one another. They were neither father nor son, nor mere siblings, but rather closely related kin, both exceedingly handsome and exuding a remarkable aura. Albeit garbed in humble attire, as if they had attempted to masquerade as commoners but only partially succeeded. Could these two be the operators of the fire wall? Paul thought otherwise. Their eyes were tightly shut, embodying a demeanor unperturbed by the external world, which did not suggest they were manipulating the fire wall. A glance at his immediate surroundings revealed a small, fluffy kitten, no bigger than a palm, with disproportionately short limbs, nestled at the base of the fire wall. Its fur, a vivid orange-red akin to the flames, contrasted with its stark black and white eyes that gazed intently at Paul. Was it safeguarding its master? Paul was taken aback. Throughout this ordeal, he had never considered that the master of the fire wall might not be human, nor even a child, but simply a guardian kitten. Such a diminutive creature had effortlessly dispatched several snow bandits, far surpassing the ease with which ordinary cats caught mice. Paul became increasingly convinced that its master must be a formidable sorcerer. Yet, upon realizing that the fire wall was controlled by a kitten, Paul felt even less inclined to act recklessly. While humans might exhibit some restraint, a mere cat posed no such concern. Any errant movement that might provoke the creature or pique its interest in playing with its prey would spell disaster. Paul promptly adjusted himself into a posture conducive to prolonged stillness, daring not to move an inch. Nazi, somewhat puzzled by this human silence upon discovering its presence, was weary from its recent exertions in manipulating the fire wall and had little interest in engaging with outsiders. It lay down on the ground, resuming its nibbling on grass. As time passed, Nazi's tail swayed gently, while Paul found the wait increasingly arduous, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Long last, Cornwall stirred, his eyelids fluttering as if awakening from slumber. Chapter 44. The Prince of Miners and the Prince of Merchants. Cornwall opened his eyes, devoid of any flicker of brilliance. The demonic race's enhancement of physical prowess was significant, and he could distinctly feel his body was now lighter yet stronger. He rolled his neck and turned his gaze towards the young man seated before Nazi. Nazi was the soul residing within his core of wrath, and their bond was profound. Cornwall was acutely aware of all that had transpired moments prior. At this moment, the figure resembling a statue also opened his eyes. He was the first to ascend to the second rank, while Cornwall was at the sixth, having begun his training earlier, thus completing his ascension long ago, but feigning it until now. The figure sensed that the person sitting there was no ordinary individual. His platinum hair shone even more brilliantly than Mia's, and even his tattered coat could not conceal his charisma, not to mention his audacity to remain behind. Esteemed mage, I am deeply grateful for your intervention that spared my life, Paul expressed earnestly, hoping to learn the mage's name for future gratitude. Rising from his seated position, he knelt before the awakening Cornwall in sincere homage. Upon hearing this, Cornwall hastily pulled Paul to his feet, exclaiming, "You must be mistaken. I am no formidable mage, merely a user of some artifacts. You may call me Lord. Why apologies, Lorxia?" Paul thought to himself. The name Cornwall bore belonged to the capital of the kingdom of Yuan and could not be revealed. He rubbed his hands in frustration. This had cost him a considerable sum, now rendered moot. Should he fail to secure business in the town of Taiga Ridge, he would incur a complete loss. Cornwall had designed their new roles as merchants surveying the market of Taiga Ridge. With the presence of such perilous snow bandits in the wild surrounding you, I must deliberate carefully on whether to bring my goods here. To this, Paul expressed disbelief. However, having once been of noble blood, he felt compelled to humor Cornwall. He waved his hands dismissively. That is not the case. These snow bandits only emerge at night. During the day, numerous caravans traverse this area, and there are often patrols. It is simply that an unforeseen incident has occurred this time. Are you headed to Taiga Ridge? I too am bound for that destination. If this is your first visit, would you mind if I guided you? Cornwall joyfully slapped Paul's shoulder. This is splendid. It certainly alleviates my burdens. You may be unaware, but we were beset by beasts last night, resulting in the loss of our horses and belongings. I was eager to enter the town. Cornwall lamented his solitary venture in the wilderness, acknowledging the loss of all his possessions and the depletion of his magical energy as reasonable explanations. Mr. Paul, may I inquire from where you hail before heading to the town? Cornwall regarded Paul with the same scrutiny as the figure beside him. The young man's appearance was indeed remarkable. I am a laborer from the nearby mines, visiting the town during my day off to see family. Paul smiled genuinely. Were it not for Mr. Lore, I would have never had the chance to see them again. That is of no concern. I too act in self-preservation. By the way, I have a younger brother, Lewin. Now, let us be on our way. Cornwall grasped Paul's arm as they departed, continuing to inquire. I have heard that the folks here have a penchant for alcoholic beverages. Do you know which types are most popular? I wish to procure some new wine. A merchant, you say? The second son of the Duke of the Western Frontier and the Royal Princess, Baron Stayer? Knight of the Snow Deer Medal, Prince Paul Frederica finds it hard to believe he is truly in the presence of someone of such stature. As one of the many grandchildren of the former emperor, he had scarcely encountered anyone of greater poise than the man before him. We generally do not dare to spend money on such things. The medical department at the mine sells alcohol at a very low price. Diluted with water, it is sufficient to provide a decent effect. A minor, you say? The third son of the Demon King Satan III, Duke of Sulfur Stone, Prince Cornwall Belial Satan, also found it hard to believe. This fellow was undoubtedly a noble in exile, though he could only speculate about his lineage. Surely, he must have held a high position before. Having traveled part way in a dog-drawn carriage, but then delayed by Cornwall, they arrived at the town of Taiga Ridge by the afternoon. Paul felt a sense of resignation. He was reluctant to intrude upon his elder brother Ivan, who had already married and settled down in Taiga Ridge, making his visit inconvenient. Yet, it seemed there was no alternative. As they passed through the gates guarded by sentinels, Paul took the opportunity to bid farewell to Cornwall, not disclosing that he had matters to attend to in town. For even if time permitted, clinging to Mr. Lore would become tiresome. It was unlikely that Mr. Lore genuinely intended to survey the market. As Paul departed, Lewin inquired, "Where shall we head next, brother?" "To the tavern." "Are we truly going to investigate which drinks sell best?" "Of course not. First, we shall have a hearty meal. Are you not hungry, Lewin?" In truth, the notion stemmed from previous encounters within literary works that suggested taverns and tea-houses were fertile grounds for information. Cornwall could not simply seize an individual and demand knowledge of any exiled alchemists. Until they took their first bite of stew, all ulterior motives dissipated. Curse it! No wonder Father is intent on invading the human realm. Do they all live such wretched lives? The stew surpassed even what he had prepared in his past life at home. The tavern was bustling, and Cornwall and Llewellyn did not seek out an unoccupied table. As he was there to gather information, it made sense to sit near others. They settled at the far end of a long table, adjacent to two burly men who were consuming large mugs of beer. "Have any merchant caravans sought your escort these past few days?" one asked. "What nonsense! Do you not see me sitting here? If there were, I would be out in the wilderness right now." "Very well. No need to be irate. I too have not earned a coin for many days. I truly wonder what the mayor is thinking. Why he would impede merchant travel. I've heard it is because the mayor wishes to handle things himself. Is there not a public notice in town seeking skilled individuals? Perhaps we should give it a try. Who knows, we might end up working with the mayor." The other man scratched his nose. Appearing somewhat sheepish, "I have tried, but was rejected." Cornwall strained to listen. The encounter with snow bandits outside the town indeed seemed as Paul had described, a special circumstance. While these tidings were intriguing, they were not what he sought. Yet, he could not interject, so he feigned silence, channeling his will to enhance his hearing, enabling him to discern the conversations throughout the tavern. However, the discussions were largely similar to those of the burly men beside him. The mayor's actions in preventing merchants from passing had evidently captured the town's attention, a matter of significant concern for all. Cornwall hesitated to shift the topic, fearing it might appear too conspicuous. With no choice but to bring along his well-fed brother, he arranged for lodging at the tavern. The surroundings were somewhat antiquated, but the bedding appeared clean and satisfactory, befitting a bustling commercial town. As evidenced by the number of patrons, Llewellyn, "Remain in the room and ensure no one enters. I shall step out for a while once night falls." Given that the entire town was fixated on a singular event, it stood to reason that those exiled here would be equally vigilant. It would be prudent to scour the mayor's residence and office, core locations that might yield valuable information, especially concerning the list of exiles, which the mayor must possess. Chapter 45. News of the beast tide. As the moonless night enveloped the sky, the town's lights gradually extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Cornwall prepared to set forth, knowing he need not inquire specifically about the mayor's residence. Tiger Ridge was a town rife with commercial trade, and many merchants visiting for the first time had long since begun selling pamphlets resembling maps. Upon entering the quaint town, Cornwall procured a map, displaying no trepidation in finding the mayor's residence. Several affluent merchants sought an audience with the mayor to discuss business profits, and the map detailed the location meticulously. As night fell, the tavern below thrummed with an exuberance that rivaled the daytime bustle. The sturdy laborers who had been escorting merchant caravans were now idle, free from the constraints of early rising, thus congregating at the tavern to indulge in drink and vent their frustrations. Cornwall discreetly exited through a window, opting not to unfurl his wings, which would be too conspicuous. His current physical prowess, bolstered by sheer will, surpassed that of characters from martial arts novels, allowing him to scale the rooftops with ease. This sensation of traversing walls was novel to him, and soon he found himself stealthily infiltrating the mayor's courtyard. He did not intend to enter the house, but circled the outer walls until he selected a window where light seeped through the curtains. Like a nimble gecko, he ascended swiftly and silently. Cornwall was unaware which window led to the mayor's study, but he could discern where the light emanated. At this hour, the illumination could signify either clandestine activities or something equally dubious. It was either a bedroom or a study. As he crouched against the wall, agilely approaching the illuminated window ledge, he overheard a heated exchange. "Mr. Mayor, I have raised this matter with you numerous times. If you persist in this attitude, I shall proceed to Taiga City on my own. Simply prohibiting the merchants is insufficient. How many times must I reiterate? The monstrous beasts in the mountains are not merely restless. They are on the verge of a stampede. What more must I await from you?" The voice belonged to a young woman, and Cornwall peered through the curtains, seemed to behold a striking figure. The girl was tall and slender, standing over 6 feet, with pointed ears and hair that shimmered like starlight in golden hues. This was characteristic of the lake dwellers from deep within the Taiga Ridge. One of Cornwall's objectives for visiting this town. He had not anticipated encountering one so swiftly. The lake dwellers seldom ventured away from Taiga Ridge. They were nature's devotees residing in the secluded, starry lakes of the forest, possessing agility that surpassed ordinary humans, yet not rivaling that of the magical races. Typically gentle and kind, they abhorred disputes, making this young lake dweller's current fury all the more surprising. It seemed that the recent upheavals in the town stemmed from her presence. What was her purpose for journeying to Taiga Ridge? What business did she have in Taiga City? The mayor, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke up. Miss Dunya, you must understand my position. You claim that your people have observed the beasts forming a horde, but can you guarantee they will indeed assault Taiga Ridge? It is prudent to redirect merchants during a beast riot, but preparing for a horde demands considerable manpower and resources. We cannot manage this without substantial support from the city. If the horde does not arrive, or if it targets another town nearby, I cannot bear the blame from Taiga City. Although Taiga Ridge served as the closest outpost to the snowy mountains, it was still surrounded by numerous towns, and it was not impossible for the horde to bypass them. Relying on the town for a counteroffensive was unfeasible. Mere self-preservation was the best outcome they could hope for. It is not that I distrust your people, Miss Dunya. I acknowledge your goodwill in coming to the town with news. However, you cannot press me every hour. I require evidence that can persuade Taiga City, and I must send someone with you to document this so-called horde's emergence. I need time to manage these matters. The mayor was clearly exasperated, finding himself embroiled in yet another late-night quarrel that had already been addressed countless times before. I promise you, within 2 days at most, I will allow your party to depart for an investigation. If I cannot recruit more personnel, I shall temporarily lift the seals on the exiled criminals. That should suffice. Please do not bring up the city again. Even if you were to go, I would not permit your departure. Cornwall understood what he needed to do next. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Paul, who had just enjoyed a reunion dinner at Maxim's home, remarked, "Mr. Maxim, you wish for me to join that exploration team?" "Indeed," Maxim replied earnestly. "While this exploration may be perilous, success would ensure the young master could leave the mines." Maxim, a plump middle-aged man, offered his sincere suggestion. The mayor could hardly find individuals stronger than the exiles in the area. The young master, possessing fourth-tier fighting spirit, was unmatched at his age, or even within a decade's range. He would choose you without knowing your background or the reason for your exile. Once the mayor produces the half-seal, you will be able to unlock half of your power and have half an hour each day to utilize your full strength. That should suffice for self-preservation. This is information I have procured at great expense. Paul sighed ruefully. While the half-seal will indeed be available, the absolute spirit lock will come along as well, will it not? Anyone possessing the control mechanism for the absolute spirit lock can simply press a button, rendering the person bound by it unable to harness elemental powers and rendering them powerless. Paul felt a flicker of anxiety within, yet he recognized this opportunity for what it was, much like this morning, when he chose to remain behind rather than flee with the other miners to meet Laurel. He would not squander this chance, as long as the mayor was willing to employ the exiles. He would undoubtedly join the exploration team. Cornwall also yearned to join the exploration team. He had learned of the mayor's intention to employ exiles, which presented an excellent opportunity to connect with this group. With the Seed of Wrath, he could easily masquerade as a mage. Whether it was ordinary flames or aberrant flames, they would be indistinguishable. Their colors were the same. Upon returning to his room at the tavern, Cornwall found Lewin still seated where he had left her, diligently completing the assignments assigned by Laurel. Afterward, he settled down to read. The adjustments made to Laurel's teaching schedule had been numerous, all in preparation for these scrolls. The scene before him elicited a sigh from Cornwall. Had his parents been as diligent during his childhood, they would have surely caught him watching television in secret upon their return home. "Is something amiss, brother? Why the sigh?" Lewin emerged from the depths of her knowledge. "Things have not gone as smoothly as I had hoped. We shall be applying for work tomorrow." "Work? You mean the recruitment discussed by those two gentlemen at the tavern today? Can I join? I do not possess any spells." Lewin expressed her concern about revealing herself. "Fear not. I have a plan," Cornwall responded confidently. Chapter 46. The Noble Mage. At dawn the following day, Cornwall accompanied Lewin, who held on to Naji, as they made their way to the mayor's recruitment site for talented individuals. "Brother, the line seems rather long." The registration point was in the town square, and a queue of about 10 individuals had already formed before a wooden table. Cornwall and Lewin took their place at the end of the line. "Let us not rush. We can wait a while. Their capabilities were undoubtedly far superior to those present. None of the individuals in line possessed any magical professions, with the highest being knights of merely second-tier fighting spirit. The innate strength of fully grown magical beings was already formidable. Though they were not yet adults, their abilities surpassed mere natural strength. Moreover, Cornwall was applying for the position of mage, which rendered his standing in line unshakable. With their formidable confidence, there was no need to quibble over such trivial matters. Bullying the weak was not a true display of prowess. The line moved steadily, as the staff present were merely responsible for initial screenings. Cornwall observed that anyone below second-tier fighting spirit was promptly eliminated, with the exception of one herbalist particularly familiar with forest flora. Those eliminated quickly departed, while those who passed were left waiting, each receiving 10 copper coins. No wonder everyone was so eager. Simply passing the initial screening granted them 10 copper coins. Not a wasted trip after all. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Cornwall's turn. Upon seeing Cornwall's appearance, the staff member in charge of recruitment was taken aback. Exiles are not permitted to participate in recruitment. The young man before him had striking black hair and green eyes, exuding a beauty that did not resemble the local populace, yet such individuals were not uncommon in Taiga Ridge, whether at the mines, lumberyards, or ice fields. Cornwall smiled. I am not an exile, the staff member nodded. A descendant of exiles, perhaps? 5 generations then? After 5 generations, one can shed the identity of an exile, Cornwall continued. What is your profession? Mage. Knight profession. The staff member began to write but suddenly realized what he had just heard. Not knight, but mage. He looked up at Cornwall, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. 2 mages had indeed arrived over the past few days, both renowned figures in the town, yet this individual was a sudden appearance. Please provide proof. With a swift motion, Cornwall conjured a fireball of second-tier intensity, which struck the ground, leaving a charred, spherical mark. Oh, second-tier intensity. The staff member exclaimed, leaping from his seat. You have passed. I shall escort you to the location for subsequent assessments. He called out to the queue behind him, those waiting, please hold. I am taking a batch for further examination. Those who had not yet been tested in the line expressed dissatisfaction. What is this? Were we not supposed to send a group of 10 at a time? I had counted on this wave for myself. He was a second-tier knight. Nearby, individuals quickly intervened. Did you not see? It is a mage. A second-tier mage. The man widened his eyes and shrank back in compliance. Mages, in the human world, held a status far superior to that of knights and other melee fighting spirit professions. Cornwall studied this segment at the Academy of Higher Aspirations, and Larisha provided him with additional tutoring. To ascend to the rank of mage, one must achieve an elemental affinity of at least 60. Otherwise, they are relegated to the practice of fighting spirit. Ultimately, fighting spirit also resides within the mana pool, merely a diluted form of the same essence. However, the limitation that fighting spirit can only be affixed to the body or weapon and cannot be separated led to its distinct nomenclature, as referring to it as lower-tier mana would be rather disparaging. Mages, endowed with innate talent and a diverse array of ranged combat capabilities, naturally hold a prestigious position. The staff guided Cornwall and the 6 individuals he had previously passed by, who instinctively fell into line behind him. Lewin also followed suit, walking beside Cornwall. The staff member cast a glance at him. Entirely oblivious to his status as a candidate, assuming he was merely a relative accompanying the mage, and opted not to comment further. They traversed through narrow alleys, distancing themselves from the town's center. When Cornwall inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the training grounds, where the town S-guards are stationed. The mayor and other successful candidates are awaiting us there." The training grounds. A few chairs were arranged under a makeshift wooden shelter, facing a fire pit that overlooked a spacious, open area. The snow that had fallen that morning had been cleared aside, leaving only faint traces of white behind. Besides the mayor and the winter denizen, Tonia, 3 seats were occupied by the prospective evaluators. The 2 second-tier ice mages bore grim expressions, having initially anticipated some grand undertaking from the mayor, only to realize the perilous nature of the task ahead, which they were now reluctant to undertake. Their presence was no coincidence. The frigid winters of Taiga Ridge suited their training, and their lackluster talents necessitated environmental support, for who would willingly remain in a big city striving for success otherwise? They had originally sought refuge in this place, and after years had passed, Neither wished to take such risks again, each plotting to shift the burden of the task onto the other. The third individual was a well-known hunter and guide from the town. A 30-year-old with third-tier wind fighting spirit who had reaped numerous benefits from the mountains. Named Toby, he appeared somewhat frivolous. More arrivals, the mayor remarked, setting down his cup of red tea as he observed the incoming group. Only to realize something was amiss. What's the matter? Why are there only 7 of you? And a child? The mayor's irritation was palpable as he glared at the child clutching an orange-furred kitten. Sir, the staff member hurriedly interjected. This child is a relative of the esteemed mage. I feared he would be kept waiting, so I brought him along. A mage. The mayor stroked his beard, his irritation dissipating like air from a deflated balloon, replaced by a genial smile. This young mage is truly impressive. May I inquire as to his magical affinity? A second-tier fire mage, the staff member replied. Ha ha ha, splendid. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate a fire ring spell for my edification? The mayor, though pleased, felt the need for confirmation. The fire ring spell was unfamiliar to Cornwall, so he simply conjured a ring of fire that encircled him, creating 6 rings that formed a cube around his person. Remarkable, the mayor exclaimed, feeling that youthful exuberance often led to displays of skill. Quickly, fetch a chair. No need for that, mayor. I shall have him sit. The 2 ice mages, initially hesitant, stood up, believing that an increased number of candidates would hinder their maneuverability. This young fire mage is more suited than us. We shall take our leave. The mayor, in fact, wholeheartedly agreed with their assessment, recognizing that fire magic posed a greater threat to the mountain's beasts than ice magic. He symbolically pulled at their sleeves before allowing them to depart. Please, take a seat, Mr. Lore. The mayor had just inquired about Cornwall's name. Hold on, my brother has yet to be tested, Cornwall replied with a smile. There are chairs here. Your little brother may sit. The mayor, failing to grasp Cornwall's intent, could not fathom that he truly intended to bring a child to the mountains. No, Mr. Mayor, what I mean is Luan is also here for the application. Chapter 47. The team assembles. Does this little brother also wish to apply? The mayor was somewhat perplexed, yet ultimately indifferent, as he had been unable to find any useful candidates over the past few days. Accompanying this second-tier fire mage for some amusement would suffice. He could not genuinely take the child into the mountains. The mayor decided to clarify matters beforehand. Mr. Lore, you may not be aware, but I am recruiting individuals to venture deep into Taiga Ridge to assess the situation, which could be rather perilous. While our 2 members are well acquainted with the mountainous terrain, I fear for the child's safety. The mayor gestured toward Tonia and Toby, then cast a troubled glance at Cornwall. Cornwall did not respond but motioned for Luan to place Najee on the ground. The palm-sized kitten steadied itself on its stout little legs, opening its mouth wide. A fireball, larger than the kitten itself, coalesced and shot straight towards the target, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shattered the target into splinters, flames consuming the remnants. 3rd tier. At Cornwall's prompting, Najee exhibited its 3rd-tier prowess. He turned back to relish the expressions on the onlookers' faces. The mayor's expression became increasingly bewildered, while Toby and Tonia displayed contrasting emotions of joy. Tonia felt a greater sense of security due to their strength, while Toby was elated at the opportunity presented before him. Cornwall distinctly sensed the aroma of greed emanating from Toby. The creature with 3rd-tier prowess, even in its juvenile form, coupled with the extraordinary appearances of Cornwall and Luan, led Toby to mistakenly believe they hailed from some prominent human family, eager to attach himself to their fortunes. Unfortunately, while they indeed originated from a prestigious lineage, coveting the demon clan would come at a cost, especially for those who exuded such desires. Luan inhaled deeply, detecting the sudden surge of avarice. This was the manifestation of human influence. What do you think, Mr. Mayor? The mayor was surprisingly composed, lacking any inappropriate emotions, merely appearing dazed. Oh, the mayor regained his composure. Would it be permissible for you to include this beast in your team? Cornwall chuckled, but this is my pet cat. I cannot command it. He needed to ensure that Luan could accompany him openly and without fear, for his ability to transport him back to the demon realm at any moment allowed Cornwall to roam freely among humans. As for why he insisted on maintaining transparency before everyone, Cornwall intended to foster the long-term development of Taiga Ridge Town, leveraging its potential as a hub for expansion. If you agree, then I have no reason to oppose it. With parental consent, What objection could the mayor raise against the inclusion of a third-tier combatant? Cornwall and Llewellyn took their seats in the vacant spots. The 6 individuals who had accompanied them were thrilled by the display of magic. Yet none remained, all eliminated. The day swiftly passed, with wave after wave of applicants arriving at the training grounds. Yet none proved suitable in the mayor's vision. The team required at least one sturdy, defensive warrior. But alas, none materialized. Very well, he sighed deeply. I shall not keep you waiting any longer. We shall recruit the exiles. Cornwall internally rejoiced, for they had finally reached the segment he had eagerly anticipated, akin to a blind date in a past life. Filled with both excitement and trepidation, ladies and gentlemen, the mayor announced as the final candidate departed, tonight I shall host a banquet at my residence for you all, and I shall summon the remaining 2 members. Tomorrow morning, our expedition shall commence. That evening, at the long table in the mayor's dining room, Cornwall sat at the mayor's right hand, with Llewellyn by his side, and opposite them sat Tonia and Toby. Shortly after they settled in, the first new member made an entrance, evidently having resided in the mayor's home for some time. Perhaps due to the mayor's awareness of the impossibility of finding a worthy replacement. This new member was an alchemist, even rarer than a mage. The exile, Anthony, was a weathered middle-aged man, with slightly long brown hair that was neither unruly nor tidy, exuding an aura of indifference, as if life or death mattered little to him. He sat placidly in the seat to Llewellyn's right. Mr. Anthony will operate the alchemical imaging device to capture the scenes you observe. Please ensure to bring back the apparatus or photographs. The mayor continued with his introductions. Since the decision to depart tomorrow was made this afternoon, I still need to filter through the final member, so I shall excuse myself for now. Please enjoy your meal. Once the mayor departed, Llewellyn was the first to pick up his knife and fork. The banquet was indeed lavish, featuring steak, braised meat, red wine, bread, creamy mushroom soup, and roasted chicken. Llewellyn had never witnessed such a grand spread before. Although his brother's cooking was delightful, it could never match such a feast. He began to realize that his brother was, at heart, somewhat lazy. As he savored a morsel of steak, a chicken leg was placed onto his plate, and Llewellyn looked up to see the seemingly composed alchemist. Anthony had no particular interest in the meal. He simply wished to fulfill the task assigned by the mayor and did not desire to involve himself further. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a child within the team. Are you also participating in the assessment task, little brother? The mountains can be quite perilous. Thank you, Llewellyn replied, grateful for the chicken leg that had appeared on his plate. And then answered the question, I came with my brother. He understood that Cornwall's objective was to recruit an alchemist, thus he immediately introduced his brother. Good day, Mr. Anthony. Cornwall smiled and waved as he heard the commotion. Upon a glance, Anthony perceived Anton as a slender and handsome young lad, which only heightened his concerns. Yet, the burdens of life had aged his heart, rendering him reluctant to meddle in affairs beyond his own. He merely remarked, do not stray too far from me on the road. As a 5th-tier alchemist, he believed he could safeguard the 2 children. Should he fail in this endeavor, then the fate of the children would be a matter of acceptance. Much like his OWNI in his youth, he had once held lofty aspirations, but now he too had to reconcile with destiny. Should Cornwall hear the unspoken thoughts of the elder, he would undoubtedly concur. Encountering an alchemist like him, who had come to terms with fate, was indeed fortuitous. He was destined to leave a mark in the realm of magic. You need not worry about these 2 young masters, chimed in Toby from across the way. In fact, while you were absent from the training grounds this afternoon, these young masters proved to be formidable fire mages. Mages, indeed. Anthony exhaled in relief. Their existence offered greater means of survival than that of melee fighters. With this thought, he shifted his focus away from Cornwall and the others, content to immerse himself in his own contemplations. Indeed, the 2 young benefactors were quite impressive, as a familiar voice echoed from outside. A tall youth entered through the door. Greetings, everyone. I am the final member of our party, a wanderer. Before my sealing, I was a 4th-tier knight specializing in swordsmanship, named Paul. Chapter 48. The first night journey. As Paul introduced himself, he gestured towards the sword he held. It was not the long sword typically wielded by knights. Those who specialized in swordsmanship often utilized a weapon approximately 3 fingers wide and a meter long, featuring a sharp tip, a crossguard, and a weighted pommel. This sword was lightweight, allowing for single-handed use in extreme situations, making slashing, thrusting, and chopping effortless. The crossguard could serve as a rudimentary shield, while the weighted pommel could be employed for blunt strikes, an exceedingly practical choice. However, the weapon in Paul's possession was a great sword, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, resembling a tapered spear. The blade was not overly wide but could still thrust effectively. Reinforced with 2 grooves for enhanced defense, such a weapon was heavy and required 2 hands to wield. It was most commonly seen on the front lines of Maria. Indeed, the demon race possessed formidable physical prowess, often donning heavier armor, and this sword was designed for piercing through such defenses. Cornwall had previously sensed the miner's exceptional nature, but was surprised to learn that he seemed to hail from the Western Front. This revelation heightened Cornwall's alertness. The timeline of their expedition was already late, leaving him uncertain about the previous shifts on the front lines. The mayor entered behind Paul, confirming that the group was now complete. Dunya will be your team leader. I trust you all to follow her tomorrow. For tonight, let us feast heartily. As the only one aware of the route, Dunya garnered unanimous agreement among the group. Although the mayor had encouraged them to indulge, with an early departure on the morrow, no one overindulged, instead retreating early to the accommodation prepared by the mayor for rest. The following morning, the group gathered at the door, where Dunya led a donkey, accompanied by a cart carrying their tents and outdoor equipment. The only exceptions were food and a camera. Dunya instructed everyone to carry their provisions for 10 days in case of separation, while the camera would remain in Anthony's possession unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Let us board the cart, everyone, said the keen-eyed denizen of the lake. We shall first travel by cart to the forest's edge, taking only this donkey further in. The distance to the forest's edge was comparable to that of the mine, and after a snowfall the previous night, the roads outside the town were blanketed in snow, making their journey less than smooth. However, the presence of a cart to conserve energy was a boon. The true test lay ahead within the forest. For Cornwall, a 7th-tier demon, there was certainly no pressure. He could carry the donkey and cart for an hour without difficulty. Grateful for the rare opportunity to experience ordinary life, Cornwall felt a swell of joy, though he refrained from showing it. As he and Lewin were there for companionship while others were engaged in perilous tasks, due to the snowfall, they reached the forest's edge just as dusk approached. Toby unloaded the cart's contents onto the donkey's back. I fear we must traverse the night road for a while, Dunya stated gravely. To reach our first campsite, we must travel for 4 hours. We cannot afford to delay, and we are merely at the forest's outskirts. Night travel is still manageable. Her brow furrowed. It seemed her intent was not solely to reassure them of the night's safety, but to convince herself. She was far too anxious. Another member familiar with the forest, Toby, refrained from contradicting her, not out of faith in Dunya's leadership, but rather confidence in his own ability to escape should the need arise. Should this group perish, the mission would be moot. He could return the way he came, taking the spoils he had claimed from them to a new place to thrive. Cornwall was oblivious to Toby's thoughts, but sensed the aura of desire, indicating the night road in the forest was indeed fraught with danger. As the team ventured into the woods, they followed Dunya, who took the lead in scouting ahead. Paul positioned himself protectively before the 3 fragile mages, with Cornwall leading the donkey through the middle of the group, while the experienced Toby brought up the rear. For an hour, they encountered no threats as the sun dipped below the horizon. Yet soon enough, the first dilemma arose. With no light sources remaining, the moonlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, rendering visibility near non-existent. Should we light a lamp for our journey? Dunya pondered. As a denizen of the lake, her night vision was commendable, yet she was not the only one in the party. Traveling in darkness would prolong their journey, increasing danger and uncertainty while reducing their rest period. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to light a lamp that a flicker of red ignited in Paul's hand, illuminating the dark forest. This solitary glow stood out starkly against the enveloping shadows, guiding the party along the treacherous path. The night forest grew increasingly silent, save for the chirping of insects and the crunch of snow beneath their feet. No one spoke. All were focused intently on their pace, urging one another to hasten towards the anticipated campsite. In this tense atmosphere, Paul broke the silence. Is someone there? In the forest, one might expect wolves, tigers, or hares, and the reflective eyes of lurking creatures, but the presence of another person was unexpected. Yet, a figure emerged in the distance, raising a hand in greeting, seemingly beckoning them closer. That is not a person. Dunya explained. It is a bear, attempting to lure us closer. Can bears be so cunning? Lewin marveled. Youngster, bears are not only clever but also incredibly powerful. Call forth your cat. It may just save your life. Toby advised from behind. The bear was now visible, and they could not evade it. An encounter was inevitable. The change in the group's pace alerted the bear, which immediately dropped to all fours and charged towards the light with alarming speed. Paul thrust the lamp into Dunya's hands and positioned himself before her, fulfilling a warrior's duty to shield against the oncoming attack. Thud. The bear's paw crashed against Paul's great sword. Two fireballs collided with the bear's body. It was a second-tier beast, posing little threat, though the emergence of a second-tier creature at the forest's edge was indeed unusual. It seemed that the beast's tide had begun to swell. Just as the group was about to repel the bear, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A powerful bear paw emerged from behind a tree on the side of the group, aimed directly at Anthony. A blow from that paw could easily shatter the old alchemist's skull. In a swift motion, Cornwall pulled Anthony aside, and the donkey he had been leading took the brunt of the attack. Finally, you make your move, Cornwall thought. Thud. The donkey collapsed, lifeless. Paul, witnessing another bear approaching, immediately activated his seal to its maximum, regaining his fourth-tier strength in an instant, and swiftly dispatched the bear in front of him. Meanwhile, Toby rushed forward. Although greedy, he had no intention of betraying the team and put forth considerable effort. Toby managed to intercept briefly, while the other bear was quickly vanquished by several mages. For the moment, danger had receded. The donkey lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around it. Fortunately, their supplies were waterproof, easily cleaned for continued use, but now they needed someone to carry them. Chapter 49. A brief dispute with the donkey deceased, the distribution of supplies became a pressing issue. Dunya needed mobility to clear the path ahead, yet she was the first to shoulder some of the fallen outdoor tools. In truth, she and Paul, positioned in the most vulnerable spots, should ideally carry nothing. Among the remaining members, Anthony's camera was already heavy, and as a frail alchemist, he could not bear any additional weight without compromising his ability to keep pace. Lewin, being a child, could not carry anything, and Cornwall, appearing as a slender mage, was equally ill-suited for burden. Dunya found herself in a quandary. They could not afford to linger due to such matters and needed to depart swiftly. Just as she prepared to speak, a slender yet strong hand lifted half of the supplies from the ground. I can bear the weight, Cornwall stated, stepping forward. This made things simpler. Dunya had already taken on some items, leaving the remainder to Toby. The flippant man shrugged off his burden, questioning, "Are you truly all right with this? You might end up unable to walk and need someone to carry you." "I want to tire before you do," Cornwall retorted. "Perhaps I should carry more? If not for my help, your donkey would not have perished." Anthony cast a worried glance toward Cornwall, expressing gratitude for his selfless act of saving him once more. Cornwall smiled back. "No need, old man. The camera is heavy enough." The group set off again, and before departing, Paul severed the paws of the two bears to take with them, intending to roast and consume them upon reaching the campsite. The scent of blood had already permeated the ranks, rendering the loss of a single donkey inconsequential. Upon witnessing Paul's actions, Cornwall was almost tempted to return that night and abscond with the donkey as well, for donkey meat is indeed quite delectable. Alas, he had no intention of being so ostentatious just yet, as the night would undoubtedly require a rotation of watchmen. Moreover, should they return to find the donkey's carcass mysteriously vanished without a trace, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Strangely enough, despite the absence of the donkey, the group's pace seemed to quicken, the appearance of the two bears instilling a sense of urgency regarding their venture into the mountains. The remainder of the journey unfolded rather smoothly. Devoid of any further encounters with such formidable beasts, the other animals, upon sighting their party, scuttled away in haste. They arrived at their campsite in less than 4 hours. This particular location was nestled against a jagged rock face, approximately 6 to 7 meters high, its angle around 30 degrees. The group set up camp within the crevice, with Dunya and Toby busy erecting the tents while Paul busied himself clearing the snow from their sight. And several mages took charge of igniting the bonfire. With a mere flick of his wrist, Cornwall set the carefully stacked twigs ablaze. "Uncle Anthony, I am still unaware of your school of magic," Cornwall inquired of me. Anthony's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. "I have dabbled in various forms of magic, but according to the standards of 60 affinity, I am primarily an earth and wood mage." Earth and wood. Cornwall expressed his satisfaction. Extracting water from the snow was remarkably convenient. They could simply scoop a bucket of snow and melt it over the fire. Paul skillfully processed the hair from the bear paw, and Cornwall couldn't help but feel a kinship with him, though he regretted that he could not access the spices stored in his storage ring. It is unfortunate that we lack suitable spices, Paul remarked while observing Cornwall's scrutiny of the bear paw. What do you intend to use? Salt, of course. Paul rummaged through the recently unloaded supplies and produced a large sack of coarse salt, which he began to rub onto the freshly cut bear paw. The salt from Taiga Ridge Town was quite affordable, as the northeastern provinces with their coastal ports could produce their own salt. Cornwall's own Sulfur Stone Inferno was also near the coast but, ironically, could not yield salt. Perhaps he could concoct some refined fire element salt to sell? The thought crossed his mind, contemplating how to leverage his leadership to have others run about on his behalf for this idea. They had not skimped on salt. Such a commodity was invaluable in the wilderness. Firstly, their bodies required salt to prevent fatigue, nausea, vomiting, decreased appetite, blurred vision, muscle spasms, and in severe cases, excessive sleepiness and coma. Without salt, they would have to resort to drinking the blood of small animals. Furthermore, salt could be used to preserve their game, although the current weather rendered this less of a concern. Salt and strong liquor, both essential survival supplies, were partially utilized by Paul in cooking the bear paw, which turned out quite palatable. Dunya said nothing, as they had prepared ample quantities of both. Despite a few setbacks, they had successfully arrived on the first day, and a hearty meal was in order. Especially since we must depart before dawn tomorrow, and we shall not have the opportunity for hot food until we reach the next campsite this evening. Only dry rations and liquor remain. Everyone, Toby grumbled. Mr. Lore, if you are willing, it would not be difficult to heat some water, would it? Why should we endure such hardship when we have a fire mage among us? He then turned to Cornwall. You should indulge in some roasted bear paw as well. The true test lies ahead when we must carry supplies tomorrow, which will not be as brief as today's hour-long trek. Paul intervened, shoving a piece of flatbread into Toby's mouth. Enough of that, he said, then turned to the sullen-faced Dunya, emphasizing her leadership role. Captain Dunya, please, continue. Dunya glared at Toby. You may have ventured into the mountains before. But do you know where we are headed tomorrow? You had best reconsider such waste of your companion's magical energy once we arrive. Indifferent, Toby chewed on his flatbread, his expression shifting as realizations dawned upon him. Where are you taking us? He muttered, piecing together the implications. You hail from the lake. You came from within. You intend for us to head north, which explains the beast tide. Though the north of the snow-capped mountains lay deeper forests, entirely beyond the borders of the Snow Mountain Empire, and it had yet to be reported that anyone had traversed this range. The symbol of Taiga Ridge's exit was a distant mountain, towering over 1,000 meters, though not excessively high. Crossing it would lead them into true mountain territory. Those unfamiliar with the mountains would know little of this. However, frequent travelers typically only journeyed east or west, stopping at the base of that mountain when heading north. Toby fell silent. Dunya, no longer pressing the matter, declared, Tomorrow, we must earnestly enter the northern mountain range. The task is heavy, so everyone must rest well. It was no wonder she insisted on traveling through the night. If they were to camp outside the forest, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to cross the mountains the following day. Although the periphery was not overly perilous, they would still need to take turns on watch, the children excluded. The nights in the north were long. Even a hint of light could be deemed as daytime, while darkness could stretch for 14 hours. Excluding the time spent traveling and eating, they could divide the watch into 3 shifts, allowing each person 6 hours of sleep. I wish to keep watch with Uncle Anthony. Cornwall expressed his desire. His request was not unexpected. In unfamiliar and perilous surroundings, individuals naturally gravitated towards those they trusted more. Anthony and Cornwall had walked together thus far. Moreover, having saved Anthony in the past, their mutual trust was solidified, creating a natural inclination towards camaraderie. Everyone regarded him as merely a youth. Very well, Dunya agreed, as it was the first night and professional roles need not be considered. Anthony and Lore shall take the first watch, I shall take the second, and Paul and Toby will cover the third. Originally quiet, Naki suddenly piped up at this arrangement. Captain Dunya, let it accompany you during the watch. Dunya chuckled lightly. All right, a little kitten 1T hurt. Once the assignments were made, The group retired to their tents, leaving only Cornwall and Anthony by the bonfire. The woods were not lacking in firewood. Ensuring that the flames could burn until dawn, Cornwall prodded the embers in the fire pit with a stick, watching as they flickered and crackled. He was in no hurry to strike up a conversation, for the atmosphere was indeed dull, and without some form of discourse, they would inevitably succumb to slumber. "Thank you for pulling me up earlier," Cornwall finally said. "And no need to thank me, Uncle. It was simply my duty as a teammate. Besides, had I not, you might not have been in any real danger," Anthony replied, falling into silence once more. After a brief pause, he asked Cornwall, at such a young age, "What brings you to partake in such a venture?" In his youth, Anthony had also been an exceptionally handsome boy, studying alchemy in White Harbor City, brimming with ambition. He could scarcely fathom embarking on adventures. Cornwall pondered this question, choosing not to deceive the alchemist he hoped to recruit into the magical realm. Despite having yet to assess the man's capabilities, with a sigh, Cornwall glanced at Anthony and smiled wryly. "Initially, I had no choice. My sister and I would not survive otherwise." Later he shrugged. "The people in my hometown live in such hardship. I wish to strive outward and return to rebuild my hometown, so that my fellow villagers may live better lives, and I too can enjoy life there." Anthony laughed heartily. "You are far more sensible than I was at your age. Yet you hardly seem to come from impoverished beginnings. My family are landowners," Cornwall replied. "You're quite the intriguing lad," Anthony remarked. "And you, Uncle, what compels you to participate in this mission?" "Me? The mayor assigned me this task. It is crucial and someone must undertake it, but it is perilous. Without any expectation of reward, one risks much," Cornwall countered. "At my age, I have little to gain. Unlike you, with your grand aspirations, even if I did seek something, what would it matter? After half a lifetime, I have gained nothing, and I am no better than a child." Unfulfilled ambitions, Cornwall discerned. Once a youth would aspire to reach the pinnacle, but now, with age, illness, and solitude, those dreams seemed distant. It matters not. Unfulfilled ambitions are not to be feared. What is truly to be feared is a life devoid of desire. Opportunities abound for you. With a blank slate, you may pursue anything, as long as you fulfill your task. The two fell into silence, each lost in contemplation until Dunya arose to signal the shift change. Cornwall cradled the sleeping Naki and gently placed it in Dunya's arms. "If anything arises, simply shake it awake." The kitten nestled in Dunya's embrace, breathing rhythmically like a living little machine, and she hesitated to move, for it was remarkably warm. "You should get some rest." In truth, Cornwall found Dunya to be quite commendable. Having taken on the burden of the second watch, he knew it would be a tiresome task, filled with the cycles of sleep and wakefulness, and preferred to keep vigil alone. The girl from the lake was too earnest and straightforward to be an effective leader. No wonder the new general of the Snow Mountain Empire, a girl herself, was merely referred to as the general. This particular general was reputed to be a sharp-minded individual, clad entirely in a full-face helmet, having once emerged from a life-threatening encounter with the new emperor, bearing a horrifying scar as a testament. Could it be her? Few from the lake ventured outward. The majority served as priests in the teachings of their nation, and those wandering near the snowy mountains were likely only this girl who had come forth due to the beast tide. A night of restful sleep passed. When Paul roused everyone, the sky was a deep blue, the sun yet to rise, but visibility was sufficient. The morning air was brisk, with a light mist hovering over the mountains. Cornwall rubbed his hands together for warmth, and after a brief gathering of their belongings, they departed the campsite. Traveling on the mountain paths in daylight proved vastly different from the previous night's journey. The group was no longer as silent as before, occasionally exchanging words, for the forest offered picturesque views not visible from the outside. The northern climate was frigid, yet compared to the southern forests, it lacked the burdens of toxins and pests, making it much easier to traverse, albeit some icy patches posed a risk of slipping. As the group paused to rest at noon, their garments were drenched with sweat, while the exposed areas of their skin felt cold from the biting wind, creating an uncomfortable juxtaposition of warmth and chill. Toby set down his luggage and gazed at the foot of the distant mountain, pondering how they would traverse it before nightfall. They had only covered half the journey, and it would take at least another day to reach the summit. With only 10 days' worth of provisions, what would they do after the third day when they finally crossed the mountain? Dunya chewed on her rations, offering no further explanation, merely asserting that they could indeed make it over the mountain today. "We truly cannot move that quickly," Paul remarked with a wry smile. There was a hidden river at the mountain's base that, if followed downstream, would lead directly to a lake on the opposite side. Dunia then elaborated, stating that they had packed thermal diving suits, and although she was not a proficient swimmer, she would lead the way, pulling a rope behind her. Given this plan, reaching the mountain's foot by dusk seemed feasible. And crossing over today was indeed possible. After another half-day's journey, the river winding into the mountains finally came into view. It was nearly the same time as when they had entered the mountains yesterday, with about an hour left before complete darkness enveloped the land. The group stood at the riverbank, sealing their belongings once again, and it was no wonder that waterproof materials had been employed. The surface of the river was already frozen, and Paul, wielding his sword, broke a 2-meter-wide hole into the ice, demonstrating the prowess of his penetrating blade. The exit on the opposite side would likely be sealed with ice as well. Paul voiced his concerns, fretting that he, being inept in water, might find himself trapped on the other side without a means to break free. In summer, they could use breathing tubes, but now with the ice barrier, they would have to hold their breath. The river was not short, and holding one's breath for an extended period was already pushing their limits. Any delay in breaking the ice would risk losing consciousness. Dunia donned her diving suit, secured the rope around her waist, and offered it to them. "I will go first to assess the water conditions." She splashed water on her body to acclimatize to the temperature before diving beneath the ice. Her graceful swimming form visible through the frozen surface, resembling a fish preserved in time. Anthony, holding a timer, counted the seconds, and the wait on the riverbank felt interminable. After 3 minutes, Dunia resurfaced, accompanied by a trickle of blood. The group hurriedly pulled her onto the bank and placed her near the circle of the campfire point. 3 minutes felt far too brief. She likely hadn't even reached the opposite shore. "Was it an unexpected water beast?" Paul inquired. Dunia nodded, taking a moment to warm herself by the fire before speaking again. "It was a black goldfish, not many, just one, but it was rather large." She revealed her forearm, showcasing a ring of bite marks. Chapter 51. Frequent problems. The bite marks on Dunia's arm clearly indicated that the black goldfish was indeed a rare find among river fish. Her wound was not severe. It was a shallow bite that merely drew some blood. Given that they would need to dive again, she had not treated it with medicine. "It shouldn't be here. When I came before, this river had no such fish." The influence of the beast tide was evidently more immediate than they had anticipated. In any case, they needed to deal with this fish first. "I'll go with you," Toby unexpectedly volunteered, eager to navigate this uncharted route. He was not keen on turning back midway. He would assume the role of a guide, as he had an innate affinity for finding paths. Paul hesitated, knowing that the fire mage would certainly not assist. Underwater, they could not ignite flames, and the mage's physical prowess was not advantageous either. He should have spoken up, but he truly had no swimming ability. "If you cannot swim, then there's no need to speak. The two of us will suffice." Dunia glanced at him. Regardless of the underwater struggle, those on the shore could see nothing, only the faint trickles of blood spreading beneath the ice nearest to the mountain. Uncertain if it belonged to the fish or something else, Cornwall's mind wandered. A half-meter-long black goldfish was tossed onto the shore through the hole Paul had made in the ice. Dunia and Toby surfaced simultaneously, exclaiming, "Tonight we feast on grilled fish." Dunia laughed. They did not come ashore but continued to float on the ice, presumably intending to catch their breath before completing the task of opening the passage to the opposite lake. During this brief respite, Dunia informed everyone that their campsite for the night would be a nearby cave by the lake, sheltered enough that they wouldn't even need to set up a tent. After a short while, the two of them submerged beneath the ice again, but this time the wait stretched on longer. Due to the obstruction caused by the black goldfish, sunset was drawing near, and the sky had shifted from orange-red to a deep blue-purple. Fortunately, in the dark river, there was no light source to hinder their view, so the absence of the sun did not affect them. When night finally fell, Dunia returned, having taken nearly 5 minutes to swim across. "Is everyone all right?" she asked. "We've come this far. If there are issues, we must press on regardless." Given Paul's inability to swim and Toby's absence, Cornwall found himself at the rear of the group. A long rope connected Dunia, Luan, Anthony, Paul, and Cornwall. They did not tie the rope around themselves, minimizing the risk of entanglement, If one person were trapped in the river, it wouldn't impede the other's escape. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, they could each manage to grip the rope independently. Upon entering the water, the current was swifter than Cornwall had anticipated but remained within safe limits. Akin to the soothing flow of water in a bathtub, it seemed this route had indeed been secure before. Visibility underwater posed no challenge for Cornwall. He gently grasped the rope, feeling no need to rely on it for direction. He could see Dunia ahead as she entered a dark channel beneath the mountain. This passage was wide enough for two to swim side by side, with no particularly narrow spots, and it bore no signs of human alteration, suggesting it had been filtered through numerous dark rivers by lake dwellers. Transporting their gear with the aid of buoyancy was manageable, and they were all able to bring their belongings along. Albeit at a slightly slower pace than Dunia had projected, as they neared the end of the final stretch of the river, Cornwall witnessed Paul release a large bubble of air from his mouth. Succumbing to the effects of holding his breath, it was clear he truly could not swim at all. The tall youth drifted toward Cornwall, who seized the collar of Paul's garment and propelled them forward. Gradually overtaking Anthony, they had now completed the river passage and entered the lake. Aside from Paul, there should be no further complications. Dunia and Cornwall surfaced through the hole together, quickly assisting Paul to safety and administering emergency treatment. Cornwall, lacking medical skills, retrieved alcohol from their supplies, igniting it to provide warmth. Soon after, Lewin and Anthony emerged as well. Dunia had finished her first aid, but as she surveyed the lake's surface, her expression darkened. The others followed suit, each scanning their surroundings. In terms of geographical features, this area bore little distinction from the opposite shore, still dominated by vast stretches of coniferous forest. Toby is missing, Dunia noted, on the unshielded ice. There was no sign of Toby awaiting their arrival. There was no commotion or signs of a struggle. He had simply vanished. Furthermore, Dunia pointed toward the riverbank where a previously unseen waterway extended into the distance. Uncle Anthony approached the new river and examined the soil on either side, kneading a handful of dirt and leaning over the ice to observe for an extended period before retrieving his precious camera to capture the moment. Upon returning, his complexion was graver than Dunia's had been. The river is newly excavated. No more than half a month old, it was plausible that the aberrant beasts had forged the waterway themselves. Ordinary beasts do not possess the intelligence of wild animals. If they had indeed realized that humans were traversing this water route and had dug it open themselves, it would imply that at least a fourth-tier beast had crossed the initial threshold of intelligence. Cough, cough, Paul, just regaining consciousness, appeared even paler than before. "Should we search for Toby?" he asked weakly. The group remained silent, hastily changing into dry clothes and packing their belongings. In such a situation, how could they possibly venture out to find Toby? Especially when they had no clues regarding his disappearance. The priority was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. The campsite was located about 1,000 meters from the lake, and within 10 minutes. Dunia led them there. The sky had long since darkened completely, and the cave was pitch black. Cornwall launched a fireball into the entrance to illuminate the interior. The cave was deep, and the light from the fireball could not fully penetrate its depths, leaving many areas shrouded in darkness, yet the visible portion was entirely devoid of any presence. After an exhausting day of travel, Paul and Anthony were about to step inside when they noticed the others remaining motionless in place. Dunia signaled for silence, prompting them to strain their ears to listen. They soon discerned faint, peculiar sounds emanating from the cave. More than one, overlapping in a chaotic and rhythmless cacophony. The sounds grew louder, seemingly approaching the cave's entrance. Bats, how dreadful. It turns out this cave is as deep as it appeared, and so many changes have occurred. Should we retreat, or remain to attempt to eradicate the bats? They found themselves once again ensnared in a difficult dilemma. Night had fallen, and finding another safe campsite would be exceedingly challenging. As for exterminating the bats, they were already at a disadvantage in strength without Toby. Was engaging in combat truly wise at this juncture? Chapter 52. To leave or not to leave? Part 1. To leave or not to leave? Cornwall found this question rather straightforward. Should they remain? The unknown they faced was the cost of exterminating the bat horde. While departing would lead them into uncertainty, when would they find another suitable campsite? Would the next suitable campsite also be occupied by beasts? What dangers might they encounter along the way? There are far too many questions at hand. If one chooses to depart out of fear of loss, they may face an even greater loss, perhaps even finding themselves without shelter after such a decision. However, Cornwall remains silent regarding the fate of the team. He must assume the role of a second-tier fire mage. Should his personal inclinations interfere with the team's decisions, Cornwall would feel compelled to bear a portion of the responsibility, a burden he is unwilling to accept. Thus he refrains from speaking. A fireball once more erupts from Cornwall's hand, illuminating a swarm of black bats at the cave's entrance. The shadows that had been darting towards the cave are abruptly halted by the heat of the flames, momentarily suspended in place. Cornwall maintains the fireball, ensuring it does not dissipate swiftly this time. "Captain Dunya, please make a decision quickly," he murmurs at this moment. All eyes are drawn to Dunya. The tall aquatic elf has already readied her bow and short sword. Her kind is naturally agile, making them superb jungle warriors. In truth, Dunya is not hesitant. Though she bears the weight of a leader who prefers to shoulder the toughest burdens, she is a warrior. Warriors never fear losses on the battlefield. Having encountered them, they do not shy away from combat. "Prepare for battle," she commands, and no sooner has her voice faded than dozens of fireballs rain down upon the bat swarm. The bats scatter in panic, yet some are singed by the flames, which consume them at an alarming rate. Within mere breaths, those touched by the embers are fully ablaze. "Your mastery of fire magic is impressive," Anthony exclaims in astonishment, gesturing towards the right stone wall of the cave. "Could you possibly herd them all in one direction?" "I shall give it a try," Cornwall replies, summoning Najee to join him in the assault. The fireballs act like sheepdogs, herding the bats and blocking their intended path, with only the right side remaining unchallenged. Scattered bats flee the cave, while the remainder gradually congregates towards the right. Dunya and Paul swiftly advance to divert the bats' attention, preventing them from disturbing the mages. Dunya, nimble and swift, leaves trails of blood on several bats, utilizing the surrounding trees to compensate for her lack of flight. Meanwhile, Paul struggles. His greatsword, designed to pierce armor, proves unwieldy. While in a battlefield one could swing it with devastating effect. The diminutive flying bats evade his strikes, slipping through the gaps even as he spins it like a windmill. The gusts from his sword force the bats away, yet if he were alone, such a strategy would suffice. Now, however, he must prevent the bats escaping the flames from interfering with his comrades. Thus, Paul dares not wield his greatsword and instead resorts to his dagger, engaging the bats in a desperate dance. It is not so much a duel as it is a struggle. Only when a bat bites him does Paul catch sight of them, allowing him to inflict damage. He searches every inch of his body for the bats. Chapter 52. To Leave or Not to Leave? Part 2. Before long, Paul's exposed skin is marred with wounds, and his movements begin to slow, waves of dizziness washing over him. "They are poisonous. Do not let them bite you," he calls out, grappling with his foes. Meanwhile, Cornwall and Najee have successfully driven the majority of the remaining bats into a corner. Like a hydraulic press, a hollow stone column rises from the ground, aligning with a circular pillar descending from the cave's ceiling, enveloping the bats within. Thud, 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 thud. The stone pillar strikes down forcefully 4 times, colliding with the rock walls and producing a thunderous noise. All present gaze in shock at the alchemist. Realizing the bats may soon be reduced to a paste, as the stone column dissipates, blood and mud spill forth, while the bats that fled the cave have already been dealt with by Dunya and the fireballs. After this skirmish, they reclaim their intended resting place. Thank goodness for the mages, Paul breathes, weakened from battling both poison and exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Cornwall and Anthony each grasp one of his arms, dragging him into the cave. Once inside, Anthony uses magic to cover the area where the bats had been pulverized, improving the surroundings significantly. Dunya inspects Paul's injuries by the campfire. The poison from the bats is not particularly potent, and with a good night's rest along with some herbal remedies, he shall recover, though he will be weakened for a time. "Does this mean our plan cannot proceed as intended?" Anthony inquires. Indeed, it is difficult to continue as planned. With Toby missing, a portion of his belongings has also vanished. Paul will be incapacitated for 2 days due to the poison, and we find ourselves 1 melee fighter short, while also needing to divide our efforts to care for him. Moreover, the presence of the aberrant beasts in the cave signifies the greatest shift. The creatures deeper within are being driven out, and the observation point we had established, along with our route, may no longer be safe. The likelihood of encountering hostile creatures is considerably high. Dunya realizes that their journey into the North Mountain Ridge is proving perilous. While she anticipated danger, she believed it would only arise as they approached the gathering of beasts. Now, they have yet to even reach the outskirts of the beast horde. Dunya feels no inclination to retreat, yet she struggles to find ways to bolster the confidence of her companions. She remains silent. But we must press onward, Anthony continues, his voice resolute despite his usual indifference. Dunya looks up, perplexed. Should this not be her line? Anthony smiles at her reassuringly. Do not worry. We joined this expedition with the understanding that we would be prepared. We have no intention of turning back. Instead, consider how we might proceed. With the original route no longer viable, they must chart a new course if they wish to advance. We should ascend the mountain. Moving along higher ground will help us avoid direct encounters with the beast horde and allow for better observation. Dunya glances at the unconscious Paul and continues, however, this will be physically taxing. Paul will be unable to bear any weight for 2 days, and we will be traversing a winding mountain path. Our burdens are already considerable, and this would slow our progress significantly. At that moment, Cornwall interjects with what seems an unrelated comment. Mr. Anthony is correct. We all joined this expedition prepared, but perhaps Toby was simply overly cautious. Chapter 53. Traces, Part 1. Was Toby's disappearance devoid of any signs? Truly a brush with danger? When he vanished, the other members of the team were on the opposite side of the mountain, leaving no one to discern what transpired during that void of time. Cornwall's words undoubtedly imbue that period with a different interpretation, one far removed from mere peril. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, and his belongings had been taken intact. What manner of beast could have carried Toby away, whether strong or weak? How powerful must it be to whisk him away without resistance, yet weak enough to allow for the removal of his possessions? Cornwall continues, his mind racing. Dunya's gaze flickers. What if he had discovered something unusual and ventured out to investigate, seeking alternative possibilities for Toby's fate? Would you take your belongings if you were investigating? No, Dunya replies without hesitation. The bulk of one's gear would indeed be a burden. Bringing it along would only increase the chances of detection in an unknown environment. Dunya falls silent, while Anthony watches Cornwall, awaiting his next words. They trust that Cornwall's hypothesis is not intended to malign Toby. If, as I propose, he left on his own accord, Cornwall pauses, deliberately creating a moment of suspense. It suggests he had a destination. Toby claimed ignorance of the hidden river and asserted he had never been to the North Mountain Ridge. If he departed voluntarily, what was his purpose? Where was he headed? Tomorrow, we can return to the lakeside and search for any traces of Toby's passage. Cornwall suggests, perhaps we will uncover a more advantageous route than simply ascending the mountain. Cornwall's assertion lacks conviction. He too is unsure of the reasons behind Toby's disappearance. Yet the lingering scent of greed he had detected on Toby twice prior has led Cornwall to harbor suspicions. His instincts and rationality both yearn to uncover the truth behind the disappearance. And what if we do not find any traces? Dunya questions. It will take no more than half a day to ascertain. Cornwall replies, with Paul still unconscious, allowing him to rest for an additional half day will expedite our progress more than rushing ahead would, and I presume you do not wish to carry him. I agree with your proposal. Dunya recalls the moment she and Toby had smashed through the ice on the lake, feeling a twinge of scrutiny in her heart. Given that the original plan is no longer feasible, it would be prudent to investigate this unforeseen circumstance. Should it prove that a beast was responsible for Toby's disappearance, it would be unwise to remain ignorant of such a formidable foe. They must ascertain whether this creature has set its sights upon their party. Following Cornwall's speculation, the three are enveloped in a deeper silence. What had initially seemed a straightforward situation now becomes convoluted with the uncertainty of Toby's whereabouts. Yet, overnight, their two-person watch shifts become a necessity for one-person shifts due to Toby's disappearance and Paul's unconscious state, leaving only Cornwall, Anthony, and Dunya to keep watch. Najee, sound asleep, becomes the token of their watch handover. Cornwall takes the first watch, casually cradling Najee in his arms. When Dunya arrives to relieve him, Cornwall passes the little lion cub to her just as he had done the previous night. After enduring the first night, Dunya grows accustomed to the warmth of the living creature nestled against her, breathing rhythmically. When Anthony arrived to take over, she hesitated for a moment before finally handing the Najee to him. Believing it would bring some stability, she conveyed this to the elder man. Chapter 53. Traces, Part 2. With several hours still remaining until dawn, the forest lay shrouded in darkness, while snowflakes drifted outside the cave. It had been a long time since Anthony felt such warmth. Ever since being cast out by his sect and exiled to Tageling's town to bear the wrath of the aristocracy, he had lived in solitude. Cradling a small, breathing creature truly instilled a sense of warmth within him. Dunya was right, it would provide some comfort. His dreams were now unattainable, yet perhaps upon returning, he could take on an apprentice. Teaching a young one might also bring warmth. Anthony produced a camera to capture a moment at the break of dawn on the third day of their journey into the mountains. Like a Polaroid, a photograph slowly emerged from the large device. "Is this a photograph?" A tender and curious voice chimed from behind Anthony. It was Luan, who had awakened after failing to keep watch. Having tiptoed quietly to the cave entrance, careful not to disturb those still resting. Indeed, this is how a photograph is taken. Anthony, having noticed him long before, was not surprised and gestured to the camera's button to explain. Luan was quite clever. He quickly grasped the basic operations. So, does that mean it doesn't require magic? Using it does not require magic, Anthony chuckled lightly, but for research, restoration, and creation, magic must be involved. Have you tested your elemental affinity yet? Anthony stroked the small cat sleeping on his lap. Your brother, Lore, is a fire mage, and your little cat is a fire attribute beast. Surely, you too shall become a fire mage. That seems impossible, Luan replied. After all, I am of the demon race. How could I possess elemental affinity? Wait a moment, I am not pure. Half demon, born of the human moon. He recalled the hue on his forehead reminiscent of the moonlight above. And the blood-red shroud covering the demon realm. Luan, with a disarmingly straightforward response, confessed, I haven't tested it. My family has yet to assess my elemental affinity, so I may never become a mage. I see. Anthony produced a transparent stone, resembling a thermometer or ruler, handing it to Luan by its base. Without a word, Luan grasped it, focusing intently on the inscriptions etched upon the stone. Anthony gently guided him, as the words were inscribed in the blank space below the scale to assist beginners in concentrating their mental energy. This stone also aided in focusing the mind. Luan followed the instructions meticulously. Both fixated on the testing stone, their gazes filled with contrasting anticipation. Would it be? Would there be elemental affinity? A silvery light, reminiscent of the moon, gradually ascended from the scale, filling it entirely. What does this mean? Luan inquired, his throat dry. It signifies space. Anthony grasped Luan's hand holding the testing stone. You possess an exceptional affinity for the spatial element. You are a genius, Anthony exclaimed, exhilarated. This child was indeed a prodigy, which meant his dreams might still have a chance. Space? Luan realized, understanding it was indeed space. Yes, his father viewed this as ominous, but he was the child of the bright moon. He was a genius. Both were immensely delighted yet refrained from raising their voices. Eventually, they squatted beside Cornwall's sleeping bag, eager to share this good news the moment he awoke. Chapter 54. The cut tree brother in the depths of slumber. Cornwall heard soft whispers calling him, and in his daze, he recalled he was in a cave within Tageling's. It seemed dawn was approaching, and Luan was urging him to rise. Stretching his limbs, Cornwall groggily opened his eyes, only to be startled by two faces hovering close. Trapped within the confines of his sleeping bag, he sprang up like a coiled spring. The formidable physique of a 7th-level demon was perfectly showcased. Relying solely on the strength of his waist and hips, he leaped higher than the two crouching before him, soaring over their heads and landing gracefully. His extraordinary control ensured that the sleeping bag suffered no damage from such force. Luan was well aware of Cornwall's physique, so when his brother flew over his head, he felt nothing, but Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment. The physical prowess of today's youth was astonishingly formidable, far surpassing his own in his younger days. Capable of executing such a challenging maneuver. Once Cornwall landed, the atmosphere became somewhat tense as he and Anthony exchanged wide-eyed glances, the sound of the sleeping bag's movement gradually rousing Paul and Dunya. Is something amiss? Cornwall asked, his expression one of mild exasperation directed at the two excited individuals. Although this unusual awakening method was rather absurd, he did not wish to be a dampener on the moment. Luan waved the testing stone in his hand, the silver glow once again flooding the scale. I have a full affinity for the spatial element. Oh, I see, Cornwall replied calmly, tidying his disheveled sleeping bag with an air of indifference. So, it is merely a top-tier affinity for the spatial element. The demon race possesses elemental affinity? He must still be dreaming, so he shut his eyes and attempted to drift back to sleep. The other two stared at him, momentarily stunned, continuing to squat and observe as Cornwall lay serenely, his thoughts adrift. Spatial elemental affinity. The silver hue must surely relate to the moonlight mark, or perhaps Lewin's moonlight mark was the reason for his mutation. Lewin's existence was exceptionally unique. He was not merely a half-demon, but his father was of the demon moon. As for his mother, that was a genuine mystery, one even Cornwall was unaware of, but her identity was undoubtedly significant. The demon race, perhaps he should refer to them as half-demons, simultaneously possessing emotional perception and elemental affinity. Luan was a first. Could these two energies merge within him to form a mutated attribute? Or would they operate independently, or worse, conflict? Numerous questions lingered, yet were inconvenient to validate in this moment. Cornwall reopened his eyes to find the same two faces close by, but this time he was mentally prepared. We shall study this further upon our return. Luan understood Cornwall's intent and nodded in acknowledgement, while Anthony also nodded, assuming it was merely Lewin's exceptional talent that Cornwall wished to keep concealed. After all, geniuses often incite jealousy. It was wiser to remain discreet. What are you all huddled together for? Dunya, having already emerged from her sleeping bag, looked curiously at them. The others promptly dispersed, each feigning busyness. Nothing much. Has Paul awakened? Cornwall inquired, still lying down. Thank you for your concern. I am feeling a bit better. Paul's voice, slightly breathless, reached them. If you feel weak, then don't pretend otherwise. Everyone knows you'll be weak for a few days. Dunya teased as she set a pot over the campfire. The fish they hadn't had time to eat the previous night was now simmering into a fish soup. One must admit, the lake folk had a knack for cooking fish. According to Dunya, this was the only dish she knew how to prepare, as all lake dwellers were required to learn it. The fish soup, infused with herbs from the mountains, alleviated fatigue, while a peppery seasoning added warmth and flavor. The broth turned a milky white, and the fish was tender and succulent, revitalizing everyone with a single bowl. Since they did not need to travel today, given that their plans had already been disrupted, conserving energy was indeed beneficial. By the time they finished their rations alongside the fish soup, the sun had fully risen. Sunlight filtered through the mist, illuminating the snow on the mountains brightly. They shouldered their belongings and set off towards the lake they had visited the previous night. Explaining their plans to Paul as they walked. So, how shall we search for Toby's whereabouts? Paul queried. We'll search in circles around the lake, Cornwall replied. Anthony produced a pair of alchemical glasses. These glasses can magnify details and reveal elemental residues. In truth, Cornwall and Luan could also perceive elemental residues. Their contact lenses had remained on, providing them with an even more advanced elemental vision. Dunya touched a tree by the lakeside. Should I climb to the treetop for a better view? The trees near the lake had slender trunks with few branches at the lower sections, making it unsuitable for unassisted climbing. For an ordinary person, having a knife for stabilization would greatly aid the climb. However, Dunya clearly did not require such assistance. Anthony handed the alchemical glasses to Dunya, urging her to go up first. With agility, she scaled the tree swiftly, moving with the grace of a feline, her demeanor refined rather than clumsy. The elevated perspective provided a broader view, yet in this forested area, the entirety of her sight was still canopied by treetops. However, just as Dunya donned the glasses and had yet to thoroughly scan the area, she noticed something peculiar. Having grown up in Tagalings, she was intimately familiar with every type of tree in this region. It was not a deliberate memorization, but rather an instinctive closeness and familiarity. At that moment, she sensed that a particular tree trunk appeared quite unnatural, as if the branches that should have grown were conspicuously absent, leading to a slanting appearance. Hastily, she adjusted the glasses to magnify that branch. And indeed, she discovered a fresh wound upon it, the vibrant hue starkly contrasting with the aged bark. Someone has cut off a branch here, she exclaimed. Was it to obstruct his view? Something feels off. The wind rustled as Dunya, perched atop the tree, called down to the others. They looked up just in time to see Dunya had already descended. A tree has been recently climbed, leaving a fresh wound on the trunk. She explained, moving toward the tree she had just discovered. As she approached, the tree's abnormalities became increasingly apparent. At intervals along the lower trunk, there were fresh knife marks embedded within it. Appears that Toby is not as adept at climbing trees as Dunya, and must rely on his knife to assist him in ascending, Cornwall remarked. With such a statement, Paul pondered. He was observing us as we departed, right from the treetop above, where he concealed the traces on the ground, yet neglected the trunk, perhaps believing we would not investigate this matter closely. He halted here, presumably to ascertain the direction of our departure, correct? Upon hearing this, Dunya immediately ascended the very tree Toby had climbed. Standing at the point where the branch had been severed, and indeed, she discerned the direction they had taken yesterday. That branch would have obstructed her view otherwise. Chapter 55. The starting point of Destiny. Dunya's discovery thoroughly confirmed that Toby's disappearance was a voluntary act, rather than a consequence of the impending beast tide. The group sat in a circle beneath the tree. So, should we pursue Toby's trail? Paul inquired. Dunya shook her head, suggesting that we must first establish Toby's course. If it diverges too greatly from our destination, we shall continue our ascent up the mountain as planned. Aside from the knife marks on the tree, Toby had left no footprints or traces on the ground. Yet when we arrived here last night, darkness had already descended. Even if he had a plan, he would still require a suitable campsite for the night. Dunya plucked a blade of grass, twirling it in her fingers. I have already observed the surroundings, ruling out our departure route. There are 3 locations nearby suitable for camping, which we can investigate one by one. My suggestion is to begin with the most conspicuous area, as visibility is poor at night. Toby may have deemed this spot sufficient and not wasted time searching for alternatives. As she spoke, she pointed towards the northeast direction of their starting point, which coincidentally led deeper into the northern mountain range. Cornwall responded. Suitable campsites are generally located not far from the lake, especially since it was already dark at that time. The group followed Dunya for a short while before receiving her signal to halt. If Toby indeed chose to camp here, their presence would undoubtedly attract his attention. It would be wiser for Dunya to scout the area first. Dunya ventured into the small clearing at the base of the rocky hillside, which was blanketed in a vast expanse of pristine snow, the surface of which appeared untouched and fluffy, indicating no prior visitors. However, one spot reflected sunlight with an unusual intensity, suggesting it had frozen over. As Dunya approached, her fingers confirmed that the cold, smooth surface was indeed ice, and she produced her small knife to pry open the icy layer. Snow typically does not freeze unless it is a well-trodden path, where repeated footfalls compress the snow into a hard, smooth surface. Another scenario involves melting snow. Freshly fallen snow can melt under the midday sun, and upon cooling, reform as ice. Such paths become treacherous, making it easy for one to slip or stumble. At this moment, although the sun shone brightly, it was far from the point of melting the snow, as evidenced by the surrounding fluffy blanket. So why had this patch of ice formed? Beneath the pried ice layer lay the charred remains of burnt wood. Providing Dunya with her answer, it was a campfire, extinguished and buried beneath the snow, yet still retaining some residual heat within the gaps of the wood. This warmth had melted the thin layer of snow above, which subsequently refroze into ice. The evidence of this campfire was sufficient to indicate that Toby had indeed spent the night here. His crude method of concealment suggested that he had not been particularly cautious upon leaving this morning. Indeed, after ruling out the direction they had come from, Dunya did not search for long before discovering clear footprints in the snow. Toby had not initially intended to abandon the group, at least. Prior to emerging from the riverbed, he had genuinely contributed to the team's efforts. It was only when he beheld the lake situated at the foot of the mountain that he reconsidered. Under the moonlight, the icy lake appeared as if stars had fallen into its depths, with natural rock formations resembling a dragon's head extending towards the water's surface, its tip seamlessly merging with the ice. This phenomenon resembled a dragon drinking from the lake, and one could faintly discern parts of a dragon's body and wings etched into the mountainside. Such a peculiar sight instantly reminded Toby of a treasure map he had once come into possession of. That time, a group of outsiders had sought him out to guide them into the mountains. However, once they ventured into the forest, he learned they intended to head towards the northern mountain range. Toby had no desire to comply, but at that moment, he found himself unable to resist. Fortunately, that group was entirely slain by an exceptionally beautiful woman among them, whose long, dark hair exuded a floral scent reminiscent of death. Toby could still vividly recall the moment when the fragrance filled his nostrils and he feared for his life. Yet that woman ultimately spared him, taking only the treasure map left behind by the others before vanishing into the woods. The treasure map had initially held no significance for Toby. The valuables left behind were already enough to alter the course of his life. Yet, serendipitously, another of those outsiders possessed a spare map. It was during the search of the deceased that Toby discovered it and tucked it securely within his clothing now. It remained nestled close to his heart, wrapped in waterproof material, and comprised of soft parchment. The map inscribed that the treasure was the key to the sacred tier. Toby needed no glance at its contents, as he had committed it to memory through years of study. He had yet to behold the lake that served as the starting point. Akin to a fallen star, the lake where the dragon drank, and now, as he stood before it, it was serendipitously the first sight he encountered upon entering the northern mountain range, marking the beginning of his treasure-seeking journey. Was this not a calling? As Dunya climbed up onto the lake's icy surface from the hole she had just created, Toby resolved to seek out the treasure. Everything felt like a gift from the heavens, a guiding hand of fate. Alone in the forest, Toby was consumed by fervor, utterly oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. There was nothing to fear. Had he not once believed he was doomed when threatened by that group? Yet, what was the outcome? He emerged unscathed and, through that encounter, became a 30-year-old third-tier combatant. He had even obtained the treasure map, and now, unexpectedly, the clues to the treasure had fallen directly into his lap. Clearly, everything indicated that the key to the sacred tier belonged to him. He was destined to rise, to become the protagonist, and how could any mishap occur here? He would ascend to the sacred tier. Perhaps one day in the future, he would cross paths again with that beautiful woman who had eradicated that group. The scent of blood mingled with flowers seemed to reappear in Toby's nostrils. He felt invigorated, as if his fingers were caressing warm, supple skin. The once bloodthirsty power now transformed into something gentle and yielding. He pressed onward along the path. Shall we continue following the footprints? Indeed, this direction leads us up the mountain. Let us see what unfolds at this juncture. Even Dunya, who had been anxious about the beast's tide, felt a surge of curiosity. Perhaps Toby might acquire evidence of the beast's tide here even faster than originally planned. She was eager to uncover what had emboldened him to traverse the northern mountain range alone. His departure from the group at this time was exceedingly suspicious. As Cornwall had remarked, Toby seemed overly prepared. Perhaps having premeditated this action, potentially linked to the sudden emergence of the beast's tide. Surely, it could not be a mere whim to abandon the group in such a place. Chapter 56. The conclusion of fate following the unaddressed footprints of Toby. The group continued deeper into the mountains, pausing only in the afternoon when they discovered that he had vanished. Nearby it was a pile of exposed stones, devoid of snow, the hard surface of the stones incapable of leaving impressions like that of muddy ground. We circled around the stone pile. He would surely leave traces upon stepping away from it, Dunya remarked. The stone pile lay at the foot of a slope, shielded from the falling snow, yet the coverage provided by the slope was limited. Toby would eventually emerge from this distance. We must find Toby's trail before nightfall. Cornwall frowned, as the snow continued to fall, and by morning it would blanket all footprints. We cannot stray too far from him, or we may never catch up. Time was of the essence, yet they chose not to split up. Given their disadvantageous circumstances, it was best not to create an even more unfavorable situation. The area shielded by the slope was small, and within half an hour, they had traversed the entire distance but still found no sign of Toby. Something felt amiss. Dunya squatted down, observing the pristine snow. He couldn't have suddenly begun erasing his footprints. We were not pursuing him closely enough for him to notice. Could it be that he did not exit at all? Paul inquired. What do you mean? That is to say, Toby may have taken another route, not departing through the path we assumed was the norm. Paul suddenly began to express his thoughts. Let us return to where we started and take another look. With no other options, the group followed Paul's lead. Along the way, Paul knocked and tapped at various points, picking up stones to inspect, seemingly lacking a direct intent to reach their destination. They did not return to the original spot. Instead, Paul came to a stop before a deep pit, barely the length of his forearm in diameter. He tossed a stone inside, and after a couple of seconds, the sound of it hitting the ground echoed back, a strange sound, as if it had landed in an empty space. Indeed, Toby must have entered a cave. Paul smiled confidently. What shall we do now? Should we descend? It would be unwise to venture down recklessly. Judging by this entrance, it was likely a sealed space without ventilation. The crowd ignited a dry branch and tossed it inside, the flames illuminating the scene within the cavern. The walls, smooth and artificially hewn, reflected the fiery glow, while the burning branch continued to smolder without extinguishing. The flames flickered in a distinct direction, indicating the presence of a draft. The cave was vast and devoid of any furnishings, extending nearly 100 meters deep, with a width of approximately 5 meters. Its length was indeterminate, as the passage continued into the unknown, presumably the source of the airflow. Clearly, this was the reason for Toby's disappearance. They had to descend, but the height was daunting, necessitating careful planning. I was the first to go down. Dunya volunteered, and indeed, she was the most suitable choice. Agile and trained in combat energy, she would be capable of close-quarter combat, ensuring she would not be easily cornered if faced with an unexpected situation. Everyone gathered the ropes from their belongings and tied them together, securing one end to a sturdy stone pillar crafted by Anthony. Yet, even with this, they were still several dozen meters above the ground. Anthony began to modify the rock face, starting from the end of the rope, adding protrusions to the smooth surface to make it easier to grip or step upon. By the time he finished, he was utterly drained of energy, drenched in cold sweat, for the material of these stones was not that of ordinary mountains, making them difficult to manipulate. However, with these new handholds, descending became feasible. By the time Cornwall brought down the last of the gear. Dusk was approaching, and the group stood within this vast, orderly subterranean space. They regrouped to commence their exploration into the depths, but unexpectedly, after only a short while, a beam of light pierced through from the front. Emerging from this square tunnel, a true underground ladder appeared before them. Nearly 100 meters high, a straight ladder led to the highest platform, undoubtedly the summit of the mountain, where a massive opening seemed to have been left, allowing the sunlight to converge and filter through. Now, this immensely expansive underground space was bathed in a beautiful orange-red hue, and Toby's silhouette was visible atop the ladder. Surely the mountain cannot be hollowed out? The usually quiet Lewin could not help but exclaim. We truly found a shortcut to the summit, Dunya remarked, equally astonished. Anthony removed his coat, noting that it was significantly warmer here than outside. Cornwall questioned. This ladder, if we ascend, Toby will immediately detect us. Will he come to attack? Hearing this, the others turned to him, wondering if he would not first marvel at the spectacular sight. Cornwall shrugged. It's all right, you haven't seen Tianmin Mountain. Have you? Yet, Cornwall's concern was indeed valid. They could not afford to avoid the ladder. If the night proved safe, they could climb through the darkness, and with luck, return by the following day. Contemplating this, Cornwall cheerfully suggested, how about we have a meal first? If nothing occurs after dark, we can proceed. This path can lead us to the summit in just 2 hours. The group had no objections. After all, Toby was already on the ladder, and they could assist the team in their efforts. Suddenly, a sound of wind stirred from the horizon, and Dunya's expression turned grave as she retreated into the tunnel. We must hurry, she urged. Mere seconds later, a hawk-like creature, a 4th-tier windhawk, swooped down from the sky. Their team only had Paul, who was barely a half-tier 4th, and the most pressing concern was that one indicated the presence of many. Windhawks were social creatures. The group concealed themselves behind the tunnel, peering out cautiously. They watched as the hawk dove, capturing a dark figure on the ladder. It was Toby. This sight rendered them breathless. The hawk ascended to its peak before releasing its grip. The onlookers could not see what transpired above, but they witnessed the dark figure plummet, growing larger as it fell with a thud. It struck the ground before the ladder, sending dirt and stones flying, leaving a gruesome sight of mangled flesh, in the glow of the setting sun. A cascade of red and white erupted, obscuring any trace of humanity. Everyone clearly saw that before impact, Toby had desperately attempted to control his wind-based combat energy to mitigate his fall, but that was merely energy, not magic. Toby was powerless to alter his fate, helplessly watching as he met his end. The blood and shattered bones lay exposed before them, and in the frigid air, the fresh corpse still emanated warmth. Dunya did not linger in shock like the others. She nocked an arrow, aiming at the approaching wind hawk. If it descended, it would spot them in the tunnel. Even if it did not attack now, it had a clan. She could not allow it to escape. Chapter 57. The terrifying mountain bird. The sharp tip of the long arrow was perfectly concealed in shadow, evading the evening light. Just as the windhawk descended, the arrow shot forth, piercing its eye. This bow was Dunya's weapon of choice, embedded with wind elemental stones. As long as she maintained distance, she could unleash fourth-tier power at her peak third-tier capability. The windhawk, wounded, attempted to take flight once more, but Paul had already leapt onto its back. Though he was unaware of Dunya's intentions, the arrow had been loosed and could not be retracted. Designed to penetrate the thick armor of demon forces, the blade drove straight into the base of the wing, allowing Paul to fully unleash his fourth-tier prowess. He had only half an hour each day for total liberation. And this moment was it. The combined assault rendered the windhawk as defenseless as a plucked chicken, while flames and stone spikes manifested, resulting in the fourth-tier windhawk perishing almost as soon as it appeared. This exemplified the difference between a team and an individual. The hawk, the size of a person, fell lifeless to the ground, and as the chaos subsided, the underground space returned to silence. Dunya put away her bow and arrow, stating gravely, "Tonight, while it is dark, we must ascend to the summit. When night falls, the hawks will not see the ground. Waiting until dawn would only invite danger." Initially, they had decided to rest due to fears of nighttime threats. But now it had become a necessity to depart before darkness enveloped them. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Toby had also returned to their presence. Dunya and Paul gathered his intact belongings, intending to take them back. While they burned the useless items, of course, they discovered a piece of parchment, a treasure map. The attention of both Dunya and Cornwall was instantly captured. It depicted the very route they had traversed. "So this is the lake." Dunya's voice trailed off, a strange thought surfacing in her mind. The lake bore a resemblance to the star lake hidden deep in her homeland. Stars falling, dragons descending. The dragons there had even taken full form, not as finely sculpted as human statues, but exuding a vibrant vitality that almost exuded pressure. Yet, she likely overthought it. After all, they had already seen the underground ladder depicted on the map, hadn't they? As for Cornwall, he pinched the edge of the parchment, pondering it carefully. Toby's high fall had nearly resulted in a pool of blood, yet this treasure map was only lightly stained. Moreover, the style of the handwriting closely resembled common practices of the demon race. To be precise, only two factions frequently utilized parchment, demons and the church, both possessing advanced techniques for parchment processing. Which faction did this map belong to? With Toby deceased, they could no longer inquire about its origins. Perhaps continuing up the ladder would lead to further clues. The discovery of the map prompted a stir of thoughts in both individuals, yet no one spoke further. With the sun still above the horizon, the group proceeded to dismantle the windhawk's corpse, roasting its 1-meter-long wing over the fire. After enjoying a hearty meal of roasted wings, they hurriedly made their way up the mountain's peak. Initially, everyone treaded cautiously, yet no accidents occurred. This section of the ladder proved remarkably stable. In a rush, they truly reached the platform at the ladder's end in just 2 hours. Standing atop the high platform, they were less than 10 meters away from a large opening at the mountain's summit, where they could even see wild grass and snow accumulating, shadowy trees casting dappled patterns. The platform itself was barren, save for an intricately inscribed magic array on the ground. The group turned their heads to Anthony, the alchemist, who was most knowledgeable about such arrays. Anthony crouched down, pressing his palm against the edge of the magic array, infusing it with mana. Instantly, moonlight shone down into the underground ladder, converging into a beam that illuminated only the magic array, plunging the area around the platform into darkness, akin to a chasm. This scene felt as though they were in another realm, surrounded by pitch blackness with only the magic array beneath them glowing, while the true world was merely a reflection above. This array served to store information. With enough mana infused, the information would manifest. Gradually, the moonlight in the air began to differentiate in intensity, revealing a complex model of a spell. This intricate three-dimensional structure even displayed internal components, likely representing some forbidden technique. Regardless of whether they were human or demon, mages or warriors, everyone focused intently on memorizing the details. It was prudent to be prepared, regardless of future necessity. Anthony even attempted to capture an image of it with a recording device, but upon completion, the machine displayed only darkness, Unable to record anything, as the mana depleted, the moonlight scattered, illuminating the entire space as if lights had been suddenly switched on. This was not a one-time magic array. Anyone who found their way here would reap its rewards. The owner of the ladder is quite generous, Anthony exclaimed joyfully. However, a hint of doubt arose in Dunya and Cornwall's hearts. They had both noted the oddities in the treasure map. This generosity might, in fact, harbor ulterior motives. Having accepted the boon, the group was finally ready to ascend to the summit. Their initial plan of a 5-day journey had culminated in their arrival on the third night, truly a remarkable twist of fate. What awaited them next in observing the beast tide? Dunya was the first to climb up through the opening at the summit, then tossed down a rope for others to grasp. The group lined up in the order they would descend. As Cornwall emerged from the depths of the cave, he was greeted by the sight of mist-shrouded mountaintops. Turning back, he noticed that the entrance resembled a treacherous pitfall. A mere 2-meter deep hole, yet beneath the blanket of snow, sharp stones jutted menacingly, giving the impression that one could easily be impaled upon falling. This sight would naturally deter any passerby, though who would traverse such a remote peak of the northern mountain ridge. Within the pit, Anthony's body gradually became visible, interspersed with stones, creating a surreal tableau reminiscent of a glitch in a video game. After reaching the summit, the group chose not to venture further, opting instead to spend the night in close proximity to the pit. With the dawn, they planned to utilize the observation device to survey the lower terrain, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. That night, Paul and Cornwall stood guard during the first half, while Anthony and Dunya took the latter half. After their shift, Cornwall sank into a deep slumber, only to be awakened not by the call of his partner, but by a cacophony of roars echoing throughout the mountains, the sounds of tigers, wolves, and eagles, along with countless other indistinguishable roars, reverberated through the valley, sending flocks of startled birds into the sky. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky remained a deep blue-violet hue, as the group stared in terror at the unexplored side of the mountain. The tumultuous noise suggesting that the mountains themselves had come alive. In a frenzy, Anthony scrambled from his sleeping bag, hastily donning his coat and grabbing the observation device to capture the unfolding chaos. After snapping several photographs, he beckoned to Paul to help him activate the recording feature, which he had taught him the previous day. Meanwhile, he rummaged through a bag, scattering its contents, and extracted a recording device to capture the thunderous roars of the wild beasts. It feels like returning to the battlefield, Paul muttered to himself. Chapter 58. The Rear Guard. Such sounds were enough to affirm the reality of the beast tide. Anthony set down the recording device, reflecting on the situation. Though they had failed to capture the hidden beast herd cloaked in mist and foliage, the flocks of birds and the terrifying roars provided ample evidence. "Does this mean we can head back?" Paul exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Upon returning to town, he would no longer need to work in the mines. Indeed, Dunya chimed in, equally pleased. The group hastily began to gather the scattered belongings that Anthony had overturned, preparing to light a fire for a warm meal. However, among the flocks of birds overhead, a group had evidently broken away from the main body, racing towards them. "What on earth is that?" Dunya exclaimed, discarding the firewood in her hands. "Damn it, could it be the eagle flock searching for that hawk from yesterday?" The only one present capable of discerning the distant figures was Cornwall, who confirmed Dunya's suspicion. It was indeed the flock of hawks. Yet, he found himself unable to warn them. "We need to move," Paul declared decisively, grabbing a bundle and tossing it into the pit from which they had emerged. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The bundle did not land in the underground passage, but rather was torn open by a sharp stone pillar. Falling to the bottom of the pit, pallor swept over their faces. "Impossible! I threw a rope in there yesterday," Dunya exclaimed, carefully sliding down the side of the pit. She, too, did not find herself descending into the underground passage. Could it be because dawn has arrived? Anthony proposed a possibility. They all recalled the moonlight that had coalesced into a forbidden spell model the previous night, yet no one wished to delve deeper into the matter. Regardless of its accuracy, they had no means of finding a way into the underground space in the short term. "We must hurry and escape," Dunya urged, leaping up to the pit's edge and closing her eyes. If it were indeed only at night that one could traverse the mountaintop, then that hawk must have gone missing from the flock at least the night before. It had first appeared at dusk yesterday. Had it been unable to pass through the mountaintop passage then, It would have entered long agio, and no wonder its first instinct upon catching prey was to kill. It may have gone several meals without food. The flock, sensing the presence of a long-lost member, would undoubtedly rush over. "What are we waiting for? Let us run," Paul added grimly, seizing essential items and dashing into the woods, wary of the exposed rocky areas. Having learned a harsh lesson from Toby's demise, running indefinitely was not a viable option. Even within the woods, the hawks would be able to detect them. Hiding offered no solution. Their scents would betray them. They felt utterly trapped. "No, we can't escape. Follow me," Anthony declared, creating a large pit from his position. With no alternative, the group had no choice but to trust their companion, with whom they had labored together for so long. They jumped into the pit, and suddenly, darkness enveloped them, the earth sealing them in with only a small opening left for air. "What's your plan?" Dunya panted. The pit, while not small, felt cramped with 4 adults and a child. The thin layer of soil above them seemed precarious. A single strike from the hawks could collapse it, and concealing their scent was impossible. They had already been spotted. Anthony remained silent, focusing intently on his spell as the pit deepened. With the underground staircase beneath them and the mountaintop passage blocked, they would have to burrow through. Without relying on the staircase, their escape was impossible. Time slipped away gradually, beads of sweat glistening on Anthony's brow until at last a faint glow emerged from the bottom of the pit, swiftly forming an opening wide enough for a person. He attached a rope to a stone pillar. "You go first. I'll close the passage behind you," he instructed, handing the observation device and recording machine to Dunya to take down first. "Close it? How could you?" Dunya thought, realizing that merely digging to this point had nearly exhausted Anthony's magic. He intended to remain behind as a rear guard. Uncertain if she fully understood, she resolutely descended first. A thud echoed as stones fell from the top of the passage, illuminating the pit, and a hawk's claw appeared above them. They were coming. Anthony quickly sealed the top once more, using the last of his magical strength to thicken the soil and rock. "Hurry! I can't hold it for long." Rear guard situations were common on the battlefield. Upon seeing the change in circumstances, Paul instinctively moved to throw Dunya and Cornwall down the pit. However, as he approached Cornwall, the world blurred, and he found himself suspended in midair at the high platform of the staircase. The power of a 7th-tier demon was undetectable. Leading everyone to believe that Paul had jumped, Cornwall quietly summoned his strength, a fiery wrath erupting through the soil, incinerating the hawks outside. Anthony lay crumpled in a corner of the pit, observing Cornwall and Dunya standing motionless. Shouting, "Move, Laurel! Do you intend for your brilliant brother to perish here?" "He will not perish here," Cornwall responded. Sensing something amiss in Cornwall's demeanor, Anthony fell silent, though he could not comprehend why the hawk flock had not yet attacked. Most likely it was connected to the youth before him. "Indeed, you are a merchant. A tradesman must possess means of self-preservation." He wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's a defensive barrier, right? Merchants favor such things." Yet even a 5th-tier barrier would deplete its energy within half an hour. Anthony smiled. "I still intend to assist you with the rear guard. Hurry. Remaining here is not meant for me to deliver my last words." "What use is that? My wishes will never come to fruition," he lamented, gazing at the young Dunya, a hint of regret surfacing in his eyes, speaking softly. "The building I constructed has collapsed. Child, should you aspire to become an alchemist in the future, always remember, do not defy their will. You can only dance with the shackles they bestow upon you." Cornwall, hearing this, reached out to pat Dunya's head, knowing that no one could ever again shackle him. "Mr. Anthony, I have a way for us all to survive, but I need you to keep it a secret. Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" The elder looked at the youthful boy before him, whose sincerity was unmistakable, and a spark of vitality flickered within his eyes, unbeknownst to him. 3 minutes had passed. To the underground high platform, Paul and Dunya stood ready, gazing towards the pit from which they had fallen. They could wait no longer. There would be no way for them to descend. This unspoken thought echoed in their minds. Both warriors, they hesitated no longer and stepped forward together. "We must take the observation device with us," Dunya insisted. "Otherwise, more lives will be lost," Paul added. Outside the mountain, the disappearance of the hawk flock triggered a shift in the beast herd, with the foremost troops beginning their advance towards the divide of the northern mountain ridge. Once they emerged from the underground space, danger would await them. Chapter 59. Why is it so hot here? In the dimly lit passage, a strikingly handsome youth with vibrant red hair stood beside a boy near the lone source of light, while a weary middle-aged man huddled in the darkest corner, shrouded in ambiguity, save for the glint in his eyes. What contract could possibly save me? He asked, bewildered as if he were a newcomer to this world. Cornwall smiled. Just a labor contract. I will provide you with the work you need, but you must fulfill your duties as an employee and refrain from any actions detrimental to the project, including keeping my secret. You cannot disclose anything to anyone until I give my consent. Saying this, he produced a finely crafted piece of parchment, filled with complex terms. If you're agreeable, simply sign with your magic. No problems? How could there be no problems? Anthony thought, sensing a looming issue behind everything. Yet the bond he had formed with these two children over the past days had fostered a sense of closeness. Instinctively, he dismissed any ill suspicions. Moreover, Cornwall's current words stirred the desires within Anthony's heart. The more aware he became of his dreams slipping away, the more his obsession deepened. The clearer his understanding, the more perplexed he felt. Why must one remain indifferent to everything? The frenzied thoughts and unyielding emotions of the night compel him to lock away his heart. Dangerous elements must be confined. What work do I require? What is it? An empty city for you to construct as you wish, where no one will skimp on materials. An empty city? Indeed, a barren wasteland. Perhaps more than one. Anthony said nothing more, extracting a thread of magic from the desiccated mana pool to sign. Fortunate that it consumed little magic, for he had little left to draw upon. Thus, the contract took effect. Cornwall smiled, a purple glimmer flashing in his eyes, his grand name inscribed on the parchment. Lewin? Homeward bound. The moonlight suddenly filled the pit, revealing a silver door. Upon seeing it, Anthony's eyes widened. By now, the situation was abundantly clear. The two before him were no ordinary beings, not mere second-tier mages. The boy he had detected as possessing supreme elemental affinity had already mastered profound spatial magic. This is not a spell, Lewin suddenly explained. Anthony forced a wry smile. There is no need for you to explain, young Master Lewin. Although his favored student was lost, the formidable strength of the two was sufficient to attest to the power behind them. Perhaps his dreams were destined to sprout anew, and he need not harbor resentment towards the young heir of the Eastern family. This is truly not a spell. Lewin had indeed never tested elemental affinity. Uncle, you will understand once you step inside, Cornwall added in clarification. What could it be if not a spell? Well, let the young masters say what they wish. Anthony stepped through the doorway, thinking it improbable that the other side would be devoid of spells. Oh no, Cornwall smacked his forehead, forgetting to have the uncle remove his clothing. This side is a frigid 20 degrees below zero, while the other is a customary 50 degrees in Rock Spring City. Normal humans shouldn't fall ill from the heat. Cornwall hastily stepped through the door to prepare for artificial cooling. On the other side, it was Lewin's bedroom, unchanged since his departure. At this moment, Anthony was drenched in sweat, shedding every excess garment, for in such a temperature, nearly every piece was superfluous. Upon Cornwall's arrival, he immediately regulated the room's temperature to around 20 degrees, dissipating the oppressive heat. Anthony's face flushed crimson from the warmth. Heavens, at last, it is somewhat cooler. Young Master Lewin, why is it so hot here? I apologize. I am not Lewin. My name is Cornwall, Cornwall replied with a hint of regret. Anthony could understand the use of an alias while out in the world. He even awaited Lewin to reveal his true name, only to find the other had no intention of speaking. Is this the true name? As Cornwall's red hair gradually turned jet black, the green of his pupils was replaced by a resplendent purple. And finally, the horns atop their heads emerged from their hair. Such unmistakable demonic traits could not escape Anthony's notice. The Demon King clan. No wonder such spatial power was not a spell. It truly was not a spell. This is the demon realm. He seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this is a remote territory of the demon realm, and I am its lord, Duke Sulfur. Cornwall spoke with an air of candor. Seemingly unperturbed by the potential impact of his words on Anthony, Anthony fell silent, his lack of response appearing as a mute form of resistance. He had never considered that his dreams, his very existence, were exchanged for the betrayal of his own kind. He had not anticipated that the two young brothers would deceive him in such a manner. Cornwall paid no mind to his silence. Understanding that such a reaction was normal, he believed that after witnessing the living conditions of the refugees, Anthony would not remain indifferent, beginning to grasp certain truths, akin to how Cornwall himself started to comprehend his father's perspective after arriving here. "I understand that you harbor some resentment towards me," Cornwall said. "You need not speak. Rest here for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to see the area where you are to build the city. You may find a new perspective. I have not deceived you. There is no place that requires development more than my homeland." Cornwall summoned a servant to fetch a cool robe for Anthony and then led him to a bathing area. Preparing a room for him, Anthony did not refuse these arrangements, yet he objected to any of the servants touching him, his gaze filled with disdain for their beastly features. After Anthony departed, Cornwall and Llewellyn intended to tidy up themselves. "Come, make sure to clean up well. Did you enjoy your outing with brother? By the way, did you bring gifts for the little ones? I have prepared something for Lorcia and Barlow." Cornwall playfully revealed his preparations to Llewellyn, only to find Llewellyn calmly reply, "I brought some, a rather dull fellow. If it were the prickly fruit, he would have sought his assistance by now." After changing into clean attire, Cornwall wandered the lord's estate in search of company, ultimately discovering all his friends in the library. White Snow lounged on the table while Llewellyn had already begun sharing tales with the two children. Lorcia and Barlow listened intently, having never visited the human realm, though Lorcia had been to the front line at Maria. She had never ventured to the northern regions of the Snow Mountain Empire. Cornwall approached, eager to boast to Lorcia that his willpower had now matched hers at the 7th tier. He gently released his pressure. But his footsteps suddenly halted. He noticed the slight, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of Lorcia's otherwise stern face. In the next moment, an 8th tier pressure filled the room. "Your Highness, it seems more study is required." The young woman's long, powerful fingers tapped the closed book on the table. She had reached the 8th tier. Chapter 60. Let humans work for free. That night, Anthony declined the invitation to dine with everyone in the restaurant, opting instead for a meal sent to his room by a servant. Cornwall paid it no mind, believing it more appropriate to introduce him when he was ready to accept. Having spent several days in the wilderness, Cornwall missed his bed. After dinner, he returned to his own chamber. It was still early for sleep, so he propped himself against the pillow and idly studied the forbidden spells they had acquired from the underground stairway. There was a corner here that needed connecting. Like assembling building blocks, he attempted to reconstruct the spell model in his mind's eye using his mental energy. With the pure stone, Cornwall had no need to worry about exhausting his mental power. If he failed, he could simply start again, progressing a little further each time, which was quite addictive. The final piece. Cornwall held his breath as the last corner was restored. A complete spell model emerged in his mind. And he had indeed succeeded. He manipulated the stored mana from the Snow Mountain's shadowy mana pool to interact with the model, but there was no response. Before Cornwall could ponder further, the Seed of Wrath nearby began to emit a crimson glow. And the spell model, forged from his concentrated mental energy, automatically floated inside. Whoosh, Cornwall was suddenly enveloped in darkness, his consciousness transported to a crimson space. Information about this forbidden spell gradually entered his mind. Elemental Puppet allows the consciousness to enter a transit station, consuming mental energy to project the consciousness into an elemental puppet, with no distance limit. Currently, the space occupied by Cornwall's consciousness was precisely the mental transit station created by the spell model and the Holy Core. Cornwall paid little attention to this information, for he had made an even more astonishing discovery. It seemed he could not only use the puppet as a clone, but could also draw others into this transit station. He sensed Llewellyn and Anthony, both of whom had come into contact with this spell model. With this thought, Cornwall leapt from his bed, molding a small clay figure from the sulfur and water on the ground. He then returned to the transit space, pulling Llewellyn's consciousness, which was nearby, into the freshly crafted clay figure. The clay figure sprang to life, patting its body and rolling in place to survey its surroundings. Upon seeing Cornwall, the clay figure halted. Success. He truly managed to bring Llewellyn over, and the movements of the clay figure did not consume Cornwall's mental power, but rather Llewellyn's own. Cornwall felt a surge of excitement. This spell had no distance limit. If this unrestricted distance allowed communication between the demon realm and the human realm, he could launch a large-scale virtual reality game, My Demon Realm, summoning a multitude of elemental puppets to assist him in constructing cities. digging, hauling timber, and working for free, without the need for sustenance or shelter. His wrath transit station was of the fire attribute, requiring materials with strong fire affinity to create elemental puppets. Sulfur was such a material. Abundant in this place, entirely devoid of concerns regarding consumption. If the consciousness could also be brought over, would the emotions generated also accompany them? Could white snow absorb them? Cornwall quelled his excitement, knowing that many conditions required confirmation and experimentation to realize this idea. After sending Lewin's consciousness into the puppet, Cornwall's transit space was filled with a flickering flame. Concentrating his mental energy on the flame allowed him to observe every action of the clay figure Lewin, akin to opening a backstage window. Snuffing out the flame caused the clay figure to collapse, like a marionette with its strings cut, and Lewin's consciousness returned to the transit station, materializing as a hazy shadow of himself. "Can you place my consciousness into that clay figure?" Cornwall communicated with Lewin using mental energy, as speaking was not possible here. Instead, it was akin to the silent transmissions of cultivators. Lewin shook his head. "No, I cannot influence you, but I can control my consciousness to leave the clay figure and exit this space." This meant that Cornwall's authority was indeed a tier higher. Lewin and the others could be forcibly logged in by Cornwall. Yet the log-out option remained accessible at all times. "I will now attempt to control that clay figure. See if you can force me to separate from it," Cornwall stated, channeling his consciousness into the limp clay figure on the ground. "The body feels somewhat heavy, likely due to an excess of water. Should I wish to craft a puppet, it would require slight modifications. Otherwise, performing tasks would be quite laborious." He attempted to manipulate the clay figure, which, devoid of organs, nonetheless possessed enough consciousness and mental acuity to substitute for the five senses, save for the inability to articulate speech. This forbidden technique is indeed remarkably wondrous. The strength of the puppet clone is equivalent to his mental energy level, which is also at the 7th tier. Cornwall studied it for a while but was still not forcibly severed from it. It seems that the cycle cannot influence his manipulation. Is it because his owner privileges are too high? Or is it that ordinary permissions cannot affect one another? This evidently requires a third party for further investigation, though Anthony would certainly be reluctant to cooperate tonight. There is no rush, however, at present. Cornwall's concept appears to have a feasible chance of realization. Yet, the humans in this world will surely not engage in such activities as the fourth catastrophe in his previous life. They have never played games and require guidance and motivation. Cornwall withdrew his clone back to the transit space, where Lewin curiously gazed at him. "I saw your flame, but I cannot touch it. I would pass right through. Brother, is this the forbidden spell we obtained in the underground space?" Lewin inquired. It appears he sensed something when he was pulled over. "Yes, this forbidden spell is unexpectedly useful. Let us return. Rest well today, for tomorrow holds significant matters." The two consciousnesses exited the transit station, and Cornwall suddenly felt a faint but distinct growth in his mental energy. He could not help but smile broadly. Operating the clone could indeed enhance his mental prowess. This is precisely the incentive for the players. Author's note: I have seen everyone's feedback. I will definitely write about the introductory content, as that is the story I wish to tell. However, this is my first book, and I cannot control the pacing at all. Many plot settings were conceived spontaneously. Please do not be upset. This is a free read. So let us find joy in it. I have written extensively to make Cornwall's formidable rise appear more reasonable. I do not wish to convey that Cornwall will succeed merely because he is a prince, but rather that he succeeds because he is Cornwall. Just as there were many miners who encountered Cornwall, only Paul had the courage to remain, making him the future emperor of Snow Mountain rather than the resigned brother of Paul. Without the essence of a hero, no matter how noble one's birth, one cannot become a figure of worth. Yet, it seems I have written too much. This chapter marks the beginning of city building. Thank you all for enjoying the read. I am truly delighted that everyone has discovered the Easter eggs I buried. Yes, it is indeed red and black. It is indeed the Chronicles of Narnia, and yes, why not eat the meat broth? And so forth. Chapter 61. Is the demon realm like this? Early the next morning, Cornwall replaced the servant and delivered breakfast to Anthony's room. He carried a plate of processed abyssal cotton fruit and juice extracted from thorn fruit. Gently knocking on the door, "Mr. Anthony, are you awake?" Dressed in a shirt and shorts, Thorn Fruit stood beside Cornwall, ready to accompany him outside. The door opened to reveal Anthony, whose brown hair was dampened by sweat. Yesterday, Cornwall had merely instructed by Schwed to set the temperature in Anthony's room to 40 degrees. In truth, he had not intended to adjust the temperature at all. Cornwall wished for Anthony to have a complete experience of the demon realm's environment. But 50 degrees is somewhat excessive for a normal human. Anthony donned a simple white robe, exposing one shoulder. He was not like the vagrants outside who would willingly strip themselves bare. A mere 40 degrees could not strip away the influence of civilization from his being. "Your Grace," Anthony greeted stiffly, stepping aside to allow them in. He had already heard from the servants about Cornwall's identity. "Hello, Mr. Anthony. I am Thorn Fruit, a vagrant from the Sulfur Stone Flame region." The boy's voice rang out, prompting Anthony to shift his attention to this child who resided in the Lord's manor, yet claimed to be a vagrant. This boy bore a stark contrast to Cornwall and his group's noble demeanor. His animalistic traits were glaringly evident. Sharp claws, thick fur, and even fully developed ears and a tail, along with a pair of thoroughly beastly vertical pupils. Anthony found it peculiar why he differed from others. Even the servants here. "Hello, young Mr. Thornfruit. Come, let us taste the specialties of our Sulfur Stone Flame region." Cornwall approached the table and set down the plate, interrupting their conversation. Abyssal cotton fruit, with a mere yield of 20-odd pounds per acre, had encroached upon the survival space of most of the citizens within Rock Spring City and consumed a significant portion of their time. As for its taste, unpalatable, akin to chewing cotton. Its texture was devoid of elasticity and fluffiness. Somewhat choking. The significance of thorn fruit need not be elaborated. Akin to a cactus in the desert, it represented a precious source of water, its juice thick and imbued with a slight astringency. Upon tasting, Anthony immediately discerned that today's breakfast was vastly different from last night's meal. It was evident that the Lord's personally delivered fare was anything but ordinary. "Is this a warning to me?" "Your Grace?" Anthony set down his fork and scrutinized Cornwall's eyes. However, it was Thorn Fruit who responded, his golden vertical pupils tinged with sadness. "Do you not like it? This is what we most commonly eat." Observing Thorn Fruit's expression, Anthony suddenly felt uncertain about his earlier judgment. "Uncle, you seem to doubt that this is a specialty." Cornwall chuckled, grasping one and unfurling his wings to soar out the window. "You will know once you see for yourself." Having not flown in quite some time, Cornwall felt nostalgic. As he ascended beyond the height of the buildings, the vast expanse of cotton fields occupying 4/5 of the city came into full view. In the narrow high-rises flanking the fields, cotton farmers were emerging in droves. Anthony, suspended in the air, gazed around in shock at the residential area he had just inhabited, followed by the distant cotton fields. A sea of yellow earth and the glaringly bright sun overhead. Experiences he had never encountered in the human realm. Why plant such a large area? Can it be consumed? Cornwall scoffed. "We can only guarantee that we won't starve." He brought the two to the side of the cotton fields, where the farmers, upon seeing the arrival of nobility from the aristocratic district, did not dare to approach, but instead focused intently on their work. Fearful of disturbing the dignitaries, they carried small buckets of spring water, using tiny spoons to meticulously water the roots of the abyssal cotton, unwilling to waste a single drop, as the yield was only 20-odd pounds per acre. Anthony was utterly taken aback. What crop has such a low yield yet is cultivated on a large scale? Could they not plant something else? This question remained unspoken. He understood that the demon race was not foolish. If they weren't planting anything else, it was likely due to the impossibility of doing so, considering the intense heat here, which was even more stifling than the temperature in his room last night. Wiping the sweat that poured forth, Anthony remained silent, only to feel a sudden coolness. Turning his head, he found Cornwall smiling at him. "Adios hot. I senti it. This is the norm in Rock Spring City. The temperature in your room yesterday was specifically lowered by me. Is this truly how the demon realm is?" Anthony asked incredulously. "No." Both Cornwall and Thorn Fruit shook their heads vigorously. Anthony let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was not a common occurrence. Otherwise, he would have to start feeling sympathy for the demon race. He could not afford to feel sympathy for them. But the next moment, Thorn Fruit's words froze him in place. "The temperature in Rock Spring City is quite comfortable." "What? This is comfortable?" Anthony could no longer contain himself, immediately glancing at Cornwall, hoping he would clarify the veracity of this information. Indeed, the average temperature outside the city is around 70 degrees. The closer one gets to the lava sea, the higher the temperature. Then, Can there still be living beings? Anthony's voice trembled slightly. Cornwall affectionately patted Thorn Fruit's large fox ears. Of course there can. Did Thorn Fruit not mention he is a vagrant from outside the city? Anthony looked at the fox-like boy before him. Him? What is so special about him? How can such a young child survive in a constant temperature of 70 degrees? Is the physique of the demon race so robust? Thorn Fruit, sensing Anthony's thoughts, proudly raised his head, the tips of his red fur brimming with pride. It was my mother who exhausted all her life force to raise me. Indeed, that is a tremendous sacrifice. He spoke with honor, though tears welled in his eyes. Yet the sacrifice of his mother must be expressed in the most glorious tone. Cornwall continued, in our demon race. If power is overdrawn, we gradually become more beastly until we lose our reason and completely transform into a beast, which is tantamount to death. The vagrants outside the city, each generation overdraws their power to ensure the growth of the next. Most of whom do not live past 20. I see. Anthony was at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement. He glanced at Thorn Fruit's sharp claws and the wispy hairs on his youthful face. Why did only this child exhibit such pronounced beastly traits? It seemed he was beginning to find answers. Then let us venture outside the city, but we must first return to fetch Bai Shui. Otherwise, Uncle Anthony, you might not be able to endure. Cornwall once again lifted the two and soared back. Mr. Anthony, Bai Shui is Cornwall's contracted spirit. She is very powerful and can transform into an ice mountain. She is our hope. With her around, you need not fear the heat, Thorn Fruit exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of the snow mountain he had seen that day. Anthony gazed at him, a sense of bitterness inexplicably rising within. He returned the boy's enthusiasm with a forced smile. That is splendid. Otherwise, at 70 degrees, I would truly perish. Chapter 62. No need for more words. With a certain white cat draped over his shoulder, Cornwall immediately set off with everyone, this time accompanied by Barlow. Lorcia remained behind to handle military affairs and keep an eye on the remaining two children. Fortunately, Barlow did not require Cornwall to carry him. He flapped his bat-like wings to keep pace. Otherwise, Cornwall would have lacked the hands to manage everyone. This was Anthony's first encounter with the fortress walls here. Gazing upon the ancient and colossal alchemical artifact, a sense of curiosity inevitably stirred within him. Given the opportunity, he would truly like to conduct some research. Stepping out of the isolation chamber, the sweltering heat outside rendered everything somewhat distorted, yet with the presence of Bai Shui, Anthony still felt a semblance of normal temperature. Shall we give it a try? Cornwall suggested, proposing to test the sensation of 70 degrees. Anthony hesitated for a moment before responding solemnly, I beg your pardon? Your Highness. In an instant, he felt a searing pain enveloping his skin, as the scorching air filled his nostrils and lungs, inducing a powerful sensation of asphyxiation. His skin gradually flushed red, the high temperature wreaking havoc upon his body. The suffering inflicted by this environment was all-encompassing and inescapable. Cornwall signaled Bai Shui to restore the cooling, allowing the overheated Anthony to finally cool down. How do you find it? Such days are hardly bearable. Are they, uncle? Without the cultivated physique of the demon clan, we are far from being able to withstand this. Led by Tsigua, they were to venture to a location that Cornwall had never visited before, the settlement graveyard. Those who were on the verge of complete beastification would follow the hunting teams to this place, only to take their own lives. In their final moments before death, they would awaken their last vestiges of beastly nature, transforming completely into otherworldly beasts. Thus, they could become sustenance for the settlement, ensuring they would not go mad and harm others. The demon clan, once beastified, would no longer be considered kin. All their humanoid traits would vanish, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary beasts. After a brief flight, a stark clearing filled with a heap of bones unexpectedly emerged on the barren earth. Many of these bones were so immense that one could walk through them, their peculiar shapes betraying no hint of humanity. The ancient bones, caked in yellow dust, seemed to have fused with the desolate land, and recent traces of blood still lingered upon them. Each skeletal remains appeared to maintain its deathly posture. The group remained silent, quietly traversing the graveyard of beast bones, absorbing the desolation, cruelty, and remnants of civilization that this land exuded. I wish to construct a new city for these displaced people, Cornwall murmured softly as they reached the end. There shall be a comfortable temperature, ample water sources, and food, ensuring that no one will have to sacrifice their life for the survival of newborns. Mr. Anthony, if the demon clan had sufficient resources, if we could survive, then why would we need to invade others? Cornwall continued. We are not inherently warlike, as you have seen from the fortress walls. The first Satan failed thousands of years ago, and the alchemists who constructed the walls have long since perished. And now, the opportunity lies before us. Will you lend your efforts toward a new possibility for humanity and the demon clan? Having witnessed the true state of the demon realm, Anthony was already wavering. Merely for the sake of the struggling demons before him, serving the demon clan did not seem so objectionable. Yet, he felt he should not acquiesce so readily. He ought to resist. Thus, he articulated his final reason for refusal. But you deceived me. In the underground staircase, I was even contemplating aiding your retreat. What if we were not the demon clan but stood with you in death? Would that outcome be acceptable? If indeed there exists a lord who is wholly devoted to building his homeland, a budding genius who has yet to rise, and your dreams, all buried there, does that not seem reasonable? Cornwall inquired. Such an ending would certainly be wretched, even worse than the present situation. With a sigh, Anthony ultimately persuaded himself, I am willing to assist you in building the city. Your Highness, I need to know the location you have planned, the scale of the city, and I will require designs for the architecture's appearance and functionality. I have high standards for quality and cannot tolerate any shortcomings in this respect. Anthony began to outline his professional requirements, even proposing artistic concepts. The specific scale will be discussed with Barlow, and I shall take you to inspect the site shortly. As for manpower, Cornwall paused. The plan to entice humans to assist in building the city through enhanced mental prowess still required refinement. Currently, the only available manpower consisted of the future residents. Sigua, do you now wish to believe in your brother? Are you willing to guide us to the settlement near the newly chosen city? Cornwall inquired, bending slightly toward Sigua. Of course. Having stayed at the Lord's mansion for several days, Sigua had come to fully trust Cornwall. No one would expend such effort to deceive him, would they? In the middle region of the Sulfur Flaming Land, settlements numbered 2,000 to 2,500 lay not far from this spot. Under Cornwall's direction, they proceeded toward settlement number 2330-3. At the mouth of a cave. Sigua emphasized his demands. They must remain quiet upon entry, as everyone was resting. They should not startle anyone. If they discover us, please do not harm them. We are vastly different from them now. They will surely be frightened. The group followed Sigua down the dark cave, unaware of the subtle temperature changes between light and darkness, yet they could certainly detect the odor. This was a settlement of over 200 individuals. Beset by oppressive heat, the scent was palpable. Rows of severely beastified bodies lay sprawled upon the ground, their naked forms lacking any semblance of modesty, though their beastly fur provided some concealment. Simply entering the doorway left the group in awe. Peering into a small earthen alcove, a woman lay with her hand resting on her child, attempting to dispel the heat. She appeared utterly haggard, her eyes closed like a mummy, devoid of any movement. Expending all her strength to maintain the life force flowing from her palm, Cornwall restrained Sigua, who was about to move forward, and led the two of them back outside, with Barlow closely following. He did not wish to gaze any longer. He sought to release Bai Shui as soon as possible, allowing them to reside elsewhere. Mr. Anthony, I believe we can delay our planning and construction. Let us first erect some temporary shelters and relocate them to the site I initially designated for the city. Upon exiting the cave, Cornwall stated, Your Highness, there is no need for further discussion. Anthony waved his hand, no longer insisting on quality and design. Now, take me to the location you have chosen for habitation. He clenched his fist, seemingly resolved. I am a dual elemental mage in civil engineering. I can construct temporary housing myself. We will not need materials. Everything else can be arranged later. But Your Highness, I sincerely hope that the promised comfortable temperature and sufficient water and food are indeed genuine. Chapter 63. Miracles. Anthony could hardly fathom that the comfortable temperature Cornwall spoke of was entirely reliant on his own efforts to alter it, when he brought the group to the previously chosen small earthen mound. Both Barlow and Anthony were utterly perplexed. This location bore no distinction from any other in the fiery land. It was equally barren and scorching, and all that Cornwall had promised seemed non-existent. What is this? The prince's new city. Are we simply too dim-witted to perceive it? Do not rush, Cornwall reassured as he set Anthony and Sigua down. Upon landing, he urged Bai Shui to quickly manifest the snow mountain, this time without daring to delay or indulge in any whimsical antics. Bai Shui, without hesitation, revealed its true form, and a colossal snow mountain abruptly appeared beside the small mound. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the cold and hot air began to circulate. Cornwall stood elegantly, turning to point at the snow mountain, declaring, "The temperature is now suitable." He then gestured, indicating that as the snow melted, water would flow down, and they could dig the riverbed wherever they desired. Barlow and Anthony fell silent, never having contemplated such an action. Indeed, to lower the temperature, constructing a snow mountain for insulation was a straightforward solution. However, Your Highness, Barlow ventured cautiously, how long can this endure? If it cannot be sustained, then all construction would be meaningless, and the city would fall into desolation once more. Cornwall and Bai Shui exchanged knowing smiles, brimming with confidence. You need not worry about that. The snow mountain will only grow larger. After hearing this exchange, Anthony refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he began using magic to manipulate the yellow earth beneath the mound into small, humble dwellings. Any notions of area planning or artistic design paled in comparison to these modest structures, which could facilitate the swift relocation of the displaced individuals to this region of approximately 35 degrees. Sharing Bai Shui's earth attribute, Cornwall imitated Anthony's method, assisting beside him, and within a single effort, 10 houses sprang forth from the ground. With nearly 500 settlements nearby and an estimated population of 100,000 displaced individuals, Barlow's initial town plan projected a population of around 50,000. To gather this number as swiftly as possible, they would need to erect 10,000 houses, a figure that was evidently unrealistic. It would suffice to prepare 1,000 houses initially. These would serve as the pioneers of construction, allowing for agriculture and building, and once a semblance of form emerged, they could gradually relocate more individuals. Cornwall could afford several months' worth of rations for thousands, but beyond that, they would require the means for self-sufficiency. As Cornwall and Anthony constructed earthen homes, Barlow, lacking elemental affinity, found himself unable to contribute. Instead, he began surveying the site chosen by Cornwall, gathering preliminary data on distances, sizes, the river's path, and farmland locations. He had not anticipated that Cornwall's earlier remarks on suitable temperature and abundant water and fire elements were of such significance. Perhaps once the planting of bamboo and bananas gained traction, he could select additional crops as well. As the day gradually faded under the weight of a busy schedule, clusters of humble abodes took shape in the corners beneath the earth mounds. Cornwall had already settled into his treehouse, accompanied by the prickly fruit of white snow, preparing for dinner, tea, and a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Uncle Anthony, who had once vocalized stringent demands regarding construction, continued his relentless endeavor to erect 1,000 dwellings. He had even borrowed Cornwall's pure stone in hopes of swiftly restoring his magical prowess. As for Barrow, he was darting about with his tools in a flurry. After erecting so many houses, he felt that it was time to relocate all the inhabitants of the settlement numbered 2333. Cornwall sipped his chilled red tea, pondering the age-old adage that self-healing cattle and horses are indeed the most useful. Just look at Uncle Anthony. Even when his magic had waned, he was intent on using the pure stone to recover, unwilling to waste even a moment of work time. Such is the nature of daydreams. The initial batch of migrants was tentatively set at around 4,000, corresponding to 20 settlements. Cornwall planned to select the 23 from 2310 to 2333, reflecting on the prickly fruit's initial reaction upon their first encounter. He recognized that gaining the trust of these individuals and encouraging them to move would not be a simple task. The first time prickly fruit experienced the drop in temperature brought by the white snow, he had suffered through a fever that lasted the entire night. This scenario warranted caution. The alternation of hot and cold could indeed lead to a sudden collapse of their already precarious health. The migration must be gradual. While prickly fruit could be cared for alone, managing a group was an entirely different challenge. Prickly fruit, is there a way for you to earn the trust of the inhabitants of settlement 2333 and persuade them to join us willingly? Cornwall inquired of the young emissary. The refugees had lived in their own manner for so many years. Now, to have someone suddenly appear claiming they would lead them to a better life was bound to incite skepticism. Let them discover it for themselves, suggested prickly fruit. People are often reluctant to trust what others proclaim, but are more inclined to believe what they uncover on their own. That won't do. Cornwall replied, for they would then perceive their discovery of this fine place as a testament to their own greatness. I need them to understand that this land belongs to me. I am the one who is truly remarkable. Do you have a better plan? Asked White Snow, munching on a biscuit. After a moment's contemplation, Cornwall concluded, let them witness my greatness directly, as the blood moon hung high in the sky. A new day was about to dawn for the Fiery Land's refugees. The inhabitants of the cave awoke one by one, engrossed in their daily tasks, tending to the prickly fruit plants, and processing the food gathered the previous day. The hunting team from Settlement 2333 had just emerged from the cave entrance. Before they could set off, a brilliant orange-red glow began to rise slowly in the distance. The sun? Is the sun rising again? The vice-captain of the hunting team, Yin Shi, expressed with uncertainty, unsure of whom he was questioning. No one present could provide an answer, but even if he were inquiring of the heavens, it was necessary to express the fear that weighed upon his heart. The fiery orb, radiating with intense brilliance, drew closer, revealing a colossal lion entirely composed of flames, its heat far surpassing the daylight of the sulphurous Fiery Land. This lion bore a striking resemblance to the dominant beast of the sulphurous fiery realm, the volcanic rock lion, yet its size was vastly greater, and the sparks it emitted were extraordinarily majestic. Perched atop the lion was a youth clad only in a black robe covering his lower half. His raven-black hair and wings were adorned with flickering flames, and a flame flickered between his brows, signifying his dominion over fire. His slender yet strong physique and strikingly handsome visage held an allure. With mesmerizing purple eyes that captivated all who beheld him, behind him, a cerulean ice wheel materialized in midair, slowly rotating. The ice, which traditionally counters flame, showed no signs of melting amidst the surrounding inferno. He resembled a figure from ancient myths, exuding divine authority. Chapter 64. Divine Grace. This mythic transformation was a carefully crafted design by Cornwall, who had intentionally allowed his hair to grow longer. Recalling how in the anime of his past life, male protagonists appeared more formidable with lengthened hair, exuding an air of intimidation, the effect was evident. The hunting team members were left in stunned silence. With a mere lift of his gaze, the earth split open, exposing the subterranean settlement caves. The busy refugees, who had perhaps only glimpsed a sliver of the vast sky throughout their lives, were suddenly confronted with the expansive world before them. At 15, Xiao Quan was already a mother of two, her life nearing its twilight. Fox fur had begun to appear quietly on her cheeks. Sustaining the lives of her children was a daunting task. She could only lie on the ground with them, minimizing energy expenditure while awaiting food from the settlement. This night began like any other, with Xiao Quan opening her blurred eyes in anticipation of food. However, what she first beheld was an expanse of orange-red light that a youth, resembling a deity, stood suspended in the air, surrounded by a beautiful night sky and the blood moon she had seen only once before. That fateful night was her mother's funeral, or perhaps her beast transformation ceremony. She had secretly followed the hunting team to the graveyard, witnessing her weary mother transform into a beast under the blood moon. The scene she had once observed was now about to unfold for her. She had thought she would only witness the blood moon twice in her lifetime. Yet here she was, witnessing it again. And even the sun. Instinctively, she believed that the lion forged of flames was the sun itself. The resplendent glow drew the gaze of all, while the earth-shattering presence compelled the remaining refugees to kneel. And those unable to move stirred with flickers of orange light in their dull eyes. Beneath the towering flaming lion, Prickly Fruit emerged, clad in an elegant white shirt and formal wear, a golden bow tie dangling at his collar like a messenger of a divine entity. The Red Fox envoy, with his animalistic features recognizable to all the refugees, stood in stark contrast to the boy, whose appearance was a world apart from theirs. His hair was neither tangled nor filthy, but rather clean and well-groomed. Cut with exquisite precision, harmonizing beautifully with his long fox ears, exuding a wild charm. Unlike them, he was not scantily clad. His refined shirt, trousers, and shoes were things they had never seen nor could have imagined. With the golden embellishment at his collar glimmering brilliantly. Most striking were his eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of a hopeful future, embodying love and hope. All the refugees searched for reflections of themselves or their loved ones in this Red Fox envoy. Yet none dared to claim any connection to him. "Ladies and gentlemen," Prickly Fruit proclaimed loudly, "His Lordship bestows upon you the grace to reside within his territory. Bid farewell to your past sufferings." As he spoke, the crowd of refugees remained unresponsive. Truth be told, having lived in such a manner for so many years, they struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Prickly Fruit's words. However, both Prickly Fruit and Cornwall were undeterred. With the proclamation complete, the flickering flame at Cornwall's brow transformed into a small frost, and the blazing lion vanished from sight. He ascended into the sky, the enormous blood moon behind him, his dark wings unfurled, obscuring the view. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the refugees to lose their balance, collapsing to the ground regardless of whether they knelt or Saturday. They then watched in astonishment as the terrain beneath them rose higher and higher. In terror, they cried out as an ice-congealed griffin emerged from the earth, dirt and stone cascading off its form. The original cave of the refugees was lifted intact upon its back, and then the griffin began to walk steadily. The divine youth in the sky had vanished, but the red fox envoy remained atop the griffin, watching over them as the griffin moved. A calm began to settle among the refugees. More importantly, they began to feel a change in temperature. The oppressive heat that had accompanied them dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness they had never before encountered. Yenshur, the vice-captain of the hunting team, was the first to react. Prickly Fruit stood not far from him, his expression serious yet devoid of the icy demeanor of Lewin. Instead, a resilient warmth shone through him, imbued with a hint of compassion for the downtrodden. Yenshur knelt, bowing his head, tears streaming down his face, creating a remarkable sensation of coolness wherever they fell, leaving him in a daze. "I thank his lordship for this blessing." With the first act of gratitude, the surrounding refugees began to follow suit, kneeling in circles, mimicking Yenshur's gestures as they cried out in reverence. Xiao Quan was no exception. For the first time, she severed the flow of willpower to her two children. They remained silent, calm, and devoid of any signs of distress that would typically accompany high temperatures. She no longer needed to exhaust herself. Pulling her children down to kneel, she expressed gratitude for the Lord who had halted the passage of her life. The ice lion carried a settlement to the newly established Jinshin town, then settled down, gradually melting away into nothingness. As the refugees sensed the cessation of movement, they all lifted their heads to behold a colossal snow-capped mountain before them. Its pristine whiteness, sanctity, majesty, and chill were awe-inspiring, while a mysterious ancient castle stood amidst the snow at the mountainside. The blood moon illuminated rows of neatly aligned houses nestled at the mountain's base, adjacent to a small earthen mound. Prickly Fruit snapped his fingers, silencing the crowd, who turned their gazes toward him. He approached Yenshur. "Are you the captain of the hunting team?" "I am the vice-captain." "Messenger," Yenshur replied respectfully. Typically, the vice-captain of a hunting team was the strongest member, while the captain was the eldest. This custom had long been disseminated throughout all the refugee settlements by the emissaries. Thus, upon hearing Yenshur's response, Prickly Fruit felt not disappointment but satisfaction. "Your name, Mr. Vice-Captain?" "I am Yenshur." "Yenshur, for the time being, you shall serve as the captain of the 2333 work team. Though you see those houses? You may occupy the first row of houses, with 3 to 5 individuals per dwelling, moving in sequentially. From this moment forth, you shall be the residents of this place, bound by its rules, lest you find yourselves expelled." After the thorny fruit vanished from the watchful eyes of over 200 individuals, it reappeared in the grand hall of the ancient castle atop the snow-capped mountains. "Hey, you performed splendidly," Mia exclaimed excitedly to her companion, as she rushed over to pat him on the shoulder. "Thank you. I was rather nervous." "Your words bring me great joy," replied the thorny fruit with a radiant smile. This was precisely the Delota Rose Castle that Cornwall had just unveiled. To ensure no one missed such a scene, he even made a trip back to Rock Spring City to bring out the remaining few. They had just been watching the live broadcast from within the castle. Dressed in a half-black robe reminiscent of myth, Cornwall sat comfortably in a chair, while Lorcia stood beside him, unraveling her long hair. "Lorcia, bring out the royal guard tomorrow. Let them endure a little discomfort by staying in the bungalows for a while." The knight commander loosened the strands of black hair entwined in his fingers and knelt before the lord, sword in hand. "As you command, my lord." Chapter 65. A New Life, Part 1. Once the Red Fox envoy vanished, Yinshur followed his instructions and began allocating housing to the displaced villagers, assigning 3 to 5 individuals per room. After completing the allocations, he sought out 2 brothers from the hunting team and moved into the first house. This was their first experience living in such structures, and the operable wooden doors and windows fascinated them. Simply opening them revealed a picturesque view, a stark contrast to the darkness and confinement of the caves. Currently, the house was devoid of any furnishings, save for a high platform covered with dry grass, presumably a sleeping area. However, having just awakened and embarked on their nocturnal activities, they certainly could not retire to sleep just yet. Now residing within the Lord's domain, Yinshur found himself uncertain whether to venture out into the fiery lands in search of food or await further instructions from the Lord. He was not alone in his confusion. The villagers, having moved their belongings from the caves into their new homes, spent some time discussing the pleasant temperature inside. Yet, this conversation did not last long, as they gradually wandered outside, gathering in the open space before the bungalows. "Are you all settled?" A deep, mature voice resonated amidst the scattered crowd. Anthony and Barlow emerged in front of the assembly, and the villagers fell silent, intimidated by their attire. "Come forth, form a line for registration. Yinshur, you shall be the first to maintain order." Barlow produced a wooden table for himself and Anthony to sit at. A set of paper and writing instruments lay before them, and as each villager approached, they meticulously recorded their names, genders, ages, levels of willingness, room numbers, and distinguishing features. Once registered, they would receive a set of coarse clothing and a day's worth of rations, hastily procured by Cornwall and Llewellyn from the human realm. The process was rather chaotic, as many villagers had never worn clothing or tasted bread before. Some expressed gratitude while others attempted to cut in line. Fortunately, Barlow's considerable level of willingness, along with Anthony's presence as a mage, kept the situation from spiraling out of control. Initially, this task was meant for the Royal Guard, but since they were still in Rock Spring City and would not arrive until the following day, the 2 men had to take matters into their own hands. By the time the last villager completed their registration, it was already 4 or 5 in the morning. Following Barlow's instructions, the registered villagers did not disperse, but instead quietly gathered on the ground, nibbling on their bread. Once the registration concluded, Barlow had more to say. He summoned his willingness to project his voice, speaking clearly and powerfully. "From now on, you shall be the first residents of Jinshin Town. As long as you complete the tasks we assign each day, you will receive provisions akin to what you received today." The mention of food sparked a glimmer of hope in the villagers' eyes, prompting them to overlook the notion of work. The comfortable temperature here was a far cry from the struggle for survival they had previously faced. "Shortly, after I finish speaking, you shall return to your homes to rest. Your daily schedule must be inverted. You will likely have 2 hours to sleep before commencing your first day of work. Specific tasks will be assigned later. When the horn sounds, gather here." "Understood?" Barlow continued. "Understood," the 233rd work team obediently replied. "Good, everyone must maintain hygiene. All waste must be disposed of outside the houses. There is a designated area for that purpose behind you." Barlow pointed towards a specially constructed toilet on the opposite side of the bungalows. "There isn't enough time to build a proper latrine. For now, we must resort to incineration." Dismissed. Chapter 65. A New Life, Part 2. After Barlow dismissed them, the villagers complied and returned to their homes. Yet few truly managed to sleep. Instead, they excitedly discussed their coarse clothing, the food in their hands, and speculated about the tasks awaiting them the next day. Xiao Quan had never anticipated that she would one day look forward to the sunrise. Her tomorrows had previously been destined to sink gradually into darkness, buried beneath the earth. Yet now, as she savored the unfamiliar food known as bread, a sweetness unfolded within her mouth with each careful chew. The fabric of her clothing felt soft against her skin, and most importantly, the willingness that had long been depleting within her was slowly replenishing. She truly began to anticipate tomorrow. 2 hours passed swiftly, and the sun soon illuminated the land. When the horn sounded, most villagers had hardly slept, yet they sprang forth with vigor to assemble, relishing the rare opportunity to see the sun without the sweltering heat. Fortunately, Barlow had assigned them light tasks for their first day. They needed to acclimate gradually. The Lord had mentioned that these individuals were prone to illness upon entering a normal temperature environment. Thus far, no one had collapsed. The primary tasks in the town included 2 main endeavors. one overseen by Anthony, involving the excavation of a river channel. The snowmelt from the mountains had yet to flow down, trapped by the frozen snow. Once the channel was dug, the water would be allowed to flow into the town. The entire town lay to the west of the snow-capped mountains, with hills to the north and the direction of Rock Spring City stretching eastward. Anthony's planned main river would serve as a defensive moat to the south, especially considering the presence of numerous beasts in the fiery lands, even with the Lord and the Royal Guard. The town's self-defense required careful consideration. The second task involved Barlow's agricultural land reclamation, situated alongside the river channel. Although it was a bit distant from their current lodging, the round bamboo plants thrived in such an environment. The 233rd Work Team was the town's first, responsible for the foundational agricultural tasks, and their initial assignment was to follow Barlow in reclaiming farmland. As for the river channel, Anthony, a skilled earth mage, could excavate it at his own pace. The efficiency during the first morning was not particularly high, as Barlow selected only a few deputy leaders, and before he could finish explaining the precautions, it was already time for the midday break mandated by the Lord. Just as Barlow was about to let the villagers disperse, a cloud of dust rose from the edge of the plain, accompanied by the sound of synchronized footsteps. "Sir," Yinshur exclaimed in alarm, "it's a herd of beasts. It must be the beasts from the fiery lands. What shall we do?" Typically, in such situations, they would retreat back to the caves and seal the entrance with stones. Of course, if the herd were to collapse the cave, they would have no choice but to accept the annihilation of their settlement. "Fear not. Just carry on with your tasks. Have you forgotten the Lord's might?" Barlow remained calm. This is not a herd of beasts. It is the approaching royal guard. He had already spotted Lorcia at the forefront. Upon hearing Barlow's words, the villagers dared not speak further, yet they remained frozen in place, anxiously watching the approaching cloud of dust. As the distance closed, they soon realized it was indeed not a herd of beasts, but rather a contingent of soldiers clad in heavy black armor, mounted on robust, unfamiliar equine creatures, with sharp swords hanging from their saddles. The knight leading them bore a plume of red on his helmet, exuding an aura of intimidation. Chapter 66. The River, Part 1. The villagers of the 233rd settlement had never beheld such a formidable military force. Only the Rock Spring settlement had encountered the city guards, who would never venture deep into the fiery lands near them. "There is no need for fear. It is the Lord's royal guard." Barlow reassured them with a smile. "They are here to protect you." "Protect us?" The inexplicable fear of the beast herd was swiftly transformed into a sense of security. They observed the movements of the soldiers, no longer afraid but filled with curiosity and anticipation. The royal guard halted on the eastern side of Jinshin town, effectively creating a barrier on all four sides: the hills to the north, the snow-capped mountains to the west, the military camp to the east, and the unexcavated defensive moat to the south. The knight in heavy armor dismounted with agility, commanding his troops to set up camp. Since the houses were not yet constructed, they would have to reside in temporary accommodations. Fortunately, the royal guard had seen battle alongside Queer, and their equipment was complete. The temperature here was even more pleasant than in the enclosed Rock Spring City. During the entire midday break, most villagers sat on the ground, watching the distant soldiers establish their camp. However, having adapted to daytime rest, they soon grew fatigued and began to doze off on the ground. This scene left Cornwall somewhat exasperated, as people lay strewn about as if it were a cult gathering. When the afternoon arrived, the villagers awoke again, and the temporary military camp had been set up. Barlow approached them, bringing along a cart filled with agricultural tools. They were about to commence serious work, reclaiming the section of farmland designated by Barlow. "Captain, what are we going to plant here? A patch of thorny fruit?" As the little brother of the hunting team, who shared a room with Yinshur, plowed the field, he curiously inquired in his mind. He envisioned a scene where vast expanses of prickly fruits were cultivated, allowing him to pluck one at any moment whenever thirst struck. How exhilarating that would be! The heat here was not as oppressive as before, and the prickly fruits should thrive abundantly. Who could tell? Yinshur, wielding his hoe, mused that perhaps there were even better things than prickly fruits. What could surpass the prickly fruit, after all? The little brother swallowed hard. The dryness in his throat had long become a familiar discomfort. For prickly fruits were not always within reach. Just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed from afar. Crash, crash. What was that noise? The little brother, feeling a twinge of fear, paused his work to glance at Yanshi, who had thrust his hoe into the ground and was gazing towards the source of the sound. Before them lay the main channel of the river, excavated by Anthony, where the refugees watched in awe as the middle-aged envoy waved his hand, causing earth and stone to shift as if by magic. At that moment, above the parched riverbed, white foamy waves emerged, the splashing droplets glimmering brilliantly under the glaring light of the sulphurous land. Appearing extraordinarily radiant, crash, the water flowing east swiftly surged past the cultivated fields of the refugees, whose farmlands were originally situated beside the river. The freshly melted snowmelt, imbued with lingering chill, swept through, bringing waves of refreshing coolness to the stunned refugees. They watched as the waters flowed eastward, until it spread out at the river's end. Anthony's river channel was not particularly long. He had ceased to manage it once it extended beyond the current planning limits of Jinshin town. The town site chosen by Cornwall was a high ground near a mound. The water would not flood them. Anthony intended to allow the river's flow to carve its own path, whether it formed a lake or a new river. It would be a natural choice. Chapter 66. The River, Part 2. The little brother beside Yanshi, Tu Yao, seemingly uncontrollably approached the riverbank, knelt down, and submerged his fox-eared head entirely in the cool river water. The rushing waters instantly invaded his ear canals and nostrils, causing a sharp, stinging pain, and he coughed violently as he lifted his head. Water, fierce and unrelenting, was something Tu Yao had never imagined could be so harmful. It was his first experience of choking on water. Warm liquid flowed from the openings on his face as he coughed, and he no longer felt the dryness in his throat. He scooped up a handful of river water and began to drink heartily. Gradually, the inner banks of the river were filled with refugees, all of whom continuously bobbed in the water, relishing the sensation of being enveloped by the flowing current. Barlow did not intervene. He merely observed from the side, pondering what life would be like if he had never encountered a river, subsisting solely on a precious puddle of water. When the horns signaling dinner time rang out, the refugees reluctantly departed from the riverbank, their wet clothes clinging to their bodies, providing an unexpected sense of enjoyment. Though the night held no assigned tasks, it was not a time for rest. Instead, the refugees gathered in the courtyard of the flat-roofed building to attend literacy classes. The instructor was the Red Fox envoy, Prickly Fruit. Once worried that he would never find a disciple before his beastly transformation, he now found himself with a multitude of eager students. The first day passed smoothly, but on the following morning, Cornwall's concerns materialized as a majority of the refugees developed high fevers and found it difficult to rise. Out of over 200 people, only a few dozen children, previously barred from approaching the river, were able to move. The refreshing drinking water from the previous day had precipitated a full-blown outbreak of illness. With no means to work, they had to temporarily halt their activities. Barlow and Anthony set up a large pot in the courtyard before the flat-roofed building to brew the medicinal soup that Cornwall had purchased. The prescription was devised by Barlow, who had studied herbal medicine for a time with his herbalist stepfather. Alas, Jinshin town currently had nothing. The large pot was salvaged from the castle, and the bowls for the medicine were those brought by the refugees themselves, made from the hardy earth and stone of the sulphurous land. Though rough, they served their purpose well. The few active children lined up to collect the soup and deliver it to the other refugees. Before leaving, one was forcibly made to drink a bowl to prevent them from falling ill as well. Barlow instructed them that if their condition worsened, they should seek him out in the courtyard. The magical beings were typically impervious to ailments, even a mere cold. However, the situation of these refugees was uniquely dire. Years of suffering had ravaged their bodies, and now that their environment had improved, the consequences erupted all at once. Enduring this ordeal should not pose a problem. After boiling a batch of herbal medicine 3 times, by nightfall, the fevers began to subside, akin to the night Prickly Fruit had burned through. The willpower level of Yanshi, the team leader of the ordinary refugees, was also exhausted as he lay in bed. Having burned with fever for an entire day, in a hazy stupor, memories from his childhood floated chaotically in his mind until that fateful night, when the demon youth, the Flame Lion, appeared, flipping his world upside down. In his dream, the cool waters cascaded over him, only for him to be swept away and submerged in the riverbed. Yanshi jolted awake, the sound of the horn blaring in his ears. Looking out the window, he saw that the sun had already risen, and a river flowed gently in the distance. It was no dream. nor a mere illusion before death. The other two little brothers in the room were slowly rising from their beds of withered grass, changing into burlap clothing. They had truly welcomed a new life overnight. Chapter 67. For months the piercing sound of the horn shattered Cornwall's beautiful dream. Beside him, the large white cat was equally displeased, rolling over with a fluffy tail dangling over the edge of the bed. Both intended to endure the horn and continue sleeping, but alas, Lorcia barged in, drawing back the curtains. "Rise and shine, Your Highness. Do not forget that Barlow mentioned you are to attend the agricultural ceremony today." Though reluctant, Cornwall and the white cat gradually got out of bed under the glaring sunlight, despite the fact that his room was typically insulated from the sound of horns. Delota Rose Castle was nestled halfway up the snowy mountain, far from where the townsfolk resided, and the castle itself had soundproofing properties. Even if the horn were blown in the garden, it would not disturb Cornwall's slumber. However, Lorcia had persuaded Anthony to connect an amplification array in Cornwall's room, such that whenever the horn sounded in the square, it would resonate within his chamber, thus regulating his schedule. Were it merely these measures, Cornwall would not have yielded to Lorcia. Yet a row of 3 children followed Lorcia into the room, with Luan leading the way, holding the shirt Cornwall was to wear that day, while Mia, in second place, carried his dress pants, and lastly, Prickly Fruit, balancing shoes on a tray. These children were already dressed and ready. They did not linger, but rather placed the clothes for Cornwall before exiting, reciting poetry in the corridor. A group of little rascals, so annoying. Cornwall could only tearfully don his attire. As the elder brother and lord, he could not set a poor example before these little mischief-makers. For the past few months, Cornwall had not been required to manage town affairs, but had instead been pressed to study. He was supposed to continue his first year at the Royal Wool Academy, and though he had dropped out, he still needed to catch up on knowledge. As for his 3 little classmates, their learning progress was astonishingly rapid. When Cornwall had originally brought Prickly Fruit back, he thought this cheerful and innocent boy would keep him company. Such an unguarded smile seemed the hallmark of a naive soul. Yet this boy, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had betrayed him upon arrival. This little rascal was both clever and enthusiastic, and the competitive spirit between the 3 of them felt like a meat grinder closing in on Cornwall. Especially now, Prickly Fruit was also teaching literacy classes to the townsfolk at night, and their lesson preparations were collaboratively discussed among the 3, solidifying their knowledge even further. By the time Cornwall finished dressing and grooming, the 3 little ones had stopped their morning readings and followed him downstairs for breakfast. Anthony and Barlow were absent, as they were currently leading the townsfolk in their labors. "Your Highness, I heard my brother say we will harvest the first batch of ripe bamboo bananas today. May we accompany you to witness it?" Mia seated herself at the long table, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Cornwall. "Of course," Cornwall replied, picking up a bowl of stewed eggs. Addressing the only girl among them, his tone softened. "You all can come down the mountain with me shortly." Currently, Jinshin Town's ability to sustain its residents relied entirely on Cornwall purchasing supplies from the human realm. But this situation was about to undergo a significant transformation today. The first batch of crops, cultivated exclusively by the residents of Jinshin Town, was on the verge of being harvested. After 4 months, Jinshin Town was finally taking its first steps towards self-sufficiency. The town's registered population had reached 2,321 individuals, and the former settlements, 2323 and 2333, had all been incorporated into Jinshin Town's 10 agricultural teams. The agricultural teams were now fully staffed, and following the harvest of the bamboo bananas, Cornwall would proceed to integrate the construction teams. It was now September, and he hoped to have everyone settled into the newly constructed high-rises of the town before the year concluded. After breakfast, Cornwall and his companions made their way to the castle's main gate, where the royal guard and carriage awaited. Not the entire royal guard, but rather 50 rotating knights, as Cornwall settled into the carriage and pulled back the curtain to gaze outside. Everything below the mountain came into clear view. The river, fed by the melting snow of the mountains, had widened considerably since its initial release. At the end of the artificial river channel, a lake had formed, gathering under the forces of nature. The lake was not enclosed. At its far end, several tributaries branched off, flowing outward according to the terrain. Meanwhile, the main thoroughfare within the bounds of Jinshin Town had been artificially excavated into numerous tributaries, where wooden water wheels were turning autonomously near the fields. This river, upon which the townsfolk relied, was named the Surface River, a title chosen by the townspeople to signify that the days of struggling to survive in underground caves were over, and they had transitioned to life above ground, in the town square. Originally comprising 10 agricultural work teams, only one remains, as the other 9 have departed to tend to their own fields, digging ditches, fertilizing, weeding, and harvesting. The first agricultural team, however, stands poised to reap their inaugural harvest. As the pioneering residents of the town and the initial sowers of crops, they carry themselves with pride and dignity. This evokes a complex mix of emotions among the remaining 9 teams, who, during their toil, steal glances toward the first team. Complexity, indeed, is essential. Cornwall reflects on the snow resting upon the carriage, understanding that such intricacies nourish the snowy peaks and sustain life. Chapter 68. The banana harvest with great anticipation from the first agricultural team. A black caravan halted before the square. The first to disembark was the Red Fox messenger who had once guided them, followed by 2 handsome children of similar age. Lastly, Cornwall, as the Lord, stepped down. He eschewed the speech suggested by Barlow, simply declaring the commencement of the harvest before eagerly taking up his sickle and axe, leading everyone toward the ripened fields. A small portion had been designated for Cornwall to perform the ceremonial first cut. He raised the sickle, its long handle allowing the blade to reach the cluster of bananas growing at the top. Grasping the base of the fruit cluster with one hand, he aimed to sever it with the other, bringing down a hefty bunch of round bananas into Cornwall's hands, each fruit nearly the size of his fist, a testament to the superior physique of the demon race that made harvesting effortless. The bamboo bananas were visibly abundant, their plump, large fruits hanging enticingly from the bamboo stalks, and now the first cluster had finally been gathered. Cornwall examined the round bananas. They were remarkably firm. According to Barlow, these fruits would not soften. They had to be skinned and ground into powder for consumption, an unpalatable notion that Cornwall had always doubted, believing it was merely a failure of skill among the people. Now, he was afforded the opportunity to test this for himself. Soon, he harvested the entire yield from one bamboo banana plant, and without pausing, he took up the axe to sever the slender, purple stalk from its base. This stalk could be juiced and was also worth collecting. The slender bamboo leaves at the top seemed suitable for crafting as well. With the first harvest completed flawlessly, Cornwall commanded the eager onlookers to disperse into the fields to begin gathering their share. "Barlow, are you prepared for tonight's bonfire feast at the square?" Cornwall inquired, patting the fruit beside him. "But of course, Your Highness. We are all eagerly anticipating this day," replied the blonde researcher, equally satisfied with the bounty. "I wish to study this fruit further to see if we can introduce new dishes for the feast." Cornwall placed his harvested goods into his storage ring. "Let the children tend to this plot for now." He gestured toward the area designated for him, swiftly delegating it to the small imps who had been working tirelessly for 4 months. With that, Cornwall set off, retrieving his treehouse to place at the field's edge and delving into the kitchen to experiment with this fruit. He extracted a round, white banana, easily peeling away its skin with a gentle tug. The peel, though thin, was remarkably resilient. Exposing the firm fruit within, Cornwall found he could grind it into a powder without needing any tools. His sheer strength sufficed. He took a wooden bowl to catch the fine, white powder that fell as he ground the fruit between his hands. After boiling a kettle of water, he gradually poured it into the bowl. Stirring it gently, contrary to his expectations, it did not form a paste but gradually became translucent. However, Cornwall was familiar with this outcome. It resembled not flour but something akin to lotus root or tapioca powder. With a hypothesis forming in his mind, Cornwall continued to add water, and soon a bowl of thick, smooth banana powder emerged, releasing a faint, delicate aroma. It was no wonder that the ground powder was deemed unpalatable. It remained unformed, indeed tasting unpleasant. Once the bowl of banana powder was prepared, Cornwall's thoughts turned to new possibilities. Since this was a starchy food, perhaps it could be transformed into noodles. With this in mind, he ground 2 more bananas, combining them with the original batch, adding copious water, and washing the mixture several times with cloth before allowing it to settle. He also cut some into chunks, placing them in a pot to boil while setting a steamer atop it for 2 pieces. He intended to explore various methods to uncover the true way to prepare this food, lamenting that the fruit itself was too hard to eat raw. Chapter 69. The first industry after processing the bananas in several ways. Cornwall turned his attention to the juice-extracting stalk. Since it was sweet, it could be used to make sugar, he thought. He conducted a preliminary experiment in the kitchen, and upon achieving success, he would instruct Anthony to create some apparatuses through alchemy for a production line, thereby initiating the first industry of the town. The sweet stalk stood about 1.5 meters tall, weighing approximately 5 pounds. Cornwall chopped it into sections and rinsed them with water. After cleaning, he took out a hammer to extract the juice. One stalk yielded only a small cup of liquid, which felt insufficient. However, Cornwall was not greedy. The bamboo banana was a crop that could yield 3 harvests a year, and its multiple uses were already quite efficient. If not for the rich elemental energies of water and fire in the environment, such growth would not be possible. Realizing one stalk was insufficient, he ventured back to the fields, where the small imps diligently harvested the land. The gathered produce was neatly categorized and piled to one side. Cornwall, feeling no need for politeness, directly took all the sweet stalks they had gathered. In total, he extracted enough to fill half a basin with juice. Though the yield was somewhat low, he set a pot on the fire to simmer it slowly. The bamboo leaves from the stalks were collected as well. Though he knew little of bamboo weaving and would need to find someone skilled later, as the concoction simmered and settled, Cornwall sat aside, sipping the freshly prepared banana powder. Now, with 10 work teams cultivating bamboo bananas, they could sufficiently sustain the planned population of 50,000 for the town. Each acre supported 90 banana plants, and they currently had over 1,000 acres allocated for cultivation. The construction team could now proceed with their plans. Beginning with the residential district, Cornwall had many ideas for this, including establishing a fresh water system and a fixed sewage system. Finally, the land would see the rise of tall buildings. While waiting, Cornwall ground all the banana fruits into powder. He noted that perhaps due to the moisture being retained in the sweet stalks, the banana fruit itself was remarkably dry, yielding no moisture even under grinding. After finishing the grinding, Cornwall mixed the powder with the sweet stalk juice. Filling a large pot, he intended to add a dish for tonight's bonfire feast, allowing the townsfolk to sample the grains they had cultivated with their own hands. Of course, pure banana powder was not the end product. He planned to mix in some sugar as well. Meanwhile, the pot of sweet stalk juice had reduced by half, the liquid darkening and thickening as it continued to boil. It appeared that while the sugar extraction yielded modest amounts, it was indeed achievable. As for the initial method of steaming the banana fruits, it had failed. They did not transform into the tender, sweet consistency typical of true starchy foods. Instead, they remained hard, with a texture reminiscent of nuts that could potentially damage teeth. Cornwall hoped that the noodle-making process would succeed. If not, banana powder might become the sole method of consumption for bamboo bananas. Knowing that the current amount of sugar and banana powder was insufficient for the 2,000 residents, he set off to gather more raw materials, taking a tray filled with 6 bowls of banana powder. It was rather unfair how the adults, during the busy harvesting season, allowed Lorcia, Anthony, and Barlow to stand by and watch the 3 children toil without offering assistance. As Cornwall swiftly carried away the fruits they had worked hard to harvest. "Come, everyone, try some." Before Cornwall could reach them, the 3 adults instinctively took the tray from the prince's hands, each lifting a bowl filled with steaming, slightly translucent, milky white substance. Lorcia raised a bowl to her nose, inhaling the faint, fragrant aroma. "Is this made from the freshly harvested bananas?" Cornwall nodded, calling out toward the fields, "Once you finish, wash your hands and come over to taste what you have harvested." Chapter 70. Bamboo weaving. The first to dash over was Mia, her vivacity surpassing that of the others. Meanwhile, the equally spirited Thorn was still busy collecting the last of the banana stalks. Children raised in the wilderness find it difficult to part with the food they have gathered. The adults had already set up a table and seated themselves, each savoring the banana powder slowly. Mia took her seat first but did not rush to eat, waiting for her companions. She curiously gazed at her brother, anticipating his thoughts on the banana powder. Her golden hair, drenched in sweat, was pushed back, revealing her striking features, which radiated a certain assertiveness. "Is it good, brother?" Barlow set down his bowl. The smooth texture of the banana powder was indeed novel, and Cornwall's preparation was entirely different from what he had heard before. It was not as unpleasant as described in books. Rather, the fragrance lingered in his mouth. "Quite good, Mia. The prince's culinary skills are truly unparalleled in the demon realm." At that moment, Lewin and Thorn arrived, both appearing damp. Thorn's hair was tousled, while Lewin had similarly pulled his hair back like Mia. "I want to try some too," the excited Sigu called out, his eyes sparkling with delight. Today, the satisfaction of personally harvesting the grains that had flourished in the blazing fields filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Luan, without uttering a word, reached for a bowl from the table. Sensing the warmth radiating from the bowl, he gently blew on it before handing it to the waiting Tsigu, who remarked that it was hot. "All right, thank you. I will be cautious," he replied eagerly, scooping a spoonful into his mouth to savor the taste of the crops from the fiery land. A delightful fragrance instantly flooded his palate, the sticky, smooth texture enveloping him. He hastily swallowed, his gaze searching for Cornwall, before offering the highest praise, "Delicious." Only then did Luan and Mia begin to serve themselves the banana powder. Witnessing everyone's satisfaction, Cornwall felt a wave of happiness wash over him. "In addition to banana powder, I have also successfully produced sugar from the sweet cane, which can be fully utilized as for bamboo weaving. I am not skilled at it and will need to find someone to assist." "Your Highness," Barlow interjected seriously, "I believe the leaves of the bamboo banana are unsuitable for weaving. Bamboo crafts are not particularly durable for everyday use. They resemble more of art pieces in this regard. We cannot surpass humans in intricacy, and investing excessive energy might lead to diminished returns." "And what is your suggestion, Barlow?" Cornwall inquired, aware that the young man's objections were likely accompanied by a superior proposal. "I believe we can develop animal husbandry. We could raise some low-tier exotic beasts, for the species. I hope to take some of the royal guards with me to explore the fiery fields." This proposal is indeed promising. Raising some low-tier exotic beasts will not only provide occasional meat for everyone, but is certainly more suitable than bamboo weaving. Cornwall saw no reason to oppose. "Then let Lorcia personally lead the team alongside you. I wish to join as well, Your Highness." Mia suddenly spoke up, her eyes glimmering with hope. "Can I learn military skills? I doubt I want to be like Knight Lorcia." "Mia?" Barlow was taken aback, not having expected his adorable sister to show interest in the heavily armored knights. "Why not pursue being a researcher instead, brother? Isn't being a researcher also a path to being taken away and confined by those individuals? Just like what happened to you back then, and to Mom and Dad. If it weren't for His Highness's intervention, I would have lost you too, wouldn't I?" Barlow fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. His background and his father's predicament had burdened this half-sister, and he could only assist her in beseeching the prince. Chapter 71. History and Path. Cornwall had no objections to Mia's desire to learn knightly skills. He was willing to provide any educational resources the children sought. "Then you shall accompany them. And what about you too?" Cornwall asked the two boys. "Do you wish to study knightly courses?" "I want to learn herbal medicine," Tsigu replied. "I wish to heal and save people." Currently, only Barlow in town possessed knowledge of herbal medicine, so Tsigu would join him as well, as he had matters to discuss with Tsigu. "You may first learn under Barlow," Cornwall suggested, suddenly growing serious as he called out Tsigu's name. "Tsigu, I hope you can bring back a batch of liaison envoys this time. It would be best if you could return with all of them." There were still 16 liaison envoys left. Their whereabouts were not fixed, but they would certainly return to the Rock Spring settlement. Tsigu indeed had ways to locate them. "What does Brother Cornwall need from us?" he asked with a hint of worry. "I need to document history," Cornwall patiently explained. "The existence of the settlement is on the verge of vanishing, as towns begin to emerge on the fiery lands. This is a crucial moment of transformation. If we're not careful, vital historical records belonging to the past may be buried and lost. I hope this batch of liaison envoys can collectively write the history of the settlement over the years, even if it's just through oral tradition. Moreover, the emergence of the town also requires documentation. This task shall be entrusted to you, Tsigu, to take the lead. You can have Barlow assist you, along with Luan and Mia." Though it was stated that Tsigu would take the lead, Barlow had already begun to diligently outline a plan on the side. Since His Highness had raised this matter, it was evident he sought results. Progress could not solely rely on children, and he needed to intervene in a timely manner. Fortunately, the 10 or so liaison envoys could read, and with a bit of training, they could serve as his assistant team. "I will do my best," Tsigu declared, unaware that Barlow had little faith in him and was instead resolutely preparing to shoulder this responsibility. "Good luck," Cornwall cheered him on. "Luan, do you wish to join them?" Meanwhile, Luan remained silent, observing everything with a hint of confusion. Before leaving the tower, his life had been small and orderly, merely a repetition of each day. After departing from the tower, he had only wanted to follow his brother. unconsciously imitating the imposing Lorcia. Now he possessed a wealth of knowledge and had come to understand this world, yet he had never contemplated his future. Luan had initially thought that living in the castle with friends, competing and learning daily, would mirror the repetitive days spent in the tower. However, it seemed they all had their own aspirations and goals. What should he do? He raised his gaze and glanced around. Spotting Anthony, recalling the affinity for spatial elements he had discovered that morning on Taiga Ridge. Should he learn alchemy? Luan hesitated, as Mia and Tsigu had both firmly established their convictions early on for various reasons. Yet he was not bound to alchemy and had never regarded it as a potential path for the future. However, they had all found their direction. Would he be left alone again? An outlier. Luan looked toward Cornwall, his lips moving as he intended to voice the option of alchemy, but Cornwall interrupted him. If you haven't made up your mind, there's no need to rush into a choice. Your brother will show you many things, many possibilities for the future. For now, just embark with everyone. Consider it a little adventure. Chapter 72. The flowing red flag as dusk fell, Yen Shi wiped the sweat from his brow and, accompanied by the sound of horns, exited the fields. Rows of bamboo bananas had been harvested, leaving only the stubble behind. Captain, what are we having for dinner today? The excitement of the team was palpable as they wrapped up. However, today was particularly understandable as anticipation bubbled within him. Since arriving in Jinshin town, they had never faced shortages of food. Though it was hard, dry bread, there was enough water to wash it down, and no one would starve anymore. They could not only receive food from the envoys, but could now cultivate it themselves. Looking at the round bananas scattered on the ground, Yen Shi felt that life had become effortless. Their hunting team no longer had to live in uncertainty, bearing the responsibility of whether the settlement would have food for the next meal. Moreover, in Jinshin town, the hunting team merely needed to be protected as ordinary townsfolk. Observing the knights clad in black armor, marching in orderly formations patrolling the town square, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Today marked a day of harvest, as the Lord planned to hold a bonfire party in the town square. With all townsfolk invited, and the star of the night would be their first agricultural team, with the knights deployed to maintain order. Have you ever attended a party? Tu Yao continued to chatter excitedly. Yen Shi sighed. We grew up together in the settlement. Do you think I've ever attended a party? Tu Yao, I must remind you that the term party is something we learned during our evening classes with the Red Fox envoy. Hearing Yen Shi's teasing, Tu Yao became even more animated. Yes, we learned together. The envoy teacher said there would be all sorts of delicious food, and everyone would wear exquisite clothes, dancing to music. I can't dance. But that's all right. I will eat, Captain. Let us eat while everyone dances. Yen Shi tuned out the surrounding noise. Clearly, this guy hadn't paid attention in class, as he hadn't grasped the distinction between a bonfire party and a banquet. Just as he was pondering this, the Red Fox teacher approached him, accompanied by two other children. Unlike the Red Fox envoy, who bore a resemblance to the people of the settlement, these two children exhibited an air of complete nobility akin to the other envoys. A boy and a girl, both even more strikingly beautiful, were they also small envoys beside the Lord. All the refugees held profound respect for the envoys. No one dared to offend them, now that they had just begun to enjoy a better life. No one wished to incur the Lord's displeasure and be cast back into the past. Yen Shi had once accompanied the envoy to recruit other settlements. The further they strayed from this small town, the more the nightmarish memories of the past resurfaced. Outside Jinshin town, the entire fiery land remained a hellish inferno. It dawned on Yen Shi who had altered their fate. Only Jinshin town remained, and they must stay there. Besides, there was nothing unfavorable about this place. Envoy, Yen Shi and the two young brothers bowed in unison. No need for such formality. Tsigu grinned, revealing a sharp tooth as he patted the agricultural team leader's shoulder. Gather your team and follow me. The Lord has prepared a surprise for you. With that, he produced a beautiful red armband adorned with silver and gold threads, depicting a snow mountain, shimmering as it moved. Tsigu tied the armband around Yen Shi's arm. Chapter 73. Recognition, my lord. What is this? Yen Shi had never seen such exquisite fabric before. He longed to touch it, but feared soiling the armband and displeasing the envoy. Do not worry. This belongs to you, Tsigu explained. Your team has been named the Agricultural Star of the Month, ranking first among the 10 teams in labor points. So this armband is yours, captain of the first agricultural team. Go, Gather everyone first. We can discuss any issues later. The boy with a cold demeanor beside the Red Fox envoy spoke up. Yes, my lord. Uncertain of the other's temperament, Yin Shi did not dare to delay and hurriedly left to fulfill the command. As he turned, he discreetly reached out to touch the silky fabric at the crook of his arm, the cool sensation of the gold and silver threads enchanting him. Yin Shi sought out each member of their work team. Weaving through the throngs of townsfolk, his arm's insignia standing out prominently amidst the coarse linen garments, it was like a blot of ink on white paper. No, it was more akin to shimmering gold dust. The townspeople gazed at his arm in astonishment, those unfamiliar with him whispering among themselves, while anyone who had exchanged a word with him greeted him warmly, eager to inquire about the insignia on his arm. During these moments, Yin Shi hardly needed to speak. His companion Tu Miao and their other younger brother Jian Yin would step forward first. Apologies, but we are carrying out the Lord's task and cannot afford to waste time. Gradually, the other townsfolk ceased to approach, and Yin Shi, the conspicuous captain, became a beacon, drawing the members of the first agricultural team to him. Upon his command, they departed in unison. The people in the wasteland paused in their activities and conversations. Watching them leave, their hearts filled with envy for those who had glimpsed the dazzling insignia on Yin Shi's arm. What do you think, Bai Shui? The taste of jealousy? Cornwall stroked the large white cat on his shoulder. Indeed, it is quite intense, Bai Shui replied. Of course, there will be jealousy. Why should the first team have all the advantages? Aren't the displaced people from our settlement the same? They simply arrived earlier and thus hold the upper hand. How is that fair? Cornwall had no intention of hosting a bonfire feast for the subsequent work teams on the day of harvest. He wanted everyone to compete for that insignia. It would only be awarded to the team with the highest score each month, with the scores determined by Barlow and the team he would lead in the future. After the first agricultural team departed, the patrolling soldiers began organizing the townsfolk to head towards the town square. The very center of the square was already surrounded by the military, knights holding torches illuminating the sides, while the Lord reclined casually on the throne of ice, grasping a long red ribbon that fluttered in the wind. The knight commander, adorned with a red plume on his helmet, stood before him, sword in hand, to the right of the Lord. Behind the Lord, a massive bonfire blazed, encircled by a long round table laden with various foods. The flames occasionally licking at the dishes, releasing enticing aromas, delicacies the townsfolk had never seen before, with only a few recognizable from the lessons taught by the Red Fox envoy during evening classes. An open space was left in front of the Lord, with a large transparent vat on the left, while the townsfolk were kept at bay, required to stand in orderly lines to observe before the festivities began. Meanwhile, Yin Shi led his team to the prickly fruit, who then guided them to the clearing where Cornwall had placed the small treehouse today. There, they found heaps of finely ground banana flour, enough to serve over 2,000 people tonight. The members of the first agricultural team would need to transport this to the feast site and pour it into the transparent vat to receive the Lord's commendation. Soon, the first team, burdened with their loads, stepped into the square, and the knights did not obstruct their passage but rather opened a path, allowing them entry into the Lord's domain, where they lined up neatly before him. The first team stood completely apart from the other teams, like the distinction between the red carpet and the ground below, while the armored soldiers seemed to escort them. Everyone, the prickly fruit, accompanied by two companions, stood to Cornwall's left, facing the vat. His voice resonated through the square, for it was inherently quiet. No one dared to speak while the Lord was seated, and even when conversation was necessary, it was done in hushed tones. The words of the Red Fox envoy held weight among the townsfolk, and the evening lessons imbued the small figure of the prickly fruit with authority, drawing the gaze of all, both those within the hall and those outside. These burdens contain the powdered bamboo bananas we have been cultivating these days. Next, the members of the first team will pour all of this into the vat, and the Lord will personally transform it into food for everyone. Though the crowd remained silent, the prickly fruit's words undeniably stirred anticipation. Who wouldn't wish to taste the fruits of their labor? The first team was the celebrated benefactor of today's harvest, and did you all notice the insignia on the captain's arm? That is their glory. Each member of the team who completes the transfer of the banana flour will receive the red insignia bestowed by the Lord, with the captain's insignia bearing the mark of the snow-capped mountains. As the prickly fruit spoke, all eyes turned to the long, fluttering red ribbon in Cornwall's hand, which would be cut into segments to adorn each member of the first team. Harvest, Every field shall yield its bounty. Why is the first team allowed to enter the inner sanctum and receive the insignia granted by the Lord? The prickly fruit smiled and continued, yet this insignia is not a permanent adornment. It is fluid. Only the teams that perform the best each month are entitled to wear the insignia, and this ranking will be publicly displayed on the notice board. Now, let the ceremony begin. Upon finishing, the prickly fruit stepped aside, allowing Yin Shi to approach the transparent vat, where he poured in the banana flour he had carried. Setting down the burden, he adjusted his coarse linen clothing and solemnly approached Cornwall. Though he already bore an insignia, he was still eligible for a solid-colored one. Cornwall took the long red ribbon and cut off a piece, while the prickly fruit took it to adorn Yin Shi. Following him were his companions, Tu Miao and Jian Yin, and then Xiao Quan, with over 200 individuals stepping forward one by one, each under the envious gaze of the crowd. Cornwall continuously cut ribbons, handing them to the prickly fruit, who adorned the first team, the fluttering red lengths growing shorter, while the aroma of the food wafted through the air. The townsfolk peered through the ranks of armored soldiers, fixated on that splash of red, inhaling the enticing scents, pondering who knows what. Chapter 74. The 99 plans as the final insignia was tied to the last member of the first team. The lengthy award ceremony, lasting nearly an hour, finally concluded. The transparent vat beside Cornwall was already filled with banana flour to a considerable extent. The first team reformed their orderly lines, and under the blood moon, all the townsfolk waited in silence for Cornwall's next move, their eyes fixed upon him as he poured boiling hot water into the vat, stirring it with a large wooden spoon. This scene felt undeniably demonic. Cornwall mused inwardly, as if he were concocting some potion, when in truth it was merely fragrant banana flour. He sprinkled in some banana sugar, the sweet aroma instantly heightened by the hot water. Cornwall personally ladled out the first bowl of prepared banana flour and handed it to Yin Shi, who accepted it with trembling hands, the insignia of gold and silver mountains on his arm glimmering. The next distribution is in your hands, first team captain. With that, Cornwall vanished from sight. He could not remain throughout the entire feast, as it would prevent everyone from enjoying themselves, as soon as the Lord departed. The prickly fruit promptly announced the commencement of the festivities, as the knights gradually withdrew from the center of the venue to scatter around the periphery. The barriers between the first team and the ordinary teams vanished, and everyone stepped into the area filled with bonfire and delicacies. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they all remained still. The first to break the silence was Yin Shi, who remained in his previous position. Lifting the bowl to take a sip, the freshly prepared banana flour slid down his throat, a delightful blend of fragrance and sweetness from the banana sugar, as he exhaled a warm breath, releasing the aroma into the air. Such a taste was entirely new to him. Before arriving at Jinshin town, he had never experienced it, and even after arriving, Cornwall had only provided them with coarse bread. He had not wished to indulge them too much. Yin Shi finished the entire bowl slowly, then picked up the wooden spoon. Form a line. Each of you will have a turn. After all, no one has tasted what they have grown. As he spoke, everyone noticed he was already in tears. The members of the first team instinctively organized themselves, and the townsfolk lined up in front of the transparent vat. Captain, is it good, Tu Miao? Who had not queued, leaned close to Yin Shi and asked, Of course. Yin Shi replied, not pausing his movements, but don't think about cutting in line. If you want some, go to the back. I didn't mean to cut in. Tu Miao quickly clarified, no need. Go to the back of the line and let those who are further away eat the food on the long table first, then come back to queue up. Meanwhile, the vanishing Cornwall was observing everything from a short distance away from the town square. The atmosphere within the feast area was gradually becoming lively, the ambience he had created being softened by joy and abundance. However, it mattered not, for Bai Shui's emotional sustenance would only increase. Uncle Anthony, are you ready? Cornwall inquired softly. Standing behind him, Anthony was also watching the bustling scene in the town square. He recalled the first time he had followed Cornwall into the underground settlement, and how those people had gradually learned to live like humans. He was indeed ready. Anthony understood precisely what Cornwall was asking. Jinshin town had acquired the initial capability to sustain itself, and the time had come for him to assemble the construction team for their debut. Over the past 4 months, they had held numerous meetings regarding this land, drafting and revising many times, and the city's embryonic form had begun to emerge on the manuscript. Anthony had never contemplated that Cornwall would harbor such an abundance of peculiar ideas. Yet, ironically, they all bore significant meaning. He requested that the residents' leisure areas be planned at the very heart of the town, while all future workshops, factories, and farmlands be situated on the outskirts. He recalled Cornwall's rationale upon proposing this idea. It would ensure that everyone's commuting time remained equal. Though Anthony had never encountered the term commute, he grasped its essence from the prince's vehement disdain and the literal interpretation of the word. Indeed, this arrangement would prove quite convenient, eliminating the scenario where one resided in the eastern part of town yet had to rush to the west. To his astonishment, Cornwall, as a prince of the demon race, understood the plight of ordinary citizens on their journeys. Could it be that he had experienced the drudgery of work himself? Anthony felt a twinge of confusion. Recalling his prior misconceptions about the demon realm and the profound shock of understanding the nature of the sulphurous inferno, was the royal city similarly structured? Did a prince of the demon race also have to toil? With a strange blend of sympathy and misunderstanding, Anthony quietly noted this point. At that moment, Cornwall, wearing an oddly cheerful expression, spoke again, suggesting that we could expand in concentric circles around Jinshin town, extending up to 99 rings to encompass the entire inferno. By the seaside, 99 rings. The prince exuberantly repeated these phrases. When the time comes, we shall name the outermost town Sanya. Cornwall remained exhilarated by the prospect. This caused Anthony some concern. He had come to recognize the considerable influence of the demon race's will on the psyche, and he wondered if the prince was on the verge of succumbing to a beastly transformation. No need to worry, came the calm explanation from Loria, seated across the table. The prince occasionally behaves this way. It will pass shortly. Thus, Anthony turned his attention away from the prince, contemplating the feasibility of the ringed city. Despite Cornwall's seemingly jesting demeanor, this urban ring plan was indeed viable, and he silently jotted it down in his notebook. In this long-discussed plan, the foremost structure to be erected would be residential buildings, for the current earthen and stone cottages were exceedingly rudimentary. Cornwall envisioned elegant and orderly facades, landscaped gardens, public amenities, a supply of running water, and comprehensive sewage systems. These demands left Anthony quite vexed. He had not anticipated that the prince's requirements would prove so challenging to fulfill. Nevertheless, he ultimately devised a set of blueprints in accordance with these stipulations. This agricultural community was projected to consist of 12 buildings, each 25 stories tall, accommodating 50 households. As he concluded his recollections, Anthony absent-mindedly rubbed the rapidly thinning crown of his head and remarked, "Your Highness, while I have completed the designs for the agricultural community, I fear that the subsequent construction of the town may prove beyond my solitary capabilities." This once dream-filled man had come to understand the toll required to realize such aspirations. Cornwall's ambitions were far too vast to be borne solely on his dreams. "I also know the whereabouts of many exiled alchemists. Your Highness, why not recruit them?" Nearly 10 individuals had been exiled alongside Anthony due to wrongful accusations, all of whom were once his mentors and classmates. If Cornwall could bring some back, it would lighten his burden and beautify the city. "Of course, that is certainly possible," Cornwall replied with a twinkle in his eye, as he found amusement in the notion that someone who once refused to aid the demon race was now seeking to enlist others. He was more than willing to do so, as his creed was to claim what humanity discarded. Chapter 75. Catherine's twin flowers. The night was lengthy, and the bonfire gathering continued, with Anthony and Barlow preparing for the impending plan. Cornwall had retreated alone to the castle. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the ground as he entered the basement, which had been broadly divided into 4 areas: the wine cellar, the collection area, the training zone, and a spacious lounge. The underground was notably quiet, save for the echo of Cornwall's footsteps. Upon opening the door to the lounge, he beheld 2 rows of sofas, with a grand oil painting adorning the wall between them, a portrait that belonged to the resident of this space, Lady Catherine. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with rose-colored hair and a pair of violet eyes, seated serenely upon a white wooden chair, with a massive stained glass window behind her, casting ethereal light across the canvas, rendering it remarkably pure. She was Cornwall's mother, the beloved of Satan III. The demon lord Augeres had numerous mistresses, yet he chose only the most exceptional to bear his progeny, for he sought descendants capable of shouldering his ambitious legacy. Santon and Lewis were born during this era, each to different mothers, It was only when Catherine emerged as the most exquisite rose of the demon lord's realm that Auguras ceased to take other mistresses. Which is why no one knew who what's mother was. Why? Cornwall mused, caressing the oil painting. Is my sister seeking you now? What did you say to her back then? To the public, the rose of the demon lord's realm vanished overnight. But for Cornwall and Queer, it was not so. Their mother had bid them farewell, stating she was leaving. She kissed both children on the forehead and whispered a parting message in their ears. Cornwall heard, Mother is going to pursue her own endeavors. Cornwall must also attend to his OWNs for what Queer heard, he could not say. Shaking off the memory, he grasped the candlestick on the small table beside the sofa and gently turned it. The oil painting before him shifted to the left, revealing a hidden chamber filled with rare and precious books. For the past 4 months, Cornwall had been scouring these texts for information regarding half-demon hybrids. And he was still investigating the matter of elemental affinity. In the human realm, St. Louis Fortress, the newly appointed Saint, Leffie, had just concluded her evening prayers and was making her way to her residence, which was located within St. Louis Cathedral. Though merely 12 years of age, the girl was not short, already beginning to exhibit the characteristics of adolescence. With her long white hair and a visage that exuded an air of divine detachment, she caused those passing by, priests and nuns alike, to instinctively slow their pace. The saint's dwelling was, naturally, no small abode. It was far more luxurious than any modern hotel suite. Upon entering her room, Leffie closed the door and, without lingering in the parlor, proceeded directly to her bedroom. She pushed open the door. A tall figure lounging on the windowsill came into view, clad in the same nun's attire yet exuding an air of rebellion. Her long black hair dancing in the night breeze. Upon hearing the noise, she turned, her violet eyes sparkling with delight. "You're back," she said gently. The saint's previously aloof demeanor melted away, her eyes now filled with an unwavering devotion far surpassing that of prayer. The mere utterance from the other girl sent tremors of joy coursing through her entire being. The dawn saint produced a small food container from beside her, her tone imbued with a hint of humility. "Sister, I brought you some wine." Queer leapt down from the windowsill and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "Good child." Chapter 76. Reproductive Conditions. Night. Snow-capped mountains. Castle. All the clamor of the outside world could not penetrate the secrecy of the basement study. At the desk, Cornwall retrieved his notes, which detailed all the cases of human-demon romances he had discovered over the past few months. Thanks to the wealth of literature on demons in Catherine's study, he had been able to find these cases. In total, there were 15 cases, 12 of which had not produced any offspring, a statistic that led Cornwall to question whether reproductive isolation existed between humans and demons. Yet, intriguingly, the remaining 3 pairs had indeed left descendants. The reasons for the low fertility rates could not be discerned from these simple records. Cornwall was left to outline his various hypotheses. The first conjecture suggested that the hybridization of human and demon might complicate the fusion of reproductive cells, turning the process from a race into a triathlon, or transforming the entrance from an ordinary iron gate into an alloy door secured with a complex electronic lock and infrared scanning. The second hypothesis posited that the difficulty of gestation increased, with the human maternal body failing to provide sufficient nutrients to support the development of a fetus-bearing demon lineage. Yet Cornwall swiftly dismissed this notion. Watt's existence served as a living counterexample, and among the 12 pairs of human-demon couples without offspring, not all were female humans. The third possibility was that the probability of genetic mutations had risen, leading to a higher prevalence of genetic disorders that hindered fetal development, resulting in miscarriages or stillbirths. Cornwall absently traced the written words on the paper, his gaze unconsciously fixating on the oil lamp. The exquisite glass cover a testament to craftsmanship unattainable in medieval times. Suddenly, he realized he seemed to have overlooked something crucial. In this world of extraordinary powers, he had completely disregarded the element of the extraordinary. Flipping back to the section detailing the cases, he began to scrutinize the attributes of these individuals. The demons were primarily focused on emotional manipulation, while the humans exhibited elemental affinities. After the rustling of pages, Cornwall finally uncovered a significant commonality. The situation among the demons was relatively uniform. They practiced various forms of emotional manipulation with little discernible difference, and some records were incomplete, but that mattered little. Their identities were undeniably those of nobles from the royal city, for only such aristocrats in the demon realm had the privilege to traverse to the human plane. and most of them had contracts with elemental spirits rather than ordinary beasts. This information was too consistent to reveal any comparative clues, yet the human side presented a stark contrast. Every single case that resulted in offspring featured humans hailing from the church. More precisely, they were all high-ranking members of the church who had served in St. Louis Fortress, possessing powerful light elemental affinities and contracts with dragons. What could be the underlying principle? Cornwall pondered, perplexed. Was the crux of the matter the light element, or the church itself? It is impossible for it to be a dragon. In the remaining cases devoid of descendants, there were individuals who had contracted with dragons, and this possibility has already been dismissed. Cornwall began to recall the stories from the game. The church, the element of light. Where exactly lies the issue? The protagonist's understanding of the church was rather superficial. He merely had a dawn saint as a companion, and the storyline mainly revolved around seeking assistance, recuperating, healing, and receiving guidance from the Pope. Moreover, the protagonist was a lightning attribute mage, lacking knowledge about the light element. Thus, could the issue reside in the divine techniques? Those unique casting skills exclusive to the light element, mastered only by the core of the church, which even the magic tower could not replicate. It remains uncertain, yet Cornwall's intuition urged him to investigate in this direction. Divine techniques? This inevitably reminded him of the beings from the lake. They either remained within the mountain range or ventured out to join the church, with no exceptions. Those who went out for training all joined the church. Hence, Dunya's existence was particularly special, though strictly speaking, she had not truly left the mountain. The church's preferential treatment towards the beings from the lake was evident. Upon joining, one would immediately be granted the status of a priest and the qualification to learn divine techniques. Cornwall had never paid much attention to this arrangement before, merely assuming it was a means to elevate the status of that female general. However, now that he had the cases of the half-demon individuals laid out before him, he realized the situation was not as he had imagined. Chapter 77. Powdered Noodles. Cornwall furrowed his brow as he closed his notes. Regarding the matter of elemental affinity, he needed to prepare further before allowing Luan to attempt practicing spells. He had hurried back today due to the afternoon's events. The other two children had already set their goals, and Cornwall worried that Luan might feel anxious as a result. Yet, it seemed that there would be no opportunity before the team departed to seek the mysterious beasts. Among the cases, 2 of the half-demons had vanished without a trace, leaving only one with a record. The elements suddenly stirred, and the individual perished before the crowd. He could not allow Luan to take such a high risk. He would rather treat it as though there was no elemental affinity at all. Restoring the secret chamber and returning to the hall, the night was still young, and none had returned yet. Cornwall had no intention of resting early. He retrieved the banana powder that had settled during the day from his spatial ring. Perhaps he had ground it finely enough that it had completely settled. At the bottom of the basin, a slightly yellowish hard mass had formed. He used a spoon to scrape it open and transferred it into a new porcelain bowl with him present. The step of drying it could be entirely skipped. He could simply use a fierce flame to evaporate the moisture and then filter it through a sieve. He took a portion from it, mixed it with boiling water to create a smooth paste. And as Cornwall stirred in the basin, the garden gradually became lively. "What are you all carrying?" A group had just disembarked from the carriage, and Barlow, observing the 3 children each clutching a small basket, inquired curiously. Yet, none replied to him. Barlow, feeling helpless, chased after Mia. "Mia, won't you tell your brother?" Upon hearing her brother's words, Mia touched the handle of her basket. She had not intended to reveal it so soon. But now that they knew she had prepared extra food for His Highness, it was of little consequence, and there was no place to replenish it. "It's the banana powder we made ourselves. We want to see who can make it taste the best for His Highness." Barlow lifted a corner of the basket. Inside, besides a bowl of steaming banana powder, there was also a portion of vegetable risotto, presumably taken from the evening banquet. "You also took vegetable risotto?" Barlow asked. Indeed, His Highness had returned early without eating, and merely drinking banana powder would not suffice. "You took vegetable risotto as well?" Sigua exclaimed in surprise. Not expecting Mia to have quietly added to the meal, thinking he was the only one who had taken extra cream mushroom soup and pastries. Seeing Sigua's reaction, Mia immediately understood that he had done the same as herself. "What about you?" she promptly queried Luan, who had remained silent. "He must have brought something too." Luan gently tugged at a smile. "Cream mushroom soup, pastries, and vegetable risotto. You really don't know your brother at all." "Cornwall brother prefers meat. He took an entire beef rib. Mia, observing his expression, also smiled. You don't know, do you? Today's vegetable risotto's main ingredient is diced pineapple, which is His Highness's favorite. With the teasing exchanged, the atmosphere fell quiet again. As everyone prepared bribes to ensure that Cornwall would choose the bowl they had made during the banana powder evaluation, the group hastened into the main hall, only to find Cornwall absent. They rushed to the kitchen to check. There was indeed someone present, but they were not prepared for the fact that Cornwall was not alone in the kitchen. Due to the need to arrange for the escort of the carriage, Lorcia, who should have returned to the castle behind them, was already seated in the kitchen. Before her was a steaming bowl of powder drizzled with red oil, crisp vegetable leaves adorning the surface, and neatly arranged chunks of meat, wafting a tantalizing aroma. Cornwall stood to one side, and upon seeing the group enter, wiped the white powder from his face. You all are back. This is the powdered noodles made by Jiaogua. I first prepared a bowl for Lorcia, so you all will have to wait a moment. Defeated, the three children shared a common thought in their hearts. Chapter 78. The Disappearing Lord. Have you found anything? Where is he? A voice rang out, its owner displaying impatience and urgency, fingers incessantly tapping on the table, the chaotic rhythm producing nothing but noise. While he expressed his own vexation, those around him were troubled by the cacophony, their brows furrowing slightly. This was a room filled with opulent decorations, its windows tightly shut to isolate the slightly dilapidated scenery outside. At the long table sat the three current power holders of Rock Spring City, the deputy commander of the city guard, the deputy of the administration office, and the head of the local primary willpower academy. Their agitation was warranted. After all, the new lord of the Sulfur Stone region, the son of the Demon King, had vanished from this city for 4 months. Even his subordinates and personal guards had disappeared without a trace, and no one in Rock Spring City knew their whereabouts. The establishment of this secret meeting room was also a result of the new lord. Ever since it was learned that a noble, poised to rule the Sulfur Stone region for generations, would arrive from the royal city, the local aristocracy had felt a certain unease. Formerly, the positions of city lord, administrative officer, and city guard commander were filled by individuals dispatched from the royal city every few years. The entrenched local nobility only needed to entertain guests, but the new lord was different. He and his descendants would govern this land perpetually. The three individuals presently at the table had taken the lead in selecting an inconspicuous house, away from the administrative district and closer to farmland, to transform into their secret meeting place. The exterior appeared somewhat shabby, much like the surrounding buildings, but the interior was exquisitely decorated. They had prepared extensively for the new lord's arrival, even dividing gifts for His Highness. Yet everything had taken a peculiar turn. They had only seen the new lord once. From the second day after his arrival in Rock Spring City, Prince Cornwall ceased to make appearances, leaving the handling of affairs entirely to his two subordinates. None of the anticipated events that typically accompany the new lord's appointment had occurred. The two subordinates' approach to managing affairs left them utterly astounded. These two acted entirely like absentee landlords, neglecting responsibilities and merely issuing the simplest approvals. This phenomenon left the local aristocracy utterly baffled. Their prepared means of defending their financial interests were rendered useless, as the lord had not made any demands of them. The individuals kept their heads down, diligently doing their work, pondering whether the two subordinates were merely incompetent or deliberately opposing His Highness. Shouldn't those brought to the territory by the prince be trusted confidants? Why were they so unproductive? Wasn't it their duty to help consolidate the prince's power? Gradually, the concerns of the aristocracy shifted. They began to fear that His Highness might discover that his trusted subordinates were deceiving him and might unleash his wrath upon them. Hoping that any repercussions would not extend to their own heads, among them, a small faction believed this situation presented an opportunity. If His Highness were to dispose of the two subordinates, wouldn't that leave a vacancy? The prince would inevitably need people, and since the two were unproductive, they could step in and serve His Highness. Everyone began to await the impending storm. A week passed without any sign of His Highness. Even the subordinates and personal guards had vanished, plunging Rock Spring City into profound bewilderment. While governance was not paralyzed, after all, the highest positions in the city were largely dispensable as long as no chaotic commands were issued. Everyone was focused on locating His Highness. The city guard, which had seldom ventured outside the city in the past, began daily searches in the wilds of the Sulfur Stone region. Days later, having searched the suburbs of the city without any results. The aristocracy decided to expand their search area. The city guards, wary of relying on their powers during the daytime, began nightly expeditions. Thus, the search area continuously expanded, even reaching the eastern border of the Sulfur Stone region. After finding no results, they journeyed westward. Now, for months had elapsed. This night, the deputy commander of the city guard, currently the de facto leader of the guard, Jaden, finally summoned two old friends to meet in this discussion room. As the deputy of the administration office, Glyza, took his seat, he could not restrain his impatience and questioned the deputy commander. "Have you found anything? Where is he?" "Stop tapping." Commander Jaden interrupted him. "If I had found him, why would I have called you here?" He then leisurely produced a teapot, pouring chilled tea for his two colleagues. No one in Rock Spring City wished to drink hot tea in the sweltering 50-degree heat. The tea poured into the cups emitted wisps of white mist, but this time, it was cool. Glyza seized the cup and took a sip, the coolness of the beverage momentarily quelling the fiery turmoil within him that had arisen from the recent revelation. If they had found something, there was no need for such theatrics. They should speak plainly. Jaden smiled, gripping the cup in his hand as he gazed at Glyza, slowly articulating three words that seemed almost surreal. Snow Mountain. What? The usually taciturn Director Mora couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The Lord's disappearance was not directly related to him. As the director, his primary duty was to submit talented individuals and facilitate their training in the royal city, thus fulfilling his obligations. Administrative and military affairs were not his concern, yet Jaden's words were too incredible to dismiss. "What Snow Mountain? Are you jesting with us?" Glyza hurled the cup onto the table. Fortunate that it was empty and no liquid splashed out. "Of course not. I mean that a snow mountain has inexplicably appeared in the heart of the Flame territory, and our prince is there." Chapter 79. Snow Mountain. Snow Mountain. This time, Jaden did not tease them further but began to elaborate in detail. "After months of searching, our troops have gradually approached the central region of the Flame territory, where they uncovered an astonishing phenomenon. The deeper they ventured, the colder the temperatures became. A fact so contrary to common sense that I need not elaborate further for you, my lords." Upon receiving this news, I immediately ordered them to advance stealthily in the direction of the temperature drop. While the disappearance of the Lord is indeed significant, the Flame territory is our lifeblood, and we must ascertain what is truly occurring there. As Jaden spoke, he opened a hidden compartment in the center of the table, revealing a sand table that displayed a miniature version of the town of Shinshin and a snow-capped mountain. A river flowed straight from the town, with tiny fields beside it, where the vibrant green leaves of bamboo and banana plants stood out against the surrounding yellow earth. "This is our discovery." The city guard dared not approach, only observing from a distance with telescopes. The demon race can manipulate willpower to enhance their physical capabilities, including their senses, allowing them to perceive far beyond ordinary limits. The center of the Flame territory has transformed into a paradise, and after receiving such a report, I personally visited the site. Jaden paused to light a cigarette and took a deep drag. Throughout this narrative, the other two remained silent, their eyes fixed on the sand table in disbelief. Even after hearing all this, it was difficult for them to accept it as reality. Jaden exhaled a cloud of smoke. By the following evening, I arrived at the observation point of our army, and I witnessed that Snow Mountain with my own eyes. In my youth, I studied in the royal city, yet I had never seen a snow mountain like that. "Can you guess what the temperature was at that location?" He posed the question, but neither of the two dared to respond, remaining silent as they awaited Jaden to reveal the answer. Jaden, indifferent to their hesitation, declared, "It was the same as here, the same as in Rock Spring City." He slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. "An arid wasteland with temperatures identical to those of Rock Spring City. This city now resembles a farce." After venting his anger, he slumped back in his chair. "I cannot even fathom what the temperature is like at the foot of that snow mountain. They have rivers there. Surely it must be as comfortable as the royal city." No one responded to this query either. Neither of them had ever set eyes on a snow mountain. I ordered the creation of this sand table. The one before us now. During our meticulous observations, we discovered this. The castle upon the snow mountain. Glyza's and Mora's gazes followed Jaden's pointing finger to a finely crafted castle model perched on the snow-covered slope of the sand table. The model's exquisite craftsmanship was on a different level than the surrounding creations, prompting Glyza to furrow his brow in preparation to question it. Jaden anticipated his intent. Do not doubt, my friend. This castle model was not fashioned by soldiers. It is my personal collection. Though it may not resemble our lord's true castle, I believe a beautiful work of art deserves to represent the noble lord's residence. Indeed, our prince resides there. I suspect that even the snow mountain itself was conjured by him. Do you understand? Do you grasp what I am contemplating? Jaden's voice rose in enthusiasm. Naturally, Gleza responded, his irritation bubbling to the surface. If he can accomplish such feats, why not do so in Rock Spring City? Calm yourselves, Lammer interjected, remaining composed while pondering the implications. Creating a snow mountain? Jaden, surely this is mere conjecture. How could it possibly be achieved? Are you unaware of the overwhelming heat of the sea of lava? How could one conjure a snow mountain amidst the pervasive fire elements? Where would the ice elements come from, and how would one replenish their consumption? Such a line of reasoning is untenable. Perhaps this snow mountain is unrelated to our Lord at all? Lammer, Jaden barked, do you think I possess no evidence? Chapter 80. Eliminating an option. Faced with Jaden's sharp rebuke, Lammer fell silent. Initially, he had sought to present an objective perspective to defend the Lord. Yet he personally struggled to understand the Lord's prolonged absence. After Jaden calmed his outburst, he continued, after the soldiers discovered the castle atop the snow mountain, I took on the task of monitoring it closely. Soon, the Lord appeared before me. It seemed he had taken to practicing swordsmanship every morning. I was not particularly surprised upon seeing him, as the disappearance of our new Lord for 4 months must surely correlate with the unprecedented changes in the Flame territory over the past millennium. Moreover, the Lord's personal guard is stationed on the opposite side of the castle. Just as you said, while our Lord appears to live freely and undisturbed in the snow mountain, it does not address all our concerns. I refused to squander time on speculation, so I retrieved a precious scrying spell scroll. This scroll was acquired through a transaction between Lammer's grandfather and the nobility in the royal city. It requires only a surge of mental energy to activate, allowing the user to recreate scenes from a specific location from a time prior. The position of the snow mountain is fixed, making such a scroll ideal for uncovering the truth. I witnessed the manifestation of that snow mountain in an instant, and there were only 4 individuals present at the time. Who else but our Lord could be responsible? A heavy silence descended upon the room. They were aware that their households possessed similar or identical scrying spell scrolls, and they understood well the effects of such items. Jaden's claims were likely true. Gleza simmered with suppressed anger, while Lammer felt a pang of sorrow. According to Jaden, the newly arrived Lord had seemingly decided to forsake Rock Spring City even before his arrival. The plans he later implemented and the oasis he created bore no relation to Rock Spring City whatsoever. Lammer sighed, recognizing that ultimately, it was the Lord's own choice. Lammer, Jaden rapped the armrest of his chair, the sharp sound laden with a warning. Do you comprehend? You must realize that if you were not in possession of the means to reach the royal city, no one would heed you. You cannot speak on behalf of others at this table. As the head of a local academy, Lammer's most significant authority lay in managing communication channels and overseeing local officials. The directors were responsible for sending talented youths to the royal city for further training, thus controlling the soul connection to the royal city. The Demon King had granted these individuals the power to supervise governance, making the academy heads among the top 3 figures in Rock Spring City. His authority extended beyond the confines of Rock Spring City, yet the old local aristocrats did not fear the academy head's supervisory power. After all, he and his family still resided in the locality, and a complete rupture of relations was unlikely. Jaden, Lammer refrained from responding, but Gleza could no longer contain his fury. He is our Lord. That snow mountain should be located around Rock Spring City. You must have had this planned all along, bringing us here with ulterior motives. Tell me, I can hardly wait to assist your scheme. Ha 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 ha. Jaden chuckled softly as he drew on his cigarette. Gleza, we are indeed fine partners. You truly understand me. Look here, what lies at the foot of this snow mountain? Farmland, houses, refugees. Regardless, our Lord must have permitted them to reside here, even supporting them in their lives, for he surely has his aims, therefore. His fist, like a rampaging bull, struck the table with formidable force, crashing down upon the miniature houses. In an instant, the surface cracked, the tiny structures collapsed, and splinters rained down, leaving a gaping black void in the sand table. The farmland slumped inward, and the neatly arranged bamboo and banana plants toppled, creating a chaotic scene. We shall destroy it, leaving him with no alternative. Chapter 81. Seizing the opportunity. What? What are you saying? Hearing Jaden's wild proclamations, both Gleza and Lammer widened their eyes in disbelief. Lammer was the first to regain his composure. How could this possibly be achieved? After the former city lord departed, we have had no 8th-tier individuals among us. The officials dispatched from the demon realm to assume the roles of city lords in various territories are all of the 8th tier, whereas the local nobility can barely reach the 7th tier. While the prince's personal strength remains a mystery to them, he has once encountered the most elite young scions of the demon realm during his studies in the royal city, most of whom had already attained the 7th tier by this age. Furthermore, there is the esteemed commander, whose 8th tier pressure has never been concealed in their presence. Upon hearing Lamo's words, Jidun remained silent and unperturbed, leisurely smoking as he exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, "Do you think I am unaware of what you already know? I can see the stationed royal guards packing their belongings. They are clearly preparing to depart. Judging by the scale of preparations for war horses, weapons, provisions, and supplies, it appears that nearly 60% of the royal guards are set to embark on a journey lasting well over half a month. With such a number of royal guards mobilizing, it is evident that the esteemed commander intends to accompany the main force." Jidun squinted slightly, wishing that the lord would also take his leave, for that would allow us to act with greater discretion. You must understand that in this Sulfur Stone Inferno, the foremost terror is, of course, the elements. The second is not the demon race but rather the aberrant beasts. Indeed, there exist several groups of 8th-tier aberrant beasts dwelling within the Sulfur Stone Inferno, entities vastly more formidable than the city guards, possessing the capability to obliterate that region. We need not confront them head-on. We merely need to lure the powerful aberrant beast groups into chaos as the troops withdraw, while we watch from the sidelines. Silence fell once more in the room, for Jaden's proposition indeed bore significant feasibility. The aberrant beasts possess such power and could be easily manipulated without exposing ourselves. Lamo chuckled dryly and inquired, "Which group of aberrant beasts do you plan to lure? The volcanic erupting rock lions?" Jidun raised a finger and shook his head. No, no, no. It cannot be the volcanic erupting rock lions. Though you possess the means to reach the royal city, it seems your information lags behind mine. Lamo, our lord has a pet beast that is a direct descendant of the royal bloodline, the volcanic erupting rock lion. This is news passed down from the royal city. Fortunately, there is a more suitable group nearby. All we need to do now is wait for their departure. Jidun extinguished his cigarette and approached the grand double doors of the room, elegantly extending a gesture of invitation. Now, let us proceed together to witness the unfolding of this grand spectacle. My friends, the weather there is not too sweltering, and you may also enjoy the sight of the snow-capped mountains summoned by the prince. On the evening of the bonfire party, Cornwall relayed the method for crafting bamboo round plantain starch noodles to Barlow, tasking him with documenting it in writing and imparting the knowledge to the 10 agricultural work teams. Those who arrived later in the night were unable to partake in the noodles, as the children who had feasted at the party were already too full to consume anything more. Though the three were young, they were quite sensible, and it was unusual for them to overindulge. Cornwall found himself perplexed, considering he had prepared enough noodles for several people. However, reflecting on the fact that they had only recently experienced a few months of sufficient meals, it was likely that they would not have exercised restraint at the celebration. Moreover, just like the fruit of the prickly pear, the provisions prepared for them during their time in the tower may have merely sufficed for survival. If everyone was eating, Mia, caught in such an atmosphere, would inevitably consume more. Cornwall reassured the children, informing them that the noodles could be enjoyed for breakfast the next morning, which calmed them enough to return to their rooms for sleep. As for Barlow, upon noticing only 3 adults remaining in the house, he stated that he would be leaving the kitchen for breakfast the next day, likely having already eaten. Only he and Lorcia, who was tasked with maintaining order at the bonfire party, had not eaten and were genuinely hungry. Perhaps due to the noodles, breakfast the next day was particularly well attended, with bowls of steaming noodles being served at the table, the warmth releasing a delightful aroma, prompting everyone to begin eating immediately. The smooth and tender texture rendered the children speechless, their only focus on chewing. Barlow, sensing the silence at the table, spoke up, "Your Highness, I never anticipated that the culinary creations made from plantain would exhibit such a significant difference in texture between the starch and the noodles. Ha ha ha, indeed. This is a result of Cornwall's research, came the proud response from White Snow, who, standing before the table, also had a bowl of noodles in front of her, her air of confidence evident, as if her eyebrows could have soared from her forehead if she possessed them. Barlow, once the agricultural team learns the method, arrange for them to dry a batch of noodles. We are set to depart in 3 days, and I wish to present this gift to the new townsfolk. Cornwall replied with a smile. 2 teams were to be mobilized for this venture. Barlow and Lorcia leading a group of 600, accompanied by 3 children tasked with locating suitable aberrant beasts for grazing and retrieving scattered messengers. Cornwall and Anthony would take another team of 200 to bring back the first batch of members from the construction team to the new settlement. The remaining city guards would consist of 400 personnel. Chapter 82. Luggage. Are you planning to bring these books? On the afternoon following the banquet, Mia wandered through the boys' room, investigating their luggage. The 3 had not attained high levels of cultivation and lacked the affluent background necessary for acquiring spatial gear. Thus, they could only humbly carry their belongings without daring to bring too much. Therefore, the selection of books was crucial. Sigua had packed the basic herbal compendium of the 2 realms, History of the Demon Realm Tribes, Outline of Policies in the Era of Satan I, and the book currently in Mia's hands, Fine Control of Will. Not a single foundational general knowledge book was included, all of which reflected Sigua's ambition to become a herbalist dedicated to healing and saving lives. Aspiring to live up to Cornwall's expectations and shoulder the responsibility of compiling the history of the new town, he even understood that writing historical accounts was a form of cultivation, as it would enhance his understanding of economics and livelihoods, preparing him to become the prince's official one day. The book Fine Control of Will was purely a means of prolonging life. As his beastification was quite serious, to repay Cornwall's kindness and live longer, he needed this book. Mia pondered over these books, though her yearning for martial power stemmed from her parents' and half-brother Barlow's experiences. Her ultimate goal in becoming a knight was not the battlefield. If Sigua's ideal was development, then Mia's was stability. Her aspirations leaned more towards becoming a peacekeeper. The 2 books, Outline of Policies in the Era of Satan I and Fine Control of Will, would also serve her well, so she decided to bring along the Confession of the Inquisition of the Holy Nation and Introduction to Illegal Spell Detection. After all, the Confession of the Inquisition of the Holy Nation was an exceptionally thick tome, perhaps even regarded as a weapon. Mia and Sigua engaged in an animated discussion surrounding their books, while Lewin remained aloof, as was his usual demeanor. However, curiosity compelled them to open Lewin's box. Inside, apart from the general curriculum, lay a solitary book titled Chronicles of the Troubadour, authored by Satan I and Jean Samuel Satan. This was not a memoir of Her Majesty Jean, but rather a dramatic or legendary tale penned in her later years. Most considered it an entertaining novel, with certain chapters adapted into performances that delighted the children of the royal city. Others fervently believed it concealed secrets, yet to this day, even with 2 successive demon lords having come and gone, no one had uncovered anything, though some claims were rather eccentric. It was evident that if Lewin's box contained only this singular book, he was likely among those who believed in hidden truths. Lewin, are you not bringing any other books? Upon seeing the solitary book in the box, Mia paused her discussion with Sigua to inquire of the silent, dark-haired boy. I don't know, Lewin replied, not shying away from the question. Before his 2 friends, he sought assistance. This was what Sister Queer had taught him. If one could not solve a problem alone, they could seek help from those they trusted. It had proven true from the tower until now. Each time he sought assistance, it had ushered in positive changes in his life. I don't know what books to bring. I haven't thought about what I want to do in the future. So I brought this one. Mia and Sigua exchanged glances. It was still Mia who spoke. There are countless things to do in this world, and you can choose now, so it's worth considering for now. You can read our books and accompany us for a while. I in the new town. An expanse of vacant land stretched between the residence houses and the farmland, where a long stretch was laid out with drying noodles. Quite a spectacular sight. Your Highness, you must walk a little further to reach the end. Cornwall and Barlow were meandering within. Once we reach the end, will they not see me? Today, I am incognito. I cannot be seen. Cornwall interjected, having emerged partially from behind, as he had not brought a retinue and could not appear. When accompanied by a troop, he could engage with the townsfolk. The temperature in the inferno was scorching. And within a short time, the noodles had dried, allowing them to set out together the next day. Chapter 83. Rumors. On the morning of their departure, the two mobilized teams gathered at the edge of the new town. The townsfolk laboring by the riverside appeared earnest in their farming, yet they frequently glanced up, feigning nonchalance as they stole glances in that direction. They were aware of the impending mobilization of the royal guards. As Barlow had long instructed them to dry numerous noodles, it was said that these were gifts prepared for the new work teams, a scenario they had encountered before, as the agricultural teams had already formed 10 such work units. With the first agricultural team having witnessed this spectacle 9 times prior. However, this time, things are markedly different. The gathering of troops appears to be rather excessive. Previously, when I led the new settlement to join, there were perhaps only around 200 individuals. Yet this morning, the assembled force seems to be approaching 1,000. Such a phenomenon has instilled profound unease among the townsfolk, as they have also heard another piece of unsettling news. The newly arrived settlement is no longer categorized under the agricultural first work team, but rather the construction first work team. The very notion of a first work team resonates with the jarring finality. Even though they have only recently begun to grasp numbers, they instinctively feel discomfort at such terminology. They have not forgotten the privileges bestowed upon the agricultural first work team during the bonfire gathering a few days prior. The arms of those individuals still bear the red armbands. If it was tolerable for the early arrivals to receive preferential treatment, how could those who came later claim the title of first work team, especially when they had arrived earlier? At this moment, the agricultural first work team has awakened from the glory of the bonfire gathering, their sense of crisis even more pronounced than that of other work teams. They are acutely aware of the benefits they have received as the first work team. Now, they are on the brink of losing their exclusive status. The unusual number of troops at the edge of the town has thoroughly ignited the anxieties of those harboring various speculations. Yet, they find themselves powerless to act, merely allowing their intense emotions to linger in the air above the town. Baishue rests upon Cornwall's shoulder, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Currently, Baishue can only be regarded as a transformed avatar, a hollow shell of a large cat, while her true form, the Snow Mountain, has coalesced into a tangible entity. Hence, her avatar cannot stray too far, lest it dissipate and render her ineffective. This journey cannot accommodate her presence. Most of the soldiers in the Royal Guard are at levels 5 and 6, so there is no concern regarding their ability to withstand the heat. The only worry lies with the 3 children. To this end, Cornwall has made early preparations, now seated in the rest area of the basement, awaiting the arrival of the 3 little ones. We have arrived, Your Highness. We are about to set off. Did you summon us for something? Mia is the first to push open the large door to the room. Are you departing just like that? Won't it be hot outside the Snow Mountain's range? Cornwall replies teasingly. To his surprise, Mia maintains a serious expression. No, that's not the case. Sigua was of similar cultivation level before and could traverse the scorching lands. We inquired, and the army will rest during the day and move at night. The 3 children nod in unison. That truly what they believe. Cornwall is somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Sigua could walk in the fiery lands, but what of the consequences? How long can his current level of beastification sustain him? Perhaps this outing will result in his return not as Sigua, but as a little fox devoid of reason. Cornwall is almost amused by the earnestness on the faces of the 3. If you are willing to do so, I will not permit it. Follow me. I have prepared gifts for you. Chapter 84. A few eggs. Cornwall led the children into the basement's collection area, where a vast array of gemstones, minerals, and weapons were stored, just as he had seen during his last visit. They navigated through the cabinets and arrived before a large metallic door. The door, entirely silver and smooth to the touch, bore intricate engravings, lacking any semblance of a doorknob. Cornwall pressed his palm against the center of the door, and the engraved pattern shimmered with a purple glow as the door slowly ascended. A chilling breeze seeping through the crack upon entering, the door automatically descended behind them, and the lights illuminated the room, which was exceedingly bright. All around were white surfaces, whether walls or the cabinets holding items, adorned with frost flowers. Such decor even enhanced the brightness of the lighting. Is that an egg? Mia whispered softly. Indeed, this ice chamber houses eggs preserved at low temperatures, totaling around 10, all maintaining their vitality. Displayed upon the surrounding cabinets, they are eggs. These belong either to my mother's collection or are gifts from the Demon King. all precious legendary beast eggs. These are the finest candidates for contracts outside of elemental spirits. Both beastmen and humans can form contracts with these, and those still in their eggs are even rarer. Each egg is labeled with its attributes, all possessing elemental abilities, with not one embodying emotional attributes. You three may each take one ice attribute egg, which shall serve as your shared companion. Whether or not you wish to form a contract is entirely up to you. This ice attribute egg is my gift to you for your journey. Cornwall continued. His gifts did not end there. Yet the subsequent portions remained uncertain in their distribution, and of course, if you wish to contract with a beast, you may each select one that resonates with you. Before the children could display their delight, Cornwall's next statement left them in turmoil. However, if you wish to contract an elemental spirit, you cannot contract a beast. Indeed, unless one dies, a contract can only involve one entity. This is a shared power contract, a bond of mutual understanding. It cannot be altered. If they harbored aspirations of contracting elemental spirits, they could not contract with beasts. Yet these were legendary beast eggs. The first to grasp the situation was Tsigua, who had only recently learned the concepts of elemental spirits and legendary beast eggs. Previously, he had only known the difficulty of survival. These precious items never instilled in him a sense of ownership, making the choice quite simple. The only thing he could not part with was the Lord's goodwill. Tsigua keenly sensed that His Highness did not wish for them to contract with beasts. Otherwise, he would not have stated that the three could only take one egg each, as one egg per person should be the standard. Thus, he decided to forego it, as it was not a matter of which was more precious. Cornwall, brother, I shall not choose, Tsigua declared first, drawing the attention of the other two. Do you understand how precious this is? How difficult it is to obtain an elemental spirit? Mia reminded him, having grown up in the royal city and fully aware of the challenges associated with acquiring elemental spirit qualifications, particularly for those of their status. Tsigua shook his head. I understand. Mia felt he might still not comprehend, yet she refrained from further persuasion, for she too had decided against making a choice for now. Since her brother and His Highness departed, she had encountered too many diverse experiences. She did not wish to hastily settle on a companion, wanting to grow a bit more, perhaps opening up to greater possibilities. The one remaining in the most indecision was Luin. Elemental spirits did not belong to either of them, yet what was a prince, born with the entitlement to enter the elemental labyrinth, for him? Elemental spirits were not an abstract concept, but rather something he was destined to possess. Chapter 85. Resentment. Had what been born without the moonlight mark, his life would have undergone a dramatic transformation. Without the moon of humanity, he would not have been confined in the high tower, perhaps remaining unvalued by the demon king, merely growing up in a corner of the palace. Yet, at the very least, he would have received the treatment befitting a royal child, rather than enduring 9 years of darkness, now facing the dilemma of relinquishing what he rightfully deserved. Who could harbor no resentment? Luin suddenly found himself resenting his moonlight mark. He gazed up at his brother before him, clad in splendid ducal attire, possessing the wealth left by their mother, the status granted by their father, and the army nurtured by their sister. Though his life may not have equaled that of his brother, it should not have been reduced to its current state. I do not want it either, Luin stated, his tone somewhat frigid. He suddenly felt averse to seeing anyone, but fortunately he usually spoke in such a manner, and no one sensed his deviation. Very well, Cornwall replied with a smile, nodding. He indeed held high expectations for those children he had personally nurtured, unlike Barrow and the others, who had already formed contracts with beasts. The children still possessed a high degree of malleability. Then take one ice attribute egg with you. Cornwall casually retrieved an egg from the shelf, ready to hand it over. However, Luin interjected, not that one. I want that one. He was indeed being deliberate, not wanting the egg his brother had chosen. Since it was ice attribute, any would suffice. Cornwall followed Luin's gesture, and the information regarding the egg he selected surfaced in his mind. What made this beast egg special? Why did Luin favor it so? But it seemed quite suitable. Cornwall would not refuse Luin such a simple request, and immediately swapped the eggs. What kind of beast egg is this? Do you know, Luin? Mia inquired curiously. Luin remained silent, and she turned to Cornwall, only to find him withholding information this time. You will know once it hatches. Even without hatching, the inherent chill of the ice attribute beast would be sufficient for the three to survive in the fiery lands. So they merely needed to hold the egg. Let us go. Once the gifts are delivered, we shall set off to... They have departed. From a distance in Jinshin town, Jiatin gazed at the gradually mobilizing troops. As I suspected, the number of those deployed has reached 60%, approaching 1,000. Once they all vacate, the defensive strength here will be significantly weakened. The forces from Yinquan City had only arrived 2 days prior. Initially prepared for a protracted conflict, yet unexpectedly, they had swiftly encountered an opportune moment. Beside Jiatin, Glyza and Lamo also regarded the mobilizing army with complex expressions. The two had yet to recover from the impact brought by the imposing snow mountain before them. The temperature in the wilderness of the fiery lands truly mirrored that of Yinquan City, perhaps even more comfortable ahead, as a small river wound its way through, lined with trees. Though they had come to trust Jiatin and joined him, they remained entranced by the scene before them. Bring someone to contact those in the beast horde. Inform them that they may take action, Jiatin commanded a member of the city guard. Jiden, allow my people to accompany us as well. I, too, wish to witness this transformation. These words were spoken by the principal of the elementary academy, Lamo. Glyza immediately echoed his sentiment, but unlike Lamo, he did not consult with Jiden. Instead, he promptly dispatched his own administrative officer to join them.